Once upon a time, the country spent billions acquiring the Heart of Dominion, a profession of supreme mastery. Yet now it's been discarded like trash, left to gather dust in a shop window unwanted even if given for free. But the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to make it my first contracted profession. My classmates ridiculed me, calling me a fool, but I paid them no mind. I knew it was the only profession with unlimited potential. The system detected that the host lacked a profession and the Heart of Dominion met the activation conditions. Talent 1, Heart of Dominion, gain access to the Zerg Mother Nest world. As long as the Zerg exist, you can respawn indefinitely. Talent 2, Infinite Evolution, you can infinitely evolve a Zerg unit. Talent 3, Heart of Infinity, you can possess an additional profession template. Talent 4, Reciprocal Nourishment. Each Zerg will increase your attributes by a certain amount. As I looked at this introduction, I was astounded. Just the second and third talents alone would drive every professional on Blue Star wild with desire. I took a deep breath to calm myself. This profession was powerful, but it required development first. Just then, my dear sister walked in. "Hey Lynch, and I went out drinking, what can you do about it?" In my previous life, she had framed me, leading to my demise in a desperate situation, all because Brother Cohen agreed to date her. Now, given a second chance at life, I decided not to concern myself with her anymore. I cast a fleeting glance at her. "From now on, I won't care about you, do as you please," I said, turning my attention back to my profession's talents. In the next moment, I entered the Mother Nest world. It was a floating island shrouded in mist. At its center stood a square monument detailing Zerg types. Blade Zerg, a basic melee unit. Spike Zerg, a basic ranged unit. Brain Zerg, a basic caster unit. Without hesitation, I chose to nurture a Blade Zerg. As soon as the words left my mouth, a Blade Zerg with two side-like arms materialized before me. With just a thought, it would carry out my command to self-destruct without hesitation. My eyes brightened. Now I could go hunting, both to earn money and to gather energy points necessary for nurturing Zerg. The way to acquire energy points was by slaying ferocious beasts. Half an hour later, I found myself in the outskirts. Immediately, I summoned the Blade Zerg to keep watch around me. In the next moment, a Bloodfang boar about 2 meters long appeared before me. A level 2 creature, the Bloodfang boar was notorious as a newbie killer with terrifying strength and speed. My excitement spiked. The tusks of a Bloodfang boar are valuable, fetching up to 2,000 credits in the city. With a single thought, the Blade Zerg ghosted forward with its scythe-like arms exuding a heavy aura of death. Despite being a formidable adversary, the Bloodfang boar instinctively launched its charge skill as the Blade Zerg attacked. Just as the boar was about to pierce through the Blade Zerg, my creature leaped overhead, slashing down to finish it off. I gained 10 experience points. I chuckled to myself. Indeed, the Zerg were born as killing machines. Approaching the fallen boar, I extracted its tusks and reached out to retrieve the carcass. Harvesting the Bloodfang boar's body yielded 15 energy points. I was stunned. One Bloodfang boar could be converted into 15 energy points, while it only took 10 points to hatch a Blade Zerg. This meant that by slaying 2 Bloodfang boars, I could hatch 3 Blade Zergs. Truly, an unlimited level profession template is formidable. With enough energy points, I immediately began nurturing a Spike Zerg. A flash of light and a Spike Zerg materialized before me. The scent of blood from the Bloodfang boar's corpse began to permeate the air, drawing 3 rust rats into my vicinity. I couldn't help but grin with excitement. Perfect, I wouldn't have to hunt them down individually. With a thought, the Blade Zerg charged. However, the Blade Zerg struggled against the agile rust rats, quickly finding itself at a disadvantage. Observing this, I issued a new command: fire. Instantly, barbed spikes launched from the Spike Zerg's back, hitting the rust rats with precision. With the Spike Zerg's support, the rust rats were eliminated within a minute. I leveled up to level 2, earning 1 attribute point, which I immediately allocated to my mental strength. Commanding the Zerg in battle demands high mental acuity. Meanwhile, my energy points rose to 21. I chose to nurture 2 more Blade Zergs, though the Spike Zerg boasts high damage. Its fragility makes it a poor defender. Now, with 3 Blade Zergs and 1 Spike Zerg, I was well equipped to dominate the outskirts, barring any encounters with rare level beasts. The early morning hours allowed for more time to level up. Lin Chen glanced at the sky, noting there were still several hours before dawn. A few hours would be sufficient to reach level 3. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the quarantine zone, a heavy breath could be heard. "Uncle Lee, this golden digging rat's health is incredibly thick, isn't it? We've chased it all the way from the constant chaos forest to the edge zone, and it still has 10% health left." A beautiful woman panted her body. glistening with sweat, evidence of recent exertion. Her name was Lu Yenran, the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangnan City. Beside her, Uncle Li chuckled, riling, "Miss, although the golden digging rat has almost no attack power, it's still a level 5 leader boss. Thick health and high attack are the trademarks of such bosses. There's nothing we can do about that." The master spent 5 million credit points to gather intelligence on this golden digging rat boss, so bear with it, Miss Lu. Yenran sighed. Although spending 5 million credit points seems a lot, it's worth it. After all, the golden digging rat is guaranteed to drop a hidden profession template. The awakening ceremony is in a week and I don't want to awaken an ordinary profession. Hidden professions are distinguished from ordinary ones by their immense power. Each hidden profession possesses formidable abilities. For instance, a holy light warrior not only has stronger attributes compared to regular warriors but also wields talents and skills like holy light, healing and judgment. The status difference between the two is like heaven and earth. There's a saying, everyone wants to become a professional, but professionals aspire to become hidden professionals. This shows how powerful hidden professions are. The young lady will certainly acquire a powerful hidden profession template. Uncle Li smiled. But for now let's focus on killing this golden digging rat boss. Agreeing with a nod, Lu Yenran stepped back, allowing Uncle Li to advance. Uncle Li, whose full name was Li Dao, was a level 12 warrior, one of the Lu family's esteemed guardians, and Lu Yenran's bodyguard. Triple slash! With a loud shout, Li Dao charged directly at the severely wounded golden digging rat, his large blade descending fiercely. The golden digging rat, a mouse radiating golden light, was drenched in blood, its cries of pain echoing. Faced with Li Dao's triple slash, the rat couldn't dodge and had to endure the attack head-on. With each strike, bright red numbers floated above its head. A relentless torrent of attacks followed. Li Dao attacked mercilessly. In less than half an hour, the rat's health was nearly depleted. Just one more blow and it would be defeated. "Great job, Uncle Li," Lu Yenran exclaimed joyfully. "Finish it." "Yes, Miss," Li Dao replied with a satisfied grin, ready to deliver the final blow to the golden digging rat. But just at that moment a sudden cry erupted. In a moment of despair, the digging gold mouse suddenly radiated a golden glow. To the astonishment of the bystanders, its body began to inflate like a balloon, swiftly growing to the size of a car. In an instant, the digging gold mouse was fully healed, and its name transformed into Gold Soul Mouse. "Oh no, it evolved!" Li Dao shouted in disbelief. "How is this possible?" exclaimed Lu Yenran, her face full of shock. While there are rare instances of beasts evolving to a higher level in dire situations, the probability is exceedingly low. Even in the entire Jiangnan city there are only 3 or 4 such cases. Why did it have to happen to this digging gold mouse? The wounds on the gold soul mouse vanished instantly, replaced by intricate patterns of gold and red exuding an aura of sheer ferocity. The beast's stats were terrifying. Name: Gold Soul Mouse. Level 7, Leader, Health 208, Strength 84, Speed 37, Spirit 17, Skills Soul Gathering, Gold Digging, Biting, Burst, Charge. Gazing at the Gold Soul Mouse's status panel, Li Dao turned pale and began to tremble slightly. Despite being a level 12 warrior, his strength and health were less than half of the Gold Soul Mouse's. Furthermore, he had depleted his mana and health while pursuing it. If a battle ensued, they would have no chance of winning. "Miss, run quickly, I'll hold off the Gold Soul Mouse," Li Dao roared. Before Lu Yenran could react, the Gold Soul Mouse charged at them. With a furious squeal, it unleashed the skill Burst Charge. Like a tank, it barreled forward, flinging Li Dao aside like a piece of paper, leaving him on the ground with blood pouring out like an unending stream. The hit drained half of Li Dao's health, leaving him on the brink of death. Another attack from the Gold Soul Mouse would surely be fatal. "Run, my lady." Even in his grievous state, Li Dao struggled to protect Lu Yenran, but she stood frozen in fear, unable to think or move, watching helplessly as the Gold Soul Mouse approached, its sharp teeth gleaming ominously over her head, ready to tear her fragile form apart. Lu Yenran could even see the blood-red eyes of the Gold Soul Mouse staring at her. But just then piercing sounds echoed through the forest as a barrage of javelins hurtled toward the Gold Soul Mouse, striking it and forcing it to stagger back. Startled, the beast turned to face the direction of the attack. Emerging from the shadows was a man wearing a black mask, accompanied by an army of insect-like creatures. This man was Lin Shen, a Gold Soul Mouse. What a stroke of luck, Lin Shen thought excitedly. The Gold Soul Mouse, evolved from the digging gold mouse, was an incredibly rare and valuable creature. Each one could fetch a price exceeding millions at an auction. Even the intelligence and information about the Golden Soul Rat can fetch a price of millions. The Golden Soul Rat is not adept at combat. it could even be described as a weakling among its peers. In terms of strength among beasts of the same level, it ranks on the lower end. The reason it can be sold for such a high price is that upon its demise, it guarantees the drop of a hidden profession template. When a golden soul rat is killed, it drops a rare or better hidden profession template. According to certain rumors, the legendary hidden profession of Dragon Soul Warrior, belonging to the current war god of Long Nation Gu Sha, was obtained after slaying such a creature. Conveniently, the Heart of Domination has granted me a slot for a second profession, allowing me to mask my true identity as a dominator with this hidden profession. With this thought, Lin Shen waved his hand, commanding his swarm to advance. After 3 hours of relentless hunting, Lin Shen now possessed 34 blade insects and 12 stinger insects. The 34 blade insects surged forward, swiftly overwhelming the golden soul rat. Meanwhile, the stinger insects launched wave after wave of attacks from a distance. A torrent of attacks rained down upon the golden soul rat. While the numbers were in Lin Shen's favor, the golden soul rat's high level and leader status meant that many attacks only inflicted minor damage. In fact, due to its formidable defense, the golden soul rat managed to negate much of the damage entirely. Attack ineffective, -1, attack ineffective, -1. Even so, Lin Shen remained unconcerned. What, low damage? I'll just pile it on until you fall, with each attack. Causing only a single point of damage, Lin Shen's swarm of 46 insects attacked in unison. Under the relentless assault of the insect swarm, the once proud and arrogant golden soul rat began to wail in despair. Meanwhile, Lin Shen stood by, watching with satisfaction as if he were on a leisurely stroll. Being a Zerg dominator was truly delightful. Witnessing the scene, Lu Yenran and Li Dao were left in a state of shock. Was this what they called a battle? Was this how one challenged a boss? It seemed more like a casual outing than a fight. Lu Yenran glanced at Li Dao, swallowing hard. Uncle Li, are you alright? Li Dao nodded. I'm fine, but this person, he must be a summoner. A summoner? Lu Yenran gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. In this world, summoners were one of the most revered professions. A summoner is not a single profession but a collective term for various roles. Beast masters who control powerful creatures, summoners who command undead armies, and mechanics who create war machines all fall under this category. The hallmark of a summoner is the ability to form an army single-handedly. For example, the war god of Long Nation Mo Tianliang is a beast master. When his daughter accidentally got trapped amidst emperor-level beasts, Mo Tianliang led an endless horde of griffins deep into the territory to rescue her, eradicating all beasts in a 1,000-mile radius. Such displays highlight the immense power of summoners. Every summoner is treated as a national treasure in Long Nation, nurtured and revered, and common folk rarely have the chance to meet such figures. Yet here stood one of these great figures right before them. Lu Yenran covered her mouth tightly, utterly incredulous, yet soon a flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes. Such an influential figure, if our Lu family could establish a connection with him, our status would undoubtedly soar several levels higher. And just at that moment, under the onslaught of the insect swarm, the last bit of the gold soul mouse's life was worn away. Filled with anger and reluctance, it collapsed heavily to the ground. You have slain the gold soul mouse, leader, gaining 300 experience points. Your level has increased to level 4 and you have gained 1 attribute point. Please allocate it. Level 4 already. Lin Shen smiled slightly. In just a few hours, reaching level 4, if word got out, it would certainly leave people dumbfounded. Typically, it would take even the offspring of the wealthy families in Jiangnan City a month or two to achieve this from level 1. He stepped forward and the gold soul mouse's loot fell into his hands. Among the items were a runic longsword, common, with strength plus 0.7-inch speed -01 level 1 requirement, deerskin short boots, common, with speed plus 0.5 level 1 requirement, and a serrated short dagger, excellent, with strength plus 12 speed plus 11 level 2 requirement. To Lin Shen, these items were quite ordinary. In this world, equipment and skills are graded into several categories: common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, extraordinary, yellow, perfect, purple, epic, red, legendary, gold, and mythical, colorful. Most people use common white equipment. A regular professional, if able to equip rare gear all over, would already be quite impressive in the area. As for gear above rare quality, only certain minor bosses could possess such items. Lin Shen regarded these items as mere trash. He paid them no mind and, with a shake of his head, turned his attention to the last item in his hand. It was a book emitting a faint golden glow, a hidden profession template. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen placed his hand directly on it. Suddenly, a halo flashed by. Ding, you have obtained a hidden profession, Void Walker, mythical, description, a warrior adept at using the power of the void, capable of teleportation and space cutting. Talent 1, Void Form, all damage received is reduced by 50%. Talent 2, Void Walk, after activation, cuts through space and jumps to the target location, immune to any damage during the process. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Talent 3, Void Aspect, after receiving lethal damage, resurrect with the power of the void. Cooldown time, 1000 hours. Voidwalker, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This Voidwalker leans towards defense and survival. As the Zerg Overlord, I was naturally wary of the enemy's decapitation tactics and lacked defensive measures, but now it felt like a dream come true. With the Voidwalker profession, it's almost impossible to die. Lin Chen clenched his fists in excitement. The power of the Zerg Overlord gave him unparalleled combat strength. Meanwhile, the Voidwalker perfectly compensated for his lack of defense. It was truly a perfect match. The Voidwalker was incredibly formidable. Just the innate ability to reduce all damage by 50% was enough to make any professional envious, not to mention the teleportation skill and resurrection talent. From now on, Lin Chen found it hard to imagine a situation where he might die. He couldn't afford to be complacent. Taking a deep breath, he maintained a calm demeanor as if he had merely stumbled upon an ordinary piece of equipment. Besides, he was wearing a mask, so his facial expressions were hidden. Turning around, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned to see Lu Yenran. It was her, Lu Yenran, the goddess of Jiangnan City's number 3 high school and Lin Chen's classmate. In his previous life, Lin Chen had suffered greatly because of her. It wasn't that he was pursuing this goddess, but because he had accidentally spoken to her once. Unfortunately, this incident was witnessed by Huang Xian, another heir from a Jiangnan family who was pursuing her. From then on, Huang Xian held a grudge and often found excuses to bully Lin Chen, even severely injuring him before the college entrance exam, leaving him on the brink of death. Although Lu Yenran was aware of these events, she never intended to stop Huang Xian. After all, in her eyes, Lin Chen was just a trivial figure not worth her attention. But now, seeing Lin Chen looking her way, Lu Yenran's face lit up with joy as she approached him with a flattering smile. Thank you for your help, sir. I am Lu Yenran, the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangnan City. May I have the honor of knowing your name so our family can express our gratitude in the future? Lu Yenran's heart was filled with excitement. If she could establish a connection with this summoner, the Lu family could soon achieve great success. However, looking at Lu Yenran's beautiful and charming face, Lin Chen felt nothing but indifference. If it were his younger self from his past life, he might have been flattered by the attention from the school's goddess. After all, the Lu family was a formidable force to his former self, and Lu Yenran was an unattainable cold beauty. But in this life, the Lu family and Lu Yenran meant little to him. As the Zerg Overlord, he paid them no mind. No need, Lin Chen replied coolly with just 3 words, then walked away without looking back. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Lu Yenran became anxious. Wait, sir. But as she reached out, a blade mantis suddenly stepped in front of her defensively, its sharp limbs seemingly ready to tear her fragile body apart. Miss, you mustn't. Li Dao quickly stepped forward and pulled Lu Yenran back. Only then did the knife insect abandon its attack and follow Lin Chen away. After steadying his nerves, Li Dao could only offer a wry smile as he advised, Miss, such a powerful person is absolutely not someone our modest Lu family can associate with. It's best if you give up. Even if we can't befriend him, at least we shouldn't leave a bad impression. At this point, Lu Yenran finally realized how scared she was. Breaking out in a cold sweat. Indeed, there were countless examples of the dire consequences of offending a summoner. Take for instance the Wang family of Tiandu, a prominent and illustrious family in Tiandu. However, one time their youngest son, while traveling, inadvertently offended a summoner. The Wang family, relying on their status, attempted to back their son, which eventually enraged the summoner. The mysterious summoner, commanding an army of 100,000 puppets, annihilated the Wang family, reducing their grand estate to mere ruins. The entire city stood by, no warrior daring to interfere, forced to watch as the summoner slaughtered and then departed leisurely. Since then, an unspoken iron rule had emerged in the world: anyone could be offended, but never a summoner. A mistake could lead to a disaster as grave as extermination. Alas, it was unfortunate. Today the golden soul mouse was snatched away, and even this significant figure couldn't be befriended. What bad luck! Lu Yenran, feeling somewhat apprehensive, patted Her heaving chest but remained a bit dejected. Li Dao comforted her. Miss, at least you were safe and sound, let the master handle the rest. Lu Yanran sighed and reluctantly nodded. All right, then let's head back first. In Jiangnan City at dawn, Lin Chen exhaled deeply after a night of intense battle, feeling pleased with his gains. His greatest acquisition that night was naturally the Voidwalker class and reaching level 4. Of course, the equipment and materials in his backpack were also quite a bounty. He planned to sell these items first. With that in mind, Lin Chen confidently strode into an elegantly decorated luxurious shop. Welcome to Lingxiao Trading Company, how may I assist you? As he entered, a sweet-looking shop assistant approached with a bright smile. Oh, I'm here to sell some items, Lin Chen said coolly. May I ask what you're selling? The assistant inquired. Lin Chen patted his backpack, some low-level equipment and materials from the beasts of the Edge Zone. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in the assistant's eyes. Low-level equipment and materials from the Edge Zone beasts were hardly worth much. For example, the teeth of an iron-horned ant were worth no more than a few dozen credit points. As for ordinary equipment, they were worth a bit more. However, how much low-level equipment could this person in a black mask possibly have? Even though she thought this, the assistant smiled and said, all right sir, please take out your items and I'll appraise their value for you. Lin Chen asked, right here, I have quite a few things. There might not be enough space here. Feeling amused, the maid couldn't help but chuckle at the notion. She didn't believe Lin Chen could possibly produce enough materials and equipment to warrant concern. It's all right sir, just leave them here, she said nonchalantly. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, saying, all right. He then proceeded to empty his backpack right onto the ground. Immediately, a cascade of materials and equipment spilled out, covering the entrance completely. Passers-by and the maid were taken aback by the sheer volume. So many materials and equipment. Did he clear out the entire fringe zone? This must have required slaying hundreds of fierce beasts. Who knew this guy was hiding such skills? Most of the equipment scattered on the ground was of ordinary quality, but upon closer inspection a few pieces emitted a green glow. This indicated that among the heap there were also high-quality items. The maid covered her mouth in shock, waves of astonishment flooding her heart. Ordinary quality equipment was what most professionals wore, commonplace and unremarkable, but high-quality equipment was a rarity. For an average professional, accumulating a full set of high-quality gear over a lifetime was quite an achievement, yet here a few such items lay right before her eyes. The maid swallowed hard, a wry smile crossing her face. She finally understood why Lin Chen had said there wasn't enough space. Sir, please, come this way, the maid promptly invited him with newfound enthusiasm. I'll call for the appraiser immediately, please wait for a moment. She led Lin Chen to a small room, serving him tea with great respect. Not long after, a middle-aged man arrived. Hello sir, I am Zhang Shun, the manager here. Are you the one selling those materials and equipment? Lin Chen nodded casually. Yes, how much are they worth? Zhang Shun replied respectfully, I just did a quick inventory. You have 5 green items, high quality, 37 white items, 68 blood tooth boar tusks, 28 iron-horned ant teeth, and 42 others. If you sell them all to our Lingxiao Trading Company, their total value is 120,000 credit points. Sir, this is the highest purchase price we can offer you. I assure you no other trading company can match this price, Zhang Shun declared confidently. Hearing this figure, even Lin Chen, who had lived a second life, couldn't help but feel a ripple of excitement. No wonder hunting was so perilous, yet everyone aspired to it. It was incredibly lucrative. 120,000 credit points, one must realize. This was the amount an average person had to work over a year to earn, and now he could easily earn it with just one night of battling. The disparity was simply staggering. All right, this price will do, Lin Chen said, his expression hidden behind a mask, making it impossible for others to discern his true feelings. His voice was calm and composed. Yes, sir, Zhang Shun responded promptly, ensuring there was no delay as he instructed a waiter to fetch the money. Trying to probe further, he cautiously asked, Sir, may I know your esteemed name so that I can better serve you in the future? Lin Chen simply replied, I am called Dominator. The name caught Zhang Shun off guard, clearly a pseudonym, but he dared not question further. After all, powerful individuals often had peculiar tempers. At that moment, a waiter entered, carrying a tray with a black card on it. Mr. Dominator, here is your credit point card loaded with 120,000 credit points, Zhang Shun said with deference. Additionally, this card is a black card from our Lingxiao Trading Company. You will enjoy a 10% discount on all future purchases from us, and you will receive VIP treatment with dedicated service. It was clear that Zhang Shun intended to win Lin Shen's favor. Lin Shen sensed this intention immediately. After all, anyone would think highly of someone who could produce such a large quantity of equipment and materials at once. Lin Shen did not refuse, but he also did not accept the card. Instead, he calmly instructed, "I understand. I need to buy something first. What would you like to purchase?" Zhang Shun inquired. "An invisible token and a flowing fire sword," Lin Shen replied. Zhang Shun was taken aback. Both items were quite peculiar. The invisible token allowed one to disguise their true profession, making them appear as a basic class like a warrior, mage or archer to others. However, its effect would fail against those of significantly higher levels. Despite its rarity, the token's utility was minimal and most people would not bother with it. After all, in this world strength was paramount. Professions were like clothing, who would willingly hide their fine garments and don rags? Nonetheless, since Lin Shen desired it, Zhang Shun refrained from questioning and cautiously advised, "Sir, perhaps you could reconsider the invisible token. However, the flowing fire sword is very expensive, are you sure?" The flowing fire sword was merely of excellent quality with unremarkable attributes, yet its price was as high as 100,000 credit points, a sum sufficient to buy 3 or 4 similar green-grade items. "I want it," Lin Shen replied coldly, leaving no room for objection in his tone. Yes, of course." Zhang Shun nodded, instructing someone to retrieve the items. Shortly thereafter, a brass token and a dark red longsword were brought over. The invisible token's simple description read, "Upon use, disguises profession is warrior. Confirm use." Without hesitation, Lin Shen confirmed in his mind. Confirm. Instantly, the token dissolved into light and merged into his body. Checking his status panel, he saw that Voidwalker now had the suffix, replaced by warrior. Success. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. This way he wouldn't have to worry about attracting attention during the awakening ceremony in a week. Then his gaze shifted towards the flowing fire sword. The sword's dark red blade was veined with patterns that pulsed like flowing blood, brightening and dimming as if it were breathing, an eerily beautiful sight. Its name, Flowing Fire Sword. Quality, excellent. Green. Attributes, +1 strength, +1 speed, +1 spirit. Special effects, none. It was a simple piece of equipment, its attributes not particularly outstanding among other green items. Logically, its value should only be slightly higher than that of white gear, yet its price was an astonishing 100,000 credit points. The crowd was baffled, but only Lin Shen knew the truth. The flowing fire sword was actually a key. In 2 months, during the professional assessment, an unexpected abyss would need this very sword to unlock it. I remember in my past life, a lucky individual used the flowing fire sword to open the abyss and ultimately obtained an extraordinary artifact with unparalleled abilities. This time, the opportunity is mine. With a faint smile, Lin Shen placed the flowing fire sword into his backpack. After a brief farewell, he left Lingxiao Trading Company. Stepping out of the trading company, the sky was already bright, marking the start of the school and workday, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Most of them were students from the 3rd high school, including Lin Shen. Reliving his life, he still needed to continue attending classes to get into college, which amused him. It wasn't that he didn't want to venture alone, the world was simply too dangerous. Even the Zerg overlords with their limitless evolutionary potential faced death at every turn. At least in the early stages, he needed to rely on the resources of major factions to grow quickly. As Lin Shen was lost in thought, suddenly, "Hot Lin Shen, you dare show up at school?" A mocking voice came from behind him. A tall, bulky figure then blocked Lin Shen's path. Looking up, Lin Shen's eyes turned cold. It was none other than Huang Xian, the guy who in his previous life had severely injured him just to pursue Lu Yanyan. "Head Lin Shen, didn't I say I'd beat you every time I see you? Yet here you are again. Are you itching for a beating?" Huang Xian sneered coldly. Lin Shen glanced at Huang Xian, his eyes filled with indifference. Had it been in his previous life, being blocked by Huang Xian would have left him panicking, but now? It was like looking down at an ant. "Get lost," Lin Shen spoke. Those 2 simple words left Huang Xian stunned. Even the crowd gathering to watch the spectacle couldn't help but be shocked. Did I hear that right? What did Lin Shen just say? He's done for. Huang Xian will definitely beat him to a pulp now. Huang Xian was notorious for being domineering at the 3rd high school, all because of his extraordinary family background. His parents were said to be high-level professionals. It was precisely because of this reputation that Huang Xian could act with impunity at school, and no one dared to provoke him. As for Lin Shen, he was merely an orphan. Where did he get the audacity to tell Huang Xian to back off? It was nothing short of courting death. Sure enough, Huang Xian's expression turned icy cold, his face full of anger. He never imagined that the once submissive Lin Shen, who wouldn't even fight back when beaten, would dare to utter such words today. Are you looking for death? Huang Xian spat, swinging a slap with all his might. Huang Xian was tall and burly, towering over Lin Shen by a full head and much more robust in stature. The outcome of this confrontation seemed all too predictable. Lin Shen would undoubtedly end up knocked out on the ground. Even those around them witnessing this scene silently concluded that Lin Shen would surely lose. After all, the difference in their physical build was starkly evident. However, "You're the one seeking death," Lin Shen retorted with a cold laugh, delivering a slap of his own. With a resounding smack, Huang Xian's towering frame flew back like a fragile piece of paper, crashing heavily onto the ground. Lin Shen remained standing in place, watching the scene unfold with indifference, as if he hadn't just been the one to strike. The entire crowd was stunned. Those who witnessed this couldn't help but open their mouths in disbelief. Did I see that right? This is terrifying. They struggled to comprehend how Lin Shen suddenly possessed such immense strength. Only Lin Shen knew the truth. He was no longer the same person he was a day ago. Now at level 4, all his attribute points were allocated to his mental power, but thanks to the Zerg Dominator's talent, Gift 4, Reversion, every Zerg unit increased Lin Shen's attributes. As a result, Lin Shen's strength had reached an impressive 25. Sending Huang Xian flying was an effortless task. Lin Shen, how did you become so powerful? Huang Xian stammered, looking at Lin Shen with a hint of fear. Lin Shen couldn't be bothered to explain, casting a casual glance at Huang Xian before walking away to attend his classes. To him, such minor characters were akin to ants on the ground. He wouldn't have even paid attention if they hadn't blocked his path. As he watched Lin Shen's departing figure, Huang Xian, rubbing his stinging face, flashed a venomous look. Lin Shen, you dare to humiliate me like this? Just you wait. I'll make sure you pay dearly, gay classmates. Soon, the career awakening will take place. This is the most important moment in your lives. In Class 2 of Grade 3, the bald-headed homeroom teacher stood at the podium speaking passionately. Awakening to a good career is like having a wide and smooth path laid out before you. But for those who don't awaken a good career, or even don't awaken a career at all, don't lose heart. After all, our gathering place has plenty of jobs to do, like taking out the trash or sweeping the streets. The students listened, some showing expressions of anticipation while others were more anxious. In Blue Star, a career was the foundation of a person. It directly determined one's talent, growth rate, and potential limits. For example, if someone awakened to the most basic warrior career, it could be predicted that their level would be capped at around the teens for life. In a world where resources are scarce, no power would waste its precious resources to train a warrior for advancement. The idea of leveling up alone is laughable, especially considering the ferocious beasts lurking outside the safety of their settlements. Even the most basic of ordinary professionals manage to get by, while those who fail to awaken their professions are doomed to a life of endless toil, stuck in the lowest rungs of society. Lin Shen lived such a life before he became a blood sorcerer in his past life. Just as he was lost in thought, his homeroom teacher's voice cut through the air with a cold laugh. Lin Shen, what are you dreaming about? You think you can awaken a profession? Look at yourself. The room erupted into laughter, his classmates' eyes filled with ridicule and mockery. Lin Shen's classmates were quick to point out his perceived shortcomings. Look at him daydreaming again, they sneered. He's so weak and not even clever. He definitely lacks the potential to become a professional. The conversation quickly turned to other students like Huang Xian and Lu Yanran, who seemed more promising. Those with innate talents for professions often showed signs early on being stronger or smarter than their peers. Lin Shen, though academically capable, always appeared distant and cold, leading others to underestimate his intelligence. As for physical strength, he was far from impressive. Being an orphan without gifts to offer, he became an easy target for teachers' neglect and classmates' bullying. In the front row, Lu Yanran, with an air of arrogance, cast a fleeting glance towards Lin Shen before losing interest. To her, Lin Shen was insignificant, unworthy of her attention. Her thoughts were occupied with the mysterious summoner she had encountered the previous night. It was a pity she didn't know his name, she thought with a tinge of regret. Meanwhile, Huang Xian looked back at Lin Shen with a glare full of venom. Just you wait, Lin Shen, he muttered under his breath, his mind brimming with malicious intent. Despite the jeers and insults surrounding him, Lin Shen remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as still water. In his past life, such ridicule would have left him flustered and anxious, but now he was unfazed. To him, their taunts were nothing more than the buzzing of mosquitoes, annoying at best. If they truly became unbearable, he mused, he could disperse them with a single swat. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Lin Qingxue was growing increasingly impatient. What's going on? It's been a day already and Lin Chen hasn't come to apologize, she fumed internally. Typically, when Lin Chen upset Lin Qingxue, it wouldn't take an hour before he would come running to apologize, often with flowers or cake in hand. This time, however, was different, and Lin Qingxue's irritation grew as she glanced at her phone, expecting a message or call that never came. Her mind raced with thoughts of how Lin Chen had always been so quick to make amends in the past, and she couldn't understand his current silence. Yet up until now Lin Chen hadn't apologized to her. What was going on with him? If he doesn't contact me soon, I'll just delete him. But just then Lin Qingxue suddenly remembered that she was out of money. Last night she had stolen Lin Chen's salary from the previous month, called a bunch of friends to go drinking and spent it all. Today she didn't even have money for lunch. Oh well, maybe I should give you a chance to make amends. Looking at the contacts in her phone, Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment and sent a message. I want cake, buy some and bring it to me. However, a bright red symbol appeared in the chat box. Message failed to send, please add the recipient as a friend first. What? Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chen, you actually deleted me? How could you do this? Lin Qingxue was utterly incredulous. Since they were little, Lin Chen had always been nothing but good to her. He wouldn't even raise his voice at her, let alone lay a hand or scold her. And now, he actually deleted her on his own. At this moment, Lin Qingxue wanted nothing more than to fly to Lin Chen's class and fiercely question him, demanding to know why he would do such a thing. Lin Chen, how dare you treat me like this? Fine, you like deleting me, huh? Don't expect me to pay you any attention in the future. As these thoughts ran through her mind, tears involuntarily rolled down Lin Qingxue's cheeks. She felt utterly wronged, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her best friend Li Qingqing noticed and couldn't help but ask in confusion, Xiao Xue, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? It's nothing. Lin Qingxue shook her head. By the way, do you have an extra room at your place? I want to move in for a while. Move in? Li Qingqing was taken aback. What happened? Did you have a fight with Lin Chen? Li Qingqing found it a bit odd. Don't mention him, Lin Qingxue said coldly. In her mind, unless Lin Chen came over and begged her humbly, she wouldn't pay him any attention again. In fact, as a form of punishment, Lin Qingxue decided to move out. Let's see if Lin Chen gets anxious then. Li Qingqing sighed and said, alright, my place has a spare room and we can chat too. Oh, by the way, the awakening ceremony is in a week. Do you think you'll awaken a profession? Me? I don't know, but my brother Li Kuan will definitely awaken a hidden profession. At the mention of Li Kuan, Lin Qingxue's face lit up with happiness. Li Kuan was a singing and dancing performer in Longhua. Lin Qingxue had been infatuated with the star since he was a trainee. In fact, most of the pocket money Lin Chen gave her was spent on voting for Li Kuan, buying his merchandise and supporting him. In her previous life, it was Li Kuan who instigated Lin Qingxue to poison Lin Chen and dig out his heart. Oh, Li Kuan, he is indeed handsome, but a hidden profession isn't awakened just by looks. Li Qingqing had a clearer view. Hidden professions were incredibly rare. To put it in perspective, only about 20 to 30% of people nationwide were professionals. And among those, less than 1% held hidden professions. In the bustling third school, over 20,000 students mingle, hoping that at least 10 of them will awaken a hidden profession. Such luck is as rare as a shooting star, especially for a performer in singing and dancing. Li Qingqing, don't you dare malign my brother. Lin Qingxue burst out, her protective instincts flaring. Brother Li Kuan is the best and he's definitely got a powerful hidden profession. Ah, fans, there's no reasoning with them. Li Qingqing sighed, opting to change the subject. By the way, do you want to check out the Hunters Guild after school? Curiously, Lin Qingxue asked. The Hunters Guild? Isn't that place meant for professionals? What would we do there? The Hunters Guild is a massive organization with its presence felt all across Blue Planet. Unlike martial arts schools, sects, or family clans, the guild is a loose network where one can join or leave freely. It offers a variety of services from posting and accepting missions to trading equipment and materials, providing intelligence, and offering rest and refueling options. It's the go-to for many freelance professionals to handle their gear and resources. I've heard they're selling quite a few profession templates recently. We could try our luck, Li Qingqing suggested. Profession templates? Can we even afford them? Lin Qingxue questioned skeptically. Even the most basic profession templates cost over 2 million, not to mention the hidden ones, which could be several times more expensive. Such costly items were beyond their reach as templates could directly grant a corresponding profession. Whatever, it's still worth a look. Li Qingqing shrugged off any concerns. Well, alright, Lin Qingxue reluctantly agreed. At the Hunters Guild, a masked Lin Chen approached the receptionist. Hello, I'd like to register as a member of the Hunters Guild, he said. Certainly, sir. What code name would you like to register under? The receptionist asked with professional courtesy. Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied, Dominion. Very well, Mr. Dominion, your registration is complete. You are now a level 1 member of our guild. The receptionist swiftly processed his membership, handing over a card. This card would serve as Lin Chen's identification and bank card within the guild. Thanking the receptionist, Lin Chen expertly navigated his way to the mission hall. Having been a professional hunter in a previous life, he found the tasks easy to manage. Inside the mission hall, people were engrossed, their eyes fixed on the central screen displaying a variety of missions. Gather 2 tiger tail grasses from the wilderness trail, reward 1000 credit points, another red leveling companion needed, must take me from level 1 to level 2 within a month, strong defense warriors preferred, no mages, reward 10,000 credit points. Lin Chen gazed at the task list, his eyes skimming over the requirements. Venture to the Tomb District, defeat the white giant beast boss and retrieve an item called the Belt of Fate. The reward, a mere 200,000 credits. With a shake of his head, Lin Chen dismissed it. Either the time was too short or the reward too meager. None of them were worth his attention. It appeared that to level up quickly he would have to venture into the abyss. A sigh escaped him as he contemplated this daunting path. The abyss, also known as a secret realm, is essentially a series of independent microworlds. According to Lin Chen's past memories, these realms were essentially what one might refer to as dungeons. However, the monsters lurking within the abyss were far more perilous than those in the real world. Death in the abyss was permanent with no chance of resurrection, yet the rewards were bountiful. The items and materials harvested from the abyss accounted for a staggering 99% of the world's equipment. This made the treacherous journey into the abyss an unavoidable rite of passage for nearly every professional. Abysses could emerge anywhere, refreshing randomly. Some might last mere hours, like the one where Lin Chen had obtained the heart of the Dominator in his previous life. Others were permanent fixtures, such as the abyss known as the Scarlet Forest, a multiplayer dungeon for levels 1 to 10, managed by the Jiangnan branch of the Hunters Association. Association members could enter for a fee of 1,000 credits. As Lin Chen approached the abyss entrance, a sweetly smiling attendant greeted him, offering to sell him an abyss ticket. Lin Chen nodded, handing over his information card. I'd like to purchase 10 abyss tickets, please. The transaction came to a total of 10,000 credits, which the attendant processed with practiced efficiency. With his tickets in hand, Lin Chen made his way into the abyss hall. Overhead, a portal resembling a mirror hovered mid-air, while below people bustled about, many seeking to form groups. Calls for a healer, a few mages, or a warrior or knight were abundant, as the monsters in the Scarlet Forest could reach up to level 10, a challenge impossible to solo for most professionals. Teaming up was the safest strategy. As Lin Chen entered the bustling hall, a petite young woman approached him. Hello. Would you like to join our team? We need a warrior. At the Hunters Association, everyone's profession was displayed to ensure efficient team formation, which was why she immediately recognized Lin Chen's role. But Lin Chen simply shook his head. No thank you, he replied. The young woman was taken aback. Do you have a fixed team already? No, I solo, Lin Chen replied calmly, walking straight into the portal, leaving her stunned. Soloing the abyss? The young woman was shocked and bewildered. Everyone knew that the Scarlet Forest was a death trap for anyone below level 15 if they attempted it alone. Even teams had to proceed with caution to avoid mishaps, yet here was Lin Chen, a mere level 4 warrior, daring to solo the abyss. Surely he must be insane. Beside her, a long-haired woman approached and gently tapped her on the shoulder. Lily, I've found a warrior. We can set off now. Lily nodded, but suddenly a thought struck her. Let's hurry and follow that person called the Sovereign. Maybe we can save his life. Nearby, a bald man in the group expressed his discontent. Humph, Lily, why would you want to help such an arrogant guy? Another chimed in, exactly, he's way too cocky. If it were up to me, I'd just watch how he dies. Lily sighed, knowing she couldn't go against the will of her team. She conceded, all right then, let's head into the abyss first. After some preparations, the group ventured into the depths of the abyss. It was the Blood Forest. Lin Chen glanced around. As the name suggests, the Blood Forest was an endless expanse, where the trees stood tall and blood-red, exuding a heavy aura. The entire forest was shrouded in a scarlet mist, giving it an eerie appearance. "You have entered the blood forest," a prompt sounded in his ear. At that moment a roar reverberated through the forest surroundings. Countless fierce beasts closed in an instant 12 ferocious beasts surrounded them launching an attack. Blood Fawn board level 4 Blazehorn Bull level 5 Six-Eared Demon Rabbit level 3. Like raindrops attacks came flying towards them, fireballs, ice spikes, charges, foreign. Average person, even for a level 10 professional facing such a barrage would indeed be disastrous. However, who was Lin Chen? Voidwalk. With a resounding shout, Lin Chen's figure vanished into thin air. In the next moment his silhouette appeared 10 meters away, leaving the beasts' attacks to hit nothing but air. The beasts were stunned, their eyes wide open as if questioning how a living human could disappear into thin air. Lin Chen laughed excitedly. Voidwalker truly a mythic profession. This skill is extremely useful. This life-saving skill of the Voidwalker was absurdly overpowered. In the future, even amidst a crowd, he could teleport away with just a thought. Who could possibly stop him? Thinking you can ambush me with sheer numbers? I'll show you what real numbers mean. Lin Chen waved his hand grandly. Come forth. Instantly, a swarm of insects materialized on the scene. Blade bugs, sting bugs, brain bugs. The imposing, deathly presence of the Zerg filled the space. Now Lin Chen commanded 40 blade bugs, 15 sting bugs and 10 brain bugs, forming a veritable Zerg army. While each blade bug possessed the strength of an average level 1 professional under Lin Chen's command, they could exert an effect far greater than the sum of their parts. Annihilating the beasts before them was a simple task. Go, Lin Chen commanded. In an instant the blade insects swung their sword-like limbs and charged directly at a blazing horned bull. With a swift slash, the bewildered bull found itself wounded. -14, at the same time 10 brain insects simultaneously launched their piercing spines, was -21, -16, -31. Your summoned creatures have slain the blazing horned bull, earning 50 experience points. It was a mere encounter lasting less than 5 seconds. A level 5 blazing horned bull was effortlessly taken down by Lin Chen, who was only at level 4. If anyone had witnessed this scene, their jaws would have surely dropped in disbelief. After all, the blazing horned bull is notorious for its thick hide and high defense. Even a team would struggle to bring it down without a fair amount of effort. Yet Lin Chen remained stationary, achieving a one-hit kill, which was truly astonishing. Go kill them all, Lin Chen commanded, pointing at the remaining beasts. This time, the beasts retaliated, directing their attacks toward the blade insects. The blade insects deftly evaded the beasts' assaults, even managing to counterattack. With the support of the stinger insects and brain insects' ranged attacks, it took less than a minute for the remaining 11 beasts to turn into experience points. Your summoned creature has slain a blood-toothed pig, earning 50 experience points. Your summoned creature has slain a six-eared demon rabbit, earning 30 experience points. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction as his experience bar increased. In a team, experience points would be shared among all members, while soloing is slow and risky. Only someone like Lin Chen, confident in his own strength, would dare to solo the abyss. Lin Chen stepped forward, eyeing the heap of equipment on the ground. In the abyss, once a beast dies, it vanishes, so converting them into energy points isn't an option. The only things of value are the materials and equipment they leave behind. A bronze shortsword, +1 strength requirement. Level 1, a wind-chasing bracelet, common, +1 agility, +1 strength, +1 spirit requirement. Level 3, a shadowy ring, excellent, +1 agility, +1 spirit special effect. When dealing damage, increase spirit by 1 up to 3 requirement. Level 4, the ring is decent. Lin Chen nodded, equipping the shadowy ring. As a summoner, a magic-based profession's spirit is the most crucial attribute. Spirit not only boosts mana and spell power but also enhances spell critical hit chance. For Lin Chen's spirit enhances his summoned creature's defense, speed and damage across the board. This shadowy ring provides a staggering boost for Lin Chen. Once fully stacked, the 4 spirit points increase the attributes of Lin Chen's insect units by at least 50%. Having completed all of this, Lin Chen glanced at his own status panel. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Zerg Dominator / Voidwalker. Talent potential, infinite strength, 54 speed, 34 spirit, 78 defense, 32 health, 30 mana, 55. This panel for a magic-based profession is already quite impressive. Many strength-based professions might not even boast such a formidable strength panel. No wonder he's the supreme overlord of the Zerg with a panel that's nothing short of commanding. Lin Chen grinned widely, then shaking his head he thought, better to level up first. Strength, only strength can be the foundation of one's standing. With this in mind, Lin Chen led the swarm deeper into the forest. Although Lin Chen's level was only 4, surrounded by the imposing Zerg army, the dense horde of ferocious beasts couldn't get anywhere near him. Creatures that approached were swiftly shot down, turning into experience points and equipment scattered on the ground. The Zerg army advanced like a bulldozer, leaving nothing but barren ground in their wake. Meanwhile, Lin Chen leisurely strolled along, hands in pockets, whistling a tune. He took out an ice cream and enjoyed it contentedly. In his ears, notifications kept ringing. Your summon creature has slain a blood python, gaining 30 experience, acquiring equipment, flowing cloud bracelet and jewel ring. Your summon creature has slain a red fire ant, gaining 10 experience. Your summon creature has slain a bloodfang boar, gaining 60 experience, acquiring equipment, brass short staff. There's a saying, the beasts fall automatically without me lifting a finger. Just like now, Lin Chen only needed to walk, leaving everything else to the Zerg units. It was a thrill, a leisure like no other. It was as if he wasn't leveling up, but rather taking a stroll in a garden. Should anyone witness this scene, they'd likely be so infuriated they'd spit blood. Others entering the blood forest needed to form teams and proceed with caution, fearing ambushes. They battled nervously, worried that one wrong step could lead to disaster. But Lin Chen, he just wandered around, hands in his pockets, even having ice cream, and his leveling speed was akin to riding a helicopter. The disparity between people was sometimes just too vast. Ding, your level has increased to 5, earning 1 attribute point for distribution. Another level up. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. It hadn't even been half an hour and he was already leveling up. It seemed the blood forest was indeed a rich source of experience. At least the 1,000 credit ticket was worth it. At this rate he might reach level 6 today. Lin Chen smacked his lips, a bit unsatisfied. For an average person, this leveling speed was lightning fast, but for Lin Chen it still wasn't enough to satisfy him. The edges of the blood forest had monsters below level 5, offering little challenge for him now. He needed to advance deeper into the forest. The depths of the blood forest were fraught with danger, housing monsters mostly above level 8, with rumors of rare beasts lurking within. Even a 5-person team around level 10 wouldn't dare venture in recklessly, yet Lin Chen felt no pressure as he boldly ventured into the heart of the blood forest. After all, he was the Zerg overlord. Even a herd of beasts is nothing more than a slightly tougher bone to gnaw on in the face of the massive Zerg killing machine. Rumor has it that deep within the blood forest there resides a second-tier boss, the Blood Knight Spider, which has yet to be slain. In the previous life, this boss was killed by a mysterious assassin who got a skill book considered to be of divine level. This time around, the reward for the Blood Knight Spider is mine, Lin Chen thought, a glint flashing in his eyes. In the abyss, minor creatures can regenerate indefinitely, but a boss once dead is gone forever. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Chen is determined to venture deep into the blood forest, not only for leveling up but also to claim the boss's kill for himself. However, since it involves taking down a boss, Lin Chen must be fully prepared. He disassembles all the equipment in his backpack into energy points. Ding, disassembled, remaining energy points, 552 inch. This is another testament to the Zerg Dominator's power. It can convert all useless equipment into energy points, breed 10 brainworms, 10 spike worms and 20 blade worms. Lin Chen issued the command directly. Ding, successfully bred. Instantly a wave of brilliance flashed. The already surging swarm expanded once again like a black ocean of death, enveloping Lin Chen. Now Lin Chen's forces were significantly bolstered. With 60 blade worms, 25 spike worms and 20 brainworms, it was terrifying. This force was enough to sweep through the entire blood forest. Damn it, Captain Lily, I can't hold on any longer. The bald knight yelled, drenched in sweat. In front of him was a gigantic spider, blood red all over, attacking frenziedly. Despite being a hidden profession Shield Knight, his health was rapidly dropping below half. It's important to note that Shield Knights have much higher defense than ordinary professions, yet against this spider he could barely muster the strength to parry. Just because this fierce beast bore the icon of the Blood Knight Spider above its head, it was indeed the final boss of the blood forest. Damn it, we only wanted to grind some monsters in the fringe area. How did we encounter the final boss? Lily's face was pale as she gritted her teeth and hurled a fireball which didn't even scratch the Blood Knight Spider. Originally, their team was merely leveling up in the marginal zones. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon this beast general level boss. It was hard to tell if their luck was bad or perhaps too good. Beast, Blood Knight Spider level 10, second tier, life, 470 strength, 144 speed, 76 spirit, 97 skills. Bite-hatch web spray. These attributes were downright monstrous. Whether life, speed, strength, or even spirit, there were no weaknesses. Moreover, beast general level bosses have a 100% damage bonus. For professionals below level 5, the Blood Knight Spider could kill them in one hit. The fact that the Bald Knight could withstand until now was already quite impressive. Captain Lily, we can't hold on any longer. I'm out of arrows. Beside her, a long-haired archer looked grim. The battle had raged on for what felt like an eternity. Despite their relentless efforts, the group barely managed to scratch the surface of the Blood Knight Spider boss. In contrast, they had almost exhausted their entire supply of health potions, leaving them in a dire state. It seemed that a team wipe was inevitable. Was this truly the end for them? Despair painted Lily's face pale as she contemplated their fate, but then at that critical moment a strange sound pierced the air, a hissing, as the Blood Knight Spider suddenly contracted its abdomen. In an instant, countless small spiders, each the size of a plate, erupted from the boss like a tidal wave, surging towards the 5 adventurers. Watch out, they're poisonous, someone shouted in alarm. Panic ensued as screams filled the air and the team's health plummeted dangerously. They were all hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing on a particular petite yet commanding figure amidst the chaos. He recognized her, though not from this life, but from a past one. Lin Chen recalled that Lily was a hidden class lucky mage with exceptional business acumen. In the future, she would rise to prominence within the Hunters Association, leveraging her unique class and talents. She was someone worth befriending. In his previous life, Lin Chen had traded all his loot for credit points to support his sister Lin Xingxue, but in this life, free of such burdens, he intended to use everything for his own advancement. Thus he needed a stable sales channel for his surplus equipment, materials, and skill books, and Lily seemed like a reliable ally. His goal was the same: to slay the Blood Knight Spider, so why not lend a helping hand? With this thought, Lin Chen assessed the situation and made his move. Go. He commanded, sending 60 blade bugs to converge on the Blood Knight Spider from all sides. Simultaneously, 25 spike bugs and 20 brain bugs launched their assault, the air filled with the sound of slicing and the explosion of fireballs, each striking the boss with precision. Numbers indicating damage 10, -9, -1, -3 floated up as the Blood Knight Spider recoiled in surprise, bewildered by the sudden appearance of these dark, swarming insects. Lily's team was equally stunned. The blade bugs had swiftly decimated the horde of small spiders that had almost annihilated them. This unexpected turn of events left them in astonishment. What are these creatures? Beasts, they speculated. No, they quickly realized, they were summoned creatures. Shocked and awestruck, Lily and her companions watched the insect swarm's terrifying power unfold. Enraged, the Blood Knight Spider turned its fury onto the blade bugs, managing to kill one or two. Yet from a distance, an unrelenting barrage of spikes and fireballs continued to rain down upon the boss. Although each strike inflicted only minimal damage, the sheer number of insects proved overwhelming. In just a minute, the Blood Knight Spider's health had dropped by a third. The spider screeched in fury and agony. Fight, it couldn't. Flee, the blade insects were tearing at its limbs, making escape impossible. This scene left Lily and her companions utterly dumbfounded. A boss that had nearly wiped out their group was now utterly helpless in the hands of another. This was incredible. Such was the prowess of a summoner, truly awe-inspiring. Could that be the summoner who saved us? Suddenly, someone pointed towards the edge of the forest. The group followed the direction of the finger. There, they saw a man in a black mask standing leisurely, observing the chaos as if he were watching a play. The Dominator, wasn't he the one at the portal entrance earlier? The bald-headed few instantly felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Just moments ago they had mocked Lin Chen for soloing, thinking it a death wish, and advised Lily not to intervene. Yet now, it was Lin Chen who had come to their rescue. This was undoubtedly a harsh slap in the face. So he was a summoner, no wonder he dared to take on the challenge alone. Lily's eyes sparkled with realization. At that very moment, Lin Chen quietly uttered 3 words: blood rage, volley, resonance. Instantly, the Zerg units on the field began to glow, some with a crimson hue, others with a white light. Their auras surged dramatically. Blood Rage, a blade insect exclusive skill boosting strength and speed by 50% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. Volley, an exclusive skill for the spitter insects, allowing them to fire 3 short spikes at once, increasing damage by 30% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. Resonance, a brain insect exclusive skill linking all nearby brain insects mentally, allowing them to share and amplify their psychic power to unleash more potent spells lasting 20 seconds with an 8-hour cooldown. These were innate skills of the Zerg units. Once activated, the combat strength of the Zerg army skyrocketed again. The blade insects, shrouded in a blood-red glow, went berserk, tearing into the Blood Knight spider. The spitters unleashed 3 spikes at once, their damage magnified several times over, but the most formidable were the brain insects. Normally, their fireballs were comparable in damage to the spitters, though slower and less frequent. Consequently, in a usual state, the pricier brain insects often underperformed compared to the inexpensive spitters. However, when resonance was activated, everything changed. Each brain insect merged into a singular entity akin to a fusion boom. In the sky, a fireball 3 to 4 meters in diameter coalesced above the brain insects. It then plummeted towards the Blood Knight spider with ferocious intent. Bam! A loud explosion echoed through the air. The fireball hit with a resounding -134 weak point damage, taking away almost half of the Blood Knight spider's health in one fell swoop. The battlefield was soon filled with the smell of scorched protein. The Blood Knight spider, realizing the dire situation, was thrown into a panic. As a boss, it possessed intelligence and quickly attempted to flee. However, Lin Chen was not about to let it escape so easily. With a command to attack, the swarm of Zerg units launched themselves at the boss with reckless abandon. The needleworms fired a barrage of spikes, while the Cerebrate conjured another gigantic fireball. Despite the Blood Knight spider's furious roars, it succumbed to the sharp claws and fangs of the Zerg onslaught, leaving the members of Lily's team utterly dumbfounded. Lily's team was left gaping, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. They looked back and forth between the calm Lin Chen and the struggling Blood Knight spider. They couldn't help but question the scene unfolding before them. Was this really a boss battle? It felt more like they were sweeping through minor mobs. No, even fighting minor mobs wouldn't be this effortless. This was more akin to a leisurely stroll. The damage output was terrifying. A boss with 1/3 of its health left was effortlessly taken down in a single strike. It was hard to fathom the vast difference in strength between individuals. The team swallowed hard, watching Lin Chen approach the fallen Blood Knight spider's corpse, where a pile of loot had already appeared. With a familiar chime, the notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Your summon creature has slain the Blood Knight spider, gaining 650 experience points. Your level has increased to level 6. You have earned 1 attribute point. Please allocate it. Another level up, Lin Chen thought with a slight smile. Though the battle had cost him 12 blade worms, he wasn't particularly concerned. Zerg units were incredibly inexpensive to produce, almost like disposable goods. Losing 12 blade worms in exchange for defeating the abyssal boss was a worthwhile trade. In his previous life, a mysterious assassin had managed to acquire a god-tier skill book from the Blood Knight spider. Lin Chen wondered if he could obtain the same treasure this time. Lin Chen reached out, and a series of notifications filled his mind. He had acquired equipment, a bronze longsword, deerhide short boots, and a fire spirit ring. More excitingly, he received skill books, Fireball and Ice Spike. Surprisingly, the Ice Spike skill book was of a rare grade, which was quite a find. Lin Chen grinned broadly. Skill books were notoriously hard to come by and often fetched a high price compared to standard equipment. Not to mention, a rare grade skill book could easily sell for at least 200,000 credit points. However, Lin Chen wasn't interested in selling. He had his eyes set on something else within the loot. As Lin Chen scrolled through the list of spoils, his eyes finally halted on a white skill book. There it was, the Greed Soul. Name: Greed Soul. Type: skill/passive. Quality: common. Range: 0 cost, 0 requirement. Level 1 effect: when looting after slaying a monster, there is a 10% chance to gain an additional random loot item. This was the treasure he had been hoping for, a skill that could significantly boost his haul from future battles. Indeed, the skill book was a drop from the Blood Knight spider boss, just as the assassin claimed. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy, wasting no time in learning the skill from the book. In his past life, once the effect of the Soul of Greed skill book was discovered, it became one of the rarest white skill books. Almost every guild sought to purchase it, primarily for lottery purposes. Its price soared to over 3 million for a single book. And even then, it was often unavailable. Eventually, high-end guilds monopolized it, prohibiting sales to freelance players. Reflecting on the frenzy that the Soul of Greed had caused in his previous life, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel the advantage of being reborn. Before the true value of the Soul of Greed was revealed, he had the opportunity to seize the advantage. the soul of greed seemed to have a rather ordinary effect, almost like an average skill. Yet in later years, it was hailed as one of the few white skills that could rival those of perfect quality. It offered a 10% chance of obtaining an additional random loot, meaning that statistically Lin Chen's gains would be 30% higher than others from now on. Of course, a 10% chance seemed rather low. If that were its only feature, it would never be considered comparable to a perfect quality skill. The most crucial aspect was that the soul of greed was an upgradable skill. By learning it again, its quality could rise from ordinary to excellent, and its probability would increase. Eventually, its chance could reach an astonishing 500%, granting 5 times the extra loot reward. This effect was truly remarkable. Satisfied, Lin Chen nodded in approval and was about to leave. "Thank you for your assistance, Master," Lily suddenly called out gratefully to Lin Chen. If it weren't for him, their team would have likely faced total annihilation. Lin Chen glanced back, said nothing, merely nodded slightly and walked away. Previously, a few bald knights in the team might have thought Lin Chen was just putting on an act, but now they only felt that this was how a true expert should carry themselves. Wow, he's so impressive, coming and going like the wind, truly admirable. The summoner is incredibly strong. Why am I not a summoner? Sigh. Who would have thought that our little Jiangnan City branch would have a summoner master appear? Aha, I'm going to tell everyone about this and show off a bit. Unexpectedly, Lily shook her head. No, we should keep this a secret. This master clearly doesn't want his identity known, as he's wearing a mask. Therefore, we mustn't reveal this or we risk angering him, which would be bad. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, let's follow the captain's lead. Sure. Wow, look at all the equipment on the ground, all left behind by the master. We've struck it rich. The group looked at the ground. Indeed, a heap of white equipment lay scattered. A single person's backpack had limited space, making it impossible to carry all the equipment. Thus, the remaining gear was now a windfall for them. There was a feeling of excitement among the group as they examined their newly acquired equipment. The loot was far superior to anything they had previously encountered from defeating monsters with significantly higher levels. Although the gear was all white, its high level meant it could fetch a decent price. The sheer quantity added to their excitement as they realized they had indeed benefited from their misfortune. Meanwhile, in the Hunters Association, there was a need to manage the equipment and skill books they had gathered. Lin Chen glanced at his backpack, which was now full. Each professional came with a 20-slot backpack, and expanding it required a hefty investment. The equipment and skill books he had weren't suitable for his profession. Breaking them down into energy points was uneconomical, so selling them for credit points was the best option. As Lin Chen stepped out of the teleportation hall and into the free trade area, commonly known as the stall area, he observed the bustling scene. Many people preferred selling their equipment and materials here rather than to the Hunters Association, which offered lower prices. A quick glance revealed numerous stalls of varying sizes lining the street, with stall owners enthusiastically beckoning to passers-by. Cries of "Come come, silver scale chestplate, only 5,000 credit points," and fresh spider daggers selling cheap filled the air. Others offered deals like 10 spider eyes for 1,000 credit points, no bargaining. The lively atmosphere was contagious. As Lin Chen entered the free trade zone, his high-level equipment quickly attracted attention. Whispers about his gear spread quickly. Is that the blood spider leggings? And the blood spider chestplate, blood spider gloves? It's a full blood spider set. He could hear murmurs of admiration. This is a top player. I've been here for years and only collected 2 pieces of the set. Where did this guy come from? They speculated about his identity. Ruler, that ID isn't familiar. Some decided to follow him, suspecting that a player of his caliber would have impressive equipment to sell. Ignoring the chatter, Lin Chen walked straight to an empty spot where he unloaded all the equipment and skill books from his backpack. He then set up a sign announcing equipment and skills on sale, 1 hour only. The quality and level of the items were remarkable, and he was confident an hour would be enough to sell everything. As expected, his stall quickly drew a crowd eager to see what was on offer. Wow, he really is top tier. I've wanted this blood spider chestplate forever, someone exclaimed. Another pointed out a rare skill book. Is that Ice Spike? This skill book is incredibly rare. The crowd buzzed with desire and amazement, yet few dared to ask for prices, knowing the high reputation and cost associated with such superior equipment. Soon a tall woman approached the stall. She was nearly as tall as Lin Chen, exuding an aura of elegance and aloofness that hinted at her exceptional status. Lin Chen recognized her immediately. Lu Yenran. After losing her golden soul rat profession template that night, her father had purchased her Another hidden profession template allowing her to awaken early, she was likely here to level up. Pointing at the skill book, Lu Yenran inquired, "How much for the ice spike?" Lin Chen replied coolly, 200,000 credit points. Lu Yenran frowned slightly, 200,000. Isn't that a bit too much? Can you lower the price a bit? Lin Chen closed his eyes, not bothering to respond, annoyed by the cost. Then go buy from another guild. You must know that although the market price for ice spike is about 180,000 inch, not everyone will sell it to you. Such a powerful skill is typically held by large guilds. You have to join a guild and make some contributions before they'll sell you a skill like this. Getting ice spike for 200,000 is already a price to be grateful for. Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent attitude, Lu Yanin showed a hint of displeasure in her eyes, but she quickly relented, saying, "Alright, 200,000 credit points, I'll take it." In her heart, Lu Yanin sighed. Ice spike is indeed a godlike skill in the early stages, capable of causing exaggerated damage to a single target and adding a slowing effect. It would greatly aid her in leveling up, making the 200,000 worth it. Lin Chen finally spoke. "Alright, give me the money first." The two quickly completed the transaction. Instantly his account had an additional 200,000 credit points, bringing him immense satisfaction. To think, in his past life at this time, Lin Chen's monthly living expenses were less than 1,000 credit points. Now, within just a few hours he could earn hundreds of thousands of credit points. The disparity was nothing short of astonishing. After the transaction, Lu Yanin didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Lin Chen. "Master, you seem familiar. Have we met before?" she asked curiously. She felt like she had seen this person who went by the ID Master before. However, with the mask he wore, she couldn't be sure. Lin Chen shook his head decisively. No, he wasn't about to get involved with a woman like her. Lu Yanin felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly recovered. "Master, you have the skill to acquire such equipment and skill books. You must be quite powerful. I've just changed professions. Why don't you help me level up? I'll pay you 200,000 for each level." The moment this offer was made, everyone around them held their breath. Such a price tempted nearly everyone present. After all, they worked tirelessly for months and might not even earn 200,000. Now, just by helping someone level up, they could easily earn what others couldn't in months or even a year. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Chen merely glanced at her and uttered a single word, "No." The crowd was in an uproar. They exchanged looks, unable to believe Lin Chen had just turned down such an easy opportunity. Lu Yanin frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. In her mind, this master had decent skills but was too arrogant. Did he recognize me and is trying to get my attention? The thought crossed her mind. She had no shortage of admirers. Many had used various methods to catch her eye. This tactic was new but crude. Lu Yenran quickly made a judgment in her heart, and a wave of disgust rose within her. With a cold snort, she glanced at Lin Chen before striding away on her long legs. Of course, Lin Chen was completely unaware of Lu Yenran's inner turmoil as his gaze was fixed on a face in the crowd. Lin Xingxue, she actually came to a place like this, Lin Chen murmured to himself in surprise. Seeing Lin Xingxue here caught him off guard, though it was just a fleeting surprise. The current Lin Chen was not the same as the one from the past life. He had long since given up on Lin Xingxue, and whatever she intended to do or where she chose to be was of no concern to him anymore. Thus, even as Lin Xingxue approached, Lin Chen's heart remained indifferent, without the slightest ripple. "Xingxing, come quickly, there are so many high-level pieces of equipment here." Lin Xingxue excitedly pulled Li Qingqing along, even though neither Lin Xingxue nor Li Qingqing had awakened and transitioned to another class. They couldn't help but drool over the shiny high-level equipment on display. "So much equipment, if only it were mine," Lin Xingxue couldn't help but remark. Each piece is worth at least 100,000 or more. How do you plan to buy them?" Li Qingqing laughed, covering her mouth. Lin Xingxue could only shake her head and sigh. It's all because of that useless Lin Chen. If he weren't so cowardly, how could I be so poor and wretched now? In Lin Xingxue's mind, life was still too difficult, despite not having to worry about food or clothing and never having washed a single dish. Her fantasy was to be a noble lady living a life of luxury with her brotherly Kuan, not cramped in a small apartment. No matter how hard Lin Chen worked from dawn to dusk, she felt entitled to spend all his money without considering if it was an issue. Suddenly Lin Xingxue looked up, feeling that the stall owner seemed familiar, his build, his stance. "Lin Chen," Lin Xingxue muttered to herself. What's wrong, Xiaoxue? Li Qingqing asked curiously. Lin Qingxue pointed at the stall owner. Qingqing, this person looks like Lin Chen. Look at his build and figure, it's as if Lin Chen is wearing a mask. Could this really be Lin Chen? Lin Qingxue found it hard to believe. Looking at the high-level equipment on the ground and then at the stall owner behind the black mask, she felt it was absurd. After all, how could that useless Lin Chen possibly obtain such high-level equipment? Yet, as she pondered, doubt crept in, prompting her to step forward and poke the stall owner. Hey, are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned his head slightly and seeing Lin Qingxue spoke in a calm tone. If you're not buying anything, step aside. Despite his quiet voice, Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up with recognition. I know it's you, Lin Chen. You didn't come looking for me. Instead, you were hiding here. In a flash of anger, she lifted her foot, aiming to kick him. In their past life, Lin Qingxue often expressed her annoyance with a swift kick. Back then, Lin Chen misinterpreted it as a sign of affection, but now? Lin Chen retaliated with a kick of his own. With a thud, Lin Qingxue felt a powerful force strike her foot, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her mind went blank as a stinging pain spread across her body. You dare strike back? Don't blame me for being ruthless next time, Lin Chen uttered coldly. In the Hunters Association, physical altercations were forbidden, but exceptions existed. Like now, where Lin Qingxue had initiated the attack, Lin Chen's response was considered self-defense. If he had been truly ruthless, he could have deployed a skill to eliminate her without any consequences, as she was the aggressor. You, Lin Chen, how dare you attack me? Lin Qingxue sat on the ground, completely bewildered, tears streaming down her cheeks. She couldn't understand why the person in front of her, undoubtedly Lin Chen, pretended not to recognize her and even retaliated. Xiaoxue, are you okay? Li Qingqing rushed over. Let's leave quickly before the enforcement team arrives. The enforcement team, the Hunters Association's guards, maintained order here. If they arrived, Lin Qingxue, having struck first, would be deemed the culprit. Fines would be the least of her worries. She could even face expulsion. With this realization, Lin Qingxue turned pale, biting her lip, and cast a resentful glance at Lin Chen. Fine, Lin Chen, you refuse to acknowledge me. From now on, don't expect to see me. With that, Lin Qingxue and her companion left in a flurry of embarrassment. Lin Chen, throughout the encounter, remained indifferent, his heart untouched by emotion. Don't expect to see you again, I'll take your word for it, he thought. 1 week later, at the third school, the sports field was bustling with people. Today marked the awakening ceremony, an important milestone for everyone in this world. Awakening a good profession promised a bright, prosperous future. Failing to awaken a profession meant a life without hope. The field was packed with students and teachers, all eagerly awaiting the ceremony. Outside, hopeful parents and influential figures from martial arts schools gathered, ready to extend offers to promising talents. At that moment, a commanding voice called for silence. The principal solemnly announced, I declare the awakening ceremony of Jiangnan City's third high school open. With those words, students began entering the transition altar in an orderly manner. Lin Chen's class was first. The students were filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety, awaiting their names to be called. Some whispered amongst themselves, I wonder what profession I'll awaken. I hope it's a hidden class, he chuckled softly. You think you have a hidden profession? Even a basic one would be nice. I must awaken a profession no matter what. Among the students, Lin Chen stood calmly, seemingly unmoved. For him, this was merely a formality, as he already possessed 2 extraordinary profession templates. Senior year class 2 Lin Chen, a voice called from the stage. Lin Chen walked up with confidence, oblivious to the mocking expressions around him. Lin Chen trying to awaken a profession? With his usual demeanor, what could he possibly awaken? They laughed. Certain that he was setting himself up for embarrassment, Lin Chen stepped into the altar, enveloped by the colorful lights. The next moment, the transition priest glanced at the slate in his hand, nodding. Lin Chen, transition profession, warrior. Upon hearing this, the students of class 2 were taken aback. He actually succeeded in transitioning? What luck, they whispered, though not without ridicule. Just a warrior, a basic profession. They continued, dismissive of his accomplishment. Even Lu Yanran, glancing at Lin Chen, quickly lost interest and turned away. Such a common warrior profession failed to pique her curiosity. In another class, Lin Qingxue was incredulous, her eyes wide. She could hardly believe Lin Chen had awakened a profession, yet she quickly dismissed it with a scoff. Just a warrior. I heard my brother Li Kuan awakened a hidden profession. Challenger, hidden professions are far superior to your garbage warrior. Her disdain for Lin Chen was palpable. As Lin Chen descended from the altar and rejoined his peers, Huang Xian sneered, I thought you'd be something special, but you're just a warrior. My family already bought a hidden profession template for me 100 times better than your wasteful warrior. Huang Xian's family, wealthy and influential in Jiangnan City, would never settle for an ordinary profession for their son. They had purchased a hidden profession template for Huang Xian to ensure his success. Lin Shen glanced at him indifferently, choosing not to respond. Huang Xian's arrogance did not concern him, but should he continue to provoke, Lin Shen wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Just then, the next name was called, Huang Xian. He hurriedly stepped forward, eager to demonstrate his superiority. After a series of operations, colorful rays focused and formed a mark on Huang Xian's elbow, the symbol of his transition. The high priest in his ceremonial robe glanced at the gathered students, and his stern expression softened slightly as he loudly declared, Huang Xian, you have awakened to the profession. Blood warrior, a hidden class. The entire school erupted in excitement. Countless teachers, parents, and influential figures turned their attention toward him. Envy flickered in the eyes of many, as if they wished they could trade places with Huang Xian. After all, a hidden class was a rare and coveted status. Huang Xian, hearing this announcement, smiled smugly. He was pleased but not overly surprised. The reason for his calm demeanor was that his father had purchased this profession template for him, so he was well aware of its potential. This was the advantage of wealth, a future strategically planned and assured. The robed man gave Huang Xian a nod, his eyes now gentle, and said, well done, you may step down. Huang Xian, with a delighted demeanor, descended from the platform, basking in the envious and admiring gazes from the crowd. His already tall stature seemed to grow even more imposing under their scrutiny. As he stepped down, Huang Xian shot a provocative glance toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen, did you see that? This is my profession, Huang Xian's profession. How can your insignificant warrior class compare to me? Lin Shen merely cast a sideways glance at him, a cold sneer playing on his lips. I think you're itching for another beating, he retorted. Huang Xian's mind flashed back to the day Lin Shen had defeated him with a single move, and anger surged within him. With a sweeping gesture he boomed, Lin Shen, don't get cocky. That day, I was merely caught off guard. Now I am a blood warrior with initial attributes several times stronger than yours. How can you compete with me? The onlookers too regarded Lin Shen with expressions as if watching a spectacle. Had Lin Shen gone mad? Huang Xian had awakened a hidden class, while Lin Shen was merely a warrior. Why did he dare speak so boldly? They assumed he had given up. A blood warrior against a warrior probably wouldn't even need to use a skill. One basic attack would finish it, they thought. If I were Lin Shen, I would have already knelt and apologized, maybe saved my life. The crowd looked at Lin Shen as if they were looking at a doomed man. After all, in their eyes, how could a mere warrior find a good outcome after offending someone with a hidden class, especially someone as vengeful as Huang Xian? Fine, Lin Shen, I appreciate your stubbornness, Huang Xian sneered. When you leave the city, don't blame me for being ruthless. Huang Xian chuckled coldly. According to the regulations in the Dragon Country, mutual killing was prohibited, but this law primarily applied within the city's boundaries. Once outside the city, in the wilderness, who would investigate any actions taken? As a professional, one couldn't expect to stay sheltered in the city forever. Thus Huang Xian was confident he had Lin Shen cornered. A flicker of cold resolve passed through Lin Shen's eyes. Since Huang Xian was so insistent on provoking him, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. Just then, the next name was called out. Next, Lu Yanran. At the sound of her name, the previously conversing crowd fell silent, all eyes turning in anticipation toward the direction from which a composed young girl stepped forward. The young girl was just about 17 or 18 inch, yet her aura was as cool and aloof as the Tianshan snow lotus detached from the dust of the mundane world. Her tall figure exceeded 17 meters, with a slender waist and exquisite features. Her long legs boasted proportions only the finest models could claim. Lu Yanran stepped forward. After a brief ceremony, a brilliance converged. As the information from Lu Yanran was transmitted, the expression on the face of the robed man shifted from indifference to one of overwhelming joy. Lu Yanran's awakening profession, Templar Knight. Instantly, the scene erupted in an uproar. Countless people cast looks of shock and envy her way. A Templar Knight, this was an extremely rare hidden profession. Its archetype originated from Western angels. Harnessing the power of holy light, a Templar Knight could heal allies and wield formidable combat abilities. The class even possessed skills like Holy Shield to protect comrades, making it an ultimate asset on the battlefield, capable of both offense and defense with unparalleled support. abilities. Such a profession was a prime candidate for cultivation, as anyone with foresight would recognize. It was a rarity that might appear only once across an entire district. The crowd was plunged into deep shock. Not only was Lu Yenran beautiful, but her profession was also extraordinarily powerful. This was incredible. The Lu family, already a prestigious clan, now had Lu Yenran, which undoubtedly elevated them to the ranks of the top-tier families. A fleeting trace of excitement appeared on Lu Yenran's serene face, though it quickly vanished. Like Huang Xian, her profession had been predetermined. The robed man took out a token, handed it to Lu Yenran, and kept reiterating something, seemingly inviting her to join an organization. As Lu Yenran descended the platform, a swarm of people gathered around, eager to recruit her. "Miss Lu, we are from the Jiangnan City Extreme Guild, and we welcome you to join us." "Miss Lu, I am from the neighboring Lizhou Earth Pavilion Guild. If you join our organization, our master will personally take you as a disciple, Miss Lu." Lu Yenran shook her head with a faint, indifferent look, declining all offers, her gaze carrying a hint of pride and coldness. Students, parents, and even teachers all directed gazes of admiration and reverence toward Lu Yenran. In this awakening ceremony, out of 30,000 students, dozens of hidden professions were awakened, an increase of over 10 compared to previous years. Among them, Lu Yenran's Templar Knight stood out as the rarest and most powerful. The principal's grin nearly stretched to his earlobes, and the smile on his face didn't fade for a day. After the awakening ceremony concluded, the principal began to speak again. "Students, the awakening ceremony has been completed successfully. Even those who did not awaken a profession should not be discouraged, as there are many paths in life. For those who did awaken, make sure to prepare diligently for the National College Entrance Examination in 3 days. In 3 days, the national exams would commence. All candidates will enter a simulated abyss dungeon for the assessment. Those who perform exceptionally well can choose a prestigious university, such as the renowned Tiandu Long Yuan University, Jianghe Academy in the Magic Capital, or even other top universities worldwide. Joining a distinguished university ensures access to ample resources for cultivation and leveling up. Without these resources, even the most outstanding professions can be buried." The national college entrance examination has thus become a major event, second only to career awakening. Of course, not everyone can participate in the national exam. Those who haven't awakened a profession must take cultural exams to attend cultural universities. These institutions, despite having the title of university, offer resources and status only marginally better than a regular high school, and they are incomparable to profession-based universities. A certain individual, Huang Xian, suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Chen with a cold sneer and said, "Lin Chen, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the exam dungeon 3 days from now. By then, I'll show you that some people can't be offended." Lin Chen casually retorted, "We'll see when the time comes. Don't just brag with your words." Huang Xian squinted. "I hope your mouth is still this hard." 3 days later, after that, he left with his entourage, leaving Lin Chen with a hint of a cold smile. This Huang Xian, thinking that awakening the blood warrior profession allows him to step over Lin Chen, is unaware of Lin Chen's true profession, the Zerg Overlord. In 3 days, if Huang Xian dares to make a move, the Zerg army wouldn't hesitate to tear him apart. After all, Lin Chen isn't some benevolent saint. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden fragrance hit him. Lin Chen looked up to see a graceful figure standing before him. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that it was Lu Yenran. Could she have seen through his identity? Lin Chen was a bit taken aback. Previously, Lu Yenran and Lin Chen had almost no interaction. Why would she suddenly come to find him now? While Lin Chen was pondering, Lu Yenran spoke coldly. "Lin Chen, if you're planning to take the national exam because of me, I advise you to give up. The national exam is dangerous." Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, but then inwardly scoffed. Does Lu Yenran think he's working so hard for her? It's understandable, though. After all, Lu Yenran is the goddess of the entire third high school. In his previous life, Lin Chen admired this heavenly girl greatly. But the gap between them was too vast to entertain any thoughts. In this life, the gap widened even further. However, this time, their statuses have reversed. As the Zerg overlord, Lin Chen is destined to stand at the pinnacle, while Lu Yenran at best is just a genius in Jiangnan City. Compared to Lin Chen, she's like a matchstick to the sun. "No need for your concern, goddess Lu," Lin Chen replied lazily. Lu Yenran frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. She had come to kindly warn him that Huang Xian might act against him during the national exam. Yet he responded with such an attitude. With that thought, Lu Yenran turned and left. I reminded him, but if he chooses not to appreciate it, then so be it. Lu Yanyan felt indifferent in her heart. To her, Lin Chen was nothing more than an insignificant character. This reminder was merely because Huang Xian's targeting of Lin Chen was ultimately due to her. A single reminder was the extent of her goodwill. After all, she and Lin Chen were not on the same level. Meanwhile, the onlookers who witnessed the conversation between Lin Chen and Lu Yanyan began to gossip. Lin Chen was too arrogant. How dare he act so recklessly towards our goddess Lu? He deserved a beating from Huang Xian. Let's see how miserable he is going to be in 3 days. Just a basic level warrior and yet so conceited. Does he really think awakening to a basic profession makes him incredible? People had no good feelings toward Lin Chen. This guy was simply too arrogant. They might forgive his arrogance towards Huang Xian, but to be so rude in front of goddess Lu, it completely tarnished their beautiful fantasy of Lu Yanyan. As such, these sycophants shifted their anger towards Lin Chen, with many secretly vowing to teach him a lesson during the national college entrance exams. Despite the disdainful gazes from others, Lin Chen calmly left the school. 3 days later, it was time for the national college entrance examination. The excitement surrounding this exam was slightly less compared to the professional awakening, but it was still a hot topic. Students from number 3 high school stood on the school playground staring curiously at the giant portal in the center. Is this the Abyss Dungeon? Incredible. I heard that the Abyss Dungeons used for the national exams are artificially created by the Dragon Country officials. It's so impressive. Yes, creating an abyss requires a terrifying amount of resources. It's a cost that only something as significant as the national exams can justify. I hope I perform well so I can get into a good college. Many people chatted with each other, their faces filled with excitement and tension. Only Lin Chen looked at the giant portal with a relaxed expression. The Abyss, Trial Grounds, LV1 LV5-inch multiplayer dungeon, was no match for him since he had already reached level 6. For Lin Chen, whose level was already 6, this dungeon, where monsters were generally between levels 1 to 5, was as easy as a max-level player in a beginner village. Lin Chen was even contemplating which university he should choose. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a freckled-faced young man eagerly asked Lin Qingshui if she would team up with him. I'm a warrior and you're a priest. We can team up perfectly to slay monsters. Don't worry, my family bought me experience pills yesterday and now I'm level 2. I can definitely carry you. The freckled-faced man patted his chest confidently, a gleam of greed passing through his eyes as he looked at Lin Qingshui. Lin Qingshui had also awakened a profession, though it was just a basic one, a priest. Entering the Abyss Dungeon with a basic profession was often dangerous. After all, the National College Entrance Examination isn't an entirely safe assessment. Over the years, there have been instances of casualties. In the last national exam, 327 candidates lost their lives and 74 were injured. As a result, most people choose to team up. Although teaming up might reduce rewards and points, it offers a greater sense of security. This situation made Lin Qingshui hesitate for a moment. Alright, I'll team up with you. She finally nodded in agreement. Truth be told, Lin Qingshui didn't want to team up with the pockmarked face, as she believed that only her brother Li Kuan was worthy of her. This pockmarked face, despite pursuing her and offering quite a few benefits, still fell short of her expectations compared to Li Kuan. Nevertheless, for the sake of passing the national exam, Lin Qingshui decided to give him a chance. Great Qingshui, rest assured, I'll definitely protect you. The pockmarked face was so ecstatic that he couldn't contain his excitement, thumping his chest in a show of assurance. With him acting as her bodyguard, Lin Qingshui felt a bit safer. She cast her gaze toward a corner where Lin Chen sat quietly, appearing indifferent to the world around him. Just a basic profession and you've offended both Huang Xian and Lu Yanran. Let's see who dares to team up with you. Unable to find a team, entering the trial abyss is as good as a death sentence. Let's see how long you can keep up that act. Lin Qingshui couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, stomping her foot in frustration. In the distance, Huang Xian observed Lin Chen's calm demeanor and couldn't help but sneer internally. Lin Chen, you're done for. This time I won't let you off. In the gathering area, nobody could make a move, as even the Huang family would face consequences. However, in the dungeon, they had their chance. Just then, the principal's voice echoed across the entire schoolyard. Students, the National College Entrance Examination is about to begin. Please be prepared. Now, I'll announce the rules for this exam. The trial is based on a points system. In the Abyss Dungeon, each monster you slay will earn you points. The higher the level and rarity of the monster, the more points you gain. Of course, points earned by team members need to be shared equally. Ultimately, the ranking of scores will determine your final placement in this national exam. Also remember, the exam is fraught with danger. If you encounter any threats, use the teleportation scroll immediately to exit. Lastly, I wish everyone good results. The principal's words resonated throughout the schoolyard, filling countless candidates with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the center of the schoolyard, the teleportation gate opened wide, emitting rippling waves of light. Tens of thousands of students organized by class ranking entered the portal in an orderly fashion. The National College Entrance Examination had officially begun, so this is the trial ground. Lin Chen gazed at the surrounding scenery with a sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had been unable to awaken any profession, thus missing the opportunity to participate in the exam. In this lifetime, entering this realm, what was once the daunting college entrance exam now seemed rather insignificant. As I surveyed my surroundings, I was greeted by an endless expanse of flat grasslands stretching as far as the eye could see. According to the handbook distributed before the exams, the area of this trial ground was said to be over 10,000 square kilometers. Such a vast area could easily be likened to a small city. However, the National College Entrance Exam was a joint examination, meaning that in one trial instance it wasn't just students from the third high school, but all examinees from Jiangnan City were included. Jiangnan City had over 200,000 candidates. Despite this large number, except for those who formed teams, everyone was randomly scattered across various corners of the map. With such a large map, encountering another candidate was no simple task. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence as several blood-toothed boars charged at me, tusks raised. There were 5 in total, with the lowest at level 3 and the highest at level 5. For an average student, being confronted with such a sudden assault right after teleporting here might cause instant panic. However, Lin Chen remained calm and composed, merely waving a hand. Come out! Instantly, beams of white light flashed, and the seemingly empty grassland was quickly filled within 100 meters radius with insects radiating a dark glow. Lin Chen now commanded a swarm consisting of 48 blade insects, 25 sting insects, and 20 brain insects. This formidable insect army glared menacingly at the encircled blood-toothed boars. Without delay, the blade insects sprang into action, swinging their blade-like arms with force. With a crisp sound, a blood-toothed boar collapsed before him, becoming nothing more than a corpse. Your summoned creature has slain a blood-toothed boar, gaining 10 experience points, the system announced. The remaining boars panicked, attempting to flee, but the fierce blade insects would not allow them such reprieve, pouncing directly onto them. In no time, the blood-toothed boars were reduced to mere sources of experience, lying in pools of their own blood. Your summoned creature has slain a blood-toothed boar, gaining 10 experience points. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in mild boredom. Such meager experience, his level was far too high, making the experience gained from these low-level beasts pale in comparison to what he had once received. Nevertheless, earning points wasn't a bad deal. Lin Chen lifted the token in his hand to examine it. It displayed several large characters. Examinee, Lin Chen points, 210. In the context of the National College Entrance Exam, points were equivalent to exam scores. Defeating ferocious beasts earned points, with higher level beasts yielding more. A level 1 beast granted 1 point, level 2 granted 5 points, level 3 granted 20 points, level 4 granted 50 points, and level 5 granted 100 points. After 7 days, upon exiting the trial ground, points would be tallied and rankings would be determined from highest to lowest. In this competitive world, those who rank high naturally prove their prowess and strength, attracting the attention of academy recruiters who vie for their talents. These individuals often enjoy the luxury of choosing their path. On the other hand, those with lower rankings are left to the mercy of lesser schools, and they even face the risk of not being accepted anywhere. This time around, Lin Chen felt confident that he wouldn't be one of the unfortunate ones. Smiling to himself, he approached the blood-toothed boar's carcasses. With a simple touch, a notification chimed in his mind. He had obtained a pair of Cloud Flow boots, white tier equipment, but to him they were nothing but junk. With a dismissive snort, he dismantled them for energy points. Lin Chen's current gear was of exceptional quality, glowing with a reassuring green light, and he even possessed 2 rare quality accessories. A plain white tier item couldn't possibly catch his eye. Despite his expectations, the other boar carcasses yielded nothing more than similar white tier items. Just as disappointment loomed, a sudden notification caught him by surprise. The greedy soul ability triggered, granting him an additional reward. He received the equipment, Crystal Omniscience, A dazzling yellow light flared as he held a necklace in his hand, his face lighting up with joy. The necklace, named Crystal Omniscience, was of extraordinary quality. Categorized as a necklace for those level 5 and above, it bestowed +1 to spirit, +1 to all attributes, and a special effect that increased all passive effects by an additional 10%. While the attributes seemed ordinary, the bonus to passive effects was remarkable, significantly enhancing the greedy soul's activation rate, effectively doubling it to 20%. The greedy soul, as it was later hailed, was no ordinary skill. Its effects were astoundingly potent. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile broadly at his good fortune. The first time the greedy soul activated, it gifted him with such a valuable item. Equipping the necklace, Lin Chen turned his attention to the Zerg units surrounding him. Despite his advantage in strength, he remained cautious, deciding to accumulate more points first. His current Zerg swarm was relatively small. With a thought, he delved into the Dominator world, glancing at the energy points inscribed on the stone tablet. With 1570 energy points at his disposal, he could easily summon more Zerg units, but he hesitated, his gaze lifting towards the horizon. Now was the time to unlock the second-tier Zerg. The first-tier Zerg comprised only blade insects, sting insects, and brain insects, with combat power equivalent to level 2 to 3 human professionals. At this stage, a swarm tactic could easily overwhelm the trial grounds dungeon. However, there was a significant issue: exposure. For an ordinary summoner, Lin Chen wouldn't hesitate to reveal himself, as the significance of a summoner was immense. Such a revelation would spark a fierce struggle among various factions to win his allegiance. Even the prestigious Tiandu University of Dragon Country would make enticing offers. However, Lin Chen was no ordinary summoner. Lin Chen was not just any ordinary warrior, he was the master of the Zerg. His talent level, famously labeled as infinite, was something beyond imagination. Throughout the lengthy history of Blue Star, never had there been such an existence. Revealing such a formidable power without sufficient strength would be risky. The chance of Lin Chen being eliminated far exceeded the likelihood of being nurtured as a key individual. After all, Blue Star wasn't solely inhabited by the nation of Longhua. Many countries eyed each other warily, maintaining a fragile balance. If Lin Chen's extraordinary profession were to be discovered, other nations would undoubtedly mobilize all their might to eliminate this future pinnacle figure. Because of these threats, Lin Chen had always outwardly maintained the guise of a basic warrior profession. Now, to prevent exposing his true identity as the Zerg master, Lin Chen decided to temporarily forego the Zerg swarm tactics and adopt an elite strategy instead. Unlock the second-tier Zerg, Lin Chen commanded with a low voice. Confirm spending 1,000 energy points to unlock the second-tier Zerg? Without an ounce of hesitation, Lin Chen confirmed. With a ding, the second-tier Zerg was unlocked. Instantly, the cards representing second-tier Zerg above the first-tier ones became clear and bright. Among the newly unlocked units was the Winged Bee, an aerial troop with a power of 37, speed of 68, and spirit of 12. It possessed skills like Speed Aura and Flame Jet, requiring 50 energy to nurture. Then there was the Flame Worm, a long-range magic unit with power of 08, speed of 07, and spirit of 69. It wielded skills such as Flame Impact and Barrage, needing 100 energy. Lastly, the Ironclad Bladebug, an upgraded version of the Bladebug, boasted power of 27, speed of 35, and spirit of 08, with skills like Blood Fury and Iron Armor Shield, requiring 50 energy. Lin Chen issued the command to nurture one of each, a Winged Bee, a Flameworm, and an Ironclad Bladebug. Upon the successful nurturing, 3 Zerg creatures appeared on the scene. The Winged Bee, a bee as large as a human, was entirely blue with wings that burned like fire, presenting a menacing appearance. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, pleased to finally have an aerial unit. The importance of air supremacy was self-evident. Most lower-level professionals could only move on the ground. However, the Winged Bee could soar in the sky, boasting impressive speed and even having long-range attack capabilities. If their numbers increased, the threat they posed to ground forces would be immense. Moreover, according to the information in his mind, the Winged Bee could easily lift an adult male for short-distance flights. This meant the Winged Bee could be used as a small airborne vehicle. Meanwhile, the Ironclad Bladebug was an upgraded version of the ordinary Bladebug, larger in size, with its speed and strength all doubled. The Flameworm is a massive creature measuring about 3 meters in length and 1 meter in height. Despite its unassuming appearance, it possesses the ability to unleash powerful bursts of flame. Lin Chen pointed towards a rock over a meter high, and without any hesitation, the Flameworm spewed forth a fiery blast. Boom! the rock exploded into countless fragments, showcasing its impressive power akin to that of a small artillery shell. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If one flame worm could do this, what kind of spectacle would it be with dozens or even hundreds attacking simultaneously? It would be like a grand fireworks display. Perfect, Lin Chen thought. I've been in need of a powerful skill and the flame worm is incredibly useful to me. Satisfied, Lin Chen nodded approvingly. As the dominator, Lin Chen had the ability to utilize any skills from the Zerg units within his domain. This meant he could wield the flame worm's fiery assault as a skill without anyone being able to discern its origin. This ability provided an excellent means to conceal his true identity. Pleased with this thought, Lin Chen nodded once more. He decided to breed 3 flame worms, converting all his remaining energy points into these formidable creatures. He then commanded all Zerg units to hunt freely. As soon as the order was given, a swarm of Zerg dispersed in search of prey. Before long, a series of notifications echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Your summoned creature has slain a blood fawn boar, gaining 5 experience points. Your summoned creature has defeated a double-horned rabbit, gaining 3 experience points. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. This was the advantage of being a summoner. Leveling up required no personal effort, as the summoned creatures autonomously sought out and vanquished monsters with equipment automatically collected into his inventory. He could simply relax while his summons did the work. Noticing the time, Lin Chen stretched and realized it was nearly evening. After working diligently for so long, Lin Chen retrieved a tent from his backpack and a packet of pre-prepared food, which he consumed heartily. Once he had eaten, he washed up briefly and slipped into his tent, falling into a deep, restful sleep. It was as if he were on a leisurely camping trip rather than participating in a high-stakes examination. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a meeting room was abuzz with conversation. A group of Jiangnan City officials were discussing recent events. Old Wang, your current batch of students is extraordinary, an elder with white hair remarked to his colleague. The number of students awakening hidden professions has increased by over a dozen compared to previous years, and there's even a Holy Templar among them. The others around him couldn't help but express their amazement. Indeed, Old Wang, you've certainly struck gold. A Holy Templar is a rare and prestigious hidden profession. It's a stroke of luck for our small Jiangnan city to produce one. I believe this Lu Yanin will surely gain admission to Tiandu University. Who knows, perhaps Lu Yanin might even clinch the top spot in this year's exams. The principal of 3rd High School, Wang Xing, allowed a hint of pride to show on his face, but he modestly waved his hand. It's nothing. Your 2nd high isn't any less impressive. I heard that the prodigy Li Yuan has awakened as a thunder mage, another hidden profession. If Lu Yanin and Li Yuan were to face off, it's hard to predict who would come out on top. The elderly man with white hair chuckled softly. Old Wang, you're being too modest. Our Li Yuan, the Thunder Mage, is indeed a hidden profession and excels in attack, but it's only of rare quality. How can it possibly compare to a hidden profession of rare quality? Wang Xing's smile deepened as he replied, you can't say that. Young Lu Yanran, I saw her a few days ago. Although her profession is quite rare, she has reached level 3 now, but her practical experience is lacking. She might not necessarily become the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance examination. However, despite his words, Wang Xing's expression clearly indicated he didn't truly believe that. The gap in profession quality is not something that can be made up for with practical experience or a few levels. Therefore, barring any surprises, Lu Yanran was set to be the top scorer in Jiangnan City's exams this time round. Wang Xing, don't celebrate too soon. Suddenly, a robust man beside them sneered. Wang Xing looked over, frowning slightly. Yang Shu, what do you mean? The man, none other than the principal of Jiangnan City No. 1 High School, responded with a cold laugh. Wang Xing, do you think your school has it all wrapped up just because you produced a Templar Knight? Let me tell you, your No. 3 High isn't the only school with a rare hidden profession awakening. We at No. 1 High also have one. His words left everyone shocked. Generally, Jiangnan City producing even one rare hidden profession a year was considered extraordinary, yet Yang Shu claimed they had one at No. 1 High as well? Principal Yang, you must be joking, right? Someone questioned skeptically. Principal Yang, if you've awakened a hidden profession, why not announce it sooner? This is tremendous news. Despite the inquiries, Yang Shu explained with a grin, what I'm saying is indeed true. We chose to keep it under wraps temporarily for the sake of the exams. The one who awakened a rare hidden profession is named Li Hu, and his profession is Shadow Assassin, adept at stealth and assassination. Plus, in the past 7 days, he's already leveled up to 4. So whether this year's top scorer in Jiangnan City belongs to your number 3 high is still uncertain. Hearing these words, Wang Xing's expression darkened. If this was true, the top scorer's title was indeed up in the air. Unexpected. You actually had this up your sleeve. An unwilling expression flitted across Wang Xing's face. The 3 high schools in Jiangnan City have been engaged in open and covert contests since their founding. Due to student resource issues, number 3 high had always been suppressed by number 1 and number 2 highs, never able to lift its head. This year they finally had a student awaken a rare hidden profession. Were they going to be overshadowed once more? A trace of unwillingness crossed Wang Xing's face. Just then someone exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone turned their gaze to a large screen in front of them. It displayed various scenes from the trial grounds. These monitors served 2 purposes: preventing student cheating and ensuring safety. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared on the screen. The figure was clad in a silver soft armor, wielding a thin sword with a pair of pure white wings trailing behind, reminiscent of a Western angel, holy and beautiful. This figure was none other than Lu Yenran. Right now she was facing 3 fierce beasts. With a graceful wave of her hand, a sacred flame burst forth, reducing the blood-tooth it bore before her to ashes in an instant. This was the skill of a Templar. Sacred flame. Immediately after, Lu Yenran flapped her wings, maneuvering between the beasts with agility, deftly dodging attacks and countering with sacred flame in her thin sword. Within just a few minutes the 3 beasts were dealt with by Lu Yenran. On the screen, Lu Yenran breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stepping forward to collect the spoils left by the beasts, eliciting a wave of admiration from the senior officials in the Jiangnan City meeting room. "Impressive, truly worthy of a hidden class, she's incredible," they exclaimed. "At facing 3 fierce beasts and still handling them with ease, she's indeed a leader among the young generation. If it were an ordinary person facing such beasts, they'd probably struggle to escape, let alone eliminate them all. For one person to slay 3 beasts of similar level is no small feat," and thus the officials showered Lu Yenran with praise. After all, if it were a regular class, facing a beast of the same level would be a daunting task. Nonetheless, one couldn't help but wonder what expressions they would wear if they knew Lin Chen could now instantly defeat bosses several levels higher. What's so great about that? Yang Shu sneered disdainfully. "Switch the screen to Li Hu, and I'll show you what a real killer is." Instantly, the screen shifted. A tall, slender man dressed in black appeared on the screen. This man was Li Hu. Li Hu cautiously hid within a grove, observing the 5 fierce beasts before him, clutching a dagger that gleamed with a cold light. After watching for a while, Li Hu finally made his move. He leaped out like lightning, instantly assassinating one of the beasts. However, the remaining beasts immediately surrounded him and launched their attack. Generally, assassins are very afraid of being surrounded, but Li Hu showed no signs of panic. With a mere wave of his hand, a dagger pierced through the eye socket of one beast, another instant kill. With his agile skills, Li Hu deftly dealt with the remaining 5 beasts. How about that? Yang Shu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows proudly. A shadow assassin is a profession inclined towards killing, not one like a balanced and multifunctional Templar that can be compared in monster hunting. Wang Xing's expression turned a bit cold, his heart filled with urgency and anger, yet he couldn't express it, forcing him into silence. Just then the scene shifted again, focusing on a young man. In stark contrast to the fierce battles of the previous 2 prodigies, this man seemed to be out of place. He was eating. In a rather surprising scene, a young man was spotted sitting under a tree, indulging in a self-heating hot pot with oil dripping down his chin, occasionally taking a swig from a can of cola beside him. His expression and demeanor were of pure enjoyment, as if he was on a picnic rather than attending the highly stressful college entrance exams. This sight elicited hearty laughter in the meeting room. Who was this person feasting so lavishly during such a crucial time? What a character! Could he be an expert, someone who was so relaxed because of his confidence? If he were an expert, it would be astonishing indeed. Most examinees would only bring some simple snacks to stave off hunger during the 7 days of exams, but not this guy. He was having a self-heating hot pot and cola. As everyone speculated about his identity, someone found out that his name was Lin Chen. The person in charge, Yang Shu, quickly scanned through some records and burst out laughing upon finding Lin Chen's information. "Lin Chen, seems like he's from your school, old Wang." The people around joined in the gentle ribbing. "Old Wang, is your student giving up? Let's see, he awakened as a basic warrior and hasn't found a team yet. No wonder he's hiding here. Maybe he's just seeking some thrill." The jibes continued, and Wang Xing, one of the teachers, frowned. "Lin Chen, the name Rang a bell, possibly from the same class as Lu Yenran. Humph, this kid slacking off during the college entrance exam, just wait till I get back and teach him a lesson. Wang Xing felt utterly embarrassed in front of the city's educational leaders because of Lin Chen's antics. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the spectacle, Lin Chen himself, was completely unfazed as he finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and stood up contentedly. Not bad, he remarked. In his ears a constant stream of notifications indicated that his Zerg army was on a rampage elsewhere. It was time for him to get moving. Something significant seemed to be triggering soon. Stretching his limbs, Lin Chen mentally commanded retreat. Instantly, the Zerg army that had been wreaking havoc around him was recalled into the Dominion space he controlled. Lin Chen then drew his flaming sword and started walking in a particular direction. Not long after, a blood fawn boar charged at him from a hidden spot, roaring as it aimed to collide with him. With a swift gesture, Lin Chen unleashed a flame strike. A thick beam of flame materialized out of thin air and instantly annihilated the level 5 blood fawn boar. -187, you killed the blood fawn boar, gaining experience ×1. The system notified him. The impressive damage output brought a smile to Lin Chen's face as he examined his hand. Just one flame strike and it packed the power of a 10th level mage's full force attack. If I were to first unleash the resonance of the cerebral bug, greatly enhancing my mental power, and then use the flame impact, just how terrifying would its power be? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a deep sense of shock. This so-called infinite quality Zerg Dominator is indeed extraordinary, almost excessively so. Even if I don't release the Zerg units, merely using their skills surpasses those so-called hidden professions by an unimaginable margin. Just as he was about to step forward to search for the spoils, a commotion seemed to arise in the distance. Lin Chen was intensely curious and quietly approached. Hiding within a thicket, he peered. Outside, he saw two groups of people engaged in a tense standoff. Li Tang, aren't you being too greedy? This gilded barbarian bull boss was defeated by both our teams together, so why should you take this rare piece of equipment? A seductive woman in heavy armor with her brows furrowed scolded angrily. Despite her heavy armor, her exposed thighs and chest revealed her alluring and perfect form. Her small, exquisite face was full of heroic spirit and charm, yet at this moment it was icy cold as she looked at the man before her. Li Tang laughed heartily. "Mo Hongli, aren't you being a bit naive? There are only a few of you from Class 3 here, while we from Class 1 outnumber you significantly. Naturally, with more people we should get a bigger share. Don't you understand that? This crystal bracelet, I must have it." As he spoke, the group behind Li Tang laughed, casting cold and mocking glances. Mo Hongli's face showed a hint of unwillingness, yet she felt somewhat helpless. There was no way around it. Her team only had 7 people. On the other hand, Li Tang had as many as 12. If a fight broke out, they would surely be at a disadvantage. Even if you have more people, you can take more pieces of equipment, but why do you insist on taking the crystal bracelet outright? According to the rules, when an item is hard to distribute, it should be determined by dice. I rolled a 99 and you rolled only a 27. This item should belong to me. Li Tang dismissively waved his hand. Humph, what stupid rules. I'm telling you, this is the trial ground, not your Class 3. If you don't leave, be careful I don't eliminate you directly. Upon hearing this, Mo Hongli felt a wave of helplessness and wished she could grind her silver teeth to dust. In the trial grounds, conflicts between candidates weren't prohibited. In fact, they were somewhat encouraged. As long as it didn't result in crippling injuries or fatal incidents, some level of conflict was within the rules. There was even a rule that stated, eliminating other candidates would grant you all of their points. Over the years, point hunters who eliminated others had appeared. This rule was also to make these candidates understand that the world outside is not as gentle and beautiful as an ivory tower, but rather a cruel and cold world. The struggle between humans and fierce beasts is indeed life or death, but the real terror lies in the strife between humans. Fine, I won't take this equipment, but the remaining items are rightfully my teammates. Surely you must hand those over to them. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Mo Hongli had no choice but to back down. Unexpectedly, Li Tang gave a lewd smile and said, "Want some equipment? Of course you can have it, Mo Hongli, as long as you spend a night with me after this trial, how about it?" As he spoke, Li Tang shamelessly ogled Mo Hongli's fiery figure, which even her heavy armor couldn't hide, with a sinister expression on his face. Many onlookers couldn't help but gulp at this scene, eager to indulge their desires and unleash their inner beasts. Li Tang's gaze was unabashedly fixed on the curves of Mo Hongli's body, and he laughed eerily. "In your dreams?" Mo Hongli's pretty face showed a mix of shame and anger. I can give up my equipment, but why do you want to seize my teammates' gear too? You people from second high are just too unreasonable. Unreasonable, Li Tang laughed heartily. Mo Hongli, have you been in a greenhouse too long to know what it's like outside? In this world, there's no reasoning among professionals. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who's right. Since you don't want to leave, then don't. Leave all your points here, Li Tang sneered and then gave a command, attack. Instantly more than 10 people from second high made their move, launching a violent assault, fireballs, ice spikes, heavy slashes. Each skill was powerful, forcing Mo Hongli and her group to fight back defensively. Take this, Li Tang shouted as he charged at Mo Hongli, swinging his greatsword with a fearsome momentum. Shield technique. Faced with this savage attack, Mo Hongli's face turned slightly pale. As she hurriedly activated a skill, immediately a white shield formed around her, blocking Li Tang's blow, though her strained expression revealed the significant energy expenditure, making another cast seem unlikely. Not bad, Mo Hongli. Even though you've awakened a hidden profession, you're just a holy light knight, the worst at attacking. Running into me is your bad luck. I advise you to surrender and hand over your points. Li Tang laughed triumphantly. Mo Hongli bit her red lip, wielding her great sword to push Li Tang back, exclaiming defiantly, "We're both level 3. It's still uncertain who'll win. Take this." With that, Mo Hongli launched an attack. Li Tang smirked and swung his heavy sword in return. The two became locked in combat, but it was apparent Mo Hongli was at a disadvantage, showing signs of struggle after just a few moves, gritting her teeth to hold on. As for the situation of their besieged third high teammates, it wasn't much better. Although they hadn't been defeated immediately, facing a second high team that outnumbered them several times, their elimination seemed only a matter of time. Could it be that for this college entrance exam they would be eliminated with a score of 0 points? Many people were overwhelmed with despair. Heavy slash. A low shout was heard as a faint white light emerged from Li Tang, wrapping around his heavy sword, and he fiercely swung it towards Mo Hongli. Oh no! Feeling the violent force, Mo Hongli's face turned pale and she cried out in her heart that things were not looking good. Her mana was exhausted, and even her shield spell was on cooldown. If this strike landed, she would be severely injured, if not worse. This is the price of defying me. Li Tang's face twisted into a cruel, bloodthirsty grin, as if the prospect of defeating a beauty was something that excited him greatly. Just as he believed his strike was about to succeed, a sudden interruption occurred. Bang! A flash of red light precisely struck Li Tang's greatsword, knocking him to the ground. -57. You've been inflicted with a burning condition, taking fire damage every second. Li Tang was utterly shocked. He couldn't fathom that his heavy slash could be interrupted. After all, his family had spent 50,000 credit points on this skill book. Although the skill was merely of excellent quality due to his hidden class traits as a heavy armor warrior, its power could rival some rare quality skills. Logically, even a beast 2 levels above him might not withstand this move. So who could parry him with a single strike? Could it be Li Hu or Lu Yenran? Li Tang's face changed as he recalled the 2 dark horse candidates from Jiangnan City most likely to win the national college entrance examination. Only these 2 could defeat him with a single move. However, when Li Tang anxiously looked towards the newcomer by the woods, he was surprised. The person who cast the fireball spell and repelled him was neither Li Hu nor Lu Yenran, but a young man with a delicate appearance. Li Tang was even more astonished. He had always believed his strength was second only to Lu Yenran and Li Hu among the younger generation in Jiangnan City, which is why he became the initiator of the biggest force in the second high school. Yet, the person before him had repelled him with just 1 strike. Could there be another expert? Who are you and why are you helping her? Li Tang asked coldly. The newcomer was Lin Chen. What does it matter to you? Lin Chen replied coolly, his expression indifferent. You? Li Tang was furious. He prided himself on being just below Lu Yenran and Li Hu in the entire younger generation of Jiangnan City, which made him quite arrogant. But this unknown fellow dared to speak such arrogant words, which infuriated Li Tang greatly. No matter who you are, since you decided to intervene, don't blame me for eliminating you as well. Li Tang sneered, not taking Lin Chen seriously at all. In his view, Lin Chen was probably just a mage. Mages were known for their powerful spells but were often glass cannons, very fragile. In the early stages of a battle, the mage's skills have a long cooldown period and are extremely mana-intensive. That powerful skill Lin Chen just used, though formidable, cannot possibly be cast a Second time in such a short span. Without their skills, what difference is there between a mage and an ordinary person? Die, Li Tang roared as he swung his massive sword, a yellow aura enveloping him, instantly boosting his speed by several notches. It was evident he was using a burst skill, the cross slash. With terrifying force, the greatsword slashed toward Lin Chen. Li Tang deployed two skills in this attack. One was the bloodlust technique that increased strength and speed, and the other was the cross slash, which, though slightly weaker than a heavy slash, was much faster. Li Tang was confident that this combination would severely disadvantage even a professional 2 levels above him, let alone this boy who seemed to be at level 1 or 2. Standing still, Lin Chen watched the greatsword come down on him, showing no intention of dodging. Instead, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Could it be that he had given up resisting? Li Tang's heart leaped with joy, the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes intensifying. Meanwhile, Mo Hongli, who had been watching the scene unfold in shock, couldn't hold back any longer and shouted out, "No, get out of the way, don't." Though Mo Hongli was puzzled as to why this person would step in to help her, the thought of Lin Chen being cleaved in two by the heavy sword made her gasp in alarm. Just as everyone assumed Lin Chen was doomed, he finally moved. Void walk. A strange ripple enveloped Lin Chen, and in the next instant he vanished from sight, leaving Li Tang's attack to slice through empty air. Moments later, Lin Chen reappeared 10 meters away. What? Li Tang was stunned. Was that a blink technique? No, blink is an assassin's skill. How could a mage use it? Li Tang was thoroughly baffled. Skill books are restricted to specific professions. Skills cannot be shared between them unless through certain unique items or equipment, a rule set in stone. Yet this guy before him could wield both a mage's fireball and an assassin's blink. What on earth was going on? There's no need to ponder it. You might as well hand over your points now, Lin Chen said with a faint smile, extending his hand. A red glow gathered in his palm, and the next moment it burst forth. Block. Alarmed, Li Tang raised his shield without hesitation, activating a skill. Dark light coalesced on his shield, making it appear incredibly sturdy. Yet despite this, Li Tang's confidence wavered. He knew all too well the power of that fiery glow that had just repelled him, comparable to a level 5 mage's fireball technique. Bang! The fiery explosion slammed into Li Tang's shield, sending it flying through the air like a bag of garbage caught in a typhoon, crashing brutally against a large tree. Minus 127, just 2 skills, and Li Tang's health, which was thicker than that of the average warrior, was nearly depleted. Such was the terrifying power of this flame skill. Impossible, this can't be real. Li Tang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mix of confusion and shock. You're a mage who can perform an assassin's blink technique, fine, but why does your fireball spell have such devastating power and a quick cooldown? It's simply not possible. Mo Hongli covered her rosy mouth in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she watched the scene unfold. This was beyond her comprehension. Li Tang, despite his arrogance, had the skills to back it up. Among the younger generation, he was only second to Lu Yenran and Li Hu, and even Mo herself couldn't withstand a few moves from him. Yet, in front of her, this mysterious man had gravely injured Li Tang with just 2 casual fireballs? Even Lu Yenran and Li Hu couldn't achieve that, could they? It was simply too incredible. I don't care who you are, no matter how powerful you may be, you're alone and you're doomed. Li Tang got to his feet, quickly gulping down 2 bottles of life potion, his gaze toward Lin Chen filled with venomous hatred. From birth, Li Tang was the eldest son of the Li family, the future heir to the Li family's enterprise. Who dared to treat him with such malice? For the first time today he was beaten so badly, and given Li Hu's vengeful nature, he would never let this go unpunished. Everyone from Second High, pay attention. Attack this guy with all your might and kill him, Li Tang ordered coldly. Kill someone. Behind him, the people from Second High showed signs of reluctance. Although fighting was not prohibited in the trial grounds, killing someone would still result in punishment. Otherwise, in the annual college entrance examination, it would be good if even half the candidates survived. What are you afraid of? In the heat of battle during the exams, accidentally killing someone isn't that unusual, right? My family is none other than the Li family of Jiangnan City. Why should I fear killing one person? Moreover, whoever kills this guy will be rewarded with a Wolfang chestplate. The mention of a Wolfang chestplate made the eyes of everyone from Second High light up. Though the name might not sound impressive, this was a rare quality piece of equipment. For these ordinary professionals, managing to cobble together a full set of excellent quality green gear in a lifetime was considered quite an achievement. Many worked for decades and could only afford a single rare quality blue item. The allure of blue gear was self-evident. Many eyes turned greedy and their gazes toward Lin Chen changed from hesitant to murderous kill. Unable to resist the temptation, the dozen or so people from second height charged at Lin Chen brandishing swords and staffs. "Sir, you should leave quickly, we'll cover you." Mo Hongli paused for a moment, urgency flashing across her delicate features as she spoke to Lin Chen with a hint of guilt. "Even though they have the numbers, our people from third middle school aren't few either. Just blocking them is possible, so you can take this chance to leave, or else it could be dangerous." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face broke into a playful smile. He looked lazily at the dozen or so people and Li Tang in front of him, speaking with disdain. "Escape? Just these few misfits, and they think they can make me flee. Since you all want to make a move on me, I won't hold back." With that, Lin Chen took action. With a point of his finger, a burst of firelight directly targeted a warrior at the forefront. -87". The warrior cried out, collapsing heavily to the ground, severely injured. The power of this strike left everyone dumbfounded. What kind of skill was this? A fireball? No, fireball couldn't possibly have such power. Could it be the firebolt skill that only high-level mages could learn? "Humph, he can at most defeat one of us, and now, while this mage's skill is cooling down, let's all go at him." "That's right, go." The people from second middle school were momentarily stunned but soon reacted and attacked Lin Chen once more. Because by common sense a mage's skill cooldown is long, and it's been less than 2 minutes, his powerful spell couldn't possibly have cooled down, and a mage without spells is as fragile as any ordinary person. "Hey, you're wrong." Lin Chen grinned, showing a chilling smile, then he raised his hand once more. Fireblast, boom, boom, boom. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chen unleashed several streaks of firelight which struck the advancing second middle school people, bringing them all to the ground. Within a minute the ground was littered with severely injured people. Just moments ago, those who had been filled with greed now wore expressions of pain and regret, as if lamenting their decision to provoke this formidable figure. Witnessing this scene, Li Tang, who had been hiding at the back, was dumbfounded, his face full of shock, body trembling slightly as he swallowed hard. How could this be? How could this be? His skill hadn't cooled down, or did it not consume mana? What unfolded before him completely shattered Li Tang's understanding, leaving him utterly astonished. He had no idea that, in reality, Lin Chen was merely using the skills of his summon creature. Although Fireblast required a full 3 minutes to cool down, it was important to know that after a night of frenzied slaughter the previous day, Lin Chen had accumulated a whopping 1354 energy points. Lin Chen had converted all of those into flame worms. The most formidable unit of the Zerg that Lin Chen now possesses grants him an incredibly fearsome offensive capability. This means that at present Lin Chen commands as many as 17 fiery worms, although the cooldown time for their flame impact ability is quite long, requiring a full 3 minutes. The number of fiery worms can easily compensate for this cooldown period. After using the skill of one fiery worm, Lin Chen simply switches to the next worm. Once a full round of worms has been used, the skill of the first fiery worm is cooled down and ready to use again. This results in a scenario where Lin Chen can almost continuously unleash flame impacts, practically achieving infinite firepower. Gulping nervously, Li Tang stammered, "Whoever you are, you can't harm me. I'm the eldest son of the Li family from Jiangnan City. If you dare touch me, my family won't let you off. If you know what's good for you, let me go, or else." Before he could finish his threat, Lin Chen's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. In the next instant he reappeared behind Li Tang and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Li Tang felt a sharp pain in his back and cried out in agony. Then his vision went black and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. "I despise being threatened." Lin Chen sneered coldly at Li Tang lying on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had clearly seen Lin Chen knock Li Tang out with just a single punch. It's important to note that Li Tang was a heavily armored warrior known for his defense, with a base defense several times higher than that of ordinary warriors. Moreover, his equipment was of high-quality green grade. Yet Lin Chen, without utilizing any skills, had knocked him out with a single blow. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Even the typical level 10 warrior class probably wouldn't be this powerful. Amidst their shock, the crowd was filled with curiosity. Who exactly was this person? How could he possess the high-damage spells of a mage, the blink and agility of an assassin, and the terrifying strength of a warrior class simultaneously? Could he be a hidden job holder on par with the likes of Lu Yanran or Li Hu? They certainly didn't know that even a rare hidden class couldn't achieve such feats. Only the one and only Zerg overlord in the world could exhibit such unrivaled perfection. Thank you for your assistance. Mo Homely stepped forward, expressing her gratitude after all the enemies had been dealt with. I'm Mo Homely, the leader of this small team. May I know your name so we can repay you in the future? Lin Shen didn't respond with words, instead, he glanced at Mo Homely, taking in her flawless beauty and well-defined figure, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, a slight smile appearing on his face. His intervention wasn't driven by some cliched heroic rescue but because he recognized her as none other than Mo Homely, one of the future legendary figures he needed to find in this trial ground exam. If memory serves me right, Mo Homely's profession is that of a support-type holy light knight. It was precisely because of her unique role that she inadvertently attracted the final boss of the trial grounds, the Ice Golem. Back then it was Mo Homely's unexpected encounter with the Ice Golem that led to a major crisis during the college entrance examination, forcing a halt and sealing off the entire trial grounds. According to some secret sources, defeating this Ice Golem with the blazing sword would cause it to drop a legendary artifact, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Reflecting on the information from his past life, Lin Shen's expression deepened with intensity as he gazed at Mo Homely, his eyes alight with a newfound fervor. Little did he know Mo Homely misinterpreted this gaze, believing it to carry a different, perhaps more personal intent, causing her to blush furiously. Her fair neck took on a light pink hue, making her appear like a ripe, juicy peach. What are you looking at, classmate? Mo Homely teased with a hint of reproach in her tone. If it were anyone else daring to look at her this way, they would have been met with her great sword. However, after witnessing Lin Shen's formidable power, Mo Homely did not dare act rashly and could only use this manner to remind him. Coughing lightly, Lin Shen, uncharacteristically flustered, cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Miss Mo, I've come here not specifically to rescue you, but rather to ask for your help with something. Mo Homely's curiosity was piqued immediately. Help? Since you just saved me, I certainly won't refuse if you need my assistance. What is it that you want me to do? Lin Shen got straight to the point. It's nothing too special. I just want to join your team and follow you as you hunt fierce beasts, that's all. Join the team. Mo Homely was puzzled by the request, a trace of confusion crossing her charming face. It was well known that a master like Lin Shen would be highly sought after by other teams, likely with offers of hefty rewards to lure him in, yet Lin Shen, after rescuing them, wished to join their team instead. Despite her bewilderment seeing Lin Shen's somewhat indifferent demeanor, Mo Homely nodded. If that's the case, then welcome aboard. Lin Shen, he added. Welcome, Lin Shen, Mo Homely affirmed with a firm nod. Only then did Lin Shen feel at ease. Now all he had to do was wait for the Ice Golem to make its way to Mo Homely. Meanwhile, about 300 kilometers away, a fierce battle was unfolding. A group of 3 men and 1 woman were fiercely combating a massive tiger before them, each with a serious expression etched on their faces, indicating the intense difficulty of the battle. With a thunderous roar, the giant tiger swiped its blood-tinged claws viciously at the warriors in front of it. The warrior couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the tiger's paw, his health instantly plummeting to the brink. In a panic, he fished out 2 health potions from his backpack and gulped them down, barely restoring half of his health. At that moment, the priestess behind him hurriedly cast a healing spell, finally topping off the warrior's health. Though the warrior felt a bit dissatisfied, he could only sigh helplessly and continue facing the giant tiger in front of him. Behind him, the archer and the mage were doing their best to attack the tiger, but the arrows and fireballs, despite hitting the target accurately, were only inflicting minor damage. Compared to the tiger's nearly 200 health points, their efforts seemed insignificant. Before long, the tiger appeared to grow restless, sweeping its tail and knocking the warrior aside, then leaping off in a direction. Oh no, it's trying to escape, the warrior exclaimed in surprise. Stop it. We can't let this level 5 saber-toothed iron tiger get away, or our chances for the college entrance exam will be dashed, the mage urgently shouted, pulling out a talisman and throwing it towards the tiger. The talisman turned into an ice spike, flying towards the tiger and enveloping it in a cloud of frost, slowing its movements by a third. Seeing this, the warrior was invigorated, shouting angrily as he lunged forward to block the tiger's escape. Unexpectedly, the tiger flicked its whip-like tail once more, sending the warrior flying before disappearing into a nearby forest. Damn it! The male mage cursed under his breath, his face full of disappointment. That saber-toothed iron tiger is a rare level 5 beast. If we had managed to kill it, we could have earned at least 100 points. What a pity. Just as he finished speaking, the female priestess retorted bluntly, I think it's all your fault. Your capture spell was useless. If it were Brotherly Cohen, he would have immobilized the tiger ages ago. the priestess who kept mentioning Brother Li Kuan was none other than Lin Xingxue. The pockmarked-faced warrior, hearing this, quickly stepped forward to apologize to the mage, saying, "Haha, my brother, I'm sorry. Xingxue has a bad temper. Please bear with her a little." The mage snorted coldly, unwilling to argue with Lin Xingxue, and walked to the side to sulk, though in his heart he was cursing Lin Xingxue's ancestors 8 generations over. This priestess, slow to react, using healing spells at the wrong times, nearly causing the team to wipe out several times. Most annoyingly, Lin Xingxue acted like a princess, ordering them around as if they were her servants, bad at playing yet with such a foul temper. If not for his acquaintance with the pockmarked face, he would have gone solo long ago. "Xingxue, don't be angry, it's just a level 5 beast, we'll kill another one next time." The pockmarked face tried to placate her with a smile, however Lin Xingxue couldn't see the situation for what it was and instead vented all her anger on him. "Zhao Lu, didn't you say that teaming up with you would earn us lots of points and experience? It's been days, and each of us only has just over 200 points. At this rate, I won't be able to attend the same school as my brother Li Kuan. Can you take responsibility for that?" Zhao Lu, with his pockmarked face, felt a bit awkward and softly said, "Xingxue, we've had a rough few days, so please bear with us. At least our team has a hidden profession. Those teams without any hidden professions must have even lower scores." As he tried to comfort her, Lin Xingxue's anger faded slightly. She pouted but generously forgave Zhao Lu. However, his words reminded her of someone. Indeed, those with ordinary professions must be having a harder time, like Lin Chen. A slight smile appeared on Lin Xingxue's lips. The thought that Lin Chen's situation might be 10 times more difficult than hers instantly lifted her spirits. "Humph, that's your punishment for ignoring me." While Lin Xingxue was lost in her thoughts, a puzzled voice interrupted her reverie. Lu Yanran's score ranking suddenly surpassed Li Hu's. How strange. Zhao Lu, staring at a screen in his hand, couldn't help but express his surprise. "What's going on, Lin?" Xingxue leaned in curiously. Just moments ago, Lu Yanran's score ranking had unexpectedly jumped ahead of Li Hu, securing the second place. Zhao Lu explained. The terminal in his hand was a device distributed for this year's national exam known as the score terminal, which allowed them to check rankings at any time. Naturally, their rankings were beyond the top 10,000. On the leaderboard, only 3 names occupied the top spots. Third place Li Hu, second place Lu Yanran, and first place Dominate. Clearly, Dominate was a pseudonym. From the first day, Dominate's score had been far ahead, solidly seated at the top with unwavering stability. Countless people were curious about the identity of this Dominate, amazed by the mysterious individual who overshadowed both Lu Yanran and Li Hu. Some even offered 1,000,000 credit points, hoping Dominate would help them pass the national exam, but they received no response. Many speculated that Dominate might be the true heir, secretly nurtured by the Jiangnan city's most prominent family, the Ma family, aiming to make a grand entrance with this exam. But all of these were mere guesses. If I remember correctly, Lu Yanran's Holy Knight profession is an all-rounder type. Meanwhile, Li Hu's Shadow Assassin is a main combat profession. Logically, with the same level, the main combat profession should earn points faster, remarked the mage, unable to resist joining the discussion upon hearing the news. That's why I find it strange, Zhao Lu replied, chuckling self-deprecatingly. But what does it matter to people like us? Ha, we can't even break 300 points, ranking beyond the 10,000 mark. Compared to these geniuses, it's like comparing clouds to dirt. The mage sighed and dropped the topic. Only Lin Xingxue looked at the first place Dominate with a hint of admiration and envy. "Ah, how wonderful it would be if I could join Dominate's team," she thought wistfully. "This is the true genius." Little did she know the genius she was obsessively thinking about was the very one she had inwardly cursed just moments ago. On the 4th day of the National College entrance exams, within the trial grounds, a vast grassland stretched endlessly. A massive horn-scale ox lay lazily basking in the sun, utterly relaxed and at ease. However, just as it was about to doze off, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! An ice spike suddenly flew from somewhere, striking its body with a sharp, penetrating pain. A vivid red -24 floated above its head. The horn-scale ox roared in anger, standing up and bellowing towards the direction the ice spike had come from. Yet before the horn-scale ox could take more than a few steps, a blaze of fire enveloped it completely. Boom! A -165 hovered above as the horn-scale ox crashed to the ground, dead in an instant. From afar, cheers erupted in the wake of the beast's fall. Another level 5 fierce beast down. Lin Chen is truly formidable. One hit to kill. Lin Shen is so cool. Over the past 2 days, nearly all the fierce beasts had fallen to Lin Shen, an impressive feat that left many in awe. A group of people, eyes filled with respect and admiration, turned their gaze towards a young man cloaked in black. This black-robed youth was none other than Lin Shen himself. For the past 2 days, Lin Shen had been leading his team in hunting down fierce beasts, earning each member over 800 points. This achievement left his teammates exhilarated and immensely grateful, as these points were enough to secure them outstanding results they had never dared to dream of before. All of this was thanks to Lin Shen. Without him, they would likely still be struggling to earn 300 or 400 points. Moreover, Lin Shen's terrifying strength, displayed over the past few days, captivated several female professionals in the team who now frequently cast flirtatious glances his way. Unfortunately, Lin Shen seemed oblivious to their hints, focusing solely on assisting the team and taking down high-level fierce beasts from time to time. "Go pick up the loot," Lin Shen waved his hand. Yes, a male team member responded, moving towards the fallen horn-scaled ox to gather the spoils of battle. Shortly after, he returned with a few white-grade items, jubilant. Lin Shen showed no interest in dividing these white-grade items, simply stating, "You handle it," before turning his attention to surveying the surroundings. After a long observation, he sighed deeply. It's been 2 days. Why hasn't the ice golem shown up yet? Did I remember wrong, or was it a deliberately spread false rumor?" Lin Shen was troubled, his mind far from the concerns of the exam results. With the swarm of Zerg, he was confident that his points would far surpass others. Therefore, Lin Shen's focus was on whether the rumor about a legendary piece of equipment was true or false. As he pondered, a sudden fragrance wafted through the air. Mo Hongli approached from behind, her cheeks slightly flushed, speaking softly, "Lin Shen, you've been looking over there. Is there a fierce beast approaching?" Lin Shen shook his head. "No, I'm just thinking about some things." As Mo Hongli was about to speak, the ground suddenly began to tremble. A series of strange, low hums reverberated from afar, carrying with them an unusual ripple, as if causing all things to shiver. Unnoticed, the temperature in the air had dropped and snowflakes began to fall. The squad members looked around in surprise, unsure of how to react. Only Lin Shen's face lit up with delight as he muttered to himself, "It's here. Finally, it's here." This disturbance was unmistakably the environmental change unique to the appearance of a level 10 or higher boss. This meant that after days of waiting, the ice golem had finally come to find Mo Hongli. Lin Shen, what's happening?" Mo Hongli asked, her beautiful eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Although she didn't know exactly what was happening, she instinctively moved closer to Lin Shen as if he could offer her endless security. "I suppose it's the boss of the trial grounds," Lin Shen replied excitedly. "The trial grounds actually have a boss?" Mo Hongli was taken aback. She only knew that the trial grounds were a fixed instance for the National College entrance exam, unaware that this abyssal instance also contained a boss. Of course there is. Every abyss contains a boss, but triggering the boss in the trial grounds requires stricter conditions, Lin Shen explained. "Oh, how strict?" Mo Hongli asked, puzzled. "First, someone needs to score over 10,000 points within the trial grounds," Lin Shen elaborated. "Over 10,000 points? How is that possible?" Mo Hongli's eyes widened in astonishment. It was known that in the 7 days of the trial grounds, a typical student scoring 500 points was considered quite an achievement. Only prodigies like Lu Yanran and Li Hu could score over 1,000 points, but 10,000 points? Could that be achieved in just 7 days? In a flash of realization, Mo Hongli began to understand, her whole body trembling with excitement. Could it be that the mysterious master topping the leaderboard was Lin Shen? Had he scored 10,000 points? Otherwise, how could he know about the boss? Just as her thoughts were racing, Lin Shen's calm voice interrupted, "And the second condition is that there must be a profession of holy light knight present in the trial grounds. Only then will the level 10 boss, the ice golem, reveal itself to find you." A level 10 boss? Mo Hongli covered her rosy lips, her body trembling slightly. "You're not joking, are you? How could a level 10 boss appear in the trial grounds?" She knew that the trial grounds were an artificial abyss created by the Dragon Country's official war gods working together. Its difficulty and monsters were specially designed to ensure that examinees would feel pressured but not face excessive danger. After all, the examinees' levels generally only ranged from 1 to 3. For the examinees, a level 10 boss is like an insurmountable mountain. This trial ground, as it turns out, is merely a replica created by Dragon Nation's mighty warriors. They used the Imperial Plains in this abyss as a blueprint, employing a special skill to imprint it. Even they might not have realized that a boss exists within this trial ground. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, his knowledge stemming from memories of a past life. In that previous life, the emergence of the ice golem was a result of an accident. At that time, a young noble was in danger during the trial, and a senior family member who happened to be an examiner with the authority to rescue candidates intervened. However, on the way, this examiner encountered a beast tide and had to fight, causing their score to skyrocket beyond 10,000 points. Typically, such incidents have occurred in entrance exams over the years, and the solution is straightforward: exclude the individual from the scoring. However, coincidentally, this year's Mo Hongli is a holy light knight by profession. Two low probability events collided, leading to the birth of the ice golem. Lin Chen, you seem to know quite a bit. How do you know all this? Mo Hongli was not only shocked but also increasingly curious. She realized that Lin Chen, though appearing ordinary, was surrounded by an enigmatic mist, making him utterly inscrutable. Head, you don't need to worry about that. Just stand behind me and watch the show. Lin Chen smiled casually, wielding his flowing fire sword. What? You're going to challenge that boss? Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? Mo Hongli's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment as she saw Lin Chen preparing for battle. She knew Lin Chen was strong, but she couldn't imagine him defeating a level 10 leader. Lin Chen, while the ice golem hasn't noticed us, let's run, otherwise it'll be too late. Mo Hongli urged anxiously, thinking Lin Chen was marching to his doom. There's no need to worry. Just watch. Lin Chen reassured, not retreating but instead advancing steadily forward. Behind him, a group of people stood in shock. Knowing the boss was imminent and still going forward seemed like seeking death. Rumble. Just as they were engulfed in astonishment and confusion, the ice golem finally revealed itself. A massive stone giant, approximately 10 meters tall, emerged from the ground, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The ice golem was entirely dark blue, covered in a rough but deeply inscribed magical array. Its aura was violent and chilling, like an eternal block of ice, making anyone who gazed upon it feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. The beast, ice golem level 10, tier 3, life 978 strength, 254 speed, 146 spirit, 157 skills. Ice spike, ice lance, ice magic array, punch, blizzard, ice prison. A tier 3 boss. At the first sight of the ice golem, everyone held their breath in awe. Unexpectedly, it was a third-tier boss. If this ice golem is indeed a third-tier boss, it is even more formidable than a typical level 15 boss. This is terrifying. Why would such a fearsome creature appear in the trial grounds? Shocked and fearful, everyone immediately grabbed their terminals to call for help. Yet Lin Chen, unfazed, calmly approached the ice golem. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a fire blast. A damage of -24 appeared as the fiery beam struck the golem, momentarily stunning it before it erupted in fury. Drawn out from the depths by a peculiar scent, the golem was unexpectedly attacked by these ants. Upon emerging, it roared angrily and launched a frenzied assault towards Lin Chen. The ice golem's magical array glowed brightly, and a blizzard enveloped the surrounding 100 meters, raining countless ice spikes down from above, threatening to pierce everyone. Retreat, everyone! Mo Hongli shouted urgently, quickly retreating several hundred meters before glancing back towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, like an agile assassin, dodged the descending ice spikes, occasionally firing flames to force the ice golem back. Bright red damage numbers floated up from the golem's body. -32, -16, -17. Though the damage was not high, it was extremely insulting to the ice golem. Infuriated, the golem raised its massive fist to smash Lin Chen. Despite its size, the ice golem was not clumsy. In fact, it exhibited a strange swiftness. Its fist, like wind and thunder, rapidly descended upon Lin Chen's head, as if ready to crush this tiny ant. No, Mo Hongli couldn't help but scream. But just as the fist was about to strike, Lin Chen's form vanished into thin air. He had used Void Walk. Lin Chen reappeared 10 meters away, continuing his relentless onslaught against the ice golem. Witnessing this, Mo Hongli breathed a sigh of relief, though puzzlement remained. How could Lin Chen, who had only recently acquired his profession, fight with such skill, effortlessly evading the golem's attacks? What Mo Hongli did not know was that Lin Chen, though appearing only 18, was actually over 40 in his past life, a seasoned professional hunter. His battle instincts were almost second nature, with abundant combat experience. To him, this little ice golem was merely a small challenge easily overcome. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen was entangled with the ice golem elsewhere in a conference room, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City were leisurely discussing matters. Suddenly an interruption came. Principals, there's trouble. The trial grounds had unexpectedly spawned a level 10 tier 3 boss. The ice golem, Suddenly a person burst into the room and reported anxiously, "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions instantly. An ice golem, level 10 tier 3, a boss appearing in the trial grounds. Principal Wang Xing from number 3 high school jumped up in shock. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Principal Yang Shu from number 1 high school also frowned and questioned sternly. "Absolutely not. This information has been confirmed by several examinees simultaneously. It can't be wrong." The person quickly swallowed and replied with urgency. Wang Xing, Yang Shu and the others furrowed their brows deeply. After a brief discussion, they made a decision: immediately dispatch personnel to control the ice golem while evacuating the examinees and mandate that no one approaches the nearby area. Only in this way could they eliminate the disturbance without affecting the National College entrance examination. After carrying out these arrangements, they turned their attention back to the screen, eager to see what the situation with the ice golem boss was. However, as soon as they switched the feed to the area where the ice golem was located, they were all stunned. A familiar figure appeared on the screen. This figure was none other than Lin Shen, who moved like a shadow around the ice golem, continuously firing flame rays from his hand. His concentrated attacks fell on the golem like raindrops, gradually depleting its health. Though the golem was furious, it couldn't catch the nimble figure, not even landing a single hit. The conference room was engulfed in shock as everyone watched Lin Shen's bizarre movements, coupled with his occasional use of blink skills, and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Was this the assassin's blink technique? And the flame rays, were they fireball spells or explosive fireballs? Wait, isn't he a warrior? Why does he have mage skills? With such agility and speed, is he really a warrior? His movements were terrifyingly agile. Even the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City couldn't help but gape at Lin Shen's skill coordination. Just days ago, Lin Shen had left a deep impression on them as a pathetic, useless guy eating hot pot and drinking cola under a tree. Now, the ones who had scoffed at Lin Shen's previous demeanor felt the sting of being proven wrong. Many felt their faces flush as if they had been slapped hard. "Hey, old Wang, your student has been hiding his talents quite well," someone remarked with a wry smile, casting a glance at Wang Xing. "Indeed, old Wang, you're quite sly." Is old Wang planning to play the fool to catch the tiger? What exactly is this kid's class to have so many skills? Is his fireball spell without cooldown and consumption, or is it truly limitless firepower? TSK, congratulations old Wang, it seems number 3 high school is set to rise to the top this year. A group of people began to tease Wang Xing, their tones filled with envy. After all, nurturing a student like Lu Yenran was already remarkable. Now, with Lin Shen added to the mix, the school was bound to seize the crown in the school rankings this year. Even Yang Shu couldn't help casting a glance tinged with jealousy and reluctance, though he remained silent. Wang Xing chuckled wryly, his mind a whirl of confusion. This Lin Shen, his awakened profession was clearly a warrior. I even reviewed his files. How could a warrior possibly be this strong? Could he be hiding his true profession? Pondering over this possibility, Wang Xing felt it was the only plausible explanation. As he was lost in thought, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, look, Lu Yenran and Li Hu are here too." Indeed, two figures appeared on the scene, unmistakably Lu Yenran and Li Hu. They had evidently been drawn by the commotion caused by the ice golem. Upon seeing the attributes of the ice golem, both of their eyes lit up, a hint of desire flickering in their gaze. A level 10 third-tier boss. Defeating this boss would undoubtedly make one the top scorer in Jiangnan's high school entrance exams this year. Moreover, such a formidable boss would surely drop significant equipment, perhaps even a rare item might drop, erasing all future worries. With such thoughts in mind, they exchanged a glance before looking at Lin Shen, who was engaged with the ice golem. Determined, they decided to join the fray. Yet, as if sensing their intentions, Lin Shen's calm voice floated over, "I advise you to stay back. This boss is much tougher than you imagine. Get too close and you'll be seriously injured. If you don't want to die, it's best to leave." His words, rather than quelling their fighting spirit, only made Li Hu scoff disdainfully. "Humph kid, you're just a basic warrior and yet you're able to hold your own against this boss. And I, with my rare hidden profession, should be inferior to you? Ridiculous." Lu Yenran, though silent, carried an indifferent look in her eyes, clearly unconcerned with Lin Shen's warning. She recognized Lin Shen, but merely attributed his survival to luck, dodging the ice golem's relentless attacks. She didn't believe it was due to Lin Shen's strength. "Het Lu Yenran, how about a little contest?" Li Hu laughed heartily. "Let's see who can slay the ice golem. I want to see how powerful a hidden profession of the same tier as mine truly is." Lu Yenran chuckled softly. As you wish. With it, the two charged towards the ice golem, Saint Flame, Poison Dagger. Instantly 2 skills flew towards the ice golem, landing directly on its body. -9 inch, -11, 2 damage numbers floated out. The two were immediately stunned. Why is our damage so low? This is impossible. Li Hu was utterly shocked, completely unable to believe it, and just then, boom, noticing the two new ants joining the battle, the ice golem roared, instantly conjuring several ice spikes in midair, shooting them towards their position. Not good. Li Hu and Lu Yenran were immediately panic-stricken, hastily activating defensive skills to resist. However, how could the damage of a level 10 boss be something two little ones at just levels 4 and 5 could withstand? -87 inch, -128. Instantly both of them were struck into a severely injured state by the ice spikes, collapsing on the ground, nearly passing out. With a single strike, just one blow, two so-called prodigies were gravely wounded. They didn't even have the chance to evade before an arbitrary ice spike struck them down like this. Impossible. Lin Shen easily dodged it, and he's merely a warrior. So why couldn't I? Li Hu roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot with confusion and disbelief. When Li Hu awakened a rare hidden class, he was nothing more than a small figure in school. Suddenly he was summoned by the principal and important figures who offered encouragement and tried to win him over, leaving him both excited and somewhat arrogant, his ego inflated significantly. Now he looks down on classmates who awakened ordinary classes, never expecting to end up in this predicament. Li Hu glanced at Lin Shen, who was currently engaged in a tug-of-war with the ice golem, his eyes filled with resentment and venom. Clearly he had shifted all his frustration and anger onto Lin Shen. Could Lin Shen really be this powerful? Meanwhile, Lu Yenran looked at Lin Shen with a hint of complexity in her gaze. Have I misjudged him? Could it be that Lin Shen, despite being a warrior, is actually quite gifted? However, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. What am I thinking? That's impossible. If he awakened in ordinary class, then he's fated to never reach the pinnacle. Perhaps he's triggered some beneficial effect, or simply his good luck, allowing him to contend with the ice golem for so long. With that thought, Lu Yenran felt a sense of relief. In the distance, Lin Shen moved with the swiftness of a leopard, evading the ice golem's attacks, occasionally using void walk to reposition himself. Simultaneously he unleashed bursts of flame from his hands, striking the ice golem. Under the relentless assault, the ice golem's health finally dropped to half. It seemed it wouldn't take much longer for Lin Shen to whittle down the remaining health, yet there was no trace of joy on Lin Shen's face. He was well aware that as a tier 3 boss, the ice golem couldn't possibly be limited to such meager means. Indeed, just a few minutes later, the ice golem seemed genuinely angered. It roared, and suddenly retreated 2 steps. Immediately rings of azure light began to emanate from the golem's body. This is bad. The golem is about to use its ultimate skill. In the distance, Mo Hongli and others exclaimed in alarm. Lin Shen also paused, stepping back to the side, watching the ice golem's actions intently. The situation was tense and everyone was on edge, awaiting the golem's next move. For reasons unbeknownst, Lin Shen, upon witnessing the ice golem unleash its skill, did not show a hint of fear. Instead, he appeared remarkably excited. Finally, the azure halo expanded to a radius of about 700 or 800 meters before suddenly solidifying. It transformed into substantial ice blocks that descended from the sky. Boom, these blocks piled up to form a cage-like structure, encapsulating both Lin Shen and the ice golem within. Meanwhile, back in the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Damn it, why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? If something goes wrong, our Jiangnan city will be in big trouble, exclaimed Principal Yang Shu of No. 1 High School, slamming the table in frustration. Nearby, the principal of No. 2 High School tried to console him. Old Young, the rescue team is already on its way, so rest easy. Besides, this issue isn't our oversight, it's out of our hands. Hearing this, Yang Shu's expression softened a bit, though he still seemed a bit agitated. Sigh, if it weren't for this unexpected incident, our school's Li Hu would likely have been in first place by now. Speaking of which, do any of you know who the dominate is, this person who has been at the top of the leaderboard? The group of high-ranking officials beside him responded with resigned smiles and shakes of their heads. You know, to prevent retaliatory incidents in the trial ground, students can conceal their names and use aliases. Even we can't know the true identity of this dominate until the results are in one person's side. This dominate had certainly piqued the curiosity of many among these officials. After all, on just the first day, Dominate had already surpassed Li Hu and Lu Yenran, securing the top spot with ease, an achievement not within reach of ordinary individuals. Could it be that this is the hidden trump card of another high school's principal? Principal Wang Xing of number 3 high school speculated calmly. Yang Shu, could it be that this Dominate is another trump card of yours? After all, if you can hide Li Hu, hiding another like Dominate shouldn't be difficult for you. Faced with this probing remark, Yang Shu responded with a cold laugh. Old Wang, have you lost your mind? My previous concealment of Li Hu was to lull you at number 3 high school into complacency. Now that the exams have entered the third day, what use is there in hiding? Any more cards? The crowd nodded in agreement. Since that was the case, do any of you know who this mysterious Dominate is? Wang Xing asked, glancing around the room. The scene fell into a hushed silence, with everyone exchanging perplexed glances, unsure of what to say. It was at this moment that a voice broke the quiet. Look at the screen. Someone seemed to have noticed something. The crowd turned to look. They saw Li Hu and Lu Yenran conversing briefly before simultaneously charging at the ice golem. These two young people are quite spirited. I guess they've made a bet, but this is too dangerous, Yang Shu observed, furrowing his brow. Though he seemed somewhat disapproving, he did not voice any objections. Indeed, even a mere Lin Chen can contend with the ice golem, suggesting that this boss's strength isn't formidable. However, there's still a certain level of risk involved. If something were to happen to these prodigies, it would be a responsibility too great for us to bear. Wang Xing nodded in agreement with Yang Shu's assessment. Initially, they had worried that the ice golem boss was too formidable. However, seeing Lin Chen, a regular class player, manage to hold his own against the golem for an extended period and with apparent ease, they began to reconsider. It seemed the golem might not be as terrifying as it appeared. This newfound confidence was why they simply frowned upon Li Hu and Lu Yenran charging towards the ice golem without any significant concern. After all, if Lin Chen could handle it so effortlessly, surely Lu Yenran and Li Hu wouldn't fare any worse? Yet, in the blink of an eye, an astonishing scene unfolded on the screen. The ice golem casually flung a few ice spikes, striking down the once bold Li Hu and Lu Yenran, leaving them gravely injured. The two lay on the ground, ensnared in a layer of ice, unable to move, trapped by the debuff. Just one strike, only one, was enough to defeat them. This sight left everyone present with eyes wide open in disbelief. Impossible, this can't be real. Li Hu, with his rare hidden class, had a growth potential far superior to many, and yet he was defeated in a single blow. Yang Shu's eyes widened, his face a tapestry of incredulity. Even Wang Xing, known for his calm demeanor, had his mouth agape, stuttering. Lu Yenran taken down in just one hit, and yet Lin Chen managed to last this long. He can't possibly be just a regular warrior class. He's been hiding his true class from us. Yang Shu regained his composure, swallowed hard, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems Lin Chen has concealed his capabilities from us very well. He appears to be a warrior, but in reality he must be from a hidden class. The revelation left everyone around them in awe. My goodness, how many prodigies has our Jiangnan city produced this year? It seems the top-ranked dominator must be Lin Chen. Indeed, who else could it be? Came the echo of congratulations directed at Principal Wang. Congratulations, Principal Wang, on acquiring yet another prodigious talent. Congratulations, Principal Wang. The tense atmosphere in the meeting room dissipated instantly as everyone gathered around Wang Xing, eager to curry favor. In a mere moment, Third High School's remarkable achievement of producing two rare quality hidden class students in a single academic year guaranteed its rise to fame as the most prestigious high school in Jiangnan City for years to come. With that status, the influx of students' prestige, wealth, and power would surely follow. Wang Xing's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum, humbly offering polite words even as he basked in the glory. Yang Shu, with a hint of mischief and envy, quipped, Old Wang, it seems you just realized how extraordinary Lin Chen is. If I had such a prodigious student, I'd be sure to nurture him well rather than forgetting his name. Just a few days ago he was still fuming, feeling that Lin Chen had embarrassed him and swore to make trouble for him after the college entrance exams. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye Lin Chen would turn into the prodigious student that Yang Shu and everyone else were green with envy over? Wang Xing couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, cleared his throat and said ahem. He hid his profession on purpose. I didn't know about it either, otherwise I would have certainly nurtured him properly. After a pause, Wang Xing deliberately changed the subject. By the way, what quality is Lin Chen's profession? I guess it's rare quality, just more focused on speed, which is why he was able to dodge the attacks from the ice golem, Yang Shu speculated after thinking for a moment. I also think it might be something like a rare hidden profession, a demon hunter perhaps. Demon hunters can also use fireball magic and have speed-oriented abilities, which seems to fit Lin Chen's performance. Someone chimed in. Not quite, another argued. While demon hunters can use fireball magic and are speed-oriented, what about the blink ability? I think it's more like a hidden profession of an elementalist. You're all wrong, it should be a sword mage. The group began to debate heatedly. At this moment Wang Xing suddenly became serious and sternly interrupted. Quiet everyone, look, on the screen the ice golem had unleashed its ultimate skill, the ice prison, engulfing Lin Chen within it. Now, they couldn't see anything anymore. Nothing will happen, right? Where is the rescue team? Lin Chen won't be killed by this boss, will he? We can't see anything, what should we do? Everyone became anxious. They didn't want to see a prodigy of Jiangnan City perish during the college entrance exams. It would be a loss for the entire city. Wang Xing too was especially grave, his eyes fixed on the screen, his heart in his throat. Lin Chen, you must be okay, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Chen surveyed the towering ice walls around him, devoid of any panic. Instead, there was a hint of excitement and joy in his eyes. Just as the intelligence from my past life indicated, this ice golem possesses a certain level of intelligence capable of dividing the battlefield to restrict my movements. Unfortunately for it, forcing it to use the ice prison was precisely my plan. Lin Chen grinned. Close combat or spellcasting, neither was his forte. After all, he was a summoner. By compelling the ice golem to use the ice prison, it not only trapped him but also conveniently obscured the vision of those outside. With this opportunity, Lin Chen could unleash his true strengths without any reservations. He immediately shouted in a low voice, "Come forth!" In a flash, a dense swarm of zergs appeared within the ice prison. Currently, Lin Chen commanded 17 flame worms, 48 blade worms, 25 spike worms, and 20 brain worms. This imposing Zerg army, once it appeared on the battlefield, seemed to add a few more degrees of ominousness to the already chilly domain. All the Zerg units at this moment were glaring fiercely at the ice colossus, their eyes brimming with a desire for slaughter. The ice golem, possessing a limited form of intelligence, found itself bewildered. It vaguely recalled sealing away a bothersome ant. But how did it suddenly multiply into so many insects? However, the complexity of the situation was beyond the golem's limited understanding. All it knew was that this tiny ant had angered it and must be crushed. With a thunderous roar, the ice golem swung its massive fists and charged forward once more. Lin Chen snorted, unfazed by the approaching threat. He waved his hand towards the golem, commanding attack with full force. The blade bugs darted forward like lightning, spewing acid, capable of melting steel and nimbly jumping around the golem's feet. Though they couldn't inflict significant damage, their role was not to attack directly but to distract. As expected, the sight of these leaping insects infuriated the ice golem, prompting it to mindlessly swing its fists at them. With a deafening crash, a dozen blade bugs failed to evade and were crushed into a fine powder, dissipating into white light. The ice golem seemed to revel in its destructive power, letting out a triumphant roar. Yet, its moment of triumph was short-lived, interrupted by Lin Chen's disdainful sneer. "You're already dead." Surrounding Lin Chen were 20 brain bugs, now glowing with a faint white light as they synchronized their mental energies into a single force. Meanwhile, the flame worms, their gaping maws glowing with a crimson hue, were clearly ready for action. At Lin Chen's command, a massive fireball 2 meters in diameter, along with several fiery rays, were launched directly at the ice golem. Upon impact, a blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion echoing in the air. Once the light faded, the towering golem had been reduced to a mere pile of rubble, leaving behind only a scattering of loot. -587, weak point damage. A notification flashed as Lin Chen's summoned creatures claimed victory over the Tier 3 ice golem, earning 1000 experience points. Ding, you've slain the ice golem, gaining 1 Valkyr's continent reputation. It was a one-hit kill and Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The combined assault of the flame worms and brain bugs exceeded his expectations, proving capable of instantly annihilating even a half-health level 10 Tier 3 boss. However, before he could fully bask in his triumph, Lin Chen noticed the ice walls around him beginning to melt away. Alerted by this new development, he quickly retracted his insect units back into the Dominator's space, leaving only himself in the clearing. He had no intention of revealing his identity as the Zerg Dominator to anyone, at least until he could protect himself. Lin Chen knew he had to keep this identity a secret, otherwise it would invite endless trouble. Outside the battleground, countless eyes were watching. When they saw only Lin Shen standing there alone, they all widened their eyes in shock. My goodness, is the Ice Colossus really dead? A level 10 boss, just like that? This doesn't seem right. Did I see it wrong? This is too unbelievable. Is Lin Shen truly just a warrior? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Mo Hongli covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, and even her breath grew a bit rapid. Li Hu and Lu Yanan glanced at Lin Shen with eyes full of shock mixed with a dash of jealousy and confusion. They could not understand why Lin Shen, just an ordinary warrior, could single-handedly take down a level 10 tier 3 boss and appear unscathed. This was a creature that could easily kill them with a single blow. They hadn't even managed to scratch the Ice Colossus. As Lin Shen felt the complex gazes from those around him, he merely let out a cold laugh, ignoring them entirely. He walked forward to inspect the spoils dropped by the Ice Colossus. As a tier 3 boss, the loot it dropped was extremely extravagant, covering a 10-meter radius around it. Among them were several items that glimmered faintly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Did I see that right? So many rare pieces of equipment. If these are sold, I wouldn't need to work for decades. All rare gear. This is incredible. Look, that yellow one must be the legendary extraordinary equipment, right? Gulp, I'm tempted to grab a few pieces myself. By now the area had filled with onlookers, easily numbering a couple hundred. Most of them were leveling nearby and had come over to join the commotion after hearing the noise. They hadn't expected to witness such a scene upon arrival. Many of them gazed at the blue rare equipment strewn about, their eyes filled with a tinge of greed. Blue equipment, which indicates rare quality, held extraordinary value. Generally speaking, even prominent figures in Jiangnan City, such as school principals, were outfitted with rare quality gear, perhaps with one or two pieces of extraordinary equipment here and there. Many high-level figures couldn't even gather a full set of rare equipment. This underscored just how terrifyingly valuable rare quality equipment was. Lin Shen began picking up the equipment: violet gloves, wolf bone armor, flowing cloud sword. As he picked up each item, he shook his head in disbelief. What kind of rubbish is this? A tier 3 boss dropped this? To him, the equipment he was collecting were just blue rare items that others greatly coveted. Getting even one would thrill others for days, yet Lin Shen displayed only disdain. I must admit, the disparity between people is truly vast. This piece of equipment seems decent. Lin Shen picked up an item and, after glancing at its attributes, couldn't help but smile. He had acquired a piece of equipment, a large storage bag. The large storage bag expands the backpack by 30 slots. Every adventurer's backpack initially has only 10 slots, and with each level gained, an additional slot is unlocked. This large storage bag directly provides 30 slots, which may not enhance combat power, but for Lin Shen it is an extremely practical piece of equipment. With a smug grin, he thought to himself that he no longer needed to dismantle some of the rare equipment into energy points. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction. However, among this pile of equipment, it seemed that only this one had good attributes. The rest were quite useless to him, so he decided to dismantle them all into energy points. Presently, Lin Shen's stockpile of energy points had reached the staggering number of 2,571. If he wished, he could instantly breed a Zerg army far stronger than his current forces. Such a development speed could be described as astonishing, yet Lin Shen still seemed less than satisfied as he glanced around. Wasn't it said that after wielding the blaze sword and defeating the ice golem, a legendary piece of equipment would definitely drop? What on earth was going on? Lin Shen searched for a while and suddenly noticed a glimmer of golden light amidst the sea of blue beams. Overjoyed, he rushed over and picked up the small ring. He had obtained a piece of equipment, the Heart of Omnipotence. This was a ring of legendary quality requiring level 5 strength and 10 spirit. Its attributes were +3 spirit, +5 strength, +2 agility. Special Effect 1, Omnipotence allows the wearer to learn skills from any class. Special Effect 2, Mastery increases all skills by +2, a divine artifact indeed. Upon seeing this, Lin Shen was ecstatic, his breathing even growing a bit rapid. You see, skills between classes are generally non-transferable. Each class can only learn its unique or universal skills. But in reality, if skills could be combined, it would result in a sum greater than its parts. For example, a warrior's bloodthirst skill converts mana into health, while a priest has a sacrifice skill that converts health into mana. If one could possess both skills, they could essentially bypass the need for health and mana potions entirely. And this is just the most basic application. There are countless skills in the world, and who knows what terrifying effects could be achieved by combining certain overpowered skills? Moreover, the final special effect, which grants +2 to all skills, is also extremely valuable. It's important to note that skill levels are directly linked to damage effectiveness and other crucial factors. It felt like being a level 3 mage that suddenly could cast a level 5 fireball spell with power magnified exponentially. No wonder there were rumors about the ice golem dropping something of great value in the previous life, yet no one ever found out what it was. This heart of omnipotence was indeed such a treasure. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin widely. If I were the officials, I wouldn't showcase such a treasure either. It's practically a national treasure. The effect of this heart of omnipotence would surely leave even the war gods of the Dragon Kingdom astounded, cherishing it as a trump card to be revealed only in critical moments. There's no way it would be publicized. Without hesitation, Lin Chen equipped the heart of omnipotence around his neck. Upon checking his status panel again, he noticed the greed soul had upgraded too. Greed Soul, LV4. Upon slaying monsters, there's a 50% chance to gain an additional random loot, a 50% chance. This meant that on average for every 2 monsters he killed, one would drop loot twice. This was practically a divine skill. He chuckled to himself, thinking that he must be the one benefiting the most from this national college entrance exam. Lin Chen stood up, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. In his previous life he didn't even have the qualifications to take the exam. But in this life, not only did he fill that void, but he also gained immense benefits from it. Life truly was unpredictable. Suddenly Lin Chen looked up, noticing the various glances from around him, particularly from Zhou Weiren. His expression turned icy as he surveyed the crowd, sneering coldly. If anyone wants to snatch this treasure, now's your chance. Otherwise, I'll be taking all these items with me. The crowd shivered involuntarily, avoiding his piercing gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. It was no joke. This was the fierce individual who could single-handedly defeat the ice golem, who would dare challenge this formidable presence for equipment. But just then a voice rang out, "Haha, so it's you, Lin Chen." A group pushed through the crowd, approaching Lin Chen with great arrogance. Our enemies truly meet on a narrow path. Lin Chen, leading this group, was none other than Huang Xian. At that moment Huang Xian was clad in heavy plate armor, wielding a uniquely shaped blood-red blade, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of mockery, as if he were gazing at a dead man. "You actually tracked me here," Lin Chen remarked, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Originally he hadn't given Huang Xian this small fry much thought, intending only to give him a lesson, but now this guy had relentlessly pursued him to this place. Looking behind Huang Xian, he saw a dozen burly men clad in uniform light armor standing like lackeys. The crowd, witnessing the confrontation between the two, turned their curious gazes as if preparing to watch a good show. By now over 100 examinees had been drawn to the scene by the disturbance caused by the ice golem. Among the crowd, quite a few people recognized Huang Xian. "Isn't that Huang Xian?" they whispered amongst themselves. "Who is Huang Xian? You don't know? He's the only son of the Huang family from Jiangnan City." "The Huang family? You mean one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan City?" "Exactly, it's him." "This is going to be interesting. I wonder how Lin Chen managed to provoke Huang Xian. This is going to be a spectacle. All Lin Chen is doomed now." That's right. No matter how formidable Lin Chen is, he's just a student and can't afford to offend such a powerful family as the Huangs. Indeed, I've heard that the head of the Huang family is now a level 35 professional. Level 35. If I could reach level 15 in my lifetime, that would already be impressive. Level 35 is incredible. Listening to the chatter around him, Huang Xian's vanity was immensely satisfied, and he couldn't help but grin. He then turned to Lin Chen, speaking disdainfully, "I'll give you a chance, Lin Chen. If you kneel before me and kowtow twice, I might spare your life. How about that?" Of course, Huang Xian had no intention of letting Lin Chen go. From his perspective, Lu Yanran had long been his possession. For Lin Chen to dare encroach on what was his was an unforgivable crime. His words were merely intended to humiliate. Even if Lin Chen were to beg for mercy, Huang Xian would only be more ruthless. Lin Chen responded calmly, "I offer you the same opportunity. If you kneel and kowtow to me, I might consider sparing your life." "What?" Huang Xian was instantly infuriated. He hadn't anticipated that even at this point Lin Chen would dare to threaten him. Just as he was about to teach Lin Chen a lesson, a soft, alluring voice suddenly came from behind him. "Huang Gongzi, could you possibly spare him for my sake?" Turning around, Huang Xian saw a beautiful woman slowly approaching, speaking to him without any hesitation. Lu Yanran. Huang Xian couldn't help but frown upon seeing her. Lu Yanran, dragging her severely injured body, approached slowly. As she drew near, the men present almost all cast heated glances at her, greedily scanning her perfect figure, their breathing becoming slightly more rapid. Lu Yenran, the undisputed goddess of the third middle school, it was said that the number of men pursuing her could circle Jiangnan City, yet she had never shown any favor toward any man, not even saying an extra word. But today she was actively stepping in to protect Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen had some extraordinary connection with Lu Yenran? Everyone's gaze flickered between Lin Chen and Lu Yenran, exchanging puzzled looks. Lu Yenran, you wanna protect him? Huang Xian's expression immediately turned icy, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Though both were from one of the four great families of Jiangnan City, Huang Xian did not fear Lu Yenran. However, it was important to recognize that Lu Yenran was now a rare hidden professional with limitless potential, who could predict what she might achieve in the future. Therefore, if it could be avoided, Huang Xian preferred not to make an enemy of Lu Yenran. To him, Lin Chen was useful. Lu Yenran explained calmly, her beautiful face devoid of any emotion. Since you're vouching for him, Lu Yenran, I'll give you face. But remember, the next time this kid crosses my path, I won't spare him. After pondering for a moment, Huang Xian sneered coldly, gave a menacing threat, and then left with his entourage. Lin Chen watched the scene unfold, feeling a mix of confusion and amusement. Lu Yenran stepping in to protect him? What a joke! If it weren't for Lu Yenran's interference, Huang Xian would already be a corpse lying on the ground. However, given Lu Yenran's actions, she must have her reasons. Sure enough, once Huang Xian's figure faded from view, Lu Yenran turned her gaze toward Lin Chen and said coldly, Lin Chen, how many blood condensation pills do you have left? The Lu family wants them all, name your price. As soon as the words blood condensation pill were uttered, the expressions of those present changed, and a look of sudden understanding spread across their faces. So it's the blood condensation pill, huh? I thought this Lin Chen was really something. What's a blood condensation pill? You don't know. It's a rare consumable that, when taken, can temporarily boost a level 10 or below professional's attributes by 10 levels and allow them to use all basic class skills. Really that powerful? So Lin Chen became this strong because he took something like that. I was wondering how some unknown guy could defeat a boss that even Lu Yenran and Li Hu couldn't handle. In an instant, those who once held Lin Chen in esteem and admiration now felt a wave of disdain and contempt. It's important to know that although the blood condensation pill's effects are dramatic, its side effects are equally malicious. After consuming the pill, while one gains temporary strength, soon after, a toxin called blood condensation poison accumulates in the body. Under the influence of blood condensation poison, the professional can only gain 1% of experience in the future. Moreover, the most crucial part is that this toxin permanently afflicts the professional with no cure or antidote. Essentially, anyone who uses the blood condensation pill has their future ruined, making leveling up a distant dream. You think I used the blood condensation pill to kill the ice golem boss? Lin Chen looked at Lu Yenran, finding the situation rather amusing. Lu Yenran's expression was cold, but there was an indescribable chill and pride between her brows. She spoke, if it weren't for the blood condensation pill, how could a warrior like you be so formidable? Even I couldn't withstand a single move from the ice golem. Unfortunately for you, even if you did use the blood condensation pill to unleash power beyond level 10, it's merely a temporary boost that damages your future prospects. From now on, leveling up is nearly impossible for you. The coagulation pill you acquired surely isn't just one, is it? Our Lu family is in dire need of it. If you hand it over to me, I can offer you a position as a guard in our family. What do you say? Lu Yenran spoke with an air of superiority, as if she were bestowing a favor. Those around couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Joining the Lu family, that is something countless people dream of. Lin Chen, this kid, is incredibly lucky. It's said that the guards of the Lu family are all level 10 professionals, each with extraordinary skills. If Lin Chen could join them, he'd be unbelievably fortunate. Truly enviable. For this waste who took the coagulation pill, this is already more than generous, worthy of being called the Lu goddess, beautiful and kind-hearted. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Many people watched Lin Chen with envious eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a great opportunity. Just when everyone assumed Lin Chen would eagerly agree to this offer, I refuse. Lin Chen spoke with a slight smile. His words landed like a boulder in a calm lake, causing an uproar. Did I hear that right? He refused? Does Lin Chen think too highly of himself? Fool, if I were him I would have accepted immediately. This guy has no idea what's good for him. How infuriating. Even Lu Yenran couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows upon hearing those 3 words, showing a hint of displeasure. Lin Chen, think this through. I can protect you from Huang Xin this time, but next time I won't step in. Lu Yenran said, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. She instinctively believed that if she hadn't intervened to stop Huang Xin, Lin Chen would probably be lying on the ground by now, yet this guy shows no gratitude whatsoever for her intervention. Lu goddess, if there's nothing else I'll be on my way, please suit yourself. Lin Chen chuckled softly, walking past Lu Yenran without paying her any respect. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Lu Yenran frowned and then shook her head. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. I've already done my best. Since you're so insistent, it's no longer my concern. With that, Lu Yenran's face returned to its usual cool demeanor. She glanced around and quietly left the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, facing numerous disdainful and hostile stares, approached Mo Hongli and handed her a piece of equipment. This equipment suits you well, consider it a token of my gratitude. Mo Hongli hesitantly accepted the equipment, her expression suddenly serious. The item was named the Wolf Spirit Boots, classified as shoes and of rare quality. It required a level 3 character with 2 strength and 3 spirit. Its attributes included +1 spirit, +2 strength and +1 agility, and it had a special effect. After equipping, if you attacked recently, it increased movement speed by 5%, stacking up to 5 times. Though its attributes were average, the special effect was incredibly powerful. In the realm of most professions, the attribute of movement speed is as crucial as strength, agility and spirit. This is because only with sufficient movement speed can one perform maneuvers like luring and kiting. For some professions, such as the shadow assassin like Li Hu or the Drow Ranger, the demand for speed is even more exaggerated. A slight decrease in their speed could result in their frail bodies being crushed by beasts. Therefore, even if this piece of equipment is only of rare quality, its true value is far greater than typical rare items. Lin Chen, however, seemed nonchalant about it. Mo Hongli hurriedly tried to return the equipment, overwhelmed by its value, stating, "This is too precious, Lin Chen, I can't accept it." To her surprise, Lin Chen simply waved his hand and said, "Just take it, you played a crucial role in drawing out the ice golem boss. This equipment is nothing." His words left little room for refusal. With a slight blush and a grateful heart, Mo Hongli bit her lip and thanked him. Truthfully, Lin Chen had single-handedly taken down the ice golem boss. By the rules, he could have kept all the loot for himself without any issue. Offering such a valuable piece was indeed generous of Lin Chen. Suddenly, Mo Hongli noticed the peculiar glances from those around them and remarked, "The way people are looking at us, it seems a bit odd." Scanning the surroundings, Lin Chen noticed the unfriendly stares and let out a cold laugh. "These guys want to make a move on me, but they don't quite dare to. Most of them are lackeys of that Lu Yenran. My audacity to speak to their goddess like that must have ticked them off. Besides, they might be coveting whatever good equipment I found on the ice golem." Lu Yenran, appearing thoughtful yet unsure, furrowed her brows and cautiously suggested, "Perhaps we should leave now, with so many eyes on us, it's uncomfortable." Lin Chen, though unafraid of these people, agreed that avoiding unnecessary trouble was wise. Nodding, he replied, "You're right. For the next few days, we should find a quieter place to train." Mo Hongli nodded in agreement, and just as they prepared to head in another direction, a scar-faced member of their group stepped forward, blocking their path. "Captain, with all due respect, I don't think Lin Chen is suitable to stay in our team anymore," Scarface Zhouwen said, coldly, his attitude firm and unwavering. "What?" Mo Hongli was taken aback, her charming face showing surprise and displeasure. "Zhouwen, clarify what you mean. What exactly are you implying?" Zhouwen snorted disdainfully. "What do I mean? I've made it very clear. Lin Chen has taken the coagulation pill and soon his strength will plummet. How can he still deserve to be in our team? Moreover, he has offended Huang Xin and Lu Yenran, which could spell disaster for us." As he spoke, several teammates nodded in agreement. "Zhouwen, you're being ungrateful. If it weren't for Lin Chen leading us and leveling up these past few days, how could we have gained so many points?" Mo Hongli retorted, her face flushed with anger. So what if he helped us kill some beasts before? It wasn't his real strength, just the effect of the coagulation pill." Zhouwen scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. "Furthermore, according to my estimates, he will soon lose his power, and by then he will be nothing but a waste. As vice captain, I absolutely won't allow anyone to endanger our team. So Lin Chen must leave." Zhou stared intently at Lin Chen, a gleam in his eyes with a hint of unspeakable greed hidden within. Of course, letting him stay in the team isn't impossible as long as he divides the equipment dropped from the ice golem with us. Lin Chen laughed. He had led these people for free, allowing them to gain high points that others couldn't even dream of. Now they want to repay him with betrayal, demanding he leave the team or share the spoils. It's simply laughable. Enough, Zhou. Those spoils were earned by Lin Chen alone and have nothing to do with us. You're not allowed to have any unreasonable desires, Mo Hongli reprimanded coldly. Despite her gentle demeanor in front of Lin Chen, she exuded a queen-like authority among the team members, issuing commands with a commanding presence. However, Zhou waved dismissively. Captain Mo, even though you lead this team, you can't possibly act arbitrarily against the wishes of all the team members, can you? What? Mo Hongli was stunned, looking at the teammates behind Zhou. To her surprise, they all lowered their heads and remained silent when she looked at them, clearly agreeing with Zhou. You. Seeing her teammates tacitly agreeing with Zhou, Mo Hongli trembled with anger, unable to speak clearly. Head Captain, I must remind you that if you insist on defending Lin Chen, the others might not listen to you anymore. Zhou smiled insidiously. Zhou, I've long known you're unhappy with me being elected as captain. I didn't expect you'd try to seize this opportunity to take over my position. Mo Hongli's delicate face showed a mixture of helplessness and anger. Zhou, on the other hand, wore a smug expression. Captain Mo, since you're so determined to go your own way, someone in our team from number 2 middle school has to think about the collective interest, right? Mo Hongli's face turned somewhat ashen. She sighed, glanced at Lin Chen, who remained calm and indifferent, and gritted her teeth. You want Lin Chen to leave? Fine, I'll leave with him. I want to see what kind of results you can achieve, Zhou, leading these people. With that, Mo Hongli turned and walked away in a certain direction. The cold prompt sounded in everyone's ears. Teammate, Mo Hongli has left the number 2 middle school 3rd squad. Lin Chen, with a dismissive wave of his hand, said nothing and followed suit. Teammate, Lin Chen has left the number 2 middle school 3rd squad. Vice Captain Zhou. A captain what should we do next? Without Lin Chen and Mo Hongli relying solely on our strength, it's tough to defeat the fierce beasts. One person stood up, asking worriedly. Zhou waved dismissively, full of disdain. What's there to fear? Anyway, Lin Chen has already accumulated enough points for us in the past few days. Even if we do nothing now, we can still get good results after the college entrance exams. As for Lin Chen and that Mo Hongli, how ungrateful. They dared to reject my proposal, A flash of viciousness crossed Zhou's eyes. Once the effect of Lin Chen's blood coagulation pill wears off, he'll be nothing but trash. Even if Mo Hongli is a hidden class, so what? The two of them leveling up together might just end up getting killed by the fierce beasts, Meanwhile, outside, what a blood coagulation pill? It's actually a blood coagulation pill. Wow, I almost got fooled too. A group of people sighed with furrowed brows, their faces showing a mix of shame and anger as they looked at the scene on the screen. When Lu Yenran uttered the words blood coagulation pill, they all realized the truth, feeling a mix of shame and indignation in their hearts. To think, they were the top brass of Jiangnan City, yet they were played for fools by Lin Chen, who had taken a blood coagulation pill. I thought this Lin Chen was some rare class on par with Li Hu and Lu Yenran, but it turns out it's just this. Principal Yang Shu of number 1 middle school laughed heartily, casting a teasing glance at Wang Xing. Wang Xing's face was somewhat gloomy, but as he looked at Lin Chen on the screen, a hint of confusion and puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Of course, these emotions passed quickly and Wang Xing soon returned to normal, remaining silent in the face of others' ridicule as if nothing had ever happened. Our people went on a wild goose chase. By the time we got there, Lin Chen and the others were gone. It seems we wasted our effort, Wang Xing said blandly. Yang Shu pursed his lips. If it weren't for Lin Chen taking the blood coagulation pill and gaining combat power 10 levels above his own, the result would be different. The people around would likely be killed by the ice giant and we'd be in big trouble. At this, while they were annoyed, there was also a sense of relief and lingering fear among the group. Indeed, if so many were to perish during the university entrance exams, it would surely spell disaster for us high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City, a bald, burly man echoed with a wry smile. Suddenly, someone seemed to remember something and spoke up. By the way, what exactly did Lin Chen find from the loot of the Frost Colossus? I saw a flash of yellow light. Could it be an extraordinary quality item, extraordinary gear? As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. Even for them, as top figures in Jiangnan City, the majority did not possess extraordinary quality equipment. Only Principal Yang Shu of number 1 high school and Principal Wang Xing of number 3 high school each owned an extraordinary item which elevated their status above others in the city's hierarchy. Even the mayor of Jiangnan City had to treat them with courtesy. This shows how crucial extraordinary equipment is to professionals. Extraordinary equipment. If Lin Chen really did find such a piece, that would be fantastic. Our entire Jiangnan City needs to rapidly enhance its strength to withstand the next wave of beast attacks. An elder in a black robe's eyes lit up. A middle-aged woman, full of excitement, chimed in. Indeed, extraordinary equipment provides a massive boost for us professionals, potentially elevating our combat power to a new level. Even Yang Shu nodded repeatedly. If that's the case, we should discuss how to allocate this extraordinary item. The group nodded in agreement with Yang Shu's suggestion. Unexpectedly, a discordant voice arose from behind. Are you also sure that Lin Chen is willing to hand over the extraordinary equipment? Wang Xing, with a somewhat indifferent smile, looked slightly mocking. What do you mean, Wang Xing? Yang Shu sneered. You don't seriously think that a mere Lin Chen is worthy of possessing extraordinary quality equipment, do you? Especially since he has taken the blood coagulation pill, he has no potential for future development. At most, give him some credit points to live out his life comfortably. Isn't that enough? Yang Shu spoke with disdain, garnering approval from many who appeared to agree as if it were only natural. Extraordinary quality equipment for someone like Lin Chen is simply too valuable. It's like a child carrying gold through a bustling market, inevitably attracting others' covetousness. As the saying goes, a man without sin but possessing wealth invites trouble. In their view, Lin Chen was not worthy of such extraordinary equipment, nor did they believe he could refuse the demands of these high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City. After all, he was just a warrior who had taken the blood coagulation pill. Could he possibly defy them? Before long, Yang Shu and his companions were deeply engrossed in a spirited discussion about the specifics of distributing the extraordinary equipment. Only Wang Xing stood silently in the corner, saying nothing. It was the 7th day of the high-stakes national vocational exam. Today marked the final day of this intense examination. Many participants were giving their all, desperately hunting fierce beasts to maximize their scores. Others, however, entertained a different idea, opting instead to rob fellow examinees and seize the points they had accumulated over previous days. Regardless of their strategy, every candidate in the trial ground was giving it their all, not daring to rest even for a moment. Yet, amidst this relentless pursuit of points, in a small grove at the edge of the trial grounds, intermittent sounds could be heard. This. I really can't go on. A voice, sweet yet pained, echoed softly, as if pleading, mingling with a hint of both agony and pleasure. Immediately, a clear yet teasing voice followed. Hey, giving up already? You seemed so confident just now, but it turns out you were just boasting. The sweet voice seemed to roll its eyes in response. It's all your fault, and now you're blaming me. Wait, this is so hot. In the grove, a young man clad in a black robe and a charming girl in red were seated on the ground. They were Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. In front of them, a steaming hot pot was bubbling away, releasing a spicy aroma. The two were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Remarkably, they were having hot pot during the exam, while other examinees were busy battling fierce beasts, too occupied to even sleep, striving for higher scores and better results. Lin Chen and Mo Hongli were leisurely enjoying their meal under a tree as if on a vacation. Ever since being driven away, Lin Chen had taken Mo Hongli with him. Mo Hongli, her cheeks flushed red, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, could not help but stick out her tongue, complaining about the intense spiciness of the hot pot which left her mouth numb. Lin Chen, placing a piece of beef into his mouth, took a sip of chilled cola. I told you there was a mild broth option. Who told you to be brave and choose the extra spicy one? Who knew it would be this spicy? Mo Hongli said, sticking out her tongue in an endearing manner. Slightly embarrassed, here, have some milk. It will help with the spiciness, Lin Chen said, rummaging in his backpack before pulling out a bottle of yogurt and handing it over. Thank you, Lin Chen, Mo Hongli responded, still feeling a bit shy, but the spiciness prompted her to quickly open the bottle and take a few sips. After drinking the yogurt, Mo Hongli felt a lot better. However, she noticed Lin Chen staring intently at her and asked curiously, what's wrong? Lin Chen cleared his throat awkwardly and averted his eyes, and nothing. Unbeknownst to her, a trace of yogurt lingered at the corner of Mo Hongli's mouth. The rosy lips, paired with the appearance of that yogurt, seemed almost. Lin Chen, feeling a bit guilty, averted his gaze and coughed lightly. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, his brows suddenly furrowed and he stood up. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, Mo Hongli also stood up, asking worriedly. Lin Chen shook his head. It's nothing major, just a group of people heading our way, and it looks like there are quite a few of them. He could feel it. A knife bug patrolling about 500 meters away suddenly transmitted information indicating that a group of people was approaching the forest. Stay here, I'll go ahead and take a look, Lin Chen instructed, summoning a wing bee. With a lift of his hand, the bee carried him silently into the sky, flying towards the other end of the forest. Witnessing this, Mo Hongli covered her mouth in surprise, finding it hard to believe. Is this a skill, or some kind of equipment, or a pet? It can actually carry a person in flight. It's worth knowing. Among low-level professionals, the ability to fly is incredibly rare. There's a saying, in a battle, if you're on the ground, no matter how skilled you are, without the means to fly, you can only watch the units in the air. Yet those in the air can leverage their advantage to gain greater vision and more striking methods. Lin Chen's maneuver indeed astonished Mo Hongli, piquing her curiosity about his identity even more. On the other side, true to its name as a second-stage insect, the flying was both stable and swift without making a sound, making it an excellent aerial combat unit. Lin Chen, hanging beneath the winged bee, nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the troop types birthed by the Zerg ruler weren't simply about overwhelming numbers but were perfectly coordinated war machines. Before long, under the guidance of the winged bee, Lin Chen swiftly approached the edge of the forest. Hidden atop a tree over 10 meters high, he peered downwards, his heart skipping a beat. Lin Xingxue and Huang Xian, how did they end up together? Meanwhile, Lin Xingxue, you're sure you weren't mistaken? Are there really level 5 iron skin pigs here? Huang Xian asked Lin Xingxue beside him. Lin Xingxue, looking cautious, quickly replied, how could I lie to you, brother Huang? I passed by here the day before yesterday, and there were indeed at least 3 iron skin pigs in the forest, all above level 5. As she spoke, Lin Xingxue seemed very careful, even a bit ingratiating. Watching from the tree, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This Lin Xingxue was so polite to others, but always shouting at him, truly a double standard. When facing Lin Chen, Lin Xingxue was always quick to respond and shouted frequently, never showing him a kind face. Unexpectedly, he is so obsequious in front of outsiders. I bet you wouldn't dare lie. Huang Xian let out a cold snort, muttering to himself as if in a soliloquy. Once I slay these few iron-skin pigs, my family points will surpass 1,000. By then I can choose any university in the country I want. It's just a pity that Lu Yanran actually stepped in to protect that guy Lin Chen. Never mind, I'll deal with it when we return to the real world. At worst, I'll hire a few hitmen to take care of him in the city. Thinking this, Huang Xian felt much better and waved his hand, commanding, some of you go ahead and scout the path. Immediately someone from behind responded and disappeared into the forest. Huang Xian then turned with a peculiar smile towards Lin Xingxue beside him. Tsk Lin Xingxue, right? I heard you're Lin Chen's sister. Do you know where Lin Chen is right now? Lin Chen, he's probably long gone, who knows where. Lin Xingxue frowned, snorting coldly, and added, besides, he's not my real brother, we're not even related by blood. Lin Xingxue made a point of emphasizing this. Her intent was to sever any ties with Lin Chen. In her view, Lin Chen would only restrain her freedom and even prevent her from seeing her beloved Li Kuan. She had already moved out, effectively cutting all ties with Lin Chen, ensuring they would have no further entanglements. Lin Chen, you probably never imagined, but I've aligned myself with Huang Xian from school. This time I will definitely score well in the college entrance exams, and you're probably still struggling in some small place, haha. Looking at the exquisite equipment Huang Xian was wearing, Lin Xingxue couldn't help but feel a bit excited. If I can earn more than 700 points, I can go to Magic Capital University, which is Li Kuan's dream. I must attend the same university as Li Kuan, that way it won't have been in vain to side with Huang Xian. Just the thought of Li Kuan's handsome face made Lin Xingxue's heart feel sweet. Just yesterday, Lin Xingxue, ignoring Zhao Lu's pockmarked face and his persistent pleas, left his team and sided with Huang Xian. At that time, Lin Xingxue said to him, Zhao Lu, if you really like me, then don't stop me from becoming better. Without looking back, she joined Huang Xian's team. Of course, Huang Xian only let her join because she could provide the coordinates for a few level 5 fierce beasts. Otherwise, a level 3 rookie priest, he wouldn't even give her a second glance. Huang Xian cast a glance at Lin Xingxue, who was lost in her fantasy beside him, a cold smile forming in his heart. After we kill those level 5 beasts, I'll kick you out. This kind of useless priest who can't even heal is nothing but dead weight in the team. After all, we are elites. Huang Xin was extremely proud. Their group consisted of professionals selected from his family and himself. These individuals have been meticulously trained by their families, not only demonstrating unwavering loyalty but also possessing combat skills far surpassing the average examinee. It is precisely because of their prowess that Huang Xin has managed to secure a steady position within the top 10 of the leaderboard. As he pondered this, Huang Xin suddenly furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering aloud why those people had been scouting for so long. Could they have encountered trouble? His words hung in the air unfinished. At that moment, the sharp alert tones rang through the team. Ding! Teammate, Han Fei is seriously injured and has fallen. Teammate, Su Chang is seriously injured and has fallen. Teammate, what? Shock swept across Huang Xin's face, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. These 5 he sent were his most trusted aides, each boasting a level 5 stature. Even against a level 6 beast, they should have been able to put up a fight, yet they were taken down almost simultaneously. Could there be a level 10 or higher beast lurking here? A terrifying thought flashed through Huang Xin's mind. Before Huang Xin could come to any conclusion, a laugh echoed from within the forest. Ha! Who would have thought I'd run into you here, Huang Xin? A figure stood atop a towering giant tree looking down at the group. Upon seeing this person, both Lin Xingxue and Huang Xin were taken aback. Lin Chen, how are you here? The man in black clothing on the tree was none other than Lin Chen himself. I didn't expect to meet you here either. Perhaps it's a case of enemies meeting on a narrow path, Lin Chen replied casually. Enemies meeting on a narrow path? I suppose you're just walking into a trap. Huang Xin quickly recovered from his shock, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Back then, with Lu Yanran protecting you, I spared your life out of respect for the Lu family, but now that I've found you here, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Huang Xin swiftly waved his hand. Go, everyone, target Lin Chen and make sure he's eliminated here. Yes, came the synchronized response from behind him. Immediately 3 mages from the team initiated their attack. Fireball technique, go to hell, fire assault technique. 2 fireballs and a flame ray were aimed at Lin Chen, hurtling towards him at high speed. Too slow. With a light chuckle, Lin Chen waved his hand and a nearly 2-meter-long blue flying bee descended from the sky, carrying him effortlessly out of the path of the 3 attacks. Witnessing this, the crowd was stunned. What is this? A contracted beast, or a mount, and it can fly? This is terrifying. The people revealed expressions of astonishment. Flight was a rare ability exclusive to high-level professionals, and among these examinees it was exceedingly rare. Anyone with the capability of flight held a significant advantage in battle. For instance, Lin Chen circled impressively in the air while most of those below could only gape helplessly, unable to do anything. The majority of them were warriors and knights, professions focused on close combat. Among the ranged professions, the priests had limited offensive capabilities, the mages had missed their mark and their skills were now on cooldown. The scene unfolded with Lin Chen appearing almost invincible in the sky. This left Huang Xin utterly dumbfounded. Isn't this too unfair? He thought, staring at Lin Chen with a mix of shock and curiosity. Hadn't Lu Yanran mentioned that Lin Chen managed to defeat the Ice Colossus because he consumed a blood coagulation pill? Yet, why does Lin Chen have a flying contracted beast? What exactly is going on here? Clenching his teeth, Huang Xin shouted angrily, Lin Chen, what kind of skill is it to hide in the sky? If you're a man, come down and face us head-on. Lin Chen scoffed dismissively, head-on? Even if we went head-to-head, you're no match for me. Who was Lin Chen? He was the master of the Zerg. Every Zerg unit could provide Lin Chen with a certain proportion of their attributes. It could be said that Lin Chen's attributes now rivaled those of some professionals at level 10 or higher. To fight against these candidates, whose average level was only around 4 or 5, was as easy as Tyson challenging a kindergarten class. Why has everyone stopped fighting? He chuckled. If you don't make a move, then I won't hold back. Lin Chen roamed the sky laughing loudly, then with a low shout he called forth flame impact. Several fiery streaks descended from the sky carrying a hot, dangerous aura aimed at the ground below. Not good. Huang Xin's alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. He quickly summoned a layer of black light around him, retrieving a small shield from his bag to defend himself. However, boom! The flames fell like bombs, causing explosive sounds to erupt across the ground. Ah, no, my equipment is broken. I'm gravely injured. Those on the ground could barely resist and were soon heavily wounded and collapsed. Their health bars, which had been a healthy green just moments before, were now dangerously low. Even a level 1 beast could now annihilate them all. With just one strike, Lin Shen wiped out a team of 20 or 30 people. Although he didn't deliver a fatal blow, it was close. Only a couple of people remained standing unscathed, staring blankly at the scene. They were Huang Xian and Lin Xingsu. Huang Xian was in a state of shock, unable to comprehend Lin Shen's overwhelming strength. Wasn't he supposed to be someone who barely managed to kill the ice colossus after consuming a blood coagulation pill? How could he shatter his elite team with a single blow? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The pill's effect should only last 2 hours, and it should have worn off by now. How could Lin Shen still be so powerful? This couldn't be happening. For a long time Huang Xian muttered to himself as if convincing himself of the impossible. It was only then that he realized why Lin Shen had been so calm when facing him that day. It was never Lin Shen who was courting death, it was he himself. Blood coagulation pill. I never admitted to using such a thing, Lin Shen stated nonchalantly. These are just your own assumptions. The idea of taking the coagulation pill was purely something Lu Yenran had assumed on her own, as he had never mentioned it. Moreover, the powerful strike just delivered was not solely his doing. It resulted from 10 flame worms simultaneously executing their skills. This combined effort created such a formidable force. However, despite the power, it burdened Lin Shen significantly. Firstly, almost all of his mana was drained, and he felt a wave of mental exhaustion. Although the Zerg Dominator could freely use any skills from existing Zerg units, it required a small amount of mental strength and mana as a guide. Using one skill at a time was manageable, but executing multiple at once drained a considerable amount. Even Lin Shen's mental strength was barely enough to hold on. It seemed that he would need to strengthen his mental attributes going forward. Shaking his head to clear away the discomfort, Lin Shen refocused on Huang Xian in front of him, a slight smile appearing on his face. Then he began to walk slowly toward him. Huang Xian, it seems we have some accounts to settle, Lin Shen said as he approached. I never intended to kill you. At most I found you to be an annoying fly, but who would have thought you would try to take my life? Now you can't blame me for what happens next. I have no penchant for being constantly worried about unfinished business. Some things are better dealt with sooner rather than later, don't you think? His voice was calm, but to Huang Xian it sounded like the chilling voice of death itself, causing him to shiver in fear. Lin Shen, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. I'm part of the Huang family, the eldest son. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. Huang Xian cried out, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. The once violent and ruthless expression on his face had vanished, replaced by pure terror and panic. Money, equipment. Lin Shen chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the plea or threats. Forgive me for saying this, but a small Huang family is nothing significant in my eyes. He ignored Huang Xian's desperate bargaining and continued to walk closer, drawing his flaming sword and thrusting it forward. With a scream, Huang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend that Lin Shen would truly dare to kill him. He then collapsed heavily to the ground. Huang Xian was dead. You have killed the practitioner. Huang Xian, sin value +1. A notification sounded in Lin Shen's ear, yet he felt a tinge of disdain. In this life, you're the first person I've killed, he thought to himself with a slight chuckle. But if I wish to stand at the pinnacle of this world, the sin value will undoubtedly grow. After these thoughts passed through his mind, Lin Shen turned his gaze toward the nearby figure, Lin Xingxue. At this moment Lin Xingxue was utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Her gaze towards Lin Shen was filled with fear, as if she was staring at a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In her mind Lin Shen was just a weak and useless person, someone who was constantly bullied at school. But now the same Lin Shen had effortlessly defeated Huang Xian and his companions, whom she had been trying to curry favor with. This stark contrast left Lin Xingxue's mind in turmoil, unable to process the situation clearly. Lin Shen cast a disinterested glance at Lin Xingxue and then lost interest. He had no idea how Lin Xingxue got involved with Huang Xian, nor did he care to find out. Out of gratitude towards his adoptive parents, Lin Shen decided not to kill Lin Xingxue. However, that was the extent of his mercy. He had no intention of offering her any help or support. In his previous life, Lin Xingxue had been a burden, holding him back at level 90. Without her he could have progressed even further. In this life, as the master of the Zerg, he was free from such constraints and destined to reach the pinnacle of the world. Considering her actions in the past life, sparing her was already a generous repayment for his adoptive parents' kindness. With clear eyes and a pure heart, Lin Chen glanced briefly at Lin Xingxue before decisively turning to leave. Wait, Lin Chen. Lin Xingxue panicked as she saw him depart, reaching out in an attempt to stop him. Lin Chen, stop right there or I'll get angry. Lin Chen, you. In the past, Lin Chen would have immediately turned around upon hearing these words. However, in this life, with a few agile leaps, he vanished into the forest, leaving no trace behind. Watching Lin Chen's disappearing silhouette, Lin Xingxue suddenly felt a profound emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something very important. Tears streamed down her face, falling to the ground. After a moment, she wiped her tears and stopped crying. Her once delicate face now bore a determined expression. Lin Chen, did you find something valuable so you don't need me anymore? Just wait and see. I'll prove that I'm stronger than you. With these words, Lin Xingxue turned and walked in a different direction, leaving behind a group of severely injured people waiting for rescue. Suddenly someone sighed. Did Lin Chen really kill young Master Huang? He's going to be in big trouble now. Immediately, someone nodded in agreement. Isn't that true? The Huang family is one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan City, and young Master Huang was their sole heir. The head of the Huang family is sure to be furious. Yet, someone else recalled the earlier scene, their voice trembling slightly. Still, Lin Chen is indeed formidable, taking us down with just one move. Another voice chimed in with a hint of disdain. So what if he's powerful? He merely took a blood coagulation pill, which explains his formidable strength. Once the Huang family makes their move, no amount of pills can save him, can they? The one person expressed this with disdain. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming the belief. Indeed, it's merely the prowess of a drug. Lin Chen's actual strength should be insignificant. The Huang family is bound to erupt in fury this time. Lin Chen is doomed. Returning to the woods. What happened to Lin Chen? What's going on? Upon seeing his figure, Mo Hongli immediately approached. Lin Chen shook his head lightly and said nonchalantly, nothing much, just dealt with a minor inconvenience from Huang Xin. Huang Xin, hearing this name, Mo Hongli was startled. Did you injure him? That guy is notoriously difficult to deal with. It's said that his family head is a level 30 professional and they hold grudges tightly, never letting go. Those who anger their family never meet a good end. Lin Chen smiled faintly, shaking his head. Injure him? And oh, I just killed him. Mo Hongli's beautiful eyes widened in shock. You killed him? This is going to be troublesome. Despite the stringent rules against killing in the college entrance exams, given the nature of battles among professionals, danger is often unavoidable. Therefore, providing a justified reason can sometimes avert certain penalties, such as claiming the opponent attacked first or failed to pull back in time. But evading official punishment doesn't mean escaping external retribution, especially with families like Huang Xin's. If he gets harmed, even if the authorities don't intervene, the family will surely act in secret. Trouble? Head, the Huang family is merely a small nuisance. Lin Chen spoke lazily. For an average professional, a level 30 professional indeed exerts considerable pressure. To put it in perspective, the lifetime cap for a regular professional is often at the teens. A level 30 professional is someone they can only look up to in awe. However, for Lin Chen, who possesses the essence of a Zerg overlord, this is merely the beginning. In his past life, he was a level 90 blood sorcerer, already a pinnacle figure in the Dragon Country. With the Zerg Dominator in this life, his potential is limitless. What is a mere level 30 professional to him? Lin Chen, do you even grasp the magnitude of this matter? If the Huang family decides to act against you, even as a level 20 professional, it would be hard to safeguard your life. Mo Hongli spoke with great concern, her voice filled with anxiety. Lin Chen shook his head casually. No worries, after the college entrance exams I'll leave Jiangnan City for university. I don't believe the Huang family can reach me there even if they rule Jiangnan City. Can they easily murder someone at university? Remember, universities in this world are vastly different from those back home. They may appear similar on the surface, but their core is entirely distinct. Universities back home are merely educational institutions, while in this world they can be considered as sect forces. In this world, education is not just about imparting culture, it also involves training individuals in various professional levels. This has led to universities gaining substantial influence, rivaling even the high-ranking officials of significant cities. Such a phenomenon is quite a sight to behold. Mulling over this, Mo Hongli nodded slightly, then with a sudden blush she quietly suggested, How about you stay at my place for a few days? Stay at your place? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a slight look of surprise crossing his face. Don't get any wrong ideas, Mo Holly retorted playfully, her cheeks turning a vibrant shade of red with a blush extending down to her fair neck like a ripened peach, her eyes reflecting a mix of charm and bashfulness. I'm just thanking you for helping me level up these past few days, nothing more. After all, our Mo family is one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan City. Although not as powerful as the Huang family, we can at least offer you some protection, making it less likely you'll be easily targeted. If you feel guilty about it, you can continue helping me level up after the college entrance exams. Lin Chen thought it over briefly and nodded in agreement. All right, I won't refuse then. Besides, he had been considering moving out of the house he shared with Lin Xingsu. Though the house was technically for both of them, Lin Chen preferred not to stay there to avoid any feelings of guilt. Staying with Mo Hongli seemed like a suitable alternative. It's settled then. Mo Hongli's face lit up with excitement. The final day of the college entrance exams was particularly brutal. Statistics revealed that in Jiangnan City alone 29 candidates lost their lives with countless others injured. Many walked out of the teleportation gate bearing wounds. Those with mere scratches or superficial injuries were considered fortunate. Numerous individuals suffered fractures and some even lost limbs. Fortunately, with the miraculous powers of the professionals, these injuries could be fully healed, albeit at a significant cost in credits. Once everyone gathered, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City reappeared on the field. The principals of the 3 major high schools stood on the podium, their eyes fixed on the center of the square where a massive stone tablet stood. This tablet served as the scoreboard for the exam results. The question of who would be this year's top scorer was about to be answered. Principal Wang, who do you think will be the top scorer this year? Asked Yang Shu, the principal of number 1 high school. Wang Xing replied calmly, haven't we seen the rankings? It's definitely Lin Chen, the one codenamed Dominion. Had I begged to differ, old Wang Yang Shu chuckled, waving his hand in disagreement. You know, using drugs to enhance abilities during the exams, while not prohibited, does violate the principles of fairness in the college entrance exams. The trial monument was designed to only collect points from Lin Chen before he consumed the blood coagulation pill, as well as the points he earned afterward, but it disregarded any points gained from the pill's effects. Without the influence of the pill's effects, do you think Lin Chen can still secure the top position? Wang Xing remained silent, pondered for a moment, and then gestured with his hand. We'll just have to wait and see. Yang Shu chuckled. Apart from Lin Chen, the ones with the highest chances of becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam are Lu Yanran and Li Hu. Among them, Li Hu has a slightly higher chance. To be honest, if I hadn't lent a cold iron light blade to Li Hu, I might have felt a bit uneasy myself. Upon hearing this, the surrounding high-ranking officials couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. What? You actually lent your treasured refined equipment to Li Hu? Principal Yang, that equipment is like your lifeblood and you were willing to part with it. The cold iron light blade was a weapon Yang Shu had been known for using for a long time, although its quality was only rare after being forged and enhanced by some special life professions. Its attributes far exceeded those of ordinary rare equipment. It could be said that its attributes were second only to the extraordinary equipment. Therefore, Yang Shu treated it like a lifeline, never showing it to anyone. This time, lending it out was indeed a significant gesture. That's why I'm so confident. Excluding Lin Chen, Li, who is definitely going to be this year's top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance exam, Yang Shu proudly lifted his head and declared. The people around couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, this time Li Hu should be firmly in first place, with a profession leaning towards offense and the cold iron light blade securing the top position wouldn't be surprising. Well then, let me congratulate Principal Yang in advance for once again having the city's top scorer. A group of people began to offer their congratulations to Yang Shu. Yang Shu accepted these congratulations with a satisfied expression, humbly waving his hand. It's nothing special. It's just that our school always seems to produce a few geniuses every year, that's all. Then, as if wanting to drive the point home, he turned his head slightly and deliberately asked with a smile, hee. Old Wang, are you convinced now? It seems this year's top scorer is mine again, even if you have Lu Yanran and someone who's taken a blood coagulation pill. Wang Xing's face twitched slightly, and then he calmly said, there's no point in talking, let's wait for the final results. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Yang Shu shook his head, thinking Wang Xing was just putting on a brave face. At that moment, the massive monument on the playground suddenly burst into light, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise, and everyone's eyes were drawn to it. The results were about to be announced. Huff. I wonder where my final score will place me. I earned 540 points this time, should be enough for me to get into a mid-tier school, right? I got 456 points, according to last year's cutoff. It's enough for me to enter my desired university. I wonder if there will be any changes this year. Countless people held their breath looking at the monument. Gradually lines of text began to appear on the monument. In the bustling crowd, the results of the competition were revealed one by one. Shaoli ranked 102,789 with a score of 0. Li Dao at 98,741 scored 227. Lin Xingshui at 78,547 with 326, and Lu Fang at 10784 with an impressive 578. As everyone glanced at their scores, a mix of emotions swept through the audience. Even though most participants had a general idea about their scores due to the point terminals they carried, the reality of seeing it on the board elicited cheers from some and sighs from many others. However, the attention of the city's officials was not on the majority's ups and downs but rather fixated on the top 10 rankings on the stone tablet. At the very top of the leaderboard, the name Lin Shen, the ruler, shone brightly with a staggering final score of 24,789 points. In second place was Mo Hongli with 2,272 points, followed by Li Hu with 1,374 and Lu Yenran with 1,272. Lin Shen's score was so far ahead of the others it was almost surreal. The shimmering golden numbers left the entire square in stunned silence. The sheer disbelief and confusion were palpable in the air as everyone stared at the stone tablet. Mouths agape. After what felt like an eternity, the square erupted into a fervent discussion. Did I see that right? Over 24,000 points? Is the stone tablet broken or something? One person exclaimed in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? This tablet is a top-grade artifact distributed by the authorities. It can't possibly be broken, another retorted. But still, 24,000 points? That's outrageous. Did Lin Shen cheat? Someone speculated. Cheat? If he did, I'll eat my words. You have to understand, normally scoring 500 points is already impressive and can get you into a decent university. Even the so-called prodigies like Li Hu and Lu Yenran with their 1,000 points are considered to have given their all, but Lin Shen, over 20,000 points, that's beyond astonishing. Such a score is unheard of not just in Jiangnan City but across the entire Dragon Nation. In the crowd, Lu Yenran and Li Hu stood in secluded corners, both shocked and bewildered by the results. I didn't even make it into the top 3, Lu Yenran muttered, gritting her teeth in disbelief. Li Hu, in his frustration, smashed a table in front of him into two with a single punch. Didn't Lin Shen use a blood coagulation pill? How did his score still count? I refuse to accept this, he fumed. From a distance, Zhou Wen gazed at the stone tablet, his face a mask of astonishment. Was Lin Shen supposed to be a has-been? How did he achieve such a high score, and Mo Hongli securing second place alongside him? Damn it, if only I hadn't kicked those two out, my score could have been notably higher. Zhou Wen and his teammates were engulfed in a deep sense of regret, contemplating the what-ifs of their decisions. High above on the platform, the elite of Jiangnan City stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, Yang Shu had been basking in his pride, but the instant the results were announced, his expression froze as if he'd swallowed a fly. Disbelief quickly replaced his earlier smugness. Around him, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What does this mean? 20. Over 20,000 points, am I seeing things? This kind of score hasn't been seen for how long? The only recollection is from 3 centuries ago when the Dragon Nation's war god scored over 10,000 points, but even that war god couldn't compare to this Lin Shen. Could the monument be malfunctioning? Impossible, it's an extraordinary artifact and the officials haven't reported any issues, so everything's normal. Could it really be that Lin Shen actually scored 20,000 points? But didn't he use the coagulation pill? Logically, the score shouldn't count if he did, or could it be that he didn't use the pill at all? The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. It was hard for them to digest this scenario, yet the cold, hard truth was staring them in the face, reminding them that this wasn't a dream, it was reality. If that's really the case, then did Lin Shen truly defeat the Ice Colossus with his own strength and earn 20,000 points? Composed man suddenly voiced his thoughts. Impossible, perhaps he used another similar tool. Such items, while rare, aren't unheard of. Someone immediately refuted. The Ice Colossus is a level 10-inch tier 3 boss. Forget about a newly awakened warrior. Even seasoned fighters wouldn't dare claim they could defeat it with such ease and without injury. What kind of profession could possess such power? Absolutely impossible. Wang Xing sighed, a glimmer of joy and relief flashing in his eyes, and said calmly, regardless of the situation, let's wrap up the exams first. The others could only agree. Then, the three principals moved simultaneously, appearing atop the platform. The chatter on the field gradually subsided. Countless eyes filled with awe and admiration turned toward the three principals on the stage. The principals exchanged glances and then withdrew their prepared speeches, beginning their address. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's National College Entrance Exam has concluded successfully. We wish you all a bright future. With those words, the three principals stepped down. Applause erupted like thunder across the sports field, and all the students began to cheer. Even Lin Chen, standing in an unremarkable corner, had a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The exams had ended, but his journey was just beginning. Lin Chen, congratulations on becoming this year's top scorer. A soft, fragrant breeze accompanied Mo Hongli as she approached, her red dress swaying gracefully. Her smile was gentle and warm. Having shed her heavy armor, Mo Hongli's perfect silhouette was accentuated by the dress, every movement hinting at a barely contained energy. With a near-perfect charming face, Mo Hongli drew fiery or envious gazes from the surrounding men. The fiery looks were because she was undeniably beautiful, on par with the likes of Liu Yanran. The envy stemmed from Mo Hongli walking straight towards a young man who, while somewhat handsome, was otherwise quite ordinary, a top scorer in the college entrance exam. Lin Chen shrugged. It didn't matter to him. Having lived 2 lifetimes and once stood at the pinnacle of the world, Lin Chen's heart was calm, as still as a deep well, neither arrogant nor humble. A mere top scorer wasn't enough to excite him. Still, I must thank you, Lin Chen, for helping me level up. Otherwise, I could never have achieved those 2,000 points, Mo Hongli said with a charming smile, standing prettily beside him. Didn't you also let me stay at your house? It was mutually beneficial, Lin Chen chuckled softly. Speaking of which, here's the token from my family. Mo Hongli suddenly remembered something, reached into her backpack, and handed over a token. The token seemed to be made of brass, looking exquisite, with the character MO engraved on it. Alright, thanks, I'll pack up and head over, Lin Chen nodded. By the way, you should be careful. The Huang family probably already got the news, and they usually act swiftly, Mo Hongli reminded him. I know, Lin Chen replied with a casual smile, adding, you should be cautious too, as many people saw us together back then. Mo Hongli shook her head. Even if the Huang family is powerful, they wouldn't dare act rashly against me. Otherwise, it would mean endless conflict between the two families. As they were conversing, a steady voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Chen, the principals would like to see you. Please come with me. A tall middle-aged man in plate armor stood behind Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, speaking with a serious expression. Behind him were a dozen similarly clad individuals, each at least level 10. The leading man was even at level 15 and held a hidden profession. Do they need something from me? Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brow. Perhaps they want to congratulate you. After all, you are the top scorer in Jiangnan City, and maybe even nationwide, Mo Hongli offered comfortingly, though she found it a bit strange. However, Lin Chen's heart was cold with skepticism. Congratulate? If they wanted to congratulate me, they should have mentioned me during the speech earlier, not come for me now. There must be another reason, and it's definitely not good news. Even with such thoughts, Lin Chen's expression remained calm, showing no signs of change, as he simply said, since the principals are looking for me, I'll go with you. Then, turning to Mo Hongli, he said, I'll be off now. See you at your place later. With that, Lin Chen clasped his hands behind his back and followed the man toward a certain direction. Before long, they entered a modest room, and as Lin Chen pushed the door open, he was met with the gaze of a dozen impeccably dressed individuals. Their expressions varied. Some were curious, others disdainful, a few wore mocking smiles, and one or two seemed to harbor a trace of pity. But the most common look was one of greed, as if Lin Chen were not a person but a piece of succulent meat. For a typical student, being scrutinized by so many influential figures would surely induce panic and stammering. However, Lin Chen maintained a composed demeanor, neither humble nor arrogant, as he walked to the center of the room. After surveying the gathering, he declared loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Chen. How may I be of service? The crowd exchanged glances, and a hint of admiration could be seen in their eyes. This young man was extraordinary. Though composure does not necessarily equate to strength, such maturity at his age is rare indeed. Lin Chen, first of all, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance examination. Yang Shu stood up, looking down at Lin Chen. Secondly, we've reviewed some of your recorded performances from the exams. I'll be blunt, we are very interested in the yellow extraordinary equipment you obtained by slaying the ice golem. name your price and we will purchase it. Yang Shu's tone carried an air of command as though he were issuing an order rather than making a request. Yellow equipment. Lin Shen's heart tightened. When he defeated the ice golem, it had dropped a legendary gold tier item which they had mistaken for an extraordinary piece. He chuckled inwardly. If it were indeed a legendary item, they would have reported it to the authorities long ago. With these thoughts, Lin Shen spoke calmly. Extraordinary equipment? Yes, I have such an item. With a flick of his wrist, a necklace appeared in his palm. It was the crystal of omniscience. The yellow gleam immediately captured everyone's attention, their eyes fixated on the necklace. An extraordinary item, it truly is. Someone exclaimed, crystal of omniscience, although it's an accessory and not a weapon or armor, it's still of extraordinary quality. Yang Shu's eyes glinted with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, his face alight with enthusiasm. This passive ability is incredible, a 10% chance increase. It would double the activation chance of my main passive skill, Bloodthirsty Roar. This equipment has to be mine. Seeing the eager expressions around him, Lin Shen smirked inwardly. He now understood why they had suddenly invited him. It was for his equipment. Too bad for them, acquiring his gear would not be so simple. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing through them. In his previous life, he might have bowed to the pressure of these powerful individuals and obediently relinquished his equipment. After all, no matter how strong one individual is, can they truly contend with an entire group, especially one that includes the elite of Jiangnan City? But in this life, Lin Shen was the master of the Zerg army by Lin Shen's side grants him the power to contend with the world, prestigious families, guilds, the mighty and influential. Before the might of the Zerg army, all are reduced to ashes. As greedy eyes fixate on him, Lin Shen smirks and declares, indeed I have extraordinary equipment and you've all seen it, but I am not selling. With these words, the atmosphere in the conference room freezes. Instantly the eyes of the high-ranking individuals previously filled with greed turn cold and shock tinged with a hint of murderous intent as they glare at Lin Shen. It's hard for them to believe that a mere level 6 professional dares to defy the orders of such prominent figures. Lin Shen, what do you mean? Are you afraid we can't afford it? One of them sneers, name your price. As long as it's within our means, we will not refuse. Yang Shu's eyes briefly flash with a murderous glint quickly concealed as he speaks to Lin Shen in a deep voice. Price? Head. Lin Shen chuckles coldly. This top-grade extraordinary equipment is valued even higher than some perfect quality gear. Do you honestly think you can afford it? Of course, if you can produce a piece of genuine perfect quality equipment or 2 billion credits, I might consider selling it to you. Lin Shen, you're too audacious, a burly man bellows, glaring at him, his entire aura exploding as he presses down on Lin Shen. This man is a level 32 warrior with a terrifying and ferocious presence akin to a tiger or wolf. Any ordinary level 6 professional would be trembling, drenched in cold sweat, unable to utter a word. But who is Lin Shen, the master of the Zerg, in the face of this man's oppressive aura? Lin Shen merely smirks and issues a command in his mind. In the dominion of the master, hundreds of Zerg roar in unison. Even the gigantic stone tablet emits a beam of light directed at the burly man's eyes. Ah, the man exclaims, his mind goes blank as if struck by a heavy hammer. When he regains his senses, he feels cold sweat drenching his entire body, his limbs involuntarily trembling. In just an instant, he feels a bone-chilling coldness seeping into his body, evoking an overwhelming fear. His own aura is nothing compared to that coldness. Like a firefly against the bright moon, incomparable. How is this possible? Could that aura have come from Lin Shen? The burly man is filled with terror, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. What's wrong, Lu Shan? The people present look at the burly man curiously, asking in confusion. Lu Shan wipes the sweat from his forehead, awkwardly shaking his head. No, nothing. You all continue. The group glances at him curiously but doesn't dwell on it. Lin Shen, your terms are just too outrageous, we cannot accept them. Yang Shu stated bluntly, although extraordinary equipment is rarely sold, their prices generally don't exceed 10 million credits. Even if your equipment has impressive special effects, it's not that excessive. Why don't you suggest another term? Then don't blame me. Lin Shen shrugged with a cheeky grin. I've named my price, and if you can't afford it, who can you blame? Yang Shu squinted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he replied icily, Lin Shen, it's not impossible to meet your price. How about this? You trade the equipment to us first, we'll write you an IOU and pay in installments. That way you get your price and we get the equipment. Isn't that a win-win? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shen shook his head and refused. Impossible, I never deal with IOUs. he found it laughable to think of making an IOU or installment payment with these people. Clearly, they intended to default and snag his equipment for free. There was no way he would let that happen. Lin Chen, if this doesn't work and that doesn't work, are you trying to disrespect us? Yang Shu's face showed a hint of anger as he asked coldly. Lin Chen's repeated refusals finally sparked his ire. From his perspective, as a respectable level 33 professional and the headmaster of a prestigious institution, he was accustomed to students showing him utmost respect. But this Lin Chen dared to be this arrogant. What if I'm not giving you any face? What can you do? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Responding indifferently, this remark was like dropping a boulder into a serene lake, instantly igniting a storm. What did you say, you little brat? How dare you speak like that? Lin Chen, I'll remember you. Everyone present glared at Lin Chen, cursing him openly, but Lin Chen merely scoffed. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. With that, he turned and walked out the door, leaving without a second glance. Watching Lin Chen's receding figure, Yang Shu scanned the room and spoke solemnly. Everyone quiet down. The crowd finally hushed, turning their attention to Yang Shu. Taking a deep breath, Yang Shu said coldly, this extraordinary equipment is of great significance to Jiangnan City, therefore regardless of the effort, we must acquire it. Even if Lin Chen refuses, it won't change a thing. Hearing this, a cold light and murderous intent flickered in the eyes of everyone present. Indeed, at this point the only option left was to kill and seize the treasure. They were not concerned in the slightest. After all, besides being the upper echelons of Jiangnan City, each of them was a senior professional with more than a few lives on their hands. Lin Chen, a mere individual, did not concern them at all. Principal Young, our Li family will also participate in this matter. Yes, count me in, include me as well. I'll dispatch assassins. One by one the high-ranking members quickly expressed their stance. After all, to have a say in acquiring that extraordinary equipment, they needed to be involved in the assassination of Lin Chen. In an instant, almost everyone except for a few high-ranking members like Mo family and Wang Xing declared their intent to participate in this affair. Alright, since everyone seems so eager, I'll just come out and say it. Yang Shu nodded with satisfaction and then, as if recalling something, spoke without reservation. Master Mo, Principal Wang, if you two aren't going to participate in this matter, could I ask you to step outside for a moment? The head of the Mo family, Mo Qingyun, and Principal Wang Xing of number 3 high school exchanged glances, let out a wry smile and rose to leave the room. As soon as they stepped outside, Mo Qingyun tentatively remarked, Old Wang, I never thought you'd be uninterested in supernatural equipment to the point of not joining this operation. Wang Xing responded with a faint smile, Master Mo, we've known each other for a while now. Aren't you just trying to find out more about Lin Chen? Why beat around the bush? Mo Qingyun laughed heartily, unfazed, and continued to inquire. Haha, Principal Wang, you're as sharp as ever. I'll be straightforward then. I simply want to know, what is it about Lin Chen that made you give up the idea of fighting for supernatural equipment? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Xing shook his head and said, it's just a gut feeling. I have a hunch that Lin Chen isn't as simple as he seems. Mo Qingyun's interest was piqued and he was a bit shocked. Are you saying that Lin Chen's ability to defeat the ice giant wasn't due to taking the coagulation pill? You know the ice giant is a level 10-inch tier 3 boss. Its strength rivals some level 15 bosses. A mere student managing to slay such a beast alone, I'm not sure, Wang Xing replied, shaking his head lightly. I just have a feeling that crossing Lin Chen could lead to serious consequences. Besides, even if we could wrest that piece of equipment from Lin Chen, Yang Shu is already determined to get his hands on it. I have no interest in competing with someone like him. The two continued their conversation as they walked outside. Meanwhile, over at the Huang family estate. What, Huang Xin is dead? Who did this? Who did this? In the luxurious living room, the head of the Huang family, Huang Wenyan, slammed a table to pieces with his palm, rising to his feet in a furious roar. His face was contorted with anger, veins bulging like writhing earthworms, making for a terrifying sight. Huang Xin was Huang Wentian's only son, cherished deeply, never even scolded harshly. Today marked the end of the college entrance exams and the family had been eagerly awaiting news of Huang Xian's excellent results. Instead, they received the shocking news of his death. In front of him, several figures clad in black knelt trembling on the ground. Master, the young master was killed during the college entrance exam. One of them stammered, swallowing hard. The one who killed him is named Lin Chen, the top scorer in this year's Jiangnan City exams. Huang Wenyan searched his mind for this name and immediately shook his head. Seems like a nobody, how could This person have the audacity to take my son's life and still emerge as this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? It seems he's not someone we can easily deal with. Could it be that my son died in vain? Huang Wentian's brow furrowed deeply, his teeth gritting as if they might shatter. A top scorer in the college entrance exam is a rarity indeed. Even for a local aristocratic family like his, they must show some deference. Master, don't worry, the man in black spoke cautiously. Though Lin Chen is the top scorer, the three principals and other authorities haven't extended an olive branch to him. Oh, and why is that? Huang Wentian asked in surprise and doubt. Generally speaking, a top scorer would be courted by the high-ranking elites of Jiangnan City. After all, the potential of a genius is limitless. Even if they can't be won over, they certainly mustn't be made enemies. Yet this time, why has this top scorer been met with such indifference? The man in black explained in a calm voice, it's because Lin Chen didn't earn those scores through his own abilities. He used a blood coagulation pill. Blood coagulation pill? The realization dawned on Huang Wentian and a sinister expression crossed his face. So you're saying Lin Chen is nothing more than a worthless wretch now? If that's the case, Tian Sen, go eliminate this Lin Chen, bring back his head to avenge my son's death, and while you're at it, see if he has any extra blood coagulation pills on him. Those things are incredibly precious. Tian San, the man in black, shivered all over, then respectfully replied, yes, master. Is this the Mo family? Lin Chen gazed at the grand estate before him, feeling a mix of emotions. In today's world where every inch of land and human bases is worth its weight in gold, this estate was the epitome of luxury. Of course, as a former level 90 professional, Lin Chen was long accustomed to such extravagance and wasn't particularly impressed. After showing his token to the gatekeeper, Lin Chen leisurely walked into the estate, following Mo Hongli's directions until he arrived at a villa. He knocked on the door and a petite girl in casual clothes, rubbing her sleepy eyes, opened it. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she curiously asked, who are you knocking on people's doors so early? The girl looked about 15 or 16, with a charming and fair porcelain-like face bearing a slight resemblance to Mo Hongli. She blinked her large eyes curiously regarding Lin Chen. Shelu, what's happening? Just as Lin Chen was feeling puzzled, Mo Hongli's voice came from behind. Her beautiful face came into view as she gracefully stepped to the doorway. Seeing Lin Chen, she smiled warmly. Lin Chen, you've arrived. Sis, is this the Lin Chen you've been talking about? The young girl was momentarily stunned, then looked at Lin Chen with a hint of peculiar curiosity. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Hongli's cheeks flushed as she playfully tapped her sister's head, then smiled at Lin Chen. This is my sister, Mo Honglu. Please come in. Watching the sisterly duo, Lin Chen shrugged and followed them inside the villa. The interior of the villa was quite simple and elegant, contrasting with its luxurious exterior. Some areas even featured charming decorations reminiscent of a young girl's room. Lin Chen, you're here so early. I thought you'd at least arrive in the afternoon, Mo Hongli remarked as she gestured, and a maid in uniform promptly brought over some tea. There's not much to do, just tidying up a bit, Lin Chen replied casually, sipping his tea. His former home was mostly filled with Lin Qingshue's belongings like celebrity posters, memorabilia and plush toys beyond the essentials. In contrast, Lin Chen's personal items were so few they could be counted on one hand, making packing quite easy. Of course, I want to upgrade as soon as possible, so I've invited you to join me in conquering Jianghai University's trial abyss, Lin Chen continued. Jianghai University? Are you planning to apply there? Mo Hongli asked, momentarily taken aback by the suggestion. Jianghai University is one of the top-tier institutions in Longhua alongside Qingbei University and Longshan Academy. These three universities are the cream of the crop, attracting millions of aspirants each year, though they only admit a few thousand. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Why is it surprising that a top scorer like me would apply to Jianghai University? Besides, your scores are high enough to apply there too. Don't you want to be part of such a prestigious institution? Jianghai University interests me naturally, but Mo Hongli sighed, even if my scores qualify me to apply, I lack the confidence to pass the trial abyss. On Blue Star, applying to a university isn't just about submitting applications or meeting the score requirements. After listing their preferred schools, students must also pass each university's trial abyss, which then bases its selections on these results. Unlike the large-scale multiplayer abyss of the college entrance exams, each university's trial is a solo dungeon. To Lin Chen, it's akin to a shared raid in a game like Mountain Pass where you encounter other candidates. In contrast, university trials are like solo dungeons from Poison Milk Powder where you won't meet another candidate unless you team up. Don't worry, I can team up with you, Lin Chen offered with a serene smile. You team up with me? Mo Hongli was incredulous, her face reddening as if she realized something, and she playfully scolded, Are you trying to pull something sneaky? Hee. I never said it'd be free. Lin Chen chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. I can guide you through the trials at Jianghai University and help you achieve a great score, but there's a condition. I need a favor that only one of your for great families can accomplish. Lin Chen's tone was light, yet there was an underlying seriousness that couldn't be ignored. Mo Hongli, realizing she might have misunderstood his intentions, coughed lightly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment that lingered stubbornly. Oh, what kind of favor? She asked, trying to suppress her curiosity. I need to purchase some skill books, Lin Chen explained, his eyes meeting hers with sincerity. These books are incredibly rare and hard to come by. Of course, I'll pay the usual price, but I need a lot of manpower to search for them, as many as possible. And I don't want anyone to know that I'm the one looking for them. Understood, he sighed, a mix of determination and caution in his voice. Despite having reached level 6 and commanding hundreds of Zerg units, Lin Chen hadn't learned a single skill, relying solely on the innate abilities of his Zerg creatures. Skill books for summoners were exceedingly scarce, almost impossible to find on the market. When they did appear, they sparked a frenzy because the buyer was likely a summoner. Summoners were highly sought after by all factions, each eager to recruit them. Lin Chen, however, wasn't ready to draw attention to himself. The task of acquiring these skill books needed to be entrusted to someone else, preferably a powerful organization with the necessary resources. He handed over a list detailing all the skill books he wished to acquire. Mo Hongli took the list, her eyes widening with shock as she scanned the contents. Summon, spirit teleportation, skeleton summoning, these are all exclusive summoner skills, even legendary ones. She gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that you? Lin Chen nodded calmly, confirming her suspicions. That's right, I'm a summoner, he admitted, a hint of pride in his voice. With a wave of his hand, 3 imposing blade worms appeared, their presence commanding and fierce. The sight of these menacing creatures, their black gleaming forms resembling deadly machines, left Mo Hongli in awe. She inhaled sharply, unable to conceal her astonishment, despite her curiosity about Lin Chen's true profession, which she knew wasn't as simple as a basic warrior. She hadn't expected him to be a summoner. It had been a decade since a summoner had awakened in Jiangnan City, and that individual, though merely a common-grade beast tamer, had caused a citywide sensation, attracting offers from the top 3 universities. That summoner had since graduated and become a prominent figure in Tiandu, illustrating the immense value and rarity of the summoner profession. The implications were clear. A summoner's potential was unparalleled, and Lin Chen's revelation was nothing short of astounding. You truly are a summoner, Mo Hongli murmured in disbelief. Now you finally trust that I can guide you through the trial dungeons, right? Lin Chen chuckled softly. I never doubted you, Mo Hongli replied, shaking her head with a wry smile. After a moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath and nodded. I'll have my family try to get the skill books you need. I can't guarantee we'll find everything, but we'll manage some. It's settled. Then Lin Chen clapped his hands and stood up with satisfaction. One more thing, I hope you can keep my identity a secret. It's better for both of us. Mo Hongli nodded in agreement. Absolutely, you've just offended the Huang family. If they find out you're a summoner, they'll surely try to snuff you out before you become a threat to their entire clan. Keeping a low profile is wise for now. Lin Chen nodded again. Tomorrow we'll head to the trial abyss. Remember to get up early, he added before rising and heading towards the guest room that had been prepared upstairs. Meanwhile, at Tianlan Residential Area, Building 6, Apartment 12-5, Lin Qingxue hesitated for a long time before opening the door and stepping inside. Since you became the top scorer in the college entrance exams, I'll reluctantly forgive you, but if you upset me again, I will still run away from home, Lin Qingxue thought confidently, ready to embrace Lin Chen and hear his comforting words. After all, she had already admitted her mistakes. What more could she ask for? Although Lin Qingxue was shocked that Lin Chen had achieved the top score in Jiangnan City's college entrance exams, her surprise quickly gave way to a decision to compromise, move back in with him. She was even generously willing to forgive Lin Chen for ignoring her during the exam dungeon. The potential of a top scorer was far greater than the sycophants around her. Thinking about the sycophant with a pockmarked face who scored only 300 points in the exam dungeon made her angry. These guys lacking skill yet trying to impress girls anyway? Ridiculous. With these thoughts, Lin Qingxue glanced around. Lin Chen not home? Did he go out, or is he in his room? Puzzled, Lin Xingxue opened Lin Shen's room door only to find it empty. Lin Shen moved out. Lin Xingxue couldn't believe her eyes. Lin Shen had left without a word. Standing at the doorway, Lin Xingxue's mind went blank. After a long while, tears streamed down her face. Lin Shen, what happened to you? Why such a sudden change? Is it because you awakened a rare profession that you've changed your heart? She was convinced that Lin Shen's awakening to a hidden profession had caused his personality shift and his decision to leave her. Never did she consider that she might have been at fault. Taking out her phone, Lin Xingxue wanted to call Lin Shen, but the number she dialed was disconnected. Lin Shen had cancelled his phone number. The realization left Lin Xingxue dizzy. She had planned to live a happy life with Lin Shen, the top scorer, and eventually enter high society. Who would have thought that Lin Shen would completely ignore her now? Just then, a message suddenly popped up on her phone screen. Dear MS, Lin Xingxue, your credit card bill of 50,000 credit points is overdue by 7 days. Please make the payment today or our company will take measures to forcibly seize your property. The money I borrowed, is it due so soon? Lin Xingxue's face turned pale as she muttered to herself. In the past few days, having left Lin Shen, she no longer had a financial source. Lin Xingxue, accustomed to living lavishly, felt uneasy if she didn't buy something every day, so it seemed only natural for her to apply for a credit card. Originally, she thought Lin Shen would coax her back in a few days and then he could handle the repayment, but to her surprise, Lin Shen had decisively cut off all ties. What should she do now? As Lin Xingxue was feeling lost, a sudden rough knocking came from the door. Someone was knocking? Could it be Lin Shen returning? Startled, Lin Xingxue quickly walked over to open the door. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Lin Shen's gentle and unassuming face before her, but rather a few burly bald men with fierce expressions. As soon as they met, the leading man rudely said, "Are you Lin Xingxue? I'm here to inform you that because you've defaulted on your credit card, the bank is going to seize this property." The house seized. Lin Xingxue was stunned. "But I only borrowed 50,000 credit points, and without the house, where will I live?" "That's your problem," the man impatiently waved a hand. "Get out now, otherwise we'll call the police." Facing these muscular and ill-intentioned men, Lin Xingxue quickly became compliant. She knew these men were not like Lin Shen, who would let her throw a tantrum, dare to say no to them, that would only result in getting beaten. Dejectedly, she walked out the door, glancing back at the house she had lived in for over a decade, now about to be handed over to others. Lin Xingxue felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. Now she had no family, no savings, and not even a place to stay. It could be said that since leaving Lin Shen, Lin Xingxue hadn't had a single good day. However, Lin Xingxue wasn't one for self-reflection. After a brief moment of despair, and inexplicable anger surged within her. "Lin Shen, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this? Don't think that getting some lousy top scholar title makes you great. Tomorrow, I'll go find my brother Li Kuan. He's also a top scholar in Nanpu City, much better than you. Once I'm Li Kuan's girlfriend, don't expect me to acknowledge you." With that, wiping away a tear, Lin Xingxue gritted her teeth and walked in a direction gradually disappearing into the night. In Jiangnan City, the trial square was bustling with activity. As Mo Hongli gazed upon the vast expanse akin to a small town, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of people gathered there. This trial square was a collaborative creation of hundreds of universities across the Dragon Nation, with similar structures present in various districts. Within this square were hundreds of abyssal portals, each leading to a trial abyss. Successfully navigating these trials signified eligibility to apply to a university. Consequently, the square was teeming with examinees, some bustling in and out of the abyssal portals with a sense of urgency. Lin Shen, after a brief survey, pointed towards a specific location. "There lies the trial abyss of Jianghai University. Let's go." He led Mo Hongli to one of the colossal portals that dominated the surrounding area, extending several hundred meters. These portals represented the pinnacle of academia in the Dragon Nation: Qingbei University, Dragon God Academy, and Jianghai University. Naturally, these university trial areas attracted the largest crowds. There were at least 1,000 individuals resting nearby, with some enterprising minds setting up stalls to sell equipment. Approaching the portal for Jianghai University's trial instance, Lin Shen touched the teleportation stone, triggering a prompt. The Abyss, Lost Temple, Jianghai University trial instance, difficulty, normal, challenge, hard, nightmare, blood moon level, 1 to 15, Abyss type, solo instance, team limit 5, Lost Temple. This Abyss instance is notoriously difficult. Jianghai University chose this for the trial this year. Lin Chen was taken aback. In the future, the Lost Temple's difficulty was infamous primarily due to a buff called Holy Warrior that greatly enhanced the monster's strength, spirit, and agility. This made even the minions within the abyss incredibly formidable, requiring careful navigation to avoid defeat. The final boss of the Lost Temple, the Ashen Angel, was a nightmare for many future professionals. Not only did the Ashen Angel possess the Holy Warrior buff, but it could also amplify this effect. Additionally, it wielded a devastating flame attack called Holy Flame, which was nearly impossible to evade due to its extensive range. The most exasperating aspect of the Holy Flame was its unavoidable nature and high damage output, coupled with a purification effect that nullified all buffs on professionals. To make matters worse, when the Ashen Angel reached low health, it would heal itself. Many professionals, after exhausting all their efforts to whittle down the boss to its last sliver of health, would find their hopes dashed as the Ashen Angel cast a healing spell, restoring itself to full health in an instant. It was easy to imagine how dumbfounded those people were at that time. They probably felt like coughing up blood in frustration. Fortunately, the level of the Ash Angel was only at Level 5. If it were any higher, it wouldn't just be a university trial dungeon but a challenge dungeon for advanced professionals. Despite its difficulty, countless professionals in later generations were drawn to it like moths to a flame, with nearly everyone dreaming of conquering this abyss. The reason was simple: the rewards from the Lost Temple were incredibly generous. Firstly, although the monsters in the Lost Temple were formidable, the experience points they provided were more than triple that of other dungeons of the same difficulty level. Secondly, the Lost Temple dropped a set called the Temple Guardian, which had a very powerful effect. Although it was all of rare quality, when equipped as a full set, the set effect could grant attributes comparable to some extraordinary gear. This was why, in later generations, this Lost Temple abyss was so coveted by professionals. However, Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a look of anticipation. The last point, and the most important one, was that the first player to clear the hard difficulty or above in this Lost Temple abyss would receive a special limited edition piece of equipment. This equipment became one of the national treasures in later generations. In the past life, this national treasure was acquired by a summoner from Luohu province, making him one of the 12 war gods of Long Kingdom, Hin. This opportunity has fallen into my hands, he. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. This abyss was something he had never seen before. Could it be a new one? He wondered about its difficulty as he looked at the description of the Lost Temple. Mo Honley couldn't help but ask curiously. Just then there was a hum. The portal in front suddenly flashed and a team staggered out. The people were covered in blood, with some even missing a leg, and their equipment was in tatters, their faces full of fear and horror. Damn, this abyss is too hard. We are a level 7 team, all equipped with sets, yet we couldn't even clear a level 5 dungeon. These small monsters are terrifying. One punch took away half of my health, so brutal. If we hadn't run fast, we would have been wiped out. No wonder this is Jianghai University's trial abyss. We wimps can't even touch it. Sighed. No wonder no team has cleared this abyss yet. It's just too difficult. This team complained and quickly left, shaking their heads in disappointment. Beside the abyss portal stood a stone tablet. It was supposed to record the achievements of the teams that had cleared the abyss dungeon. However, while the stone tablets in front of other abyss portals were filled with dense writing, this one was completely blank, smooth as if untouched. The onlookers who had gathered to watch the excitement sighed again upon seeing this scene. Not a single person has cleared it yet. This abyss is just too hard. Stop talking about it. I just tried it and ended up being chased by the little monsters. Never even saw the boss's face. Haha, I guess only geniuses like Li Hu and Lu Yenran or other city prodigies can clear this kind of dungeon, right? What about Lin Chen and Mo Hongley? Lin Chen, this guy just cheated his way up with drugs. Otherwise, how could he have scored so high? As for Mo Hongley, although she's pretty and quite capable, she's basically just riding on Lin Chen's coattails. It's well known that Lin Chen used the blood coagulation pill, something even the goddess Lu Yenran confirmed, so it's definitely true. You all know the side effects of that pill, right? I bet Lin Chen, despite being a top scorer, will turn into a useless wreck. Rumors buzzed around. Facing such criticism, Lin Chen's expression remained calm, unmoved by the chatter. Mo Hongley furrowed her brows, looking at Lin Chen with some concern. This dungeon seems really tough. Lin Chen, are you sure you want to take me along? You know, every additional person in the team doubles the health and attributes of all monsters. Of course, having more people also significantly increases the difficulty. Yet Lin Chen seemed unfazed, smiling with interest, but at the same time, the rewards also increase. Besides, this is our deal, and I'm not in the habit of breaking agreements. Mo Honley felt a warmth in her heart, smiling sweetly. In that case, why don't we prepare a bit, maybe find a few teammates to form a complete team? Although the difficulty increases with more people, the benefits of a full team outweigh the added challenge. Lin Chen, however, shook his head decisively. No, just the two of us is enough. He didn't want to share the secret of obtaining the treasure with anyone else. From memories of his past life, Lin Chen knew Mo Honley was a trustworthy and kind woman who wouldn't betray him, thus he felt safe revealing these secrets to her. As for the others, Lin Chen trusted none of them. Saying this, Lin Chen waved his hand, touching the teleport stone in front of the portal. Team, Overlord squad members. 2 leader, Overlord teammate, Mo Honley. Difficulty chosen, hard. Confirm. Lin Chen said solemnly. Hard difficulty. Mo Honley's eyes widened in shock. Even the ordinary difficulty of the Lost Temple had never been cleared by any examinee nationwide, and Lin Chen just went straight for hard difficulty. That's a bit excessive, isn't it? At this moment, the onlookers also noticed them, turning their attention towards Lin Chen and Mo Honley. Are they also trying to apply for Jianhai University? Just a waste. Dare to dream big. Are you serious? They actually want to enter the abyss? Did I see that right? They've chosen the hardest difficulty. These two are out of their minds. Are they looking to get themselves killed? A group of onlookers cast glances filled with mockery and disbelief, their faces painted with derision. Across the nation, no team had yet conquered the abyss, a testament to its daunting challenge. Yet here was Lin Chen boldly opting for the hardest level. Wasn't this just a death wish? What gave him such audacity? Was it some kind of blood coagulating pill? Lin Chen, however, paid no heed to the others' gazes, simply uttering 2 words, confirm. With that, the 2 of them transformed into white light and were transported through the gate. They actually went in. This is going to be entertaining. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he comes running back out, humiliated and defeated, acting all cool now. But I wonder if they can even handle the minor creatures. Just watch, you'll see soon enough. Everyone present adopted a spectator's mindset, coldly smirking as they waited around. Not a single person believed Lin Chen could clear the Lost Temple on the hardest difficulty. Meanwhile, within the abyss, a flash of white light marked the appearance of Lin Chen and Mo Honley. The Lost Temple stood as a colossal ancient architectural complex. From the towering structures and once glorious yet now dust-laden and sand-covered decorations, one could see its former splendor. The Lost Temple, still the same as ever, Lin Chen remarked nostalgically, taking in the familiar surroundings. In his previous life, like many professionals, Lin Chen had explored the Lost Temple numerous times. After all, it was widely recognized as one of the fastest places to level up, with the loot being exceedingly valuable. Being here felt no different than returning home for Lin Chen. Everything seemed familiar and well practiced. Let's go, let's try a speed run. He patted the dazed Mo Honley on the shoulder before stepping forward. Mo Honley quickly followed suit, casting a Holy Wisdom buff on Lin Chen. Holy Wisdom grants an ally a buff, increasing spirit by 2 points for a duration of 2 hours. Just as they entered the main gate of the temple, Lin Chen suddenly came to a halt, waving a hand to stop. Hold on. Mo Honley obediently paused mid-step, asking what's wrong. Before Lin Chen could answer, 2 massive stones suddenly plummeted from above, crashing right in their path. Mo Honley was left wide-eyed and speechless. How could there be traps here? Had they taken just one more step, those stones would have landed directly on them. While it wouldn't have been fatal, it certainly would have resulted in severe injuries. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. The traps in the Lost Temple are numerous and malicious. You can't explore this place for the first time without paying some price. In later years, the Lost Temple's notorious reputation stemmed not only from the strength of its monsters but also from its myriad of unpredictable traps. First-time explorers were bound to be driven to despair by the endless pitfalls. In a previous life, some players meticulously documented every trap trigger and avoidance method in the Lost Temple, selling them as guides and forming an entire industry. For Lin Chen, however, these traps were simple to sidestep. But there's more to come, keep watching. As Lin Chen gazed at the 2 massive boulders, he calmly spoke, and the ground beneath them trembled. In an instant, the boulders transformed into 2 colossal stone giants, roaring as they approached. The stone statue giants, level 5, had attributes like strength, 12 speed, 7 in spirit, 3 with skills including heavy punch, stone spike and sacred warrior. What astonishing stats, Mo Honley Upon casting a detection spell was incredulous at their power. To think a level 5 creature could have such strength rivaling even those at level 8, Mo Hongli became tense, gripping her greatsword tightly, her chest rising and falling as she cautiously stepped forward. Lin Chen, do you need me to tank the damage up front? Otherwise these stone giants will be quite troublesome. She offered, but Lin Chen cut her off with a simple gesture and said no need, come forth. Instantly countless insect beasts appeared around them like a tide, surrounding Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, creating an impenetrable barrier. In comparison, the two stone giants standing over 5 meters tall and once so imposing seemed almost gentle against the swarm of these deadly insect-like machines. I forgot you're a summoner. Mo Hongli realized, a wry smile forming. Summoners were known as a pinnacle class, not without reason. Their combat strength was unrivaled among peers of the same level. Go! Lin Chen commanded, and the blade insects shot toward the stone giants like arrows released from a bowstring swiftly. Encircling and launching a frenzied attack, fireworms, thorn insects and brainworms beside them unleashed spikes, fireballs and flame beams, leaving the once intimidating stone giants overwhelmed and defenseless in mere moments. Throughout this, Lin Chen and Mo Hongli simply stood watching, as if spectating a play. Is this the power of a summoner? Incredible! Mo Hongli was utterly stunned by the display. However, a bit of confusion lingered. Even for a summoner, the sheer number of summons seemed excessive. Mo Hongli frequently watched summoner battle videos online and knew the cardinal rule: summoners had a limit to their summons. Lower level summoners might manage a few, with higher levels reaching a dozen. Without limits, summoners would dominate the world. Yet, observing Lin Chen's horde, Mo Hongli was left in awe, her scalp tingling with disbelief at the seemingly limitless army before her. There must be hundreds of them, right? Each one possesses the strength of at least a level 1 to 3. Professional, isn't that terrifying? Mo Hongli covered her mouth, trying her best not to make a sound. Just then a notification chimed in her ear. Your teammate has slain the stone giant, gaining 3,000 experience points. Twice the notification rang as two stone giants crumbled before her eyes, turning into a pile of ash that drifted away. The entire event took no longer than 10 seconds. Mo Hongli was utterly stunned. She had always known summoners were formidable, but the extent of their power remained a mystery until now. Little did she know such a feat was not typical for just any summoner. Only someone like Lin Chen, with his infinite potential and the supreme quality of the Zerg Overlord, could accomplish it with such ease. What are you standing there for? Time to gather the loot. Lin Chen chuckled softly as he moved forward. Mo Hongli, snapping out of her reverie, managed a wry smile and followed him. The equipment dropped was mostly common, unsuitable for either of them, so they had to dismantle it for energy points. We've accumulated over 2,000 energy points. Lin Chen glanced at the monolith of the Overlord world and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Unbeknownst to him, he'd amassed such a significant amount of energy points. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen decided to convert all of these energy points into Zerg units to bolster his army, further expanding its ranks. The current composition was quite formidable: 200 blade bugs, 50 needle bugs, 50 brain bugs, 20 flame worms, 5 winged bees and 5 iron-armored blade bugs. It was truly a slaughtering force. Having allocated the equipment, the duo continued their journey. Before long, several figures descended from the sky. Unlike the enormous stone giants, these figures were tall and elegant. 6 angels with pristine wings and clad in ornate light armor, their faces beautiful yet cold, descended and launched a ferocious assault without hesitation. Wielding swords and shields, their creamy white flames instantly inflicted severe damage on several blade bugs. The temple guards have finally arrived. Lin Chen squinted, observing the women with keen interest. The temple guards were among the most troublesome creatures in the depths of the lost temple abyss. Their attributes were impressive. Name: Temple Guard, Level 5, Tier 1, Health 300, Strength 87, Speed 75, Spirit 79, Skills: Sacred Warrior, Holy Flame Cross / Holy Healing, Dive Bombing. Mo Hongli couldn't help but exclaim in awe upon seeing their stats. With 300 health, they boasted more endurance than most level 5 bosses, not to mention their remarkably high attributes across the board. The temple guards, their wings spread wide, signify their ability to soar through the skies. This aerial advantage renders ground attacks nearly futile against them, leaving only the archers and mages to contend with such foes. However, their speed is a formidable hurdle, as ordinary fireball spells often miss their mark, requiring a slow and steady attrition to bring them down. Additionally, the guards wield an alarming amount of damage potential, and they number in plenty with the capability to unleash sacred flames that dispel all beneficial effects. In future generations, even a well-prepared team of 5 at level 10 would find themselves vexed by a sizable group of these temple guards. In Lin Chen's past life, it took him reaching a certain level before daring to challenge this abyss, but in this life, level 6 suffices. Attack! Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he unhesitatingly directed his forces toward the temple guards. Boom, boom, the fireworms spat out beams of fiery rays striking the temple guards with precision. The first coordinated volley alone saw 2 temple guards vanquished. Your teammate has slain a temple guard, gaining 4,000 experience. With the fireworms retreating, the temple guards barely caught their breath before 50 stingers unfurled their menacing maws, launching a barrage of gleaming spikes. While the spikes may not match the fireworms' fiery impact in sheer damage, they excel in overwhelming volume. Whiz whiz whiz. The spikes flew through the air, weaving an impenetrable net that ensnared the remaining temple guards, leaving them nowhere to dodge, forcing them to endure the assault directly. Instantly, Mo Hongli could clearly see the health bars of the remaining temple guards drop by half. What? Did these creatures just perish like that? Mo Hongli's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, her small mouth covered in disbelief, nearly exclaiming out loud, again. Just as Mo Hongli was still reeling from the terrifying power of these summoned creatures, Lin Chen's voice rang out once more. In her astonished gaze, a swarm of brain bugs revealed their fearsome fangs. One by one, fireballs the size of fists coalesced in the air. With a mighty exhalation, they formed a sea of flames that engulfed the remaining temple guards. Your teammate has slain a temple guard, gaining 4,000 experience. You have leveled up to level 7, gaining 1 attribute point. Please allocate it. Suddenly, several notification sounds echoed in Mo Hongli's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her face was a mask of shock. What just happened? Did I level up so quickly? Is it over already? Who has summoned creatures like these, akin to mages with infinite firepower, continuously casting spells? This is definitely not normal. Even from the online videos of summoners' battles, their summoned creatures usually engage in honest melee combat or strategic maneuvering. Where is there such a commotion as this? Countless questions swirled in Mo Hongli's mind, and she was tempted to ask Lin Chen what was going on. However, being a wise person, she knew that prying into a practitioner's personal affairs was highly taboo, so she swallowed her curiosity. This piece of equipment looked promising. As Lin Chen approached, he noticed a rare item glowing blue amidst a pile of white equipment. Its name: Sacred Leather Armor. Type: Armor. Quality: Rare. Requirements: Level 5 Strength 5 Spirit 3. Attributes: +2 Spirit +1 Strength. Special effect: Compassion enhances healing and shield effects by 10%. This equipment seemed perfect for her, so he handed it over without hesitation. Mo Hongli hesitated slightly as she examined the attributes of the equipment. While the stats seemed average, the special effect of a 10% increase in healing and shield effectiveness was quite appealing. As a Holy Light Knight, a supportive healing class, any percentage increase in healing was a significant upgrade. Even though it was merely a rare item, the value of the sacred leather armor could match several pieces of rare equipment. This made Mo Hongli a bit embarrassed to accept it. Sensing her concern, Lin Chen calmly remarked, "It's just a piece of equipment. We've agreed to split the loot from the abyss evenly. I've already taken several white items. It's only fair you take this one." Mo Hongli's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the item, quietly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Chen." She understood that Lin Chen's words were merely an excuse. The value of such a rare gem could not be compared to dozens of ordinary white items. However, refusing again would seem pretentious, so she chose to accept it graciously while silently noting this favor in her heart. She quickly donned the equipment. Instantly, what was previously constrained by heavy armor was now unveiled by a set of thin leather armor, presenting an impressive sight before Lin Chen. The leather armor, designed to be spacious, was nevertheless filled out due to certain innate attributes, making it appear as if it might burst at any moment. Even a portion of the upper hemisphere was exposed, leaving Lin Chen in awe as he came to a realization. No wonder she needed to wear heavy armor. Fabric clothing simply couldn't contain such potential, even risking bursting at the seams. Truly, there existed things larger than one's head in this world. Sensing Lin Chen's intense gaze, Mo Hongli's face turned a shade deeper as she playfully chided, "What are you staring at?" Lin Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. Nothing, let's keep moving forward." With that, he hurriedly led the way onward. Mo Hongli chuckled softly, biting her lip as she quickly caught up. With the Zerg army surrounding them for protection, the path ahead was smooth and uneventful for the two travelers. In the depths of the Forsaken Temple, Lin Chen moved with an uncanny familiarity, navigating the treacherous terrain with such ease that it seemed he could do so blindfolded. Throughout this perilous journey, Mo Homely, his companion, found herself with little to do other than enjoy the creamy ice cream Lin Chen had kindly given her and cheer him on with enthusiastic cries of 666. Her eyes, often cast upon Lin Chen, were filled with growing astonishment and curiosity. How could he possess such formidable strength and knowledge of this abyss yet remain so obscure until now? Had he been here before, or was there another layer to his enigmatic aura that she had yet to uncover? As these thoughts swirled in Mo Homely's mind, they suddenly reached their destination. Lin Chen halted abruptly, causing Mo Homely, lost in her musings, to collide with him. The impact was soft, yet firm as her ample form pressed against him, causing her to step back with a jolt, her face flushed with embarrassment. Did you do that on purpose?" she exclaimed, her voice a mix of accusation and flustered amusement. Lin Chen coughed awkwardly, trying to dispel the moment. "Just an accident," he replied, shifting the focus to the task at hand. "This is where the boss resides. Just stand aside for a bit," he instructed, pointing ahead. Mo Homely was taken aback by the rapid pace of their progress. "Barely half an hour," she murmured, surprised at how swiftly they had arrived. Lin Chen nodded nonchalantly, remarking that they had actually been a tad slower than he had anticipated, yet they still had ample time. With a keen interest, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the imposing statue before them. They stood on a vast plaza surrounded by lifelike statues of temple guardians, all intricately carved. At the center loomed a colossal statue over 10 meters tall, resembling a mythical angel. Its wings, though, bore signs of fiery destruction, tattered and scorched. This angelic statue, known as the Ashen Angel, knelt gracefully, its pristine features marred by twin streams of blood tears that trickled down to the ground. Clad in a tattered garment scorched as if by flames, it wielded a long sword exuding a haunting yet captivating aura. Lin Chen explained that this was the boss of the Lost Temple, the Ashen Angel. As he stepped forward, the ground beneath them quaked and the Ashen Angel's stony facade began to crumble, revealing a radiant, pure white light from within. The earth trembled violently and the sky was suddenly dominated by a bizarre fiery red moon, casting its gaze like a burning eye upon the land below. At this moment, the Ashen Angel unveiled its true form, a broken angel enveloped in a sacred white flame, its demeanor cold and indifferent as it regarded Lin Chen and Mo Homely. The creature's stats appeared, revealing its formidable nature. Name: Ashen Angel. Level 5, Tier 4. Life 1457, Strength 157, Speed 16, Spirit 174. It boasted a suite of skills from Holy Warrior and Sacred Flame to Desecration Fire, and even the power to summon temple guardians. The Ashen Angel, with its dual nature of holiness and greed, was a testament to its banishment by the god of greed, Taver. As it hovered in the air, its lips moved subtly, and an unfamiliar yet commanding voice resonated through the heavens and earth, heralding the challenge that lay before Lin Chen and Mo Homely. Herodic, be purified. Without missing a beat, the Ashen Angel launched her attack with precision and fury. With a powerful flap of her wings, she soared dozens of meters into the sky, brandishing her long sword. The weapon sweep unleashed a sea of milky white holy flames that engulfed the entire plaza. A chilling notification echoed in the ears of those present. You are under the effect of the holy flames, suffering 20 true damage every 5 seconds, and all beneficial effects are being dispelled. Mo Homely was nearly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Is this the level of power a level 5 boss should possess? She wondered aloud, her voice tinged with awe and fear. Typically, a level 5 boss might be a goblin chief or a two-headed ogre general, but here they faced an exiled angel. The leap in difficulty was staggering. Lin Chen, unfazed, raised his hand with a quiet command, "Go." With that, a swarm of Zerg creatures roared into action, launching an assault on the Ashen Angel above. Fireballs and spikes shot forth in a storm, enveloping the angel in a chaotic barrage. In moments, a cascade of scarlet damage numbers danced above her head: -1 inch, -3, -2, -1. At first glance, the damage seemed as trivial as mosquito bites, yet the principle of accumulated force leading to transformation was not lost here. The bad news: the damage was minimal. The good news: it was rapid. In a single volley, the angel's health had already diminished by nearly half. A flicker of human-like shock crossed the Ashen Angel's face, but was quickly replaced by her usual cold indifference. "Heretic, your vile actions will be purified." With a swift gesture, she called forth a stream of milky holy light that surged into her being, restoring her health to full capacity. Holy healing, Mo Honley exclaimed in dismay. This was precisely the most frustrating aspect of the Ashen Angel boss, her ability to heal. Without a team equipped with grievous wound skills, it would be all too easy to face total annihilation at the hands of her restorative spells. You must be purified, heretic. With another sweep of her long sword, the Ashen Angel sent a deluge of holy flames crashing down, incinerating a dozen or so spike insects into mere ashes. Under such circumstances, one might expect panic to set in as the situation appeared to shift in favor of the Ashen Angel, yet Lin Chen maintained an air of calm confidence. Protect yourselves, he advised, before raising his hand again to summon a winged bee. Like a swift lark, it darted skyward, heading straight for the Ashen Angel. Its speed was astonishing, covering dozens of meters in mere breaths, arriving in front of the angel with unerring precision. What is he planning? Mo Honley wondered aloud, her expression tinged with confusion. As a summoner, Lin Chen was akin to a mage, a fragile long-range combatant, yet his actions suggested a deeper strategy at play, one that could turn the tide of this daunting battle. Could he really be thinking of engaging the Ashen Angel in close combat? Lin Chen boldly retrieved a long emerald-green sword from his backpack. Letting out a low shout, his figure suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving behind a ripple-like spatial disturbance in his wake. This was the art of walking through the void. In the next instant, Lin Chen appeared behind the Ashen Angel, his sword gleaming with a touch of red, white and blue, thrusting straight towards its heart. Elemental strike. His move dealt a massive -778 damage, exploiting the creature's weak point. The flowing fire sword pierced the heart of the Ashen Angel, cutting its health by half in an instant. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity, shards of ice and flames erupted from the angel's form. You heretic, what have you done to me? For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed the normally impassive face of the Ashen Angel as it flapped its wings and retreated several meters, its voice cold and accusatory. Nothing much, just a bunch of status effects, Lin Chen replied with a light laugh, though inwardly he was nodding to himself with approval. The power of the elemental strike was truly formidable, a skill well worth the 100,000 credit points he spent. This skill enchanted his weapon, causing the next attack to deal additional damage and inflict elemental status ailments: shock, slow and ignite. The damage it dealt depended on his attributes. Strength added fire damage, spirit added lightning damage, and agility added frost damage. For the average professional, the skill might not be of great use. Most tend to focus on boosting a single attribute, which limits them to one type of elemental damage, but Lin Chen was different. Every Zerg he defeated fed back a certain percentage of attributes to him, leading to a well-balanced development in all three dimensions, with spirit being the highest, but strength and agility not far behind. For Lin Chen, this meant the elemental strike was thrice as effective. His earlier attack that halved the Ashen Angel's health was a testament to its terrifying power, yet what Lin Chen valued most was the additional elemental status effects. As the name suggests, these effects bestowed negative enhancements upon monsters. Among these effects were shock, which caused the target to take extra damage, slow, which reduced their movement attack and casting speed, and ignite, which dealt continuous fire damage. Once these debuffs were applied, the Ashen Angel became nothing but a sitting target. No matter what tricks you pull, you will die in the end, the Ashen Angel shouted coldly, charging at Lin Chen with its sword raised, intent on slaying him. But Lin Chen's form dissipated again, reappearing 100 meters away, laughing heartily. The one who will die isn't me, it's you. Zerg, full assault. At Lin Chen's command, the Zerg army below activated their buffs and launched a frenzied attack on the Ashen Angel. Explosions and rapid-fire sounds filled the air as the flameworms unleashed their fiery impact beams. Brainbugs hurled massive fireballs and needlebugs fired a rain of short spikes, creating a deadly tapestry in the sky. The Ashen Angel was swiftly enveloped, not even having a chance to let out a cry before its life force was snuffed out. It plummeted heavily to the ground, reverting to a statue and shattering into pieces. Your teammate has slain the Ashen Angel, earning you 24,310 experience points. You've leveled up to level 8 and gained an attribute point. Please choose how to allocate it. You and your team have conquered the Abyss, Lost Temple, Hard Mode. For the first time, earning 1 Pantheon reputation, you completed the Abyss, Lost Temple, Hard Mode, in 24 minutes and 19 seconds. A series of prompts rang in the air, but Mo Honley stood still, expressionless. She was utterly stunned. How could this boss, which appeared so formidable, be taken down so effortlessly? This didn't make sense at all. Ordinarily, such a boss would require a team of 5 professionals cautiously coordinating and spending countless hours, possibly even days, facing numerous dangers before finally achieving victory. To defeat it in an instant, what in the world was happening? Meanwhile, on Lin Shen's side, a unique notification chimed in his mind. You are the first professional to kill the Ashen Angel. The god of holy light blesses you with a reward, the Chitafu inscription. Chitafu inscription? Could this be the treasured relic of the dragon nation from the past life? Lin Chen curiously glanced at the heart emitting a sanguine aura in his hand. Just as he was about to inspect it further, another prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, greedy soul skill activated, granting an additional piece of loot. Another item fell into Lin Chen's hand, double rewards. A look of delight spread across Lin Chen's face. He hadn't expected the greedy soul skill to activate at such a perfect moment. It seemed like fortune was truly smiling upon him, granting him double rewards. Lin Chen was overjoyed knowing that double rewards were rare enough as it was, but to receive a unique special drop with doubled rewards was nothing short of extraordinary luck. Lin Chen eagerly examined the attributes of the 2 pieces of gear. Name, Chitafu inscription. Type, ring. Quality, legendary. Requirement, level 5 strength 5 spirit 10 attributes, +1 spirit, +2 strength, +1 agility. Special effect, Greed God's Vision. You have 4 extra equipment slots and can ignore equipment type restrictions. This was insanely overpowered. Just a glance and Lin Chen couldn't help but curse, his breath quickening. The effects of this gear were simply terrifying. No wonder it was considered a national treasure of the Dragon Nation alongside the Heart of Omnipotence. Typically, a professional would have about 7 equipment slots: weapon, armor, 2 rings, necklace, headgear, and shoes. Each piece of equipment provided substantial enhancements to the professional. The Chitafu inscription was a remarkable piece, providing 4 equipment slots. Even though it occupied 1 slot itself, it still left 3 available, and it ignored equipment types. This meant that the enhancement this single piece of equipment brought to any professional could easily double their combat power. It was no wonder that in the previous life, the Dragon Country's government had directly recruited the summoner who acquired it into the Heavenly Dragon Hall, all because of this very equipment. This piece of equipment was downright terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen equipped it without hesitation and then turned his attention to the next item. The next item was named the Seed of Holy Flame, of perfect quality and classified as a professional template. The description indicated that upon use one would gain the profession of Holy Flame Arbiter, a professional template and of perfect level. Lin Chen felt a wave of disappointment. It wasn't that the value of the professional template was low, but simply that he couldn't use it at all. After all, his main profession was the Zerg Overlord, and his secondary profession was something as unique as a Voidwalker. The mere Holy Flame Arbiter was not something he considered significant. Of course, this professional template would likely spark fierce competition among the elites in the outside world, even leading to bloodshed. But for Lin Chen, who possessed several legendary pieces of equipment, it was a notch below his standards. However, Lin Chen suddenly glanced at Mo Homely in the distance, a slight smile curling at his lips. It might be useless for him, but it would be quite valuable for the little girl. Although Mo Homely's current profession as a Holy Light Knight was also a hidden profession, its quality was merely ordinary with potential only slightly higher than basic professions. The Holy Flame Arbiter he held was far superior. This is your loot. Lin Chen casually tossed the Seed of Holy Flame to Mo Homely as effortlessly as handing over a bottle of water. What is this? This is actually a perfect quality hidden profession. Mo Homely looked at it and was so shocked she covered her mouth in disbelief. Perfect quality? How rare are perfect quality items? To put it in perspective, even an entire city like Jiangnan might only have 2 or 3 pieces of perfect quality equipment, possibly controlled by influential families. For instance, her father, the head of the Mo family, possessed a perfect quality item which helped secure their status as one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. A perfect quality profession was even rarer because it determined the potential ceiling and floor of a professional. The value of a professional template was several times that of equipment of the same quality. The fact that Lin Chen casually tossed such a valuable item demonstrated its terrifying worth, and it was no wonder Mo Homely was so taken aback. The boss dropped 2 good items. I took one and gave you this, Lin Chen explained nonchalantly. By rights, the Ash Angel boss was defeated solely by Lin Chen, and even if he had kept all the loot to himself, Mo Homely wouldn't have complained. After all, it was only fair. Yet Lin Chen had directly shared a perfect quality professional template with her. Taking a deep breath, Mo Hongli held out the seed of holy flame and said solemnly, Lin Chen, this item is too precious, I can't accept it. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, focused intently on inspecting the remaining loot without even lifting his head. He spoke in a calm, detached manner, take it. As I mentioned before, during our transaction period, all equipment is split evenly and I have the right of first choice. If you don't accept it, you might as well be breaking our agreement. Faced with this reasoning, Mo Hongli had no choice but to bite her lip and accept the professional template, acknowledging Lin Chen with a solemn nod. Thank you, Lin Chen. Meanwhile, chaos erupted elsewhere. Heal, I need healing, Li Hu roared, desperately dodging the onslaught from above. Overhead, several temple guards, their white wings flapping furiously, were relentlessly attacking the team below. Li Hu's health plummeted to just a third. Here it comes. Next to him, Lu Yenran waved her delicate hand, sending a beam of holy light into Li Hu, restoring his health to half, barely pulling him back from the brink. Several teammates gathered around, forming a protective barrier around Li Hu. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to bring down the 4 temple guards from the sky. Damn it, that was way too dangerous. Li Hu exhaled deeply, retreating behind his teammates, a lingering fear in his eyes. These monsters are terrifying. Even on normal difficulty, their damage and defense are on par with some abyssal bosses. Beside him, Lu Yenran nodded in agreement. I've heard that this year, the trial abyss at Jianghai University is several times more difficult than in previous years. It's incredibly challenging, arguably the toughest in history. Otherwise, the principal and the city leader wouldn't have insisted on us teaming up to claim the first clear of the abyss. Achieving the first clear of an abyss was a prestigious honor, almost guaranteeing admission to Jianghai University. It was precisely for this reason that several principals had set aside their differences, encouraging Li Hu and Lu Yenran to join forces in an attempt to conquer the abyss. Yet the notion of a first clear seemed daunting. Hearing this, Li Hu couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. We're struggling so much against these minor enemies, facing the boss seems insurmountable. I doubt any examinee could truly clear this dungeon. Indeed, even as he spoke, Li Hu's voice carried a hint of pride. After all, if even the two of us, the top talents, can't clear the abyss, I'd wager no one in the entire Jiangnan city could either. Yet, just as he finished speaking, an unexpected notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations to the Dominator Squad for being the first to clear the abyss. Lost Temple, hard, in 24 minutes and 19 seconds. The entire team stood frozen, shock washing over their faces as they processed the sudden revelation. What, someone actually cleared it, and on the hard difficulty, 24 minutes, did I hear that right? Hard difficulty in 24 minutes. The faces of those around were filled with disbelief. They had struggled and put in all their effort just to take down a few minor enemies, yet this Dominator Squad cleared the entire instance. The gap between people is just too vast. Even Li Hu and Lu Yenran were taken aback, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. Dominator Squad? Could it be Lin Chen? Li Hu frowned, gritting his teeth as he said, didn't he take the coagulation pill which should have stopped him from leveling up? How is he this powerful? Lu Yenran was equally shocked. He did take the coagulation pill, didn't he? Otherwise, how could an unremarkable Lin Chen suddenly become so powerful? But now he's cleared the Lost Temple. Does this mean he's truly strong and not relying on the pill? Though she didn't want to admit it, a sliver of regret crept into Lu Yenran's heart. She regretted her coldness and disdain towards Lin Chen. If she had been in Lin Chen's squad, perhaps she could have been one of the first to conquer the abyss. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation Tiandu, within a towering spire that pierced the clouds, haha, I say, War God Chen, what's made you interested in chatting with me today? A fiery red figure appeared in the room. The visitor was towering and imposing, his entire being wrapped in a fiery aura that seemed to radiate intense heat with just a glance. The elder seated in the room, on the other hand, was dressed simply in silk, exuding an aura of tranquility and nature. Upon seeing the visitor, the elder chuckled with a hint of rebuke. Lei Yan, you may be one of the Dragon Nation's 12 war gods, but when it concerns the fate of our nation, shouldn't I call you to discuss it? Lei Yan chuckled, sitting boldly in front of the elder, grinning as he said, War God Chen Yi, just get to the point. I'm not like you, I've got plenty on my plate. Especially dealing with those university kids, ha. Chen Yi took a deep breath and said seriously, this matter is related to your Jianghai University. To be precise, it concerns the young prodigies there. Is this about the extraterrestrial battlefield? Lei Yan asked directly. Chen Yi nodded, yes. The extraterrestrial battlefield is a deep abyss affecting a nation's fate, and it happens to be located in an overseas no man's land, stirring competition among countless countries. Discussing this matter, Lei Yen turns serious, pondering for a long time before speaking. I've heard about it too. Over in America, a young legendary hidden class has suddenly emerged, and in Japan, an epic summoner has appeared. That's why these folks are so confident, thinking they have us, Dragon Nation, in the bag. Shenyi couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit helpless. A legendary class holder, an epic summoner, these two professions are considered the backbone of the nation. In the Dragon Country, although there are some exceptionally talented young individuals, their overall quality still lags behind that of the younger generations in the Rice and Sakura countries. In the foreign battlefields, the ultimate reward is the legendary experience stone, which can provide all Dragon Country professionals with an extra 20% experience. Lei Yen mused, this item can even influence the fate of a nation, therefore we must secure it at all costs. Otherwise, if countries like Island Nation and Rice Country become powerful, it will not bode well for us. Chen Yi sighed. This is precisely why we urgently need to nurture fresh blood to compete for the experience stone. But right now we're at a standstill. Alas, as they continued their conversation, there was a touch of disappointment and helplessness in their tone. After all, despite Dragon Country's overall strength, the younger generation is comparatively less impressive. Suddenly, Lei Yen let out a soft exclamation, pulling out a token with a slightly surprised expression. What's the matter? Chen Yi inquired. Lei Yen responded, someone has cleared the abyss of the lost temple, and on hard difficulty. No less. What? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. The abyss of the lost temple was crafted by several of our war gods together, its difficulty comparable to some level 15 abysses. Clearing it on hard difficulty is no small feat. Who could have done it? Lei Yen examined it carefully before saying, a person named Lin Shan, and his profession is a warrior. A warrior? Shen Yi chuckled and shook his head. Surely he must be concealing his true profession. Indeed, Lei Yen nodded. This person was also the top scorer in Jiangnan's college entrance examination, earning over 10,000 points. He's definitely more than just a simple warrior. A trace of excitement appeared on Lei Yan's face. To clear the lost temple so swiftly, he must be at least an epic-level hidden professional. We at Jianghai University must have him. Epic-level professionals are exceedingly rare. Even at the renowned Jianghai University, they are as rare as a unicorn. No wonder Lei Yan is so interested. Shen Yi too became intrigued. If that's the case, perhaps Lin Chen could join our Dragon God Academy. Haha. General Chen, he's from our Jianghai University, and you're already thinking of poaching him? Lei Yan rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated. Shen Yi laughed. Such an excellent student, I wouldn't want to miss out. Besides, even though Lin Chen wants to join Jianghai University, he hasn't made a final decision yet. If our Dragon God Academy offers better terms, wouldn't he be tempted? We shall see, Lei Yan replied. Lei Yan stood up with a huff and stormed out of the room. Once outside, he looked around to ensure he was alone before slipping into a secluded spot. He pulled out a crystal and whispered into it, urgently send a few people to Jiangnan City immediately. I need someone recruited, and remember, success is the only option. Meanwhile, over in Jiangnan City at the trial square, a group of people stood in stunned silence. Just moments before, they had been speculating on how soon Lin Chen's domination squad would come crawling back in defeat. Then an unexpected announcement reached their ears. Congratulations to the domination squad for being the first to conquer the abyss, Lost Temple, hard. In 24 minutes and 19 seconds, the news that Lin Chen had cleared the challenge, and in under half an hour at that, left everyone slack-jawed with disbelief. To put things in perspective, no one across the country had achieved any result in the Lost Temple abyss yet. Lin Chen's squad had become the first in the nation to do so. Many felt a sting of embarrassment, their faces flushed as if slapped. They had just been mocking Lin Chen for overestimating himself, but now they realized the real fool was themselves. At that moment, the hum of a portal echoed and two figures materialized on the square. It was none other than Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. As soon as they appeared, the crowd surged toward them as if they had spotted aliens. Master Lin Chen, they shouted, please take me with you. Can you help me clear the Lost Temple just once? I'll pay you. Others pleaded, hoping to join his team, offering companionship or promising to shout praises like 666 to cheer him on. Some even resorted to more desperate measures, like one girl who brazenly revealed her assets, but Lin Chen ignored them all, swiftly disappearing 100 meters away with a flicker of his void step. Join them? What a joke! As for Mo Hongli, having become a holy flame arbiter, she was encircled by a protective holy flame shield, keeping everyone at bay. After breaking free from the throng, Lin Chen casually sent a message to Mo Hongli and left the square. He took a winding route to ensure he wasn't being followed. Then changed into a black cloak and donned a mask before confidently entering a commerce house. This was none other than the Lingxiao Commerce Guild. "Welcome to Lingxiao Commerce Guild, how may I assist you?" A charming maid approached him with a sweet smile as soon as he walked in. "I'm looking for Zhang Shun," Lin Chen replied. The maid hesitated for a moment before apologetically saying, "Master Zhang Shun is currently with a guest and might not be available." Of course, this was just an excuse. The main issue was that the maid couldn't ascertain Lin Chen's identity and didn't want him to disturb Zhang Shun. Without much ado, Lin Chen handed over a black card. A black card? The maid was startled and her demeanor immediately shifted to one of utmost respect. "Ah, it's the esteemed master. Please, come this way. I'll fetch Master Zhang Shun right away." With that, she led Lin Chen into a tranquil and elegant room and swiftly exited to find Zhang Shun. After a few minutes, Zhang Shun entered the room, a broad smile on his face. "Ah, master, it's been a while. What treasures have you brought this time?" This particular master had left a significant impression on Zhang Shun. The goods he sold to the trading house before had earned Zhang Shun a tidy profit, so his attitude was naturally very accommodating. "I've come to sell some items, but first I want to buy a few skill books," Lin Chen replied, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "Skill books? No problem at all, master. Here at Lingxiao Trading House we are one of the top trading companies in the entire southern region of Longhua. We have all kinds of skill books." Zhang Shun, momentarily taken aback, then confidently thumped his chest in assurance. "I want to purchase a skill called Soul of Greed." "How many do you have?" Lin Chen asked directly. The Soul of Greed was a skill Lin Chen was eager to enhance. After defeating the Ashen Angel and receiving double loot, he understood the frightening potential of this skill. The more skill books he could acquire, the better, as learning it repeatedly would improve its quality and level. Soul of Greed? Zhang Shun was momentarily stunned, then said pensively, "Master, please wait a moment, I'll arrange for someone to check immediately." In less than a few minutes, the maid returned with news. "Master, we have 3 skill books of Soul of Greed in our trading house, but the price is relatively high. Each skill book costs 100,000 credit points," Zhang Shun explained. 3 books? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. "Good, I'll take all 3. Forgive my boldness, master, but this Soul of Greed only adds a small loot bonus and it occupies a skill slot. Are you sure you want to spend so many credit points on it?" Zhang Shun hesitated to remind him. After all, every profession has only 12 skill slots in total, so each skill is precious and needs to be wisely chosen. Passive skills also occupy a skill slot. Was the master crazy to dedicate a valuable skill slot to a non-combat passive skill? That was Zhang Shun's thought. Lin Chen replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about that." "Are you worried I can't afford it?" Zhang Shun, seeing no choice, instructed the maid to proceed. Soon the maid brought the 3 skill books to Lin Chen. As expected, they were indeed the Soul of Greed. Lin Chen quickly inspected them, overjoyed, and immediately learned all the skill books. "You have acquired a new skill, Greedy Soul, and its quality has significantly improved." 3 consecutive notifications chimed. Glancing at it again, the effects of the Greedy Soul had transformed remarkably. Name: Greedy Soul. Type: Skill / Passive. Quality: Extraordinary. Level: 6. Range: 0. Consumption: 0. Requirement: Level 1. Effect: When slaying monsters and obtaining loot, there is a 100% chance to receive additional random loot, 100% chance for extra loot. Even special limited drops will activate this effect. Lin Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. If it weren't for others being present, he might have jumped up in celebration. However, beneath the cover of his black robe and mask, Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, leaving Zhang Shun before him somewhat at a loss. "Not bad," Lin Chen spoke. "I need to purchase a large number of Greedy Soul skill books. If your firm acquires them, I'm willing to pay 150,000 credits per book." Zhang Shun's face lit up with joy. 150,000 credits? Very well, from today onwards I will have someone keep an eye out. The price of 150,000 credits was already sufficient to purchase some rare equipment. Many people sold these skill books as if they were ordinary ones valued at only 10 or 20,000. Naturally, Zhang Shun was happy to act as an intermediary, reaping over 10 times the profit. "Additionally, I need some other skills. Here's a list. See what skills your firm has available." Lin Chen handed over a list directly. Zhang Shun took it and was immediately astonished. Group Frenzy. This skill is essential for summoners, allowing summoned beasts to double their damage briefly. Could it be that this mysterious master is a summoner? However, as he continued to read, Zhang Shun shook his head, dismissing his assumption. The list included not only summoner skills but also skills for mages, warriors, archers, and many other professions. If this mysterious master were a summoner, why would he need skills from other professions? Different professions cannot learn each other's skills. Thinking of this, Zhang Shun glanced at the inventory and said to Lin Chen, Master, most of the skills on this list are common, but we happen to have a few skill books for sale. Necromancer Summon, Soul Beast Summoning Chain. Lightning in Mage's Hand. Do you need all of them? I want them all. Lin Chen nodded, a hint of pleasure in his voice. Unexpectedly, Lingxiao firm's reserves were quite substantial, able to replenish so many skills at once, which was a pleasant surprise. In no time, a maid brought all the skill books up, and Lin Chen unceremoniously placed them all into his backpack. Seeing this, Zhang Shun wore a cheerful expression, laughing as he said, He master, these skill books total 870,000 credits. How would you like to pay? 870,000 credits. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of toothache, a sense of helplessness creeping in. Being a professional really does burn through money, and just like that, hundreds of thousands were gone. However, it seemed worth it. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen said, 870,000 credit points, I don't have that much money with me. Zhang Shun immediately tensed up, letting out a couple of dry laughs. Master Dominator, you're not joking, are you? Lin Chen smiled slightly, taking out a piece of equipment from his backpack and gently placing it on the table. With a calm smile, he said, I'm not joking at all. I don't have that many credit points, but I do have a piece of equipment I intend to auction at your trading house. Equipment? Zhang Shun was momentarily stunned, but as his gaze fell upon the item emitting a faint yellow light, his breath quickened. Yellow gear? Could it be of extraordinary quality? Impossible. Extraordinary gear is incredibly precious, even. Throughout Jiangnan City, only the high-ranking officials possess such items. And now, the person before him intends to auction such a treasure. Carefully picking up the equipment, Zhang Shun examined it. Name, Sunfire chestplate. Type, armor. Quality, extraordinary. Requirements, level 1 is strength 2 spirit 2 attributes, +1 strength, +1 spirit, +2 agility. Special effect, Incinerate in combat, deals burning effect per second to one random nearby enemy, causing continuous fire damage. It really was extraordinary equipment. Zhang Shun swallowed hard, his eyes full of excitement and enthusiasm. Even though it was just level 1 gear, it was still extraordinary, and the special effect was incredibly powerful. Zhang Shun felt his breath quicken, then looked at Lin Chen with even more respect in his eyes. If Lin Chen could produce a bunch of rare and excellent quality gear, it would bring joy to Zhang Shun. But an extraordinary piece of equipment was enough to inspire awe and reverence in him toward Lin Chen. After all, being able to bring out an extraordinary piece for auction meant he likely had more than one such item. Someone with multiple extraordinary pieces must have a mysterious and formidable backing, not something a mere appraiser like him could afford to provoke. How much can your trading house offer for this piece of equipment? Lin Chen asked calmly after taking a sip of tea. This. Zhang Shun spoke with some difficulty. To be honest, Lord Dominator, if we had enough funds, we would definitely purchase this extraordinary equipment outright. However, most of our funds have been tied up in expansion recently, and we can't come up with that kind of money in the short term. Zhang Shun wore a look of regret. Therefore, Lord Dominator, it would be best to auction this equipment at the auction in 2 days, or it could fetch a good price. Moreover, many people will bring out precious gear or items at the auction, and you might find those valuable skill books you desire. An auction? Lin Chen nodded. All right then, let's do that. I will also attend this auction in 2 days. As for this piece of equipment, it can be temporarily kept with you for now. Lin Chen had an indifferent look on his face. This equipment was one of the items that dropped after defeating the Ash Angel. He already had 4 or 5 pieces of similar extraordinary equipment. Thank you, Master, Zhang Shun said respectfully. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen finally walked out of the Lingxiao Trading Company and returned to the Mo family. Upon entering the villa, Lin Chen didn't see Mo Hongli, but he did find Mo Honglu, the little girl, sitting on the sofa swinging her fair slender legs, eating fruit and watching TV with a look of contentment. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. My sister was almost worried to death. Brother-in-law? Lin Chen was instantly at a loss for words. Since when did he become Mo Hongli's husband? Ahem, your sister and I are just friends, not what you said. Lin Chen felt the need to clarify, but the little girl, bouncing over with a playful smile, said, Come on, brother-in-law, the way my sister looks at you says it all. Do you really need to explain? And can you honestly say you don't have any feelings for her? Lin Chen was taken aback by the term says it all, wondering what kind of expression that referred to. Just as he was catching a whiff of Mo Honglu's light youthful scent and trying to gather his thoughts, a gentle cry came from the side. Xiaolu, what are you talking about? Mo Hongli, dressed casually, ran over with a flushed face and quickly covered Mo Honglu's mouth. Seeing the look Lin Chen gave her the blush on Mo Hongli's face deepened. Lin Chen, don't get any ideas, this child likes to say nonsense. Lin Chen shrugged. It's nothing, children often speak without restraint. To his surprise, Mo Honglu protested indignantly, waving her little fists. I'm 16, not a child. And sister, you do like brother-in-law. I'm your sister, wouldn't I know? Xiaolu, you. Mo Hongli, embarrassed, stomped her foot shyly and ran back to her room with a soft cry. He brother-in-law, see? I wasn't wrong, was I? Mo Honglu puffed out her barely developing chest, her face full of pride. Sister is the easiest to get shy, but she really does like you. Lin Chen sighed, gently tapped the little girl's head. You're too young to be talking about relationships just like that. With that, he left a pouting Mo Honglu and returned to his own room. Taking out several skill books from his backpack, Lin Chen placed them in front of him, glanced over them, and began learning them all. Instantly, he acquired skills. Necromancer summoned Soul Beast, summoned Chain Lightning and Mage's Hand. Among these skills too were summoner skills. These summoner skills could help Lin Chen disguise his profession as an ordinary summoner to prevent anyone from discovering his identity as the Zerg Overlord. In the realm of magic, two particular skills stand out. One is a highly practical group control and damage spell akin to telekinesis, allowing a mage to move objects from afar with the hand of a sorcerer. Then there's the summoning of the undead. With a low chant, a battered skeleton materialized before Lin Chen. You have summoned a low-tier skeleton, Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter in disappointment. Summoning the undead is a unique skill of a sub-profession for summoners called necromancers, which randomly calls forth an undead creature. This could range from low-tier skeleton warriors and archers to high-tier entities like undead sorcerers and bone dragons. However, the odds of summoning something powerful are notoriously slim, much like the worst odds in a game of chance. Therefore, even necromancers rarely rely on this skill as their primary ability. For Lin Chen, though, it was merely a tool to disguise his true identity. Lin Chen then invoked another skill, the summoning of soul beasts. With a swift chant, a tiger with a faint azure glow appeared before him. You have summoned a azure wind tiger, he observed approvingly. The azure wind tiger, a level 5 beast, is known for its incredible speed, posing quite a challenge for beginners. Although neither of these summoning skills boasts overwhelming combat strength, they were adequate for his purposes. After all, these summons were meant only as a cover for his true identity. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, pondering whether anyone else knew of his unique profession as the Zerg Overlord. He reasoned that even if no one knew, it was better to be cautious than complacent. With his current strength insufficient to guarantee his safety against the strongest of foes, Lin Chen realized the necessity of caution. Should the secret of the Zerg Overlord leak, even if Dragon Country might remain indifferent, the powerhouses of Island Country and America would stop at nothing. To eliminate him, patience was not cowardice, it was a strategy for future growth. With determined eyes and a voice steady yet powerful, Lin Chen vowed one day the name of the Overlord will be known across Blue Star. As dawn broke, Lin Chen, still groggy with sleep, shuffled towards the bathroom, stifling a yawn. He had spent the previous night adjusting his skill set and planning his future endeavors, only managing to fall asleep in the early hours. Thus, as he awoke, his mind felt muddled, as though thick with paste. Drip, drip. What was that sound? Lin Chen vaguely registered the noise of water, but, in his foggy state, thought little of it as he pushed open the bathroom door. To his shock, a piercing scream jolted him to full awareness. Blinking rapidly, he found himself face to face with an unexpected sight. Before him stood Mo Hongli bare under the shower, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger, hastily covering herself. What are you staring at? Get out. Mo Hongli's face flushed a deep crimson, as if about to drip with water. Seeing Lin Chen standing there dumbfounded, staring at her, she couldn't help but let out a delicate shout, her voice filled with panic. Oh, okay, I'm going out. Lin Chen swallowed hard, took 2 steps back, and then walked out of the bathroom. Although Mo Hongli had quickly covered the crucial parts of her body, Lin Chen's gaze was too swift, and he had already taken in her nearly perfect figure. Thinking of that flat stomach, snow-white skin, and those rounded slender legs, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of heat rush through his body. However, thankfully Lin Shen's self-control was remarkable, and after a deep breath he managed to suppress the thoughts swirling in his mind. As he went downstairs he saw the little girl Mo Honglu eating breakfast. Seeing Lin Shen coming down, she curiously asked, "Good morning, brother-in-law, what happened just now? I think I heard a scream." "Ahem, it's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Lin Shen couldn't help but blush and quickly made up an excuse to brush it off. Unexpectedly, the mischievous little girl Mo Honglu blinked her bright eyes, looking as if she didn't believe him at all. Just as she was about to press further, Mo Honglu came down the stairs with a slight blush still lingering on her cheeks. Mo Honglu immediately became well-behaved and focused on her plate of bacon and eggs. "Ahem, are you okay?" Lin Shen awkwardly asked. Hearing this, Mo Honglu couldn't help but bite her lip and shook her head. "I'm fine. Hurry up and eat. We need to head to the trial plaza." Later, according to the agreement between Lin Shen and Mo Honglu, Lin Shen needed to lead Mo Honglu through the trial abyss for 3 consecutive days, and yesterday was just the first day. Seeing this, Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right." With that, the few of them began to eat their breakfast. After breakfast, Mo Honglu went off to school by herself. Lin Shen and Mo Honglu then headed to the trial plaza. As soon as they appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. "Lin Shen, is it really Lin Shen? They cleared the abyss yesterday and it shocked the whole country. What are they doing here today? Wow, I didn't expect Lin Shen to have such skills. Wasn't he supposed to be a failure after consuming the blood coagulation pill? Could he be relying on Mo Honglu? Is this freeloading? I have a bad stomach, but I want to freeload too." A crowd of people looked at Lin Shen with a mixture of envy and jealousy, yet no one dared to approach them, remembering the terrifying sight of the holy flame shield surrounding Mo Honglu from yesterday. They didn't want to get singed by that milky white holy flame. However, while they hesitated, Lin Shen suddenly cleared his throat and shouted, "Leading the abyss efficient team wanted." These words caused the people around to be utterly astonished. In the world of trials and challenges, offering to guide others through the abyss was not unheard of. Such practices were not forbidden in the land of trials, as fairness was a rare commodity and strength was what truly mattered. However, the task at hand was daunting. The Lost Temple instance was notoriously difficult, accessible only to this year's examinees. These adventurers found it challenging enough to clear it once themselves, let alone while leading others. The idea seemed almost laughable, yet, despite skepticism, a few did step forward to inquire about the service. A particularly flamboyant and curvaceous sorceress, dressed to impress, approached Lin Shen with a coquettish smile, batting her eyelids. "How much per person?" she asked, her demeanor suggestive and flattering. Lin Shen, with a lazy drawl, responded, 100,000 credits per person for normal difficulty, or something that piques my interest. 300,000 for challenge mode and 700,000 for hard mode. Her smile froze and she exclaimed, 100,000 each. Are you made of gold or silver? Why so expensive just to bring someone along? With a dismissive wave, Lin Shen retorted, "Take it or leave it. If you're not interested, don't block others." He was unperturbed by her complaints, confident in his unique ability to guide through the abyss. The sorceress hesitated, then moved closer, pressing her ample form against his arm, her voice turning coy. "Come on, little brother, give me a discount. I don't have that much. How about I keep you company for a night?" Despite her allure, which might have been irresistible to some, Lin Shen nonchalantly pushed her away. "Not buying? Then step aside," he said bluntly. Shocked by his refusal, she could only leave in frustration, muttering under her breath. The crowd watched, whispering among themselves, but none dared to ask the price again. The steep cost of 100,000 credits was beyond most people's reach. Lin Shen, unfazed, pulled 2 chairs from his backpack and sat down leisurely, exuding an air of carefree relaxation. The spectators were taken aback, who carried chairs in their inventory. His audacity was astounding. Only someone of his caliber could afford such luxuries in a backpack typically crammed with gear and potions. What happened next left them even more astonished. Lin Shen produced a mini fridge from his backpack, retrieved 2 bottles of cola and handed one to Mo Honglu before enjoying his drink. "Are you here to clear the abyss or to vacation?" they wondered, bewildered by the scene. Just then, 2 figures approached Lin Shen and Mo Honglu. One was clad in plate armor, enveloped in a radiant holy light. A figure cloaked in black, exuding a faint aura of death, stood beside another. Upon seeing them, gasps rippled through the crowd. Li Hu and Lu Yen ran. They had actually arrived. It was hard to believe, intriguing indeed. Just yesterday these two had teamed up, spending 17 hours and utilizing a few key items to clear the Lost Temple on normal difficulty. While this achievement was commendable in Jiangnan City, it was rather average across the Dragon Nation. They still fell short of the marks required for Jianghai University. Could it be that they intended to seek Lin Chen's help to secure better results? Some speculated. Despite being considered top talents in Jiangnan City, Lu Yanran and Li Hu were merely ordinary when viewed from the perspective of the whole Dragon Nation. For Jianghai University, which only recruited exceptionally gifted individuals, though Lu Yanran and Li Hu had reached the admission threshold, their acceptance would ultimately depend on their final scores. Li Hu, with a complex expression, looked at Lin Chen and asked in a deep voice, "Lin Chen, how much do you charge for bringing people along?" Lin Chen, with a smile, replied, 300,000 credits per person for normal difficulty, or something that piques my interest. Challenge difficulty is 500,000 and hard difficulty is 1 million. What would you choose? Lu Yanran was immediately displeased and protested, "What, didn't you just say the challenge difficulty was only 300,000? Why did the price increase for us?" Lin Chen chuckled, "You are you and they are they, how can they be compared equally? Besides, if you think it's expensive, you can always clear it yourself. There's no need to ask me." Lin Chen inwardly smirked, showing no sign of backing down. Although Lu Yanran and Li Hu had never physically confronted Lin Chen, he held a strong dislike for them. Both were extremely proud and arrogant, acting superior even when asking for favors, as if he owed them something. Lu Yanran's face turned cold with anger. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family who had shown exceptional talent from a young age. Coupled with her nearly perfect appearance, Lu Yanran stood out among her peers like a phoenix among chickens. Growing up, she was always surrounded by praise and adulation, never having encountered someone like Lin Chen who dared to show such an unapologetic face. "Miss Lu, if you are unwilling, you can leave. I never forced you to seek me," Lin Chen lazily remarked, a hint of teasing in his tone. Did Lu Yanran truly believe that all men must grovel and be subservient to her? Sure, she was attractive, but so what? Having lived two lives, Lin Chen's will was as unyielding as steel. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she might only cause a fleeting stir in his heart but would never make him act against his interests. There's a saying he lived by: "Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed." "All right, Lin Chen," Li Hu finally spoke up. "I know back in the trial grounds we might have offended you, but this time we're willing to apologize as long as you can lead us through the challenging Lost Temple. We need to achieve enough to be admitted to Jianghai University. 5 million it is, and that's my money." As he spoke, Li Hu handed over a card. After a brief check, Lin Chen nodded in approval. "Not bad, it's indeed 5 million. I suppose your headmaster gave you this, right? He's really gone to great lengths for you." At this, Li Hu's face darkened. "None of that concerns you." Lin Chen merely smiled lightly, refraining from further comment, and promptly sent out a team invitation. "You've initiated a team invitation, member. Li Hu has joined your team." Then Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Lu Yanran. "What do you say, Goddess Lu?" Lu Yanran's expression revealed hesitation. 5 million credit points was a price she could afford, but it was a blow to her pride. After all, it was she who had spread the news that Lin Chen had become a cripple after using the blood coagulation pill. Previously, she had always looked down on Lin Chen with a condescending attitude. Now Lin Chen had become the key to her admission to Jianghai University. The stark contrast made Lu Yanran feel both ashamed and resentful, struggling to accept the reality. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yanran eventually nodded. "Lin Chen, I'll join, and this is my money." "A very wise decision," Lin Chen chuckled lightly, taking the money without hesitation. After verifying the amount, he sent out another invitation. "You've initiated a team invitation, member. Lu Yanran has joined your team. The money of the rich is easy to earn, a cool 10 million just like that." Lin Chen couldn't help but grin as he looked at the balance on the card. After a moment, he composed himself and pointed to the teleportation stone before them. "No time to waste, let's depart immediately." With a touch on the teleportation stone, their figures vanished from the plaza. After a brief moment of dizziness, they found themselves surrounded by a desolate landscape. It was the Lost Temple. The team had fully entered the abyss. Lost Temple challenge. Once they had steadied themselves, Lu Yanran began. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm a Templar capable of taking on versatile roles in battle. If there's any weakness in our team, I can." This was a customary introduction made by newcomers to the team, outlining their professions and skills to ensure better coordination and responsibility sharing in battles. After all, even though Lin Chen was ostensibly leading them through the abyss, Lu Yanran doubted he could single-handedly carry everyone through the Lost Temple. "No need for that, just watch from the back." Lin Chen interrupted Lu Yanran's words with a wave of his hand. "I said I'd lead you through the abyss, and I won't let you interfere." Just watch, Lin Chen, you're not joking, are you? Li Hu's brows furrowed immediately, instinctively feeling that Lin Chen was exaggerating his capabilities. After all, unless your power surpasses your opponent's by more than 10 levels, it's nearly impossible to lead someone of the same level through the abyss alone. Lu Yenran looked puzzled and confused, her expression mirroring her thoughts. Only Mo Hongli, standing beside her, seemed unfazed, maintaining a natural demeanor, though she frequently cast glances at Lu Yenran with a hint of hostility in her eyes. Lin Chen simply smiled gently and said, "Just watch me perform." He raised his hand slightly, and suddenly countless summoned creatures filled the surrounding space. These summoned beings were mostly low-level skeleton warriors interspersed with a few skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Additionally, there were the Qingfeng tigers, whose bodies emitted a green glow. Although they were few in number, each one radiated a dangerous aura. "A summoner, you are a summoner," Lu Yenran exclaimed in astonishment. The renowned reputation of summoners was well known to almost every citizen on Blue Star. Taught from a young age, some powerful summoners could even converse on equal terms with nations and held incredibly high status. Li Hu was equally shocked. "Lin Chen, you hid your profession, you're a summoner." Their shock was mixed with complex emotions. First, they felt a sense of realization. Finally, they understood why Lin Chen was so formidable. As a summoner, it was only natural for him to be impressive. Yet, this realization was followed by a sense of humiliation from being proven wrong. Just days ago they dismissed Lin Chen, yet now he had transformed into a summoner with infinite potential. This stark contrast stirred discomfort in their hearts. Even the proud Lu Yenran had to lower her head in the face of this harsh reality. Suddenly Lu Yenran seemed to remember something and asked tentatively, "Lin Chen, classmate, did you encounter a golden soul rat boss some time ago?" Although the possibility seemed slim, Lu Yenran wanted to test if the Lin Chen before her was the summoner who had slain the golden soul rat boss and rescued her. The prowess of that summoner had left a significant impression on her, so much so that she frequently dreamed of that mysterious figure. Lin Chen, without hesitation, replied flatly, "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yenran sighed in relief. "It's nothing, just a casual question." She was glad Lin Chen wasn't that summoner, as it would have been a letdown. In her imagination, despite the mask, that summoner was undoubtedly a dashing princely figure. Although Lin Chen wasn't unattractive, he fell short of being a handsome gentleman. Moreover, the summoner's creatures were insect-like, unlike Lin Chen's common skeletons. Clearly, he couldn't compare to that esteemed summoner in Lu Yenran's mind. Lu Yanan naturally pondered over the situation. Lin Chen, fully aware of Lu Yanan's thoughts, couldn't be bothered to engage with her. Instead, he took the lead and moved forward. The sky suddenly dropped two massive boulders which transformed into stone giants. Lin Chen deftly evaded the falling rocks and waved his hand. "Go," he commanded, as a legion of skeletons surged towards the stone giants. Among these skeletal forces, fireworms and stingers were discreetly interspersed there. Presence concealed by the overwhelming number of skeletons, only Lin Chen himself could discern their whereabouts. After a fiery onslaught, the two stone giants collapsed with a thunderous crash. This spectacle left Lu Yanan and Li Hu utterly astonished, their jaws agape. How could it be so easy to slay two stone giants? Their team had once struggled for half an hour to barely subdue them, but Lin Chen, was this the formidable power of a summoner? Overwhelmed by surprise, Lu Yanan and Li Hu glanced at Lin Chen, who stood calmly beside them with a mix of envy and jealousy in their eyes. What they didn't know was that even for ordinary summoners, achieving such a feat was impossible. For instance, the summoned skeletons in a necromancer's arsenal, despite their vast numbers, were significantly weaker than ordinary people. They were so fragile that a mere touch could shatter them. Therefore, no matter how many there were, their attacks couldn't even scratch the stone giants. In contrast, a slight stomp from a stone giant could obliterate scores of skeletons. It was Lin Chen's exceptional swarm of insects that held the real power, enabling the implementation of the swarm tactics. Particularly the fireworms, acting as magical artillery, could unleash a flame shock whose damage surpassed even the full force strike of some level 5 mages. "Let's go." Having effortlessly dealt with the two stone giants, Lin Chen unceremoniously collected the dropped equipment and casually instructed the others. They promptly followed. Under Lin Chen's leadership, the challenges of the Lost Temple were effortlessly swept aside as if they were treading on level ground. Lin Chen and his companions merely had to chat while hiding behind the summoned creatures. "You're the famous Lu Yanan from the third school." Mo Hongli initiated a conversation, though her tone carried a hint of hostility for some reason. Lu Yanan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "I am Lu Yanan. Miss Mo, we met once at the charity gala a year ago. All four major families were present, though we didn't get to talk. Being a descendant of one of the four major families herself, Lu Yanin recognized Mo Homely, though they hadn't interacted much. To this polite remark, Mo Homely responded indifferently, "Not talking is fine. After all, our families are in competition now more than ever." "Huh, what competition?" Lu Yanin was baffled, her mind full of questions. "Ahem, I didn't say anything," Mo Homely deflected. A slight blush spread across Mo Homely's face as she realized she had accidentally let her thoughts slip out, and she hurriedly brushed it off with some awkward excuses. Under Lin Shen's lead, it took only about 20 minutes before the Ashen Angel fell before him, leaving behind a heap of equipment. Thanks to the power of the Greed Soul, Lin Shen was guaranteed double loot rewards. Among the items on the ground, a few even glowed with a yellow hue, indicating they were of extraordinary quality. Lin Shen picked up all the equipment and stored it in his backpack, selecting a few suitable pieces to hand to Mo Homely. Meanwhile, Lu Yanin and Li Hu could only gaze hungrily at the glowing items, knowing full well that since they only paid for passage through the level, the loot wasn't theirs to claim. "Wait, is this the Divine Lament?" Lu Yanin suddenly stepped forward, pointing to a piece of equipment. In Lin Shen's hand was a necklace that radiated a yellow glow. "Yes, this is the Divine Lament," Lin Shen replied casually with a nod. "Name: Divine Lament. Type: necklace. Quality: extraordinary. Requirements: Level 5 Strength 4 Spirit 6 Attributes, +1 Spirit +3 Strength +2 Agility. Special effect: all holy type skill effects are increased by 10%. This special effect is incredibly practical, boosting the efficacy of any holy skill. Combat skills would see a damage increase of 10%, while healing skills would experience a 10% boost in healing output. Similarly, defensive skills would transform into enhanced shields and armor effects. For Lu Yanin, who specialized in roles that combined offense, defense and support, this piece of equipment was nothing short of divine. "Lin Shen, I want this piece of equipment." "Name your price," Lu Yanin said, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at the necklace. "Price? Sorry, not for sale," Lin Shen replied with a slight smile, refusing outright. He had already promised this equipment to Mo Homely, so regardless of how much Lu Yanin offered, he would not sell it to her. "I'll give you 5 million credit points," Lu Yanin blurted out. Offering 5 million was, to be honest, above the typical value of extraordinary equipment. Usually such gear would range between 3 to 4 million. However, for Lu Yanin, this Divine Lament was a perfect fit, which is why she offered such a high price. 5 million, Lin Shen raised an eyebrow, a slight chuckle in his heart. This girl must come from a wealthy family, likely with assets in the billions. But Lin Shen let out a cold laugh. "Miss Lu, you should know that equipment above extraordinary quality isn't something money can just buy. If it were that simple, extraordinary equipment wouldn't be so rare and precious. Generally speaking, the value of extraordinary equipment is mostly fixed between 300 to 400 million. Jiangnan City, though small, is home to four prominent families, each casually boasting assets worth over $1 billion. Logically, one would assume that their members would be decked out in extraordinary gear. However, in reality, only a few core figures within these families own any such extraordinary equipment. This is because equipment of extraordinary quality and above is strictly regulated. These regulations aren't official laws from the Dragon Nation, but rather the result of stockpiling by the authorities and major guild forces. In Lin Shen's understanding from a past life, equipment above extraordinary quality is akin to precious metals like gold. Its production is rare and its significance immense, so while it can't be controlled out of circulation directly, it is instead acquired and held in reserve. Should the Dragon Nation go to war with another country, such equipment would be on par with strategic resources like food and oil from Lin Shen's past life. This is why in a place like Jiangnan City, extraordinary equipment is so rare even among billionaires who own only one or two pieces. To illustrate, in Lin Shen's past life, even someone as wealthy as Old Mott with a fortune in the billions couldn't simply buy 1,000 tons of gold with part of his wealth. "Lin Shen, this equipment is crucial to me. I'll increase my offer. How about 10 million? Lu Yanran bit her lip, naming a rather high price. Even though Lu Yanran was the heir to the Lu family, mobilizing a 10 million credit point sum wasn't easy for her. If this equipment weren't of immense significance to her, she wouldn't have made such a hefty offer. 10 million, that's a decent price. Lin Shen smiled, turning to Mo Homely beside him. "What do you think? It's your equipment. If you want to sell it, I won't stop you." Mo Homely was taken aback, not expecting Lin Shen to say that. After a brief pause and a glance at the eagerly awaiting Lu Yenran, she shook her head defiantly. I'm not selling it, humph. Lin Chen shrugged. You heard her. Right, the owner of this equipment says it's not for sale, so I can't help you. Lu Yenran bit her lip again. Lin Chen, this equipment is extremely important to me. Can't you sell it to me? Whatever you ask, I'll agree to it. As she spoke, her tone carried a hint of pleading, her demeanor appearing pitiful and vulnerable. Coupled with her voluptuous and well-proportioned figure and angelic face, many men at this moment would probably surrender immediately. Even Li, who beside them, couldn't help but lick his lips, clearly parched. It's worth noting, Lu Yenran was considered a cold and aloof goddess at 3rd Middle School and throughout Jiangnan City. For such a high and aloof goddess to humble herself and plead so pitifully could sway most men's hearts. Of course, Lin Chen was an exception. With experiences spanning 2 lifetimes, Lin Chen had encountered all sorts of women. Lu Yenran was simply not someone that could sway him. Anything? Lin Chen scanned Lu Yenran up and down before speaking calmly. As soon as Lu Yenran realized she might have misspoken, her face turned a shade of red akin to a clouded sunset. She pressed her long legs together awkwardly as if she had been struck by lightning, feeling a tingling sensation throughout her body. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Mo Hongli, standing beside them, interjected. Lin Chen, please don't agree with her, okay? Whatever she can offer you, I can too. Mo Hongli suddenly clung to Lin Chen's arm, rubbing against him while pleading tearfully, her face full of earnest entreaty. Look, I'm not any less than Lu Yenran. You can't let a bad woman lure you away. Bad woman, anything she can offer. What kind of outrageous talk is this? Lin Chen was immediately at a loss, his mind filled with confusion. Although he knew Mo Hongli had feelings for him, he hadn't really taken it to heart, as his current goal was to become stronger. However, he didn't expect the usually shy Mo Hongli to make such bold statements in front of others. It seemed he needed to carefully consider Mo Hongli's feelings from now on. Sensing the soft warmth on his arm, Lin Chen took a deep breath and whispered, don't worry, I wasn't planning to agree in the first place. Mo Hongli relaxed a bit, but she still held onto Lin Chen's arm tightly, as if letting go would mean losing him to the allure of another. Seeing this scene, Lu Yenran suddenly understood the source of Mo Hongli's inexplicable hostility towards her. It wasn't about the rivalry between their families, it was something much more personal. Lin Chen, if you sell me that equipment, I can offer you something good in return, something that would surely interest a strong person like you, Lu Yenran said, taking a deep breath and looking at Lin Chen, who was still being clung to by Mo Hongli with a complex expression. What? Lin Chen chuckled. To be honest, at his level, ordinary wealth had very little appeal. Only legendary or even mythical gear could truly catch his interest, but it was clear that a small family like the Lu's couldn't possibly provide such high-level equipment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so desperate for a transcendent piece of gear. It's this, Lu Yenran said, with a graceful wave of her hand revealing a small item. Its name was Ancient Fortress, LV-15, and the description read, upon use, it opens 5 portals to the abyss. The portals disappear after 1 use or 48 hours. It must be used on a map instrument. An ancient fortress, this is an abyss key. Lin Chen took the item, and after a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. An abyss key, as the name implies, is an item that opens a pathway to the abyss. However, the abyss dungeons opened by such keys are temporary and can only be completed once. They disappear after the time limit or once cleared. In contrast to regular repeatable dungeons, one-time dungeons offer significantly more and rarer loot, often dropping unique and precious items. However, the difficulty level of these one-time dungeons is considerably higher. They come with random map modifiers such as monsters reflecting 100% elemental damage back to the player, monsters gaining 200% additional health, players being unable to recover health, and critical hit rates being reduced by 100%, among other challenging modifiers. This leads most players to sell their dungeon keys rather than attempt the challenges themselves. While some modifiers might be manageable, the damage reflection alone can deter most players, as many are glass cannons with high attack but low defense. A single skill might defeat the monsters, but it could also take the player down with them. Yet Lin Chen's face lit up with excitement. Why? Because he is a summoner and is completely unaffected by the reflection modifier. Lin Chen thought to himself, the damage caused by my summon creatures has nothing to do with me. The reflection damage is nullified completely. Similarly, his summoned beasts thought, The reflection damage that targets Lin Chen is none of our concern, it's like stepping on your own foot to fly. Summoners can perfectly avoid this reflection modifier. As for other modifiers such as monsters gaining 200% additional health, they merely slow down the clearing speed, which is hardly an issue. Faced with the prospect of an ancient fortress, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, I didn't expect your Lu family to have such valuable items. Heh, alright, I'll make this trade. Lin Chen pulled out another holy lament from his backpack and traded it directly with Lu Yenran. He also handed another one to Mo Hongli. Li Hu and Lu Yenran were shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. What, you have another holy lament? This? Two identical extraordinary items from one boss drop. Lin Chen smiled slightly, too lazy to explain. The double reward from the greedy soul, of course. Though double rewards are rare, it's even rarer to get two identical items because the additional rewards from the greedy soul are entirely random. Thank you, Lin Chen, Lu Yenran said, her face complex as she accepted the necklace and transferred the money to Lin Chen. Li Hu also set his sights on a rare quality assassin weapon in Lin Chen's possession. After some haggling, he purchased it for 140,000 credit points. In the trial square, the portal shimmered with light and soon their figures emerged. Li Hu said nothing, leaving the group in a hurry, likely to report back to his principal. Meanwhile, Lu Yenran glanced at the rankings on the stone tablet. Team ranking: 1 Domination Squad, hard difficulty, time 24 minutes 19 seconds, total evaluation score 54,714, team ranking: 2 Domination Squad, challenge difficulty, time 25 minutes 47 seconds, total evaluation score 25,439. Team ranking: 3 Crimson Squad, normal difficulty, time 4 hours 35 minutes 33 seconds, total evaluation score 5,436. This was the leaderboard for the entire Dragon Nation. The overall rating is a composite score based on the number of participants, clearance time, difficulty, and more. A higher score indicates a stronger capability of the team or individual. Lin Chen's Dominator team secured the top 2 positions in the team rankings. This was only because Lin Chen had entered the Lost Shrine twice, otherwise if he wished he could have easily dominated the top 10 positions on the leaderboard. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lu Yenran expressed her gratitude once more, her voice carrying a note of sincerity. She had long abandoned the disdain and coldness she once showed Lin Chen. Now, there was a hint of respect and admiration. After all, Lu Yenran was fundamentally a woman who admired strength. She paid no heed to the weak, but for the strong she held endless awe. In Lu Yenran's mind, the most worthy person to befriend was the mysterious summoner who saved her from the Golden Soul Rat. Following that, Lin Chen's strength left a lasting impression. If possible, Lu Yenran thought it would be beneficial to establish a connection with Lin Chen. Her tone softened considerably and even her gaze carried a hint of flattery. This change did not go unnoticed by Mo Hongli, who stood nearby with eyes wide and glaring. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed by Lu Yenran's flattery, responding with indifference. Indeed, the admiration for strength is a natural human tendency, but Lin Chen just didn't like it. In his previous life, when Lin Chen was still unknown, he had no contact with Lu Yenran. Where was the young lady Lu Yenran then? In this life, now that he had become a formidable figure, she wanted to curry favor with him. Isn't that too convenient? Being realistic and materialistic isn't a flaw in one's character, but double standards certainly are. Lin Chen's cold demeanor left Lu Yenran somewhat disappointed, yet she still maintained a gentle approach. Lin Chen, there's an auction at Lingxiao Trading tomorrow and I will be attending. Would you like to join me? Not interested, Lin Chen curtly declined. Without further ado, he left the trial square with Mo Hongli in tow. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Lu Yenran shook her head in disappointment and sighed, a pang of regret tugging at her heart. If she had shown even a shred of kindness to Lin Chen during high school, perhaps his attitude towards her today wouldn't be so icy. The next day at Lingxiao Trading, Lin Chen, dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask, entered the establishment. Within a few minutes, Zhang Shun approached with a smile and a respectful bow. Master Dominator, the auction is about to begin. You arrived just in time, please follow me. Thank you, Lin Chen replied coolly, following Zhang Shun into a room. After navigating through a labyrinth of turns, they finally arrived at an expansive auction venue. Mr. Master, I have prepared a private room for you where you can participate in the auction, Zhang Shun said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded slightly, showing his acknowledgement, and then entered the private room. As soon as he stepped inside, beautiful maidens in cheongsams greeted him with a bow, offering tea, fruit platters and pastries. One of the maidens even sat beside Lin Chen, her fragrant scent wafting through the air, as she introduced the various rules of the auction with a soft, sweet voice, all the while pressing her curvaceous body against him. Lin Chen, although not particularly fond of such gestures, didn't want to embarrass Zhang Shun and thus only subtly shifted away, noticing Lin Shen's slight movement. The maiden looked at him with a hint of grievance, and a touch of sadness colored her explanation. Lin Shen, however, remained indifferent, his gaze sweeping over the scene. From his vantage point in one of the 10 private boxes at the top, he could overlook the entire venue. Besides the private boxes, the other seats were just simple positions. Spanning the vast auction hall, there were over 400 or 500 seats, all of which were fully occupied, with many people excitedly conversing with each other. "I heard there's a complete set of rare equipment up for auction this time, is that true?" someone questioned. "Not only that," another chimed in, "I heard the highlight is an extraordinary piece of equipment. I even sold my house to gather a massive fortune of 4 million. Let's see if I can snag it." "4 million, someone scoffed. "You might be underestimating it. If someone sets their sights on it, forget 4 million. It could easily surpass tens of millions." True even among extraordinary equipment, there are tiers, and the price can vary greatly. The crowd buzzed with excitement, discussing which influential figure might eventually claim the extraordinary equipment, as even the principals of the 3 major high schools, city officials, and heads of the 4 major families were present, vying for it. The rarity of extraordinary equipment was undeniable, evident from the gathering of Jiangnan City's elite, all eager to compete for it. Just as the conversations were reaching a peak, a stunning woman in a light blue gown gracefully appeared on the stage, offering a polite smile and bow. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jiangnan branch of Lingxiao Commerce's annual auction. I am Lily," she announced. This was the same Lily whom Lin Chen had rescued once before. Lin Chen murmured to himself, recalling how in a previous life he'd heard rumors about Lily's connections with not only the Hunters Association, where she held a high position, but also with organizations like Lingxiao Commerce, the Dragon Nation's official entities, and the War God Alliance. Lily's profession as a luck mage allowed her to enhance hidden attributes like trading and fortune, which later made her a prominent figure in the business world, highly sought after by major organizations in the Dragon Nation. Yet at this moment she was just an ordinary professional in Jiangnan City with no hint of her future prominence. Without further ado, let's dive straight into the auction of our first item. Lily smiled lightly as she spoke. Instantly an exhibit appeared on the stage. The sight of the item left many with expressions of surprise. A dainty necklace lay quietly in a glass case. A group of people cast investigative spells towards it, revealing the necklace's details. Name: Thorn Necklace. Corrupted. Type: Necklace. Quality: Rare. Requirement: Level 5 Strength 1 Spirit 2 Attributes: +3 Spirit, +3 Strength, +3 Agility. Special effect: Corrupted. Gain additional chaos damage equivalent to 10% of non-chaos damage. A piece of corrupted gear. The attributes are impressive. The first auction item is a top-tier piece of equipment. "This gear suits me perfectly." The crowd buzzed with excitement. In one of the private boxes, Lin Chen was slightly surprised at the scene. A corrupted piece of equipment, and with a decent corrupted affix too. "It seems Lingxiao trading firm's capabilities exceed my expectations." Corrupted equipment refers to regular gear transformed using a special consumable, the Vol Orb, resulting in this kind of item. The Vol Orb can alter an item, granting it unique affix effects. For instance, the special effect affix on this thorn necklace grants additional chaos damage, which is a type of corrupted affix. Such modifications can elevate ordinary gear, multiplying its value several times over or even dozens of times. A top-tier corrupted piece of equipment with high 3-dimensional attributes has a starting bid of 500,000 credit points, with each bid increment no less than 100,000 credit points. "Begin," Lily announced swiftly. Before her voice had even faded, bids echoed in rapid succession. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 110,000. In mere moments, the price soared to 150,000. Ultimately, the item was claimed by a slender assassin clad in gray leather armor. After purchasing, the individual quickly paid and left in haste, seemingly wary of attracting unwanted attention. The first piece of equipment sparked a sensation, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Lily watched it all with a contented smile, nodding slightly before continuing. "Next is the second auction item." The next moment, a stone emitting a soft glow appeared before the crowd. Name: Fire crystal steel type, material quality. Rare description: one of the materials for crafting fire attribute equipment emitting a warm heat, it's fire crystal steel. Fire crystal steel, I recall it's one of the materials needed to craft the Forgemaster set. Exceedingly rare. Could it be the set that greatly enhances fire damage rated just below transcendent equipment? This was truly a remarkable item. A group of people stared in awe at the piece of material that was as clear as crystal yet emitted a metallic sheen. The auctioneer announced a piece of fire crystal forged steel, starting bid at 200,000 credit points with minimum increments of 50,000 credit points. Let the bidding begin, and so commenced another heated bidding war. Eventually, the piece of fire crystal forged steel was auctioned off for 580,000 credit points. One after another auction items were swept away like a flowing river. Many attendees were filled with excitement and thrill, for auctions like this were a rarity, offering items that were hard to come by in regular trade houses. However, Lin Chen stood apart from the rest. With his discerning eye, he wasn't impressed by these offerings. After all, anything he possessed could cause a sensation not just in the Dragon Nation but worldwide. These items paled in comparison. It wasn't just Lin Chen who felt this way. Even the other 9 VIPs in the private boxes showed no interest in making bids. Lin Chen began to wonder if he had made an unnecessary trip. Just then Lily, with a mysterious smile, announced next up the second to last item of this auction. It's a rather peculiar artifact. Her words stirred the crowd into a buzz of anticipation. I've heard that the highlight of this auction is in the last 2 items, someone whispered. The 10 VIPs haven't made a move yet. They must be waiting for the final pieces. Speculations ran wild. What could it be? They say there might be some extraordinary gear involved. Extraordinary gear. Most people had only ever seen such things on television. As anticipation grew, a display platform emerged before the crowd. On it was a breastplate radiating intense heat, flames swirling around it, bathed in a faint yellow glow that sent the crowd into a frenzy. An extraordinary piece of equipment indeed. Is that the Sunfire breastplate? Murmured an attendee. Its attributes are off the charts. It's perfect for tank-class professions. In certain scenarios, it could even allow a solo run through the abyss. The excitement was palpable even among the VIPs in the upper boxes. Their breaths quickened, eyes widened, filled with desire and greed as they fixated on the Sunfire breastplate. This gear, it's mine, one could almost hear them think. If I eliminate that fool Lin Chen, I could acquire another extraordinary piece. Soon Jiangnan City will be mine to rule. In one of the boxes, Yang Shu's eyes gleamed as he focused intently on the equipment below. Extraordinary gear. Although this piece isn't a perfect fit for me, its attributes and special effects far surpass my current armor. I have to acquire it. Another figure Lu Yenran watched with tense excitement. Extraordinary gear. If I secure this and present it to the high-ups at Zhanghai University, it could pave a smoother path for Hongli's future studies, she thought, her eyes full of determination. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyun, the head of the Mo family, looked thoughtfully at the extraordinary armor below. After some contemplation, the atmosphere in the auction room became electric with anticipation. Sensing the fervor, Lily swiftly took the stage to introduce the item. An extraordinary piece of gear, its value speaks for itself, she proclaimed. Starting bid: 5 million credit points with minimum increments of 200,000 credit points. Let the bidding commence. As soon as the auctioneer's voice faded, the bids began to fly. 5.5 million, 5.7 million, I'll bid 6 million. A frenzy ensued, with one particularly zealous bidder shouting, 7 million from me, you lunatics. A chuckle emerged. Principal Young, are you really calling out a mere 7 million? I'll go for 8 million. In just a moment, the price for a Sunfire breastplate skyrocketed to tens of millions, showing no signs of slowing down. Typically, an extraordinary piece of equipment would range between 3 to 4 million. However, in reality, that's just an official number. Within major factions and official sales, this is the set price for extraordinary gear. But a set price doesn't mean you can buy it for that low. Want to purchase it? Sorry, first become a member of our faction, then you can buy it with enough points and credit. This is why extraordinary gear is so expensive and rare in the market, because it's a method for major powers to control talent. Want top-notch gear? Join our faction. 4. Individuals like Yang Shu and the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City, who were part of the Dragon Nation's officialdom, life wasn't all rosy. Though they were part of the official circle, the points required for such purchases were earned through completing tasks. Usually, they only received credit points as salary. All they could do was gaze longingly at the extraordinary gear, unable to make a move. During the auction, the scene spiraled out of control. People below didn't dare to bid. Merely watching as bids came from the 10 private boxes above, sometimes even accompanied by a threat or two. After half an hour of intense bidding, this piece of extraordinary gear was finally snapped up by a Jiangnan City high official for 23 million. This occurred because Lingxiao Trading House deliberately controlled the price and called a timely stop to it, otherwise the price could have easily soared higher. Lingxiao Trading House didn't control the price because they were foolish or unwilling to earn money. Even the extraordinary gear circulating in the market had its price controlled by the official and major factions, a kind of market regulation. This helps maintain a balanced and stable circulation of extraordinary gear between the public and the major powers. Damn it, that guy managed to snag the equipment. I should have raised my bid to 30 million, someone lamented. Well, there goes my plan, better focus on getting some other dividends. The sentiment in the room was mixed, with many expressing disappointment, anger, or helplessness, but Lin Chen amidst it all maintained a calm demeanor, though inside he was quite pleased. 23 million, he thought with a smirk, even after deducting the fees, I still get over 20 million, not bad at all. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. If this had been Jianghai University, an extraordinary piece of equipment would only fetch 3 to 4 million, it was only in small locales where equipment was scarce that values soared so high. Rarity truly does breed value, he mused with a chuckle. As Lin Chen sat quietly absorbing the faint fragrance from the maid beside him, he continued to observe the auction with a sense of anticipation. So far he hadn't made a single bid. He wondered if the final item, the highlight of the auction, would offer any surprises, otherwise today's outing would feel like a complete waste of time. The brief murmur among the crowd faded and silence took over once more. With a charming smile, Lily addressed the audience. Next up we present the last item of our auction. Please take a look. A black crystal exuding an aura of death was unveiled to the crowd. Curiosity piqued, the crowd whispered among themselves, trying to make sense of the mysterious item. What is this? Let me see. Necromancer's essence? Never heard of it. Some speculated it might be a material used by sorcerers or necromancers, but none were certain. The crystal, named Necromancer's essence, was classified as a material of extraordinary quality with an enigmatic description stating it harnessed the power of the undead. Most attendees had never encountered such a substance before. On the blue planet, with its countless abysses and an overwhelming variety of equipment and materials, no one could possibly keep track of everything. What puzzled the audience was the decision by Lingxiao Trading Company to feature this item as the auction's grand finale, despite its unclear applications. After all, materials and equipment were vastly different entities. A piece of iron might be worth a few coins, but once crafted into a firearm, its value could increase 100-fold or more. Moreover, on the blue planet, transforming a material into genuine equipment was a complex process, often fraught with the risk of failure. Thus, most people showed little interest or inclination to bid on this particular material. The atmosphere in the room turned chilly as silence enveloped the space. Lily felt a wave of unease but managed to maintain her smile as she addressed the crowd once more. Ladies and gentlemen, while you may not be familiar with the name of this necromancer's essence, the equipment crafted from it is renowned. Indeed, the true purpose of the necromancer's essence is to create equipment of perfect quality, the necromancer's staff. The mention of perfect quality equipment caused the audience's breath to catch. While extraordinary equipment was something they could aspire to obtain, perfect quality was a dream beyond the reach of most. As the room buzzed with excitement and anticipation, each person eager to place their bid, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from one of the private boxes. Ha, you at Lingxiao Trading really know how to spin a tale. While it's true that the necromancer's essence is a key material for crafting the necromancer's staff, you need at least 10 of these crystals along with other rare materials to succeed. The creation of the undead scepter is not guaranteed, and if luck is not on one side, not only will one fail to obtain the so-called epic equipment, but even the materials might be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Could such a thing be true? The Lingxiao Trading Company doesn't seem very honest, does it? Luckily, they didn't bid, otherwise they would have been out of luck. So that's how it is. Sensing the sudden chill in the atmosphere, Lily couldn't help but show a hint of anxiety on her face. As the auctioneer, she must sell all the items or she would have to bear the loss. Although she felt somewhat displeased with the voice that had explained, Lily dared not express any discontent towards the guests in the box, so she forced a smile and explained, Even so, this piece of undead essence still has significant value as it is an essential material for crafting other equipment. Undead essence starting bid at 3 million credits with a minimum increment of 100,000. Begin, Lily's voice echoed, but no one placed a bid. Many people sneered at Lily as if they were looking at a fool. This item, although indeed rare, was useless. Indeed, the Lingxiao Trading Company must be crazy about money. Ha, I'm not a fool. 3 million. Maybe I'd bid if it were missing a zero, but at this price, forget it. Minutes passed, yet no one bid, just as Lily was nearly in despair, thinking this auction item would remain unsold unexpectedly. 31 million, a lazy voice came from one of the boxes. This voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. A box? Which big shot was so oblivious wanting to buy this thing? Ha, probably buying it for collection. TSK, the world of the rich is beyond us. This voice sounds so unfamiliar, seems young, wonder who it is? In one of the boxes, Lin Chen stood up, eyes fixed intently on the piece of undead essence, feeling a surge of excitement. Just moments ago, a prompt had echoed in his ears. Ding, a special template detected capable of fusion evolution for a specific Zerg. Fusion evolution. If not for this prompt, Lin Chen might have almost forgotten his Zerg master profession and this unique function. Talent 2. Infinite evolution. You can infinitely evolve a Zerg unit, choosing among evolution, fusion and mutation. Through days of exploring his profession, Lin Chen had gained a deep understanding of these functions. Among them, evolution consumes energy points to comprehensively enhance a specific Zerg's attributes, essentially leveling it up. Fusion involves using special tools to merge with a specific Zerg, granting it unique abilities similar to the tool. Mutation is similar to fusion, but with the greatest feature being that evolution and fusion results are predictable, whereas mutation results are unpredictable. This means mutation could make a Zerg unit stronger, weaker, or result in something completely unrelated to the fusion tool. And this piece of undead essence before him was a special tool. He thought this auction was a wasted trip, but he didn't expect to find something so valuable. Lin Chen was visibly thrilled. After all, the majority of the insect units he currently possesses are not particularly strong on their own. They mainly rely on sheer numbers to achieve victory. However, as a race designed for slaughter, how could the Zerg rely solely on simple swarm tactics? The innate ability of fusion evolution is specifically meant for nurturing elite Zerg. When the time comes, the combination of the swarm with elite Zerg attacking from both sides will be truly complete. The gentleman has bid 31 million. Do we have any higher offers? Lily's expression brightened as she hastily inquired. If not, then I will announce the ownership of this undead essence is. Just as Lily was about to bring down the gavel, a voice emerged from another private box. This piece of undead essence is just a small toy to me, isn't it? Ha, I bid 35 million. The crowd was taken aback, turning their gazes towards another box. That voice, could it be Yang Shu? Indeed, it was the principal of the second high school, Yang Shu. TSK, who would have thought it was him? Besides the city head and the four great families, aren't the principals of our city's three major high schools the most powerful? Inside a private box, Yang Shu cast a peculiar glance downwards, a gleam in his eye. That voice just now. Haha, it must be Lin Chen. Although the voice had been altered under my skill of soul perception, there's an 80% chance it's him. I didn't expect that this kid would show up here. Haha, I originally planned to deal with you after you left the city, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Your extraordinary equipment will be mine. With that thought, Yang Shu grinned wickedly, pulling out his communicator and dialing a few numbers. Hello? Lin Chen is here with me. Send your guards over immediately to deal with him. Yes, I've held him here long enough. As soon as he leaves the Lingxiao Trading Company, we can make our move. That voice, is it Yang Shu? Lin Chen frowned. What is this guy up to? Ever since he refused Yang Shu face to face last time, Lin Chen has been extremely cautious. He didn't believe Yang Shu and his ilk would refrain from acting against him in secret. It was just a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. However, even knowing that Yang Shu probably had ulterior motives, Lin Chen wasn't willing to hand over the undead essence so easily and immediately countered with a bid. For million. Yang Shu was undeterred. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. After a fierce bidding battle, the crowd was left in astonishment. The value of this undead essence was at most between 3 to 4 million. Furthermore, it was highly likely that once purchased it would just be a worthless piece of junk. Yet who would have thought that the distinguished guests in the two boxes would be vying for it so intensely? What's going on? 11 million. Yang Shu spoke up and Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he immediately Raised the bid, 12 million. Just when Lin Shen thought Yang Shu would continue to outbid him, Yang Shu chuckled lightly and said with a smug tone, Lin Shen, you've won, this item is yours, ha. When Yang Shu mentioned Lin Shen's name, it caused quite a stir once again. Everyone from Jiangnan University was familiar with this name. Lin Shen, also known as the Dominator, was this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination and even became the first to conquer the Lost Temple, yet for some unknown reason the high-ranking officials and nobles of Jiangnan City, who usually eagerly recruited top scorers, were unusually indifferent to him. Today they even seemed to show a hint of hostility. But why? Inside the auction house reactions varied. In one of the private rooms, Lu Yenran frowned slightly. On the other side, Mo Qingyun smiled with interest. Is this the Lin Shen my precious daughter has been obsessing over? TSK, he truly is youthful and spirited. Principal Yang with just a few bids made me spend several million more. You really know how to pull strings. Realizing his identity was revealed, Lin Shen no longer hid and spoke with a cold smile. Haha, Lin Shen, your potential may be immense, but you must understand one thing. Yang Shu laughed heartily. In this world, the one thing we don't lack is geniuses. There are many geniuses, but even more who fall by the wayside. Therefore, I advise you to wake up sooner rather than later. The threatening undertone in his words was clear. Lin Shen sneered, unwilling to engage further with this person, and walked out of the box directly. Mr. Dominator, here is your auction item. Just as he reached the resting area, a maid approached him with the essence of the undead, holding it out to Lin Shen. He reached out and took the black crystal, which exuded an aura of death, and after a brief examination he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, not bad. He then pulled out a card and handed it to the maid. The remaining payment for my auction item along with the credits to be deducted are all on this. Yes sir, the maid replied politely, taking the black card and exiting the lounge. Taking advantage of this precious moment, Lin Shen's mind stirred and his form appeared in the Dominator's world. With a slight motion of his hand, the essence of the undead flew toward a massive stone tablet. Ding! Special item detected. Please select your desired operation. There appeared 3 options before him: evolve, fuse and mutate. Glancing briefly at his stored energy points, Lin Shen began to deliberate. Evolving required a substantial amount of energy points, and with only 3,574 in reserve, he realized it was far from enough to sustain multiple evolutions. The unpredictable nature of the mutation left Lin Shen with no room for error. The precious essence of the undead couldn't be squandered. With only one viable option, Lin Shen took a deep breath and chose to fuse. When prompted to select a Zerg unit for fusion, he unhesitatingly chose an ironclad blade beetle. Among the Zerg units he possessed, the blade beetle was the most balanced, and its ironclad variant was an enhanced version. Thus, Lin Shen's first choice was this creature. Confirming his decision with a determined shout, the ironclad blade beetle before him began to emit a dazzling light. Moments later, the light faded, revealing the evolved form of the creature. The newly transformed entity was called the Deathwing Mantis, a Tier 2 Zerg with impressive attributes: Agility 13, Strength 15 and Spirit 9. It boasted an array of skills like Harvest Claw, Wing Flap, Bone Spike Ejection, Desecration Aura, Necromantic Coalescence and Soul Shield. The Deathwing Mantis resembled a larger version of the ironclad blade beetle, over a meter in length. Its entire body exuded a thick aura of death, enveloped in a deep black hue. The sight was enough to make anyone with a weak will shudder in fear. Menacing bone spikes protruded from its joints, hinting at its owner's predatory nature. Most striking were its blade-like arms, which, unlike the usual black coloration of other beetles, were a sinister bone white, as if crafted from bone itself. What delighted Lin Shen the most was that the Deathwing Mantis lived up to its name, with wings as thin as cicada wings, making it not just a terrestrial melee unit but an aerial one as well. Magnificent! Lin Shen thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The sheer presence of the Deathwing Mantis was awe-inspiring. As the saying goes, appearance is power. The creature's stats were astonishingly high, almost rivaling that of the Angel of Ashes with its Holy Warrior buff. Realizing he now had a boss-level entity at his side, Lin Shen felt a surge of pride. With an endless Zerg army at his command, he mused, who truly is the boss here? Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilarated mind, Lin Shen exited the Dominator space. After a brief exchange with Zheng Shun and glancing at the remaining millions in his account, he left Lingxiao Trading House. Instead of returning to the Mo family, he ventured out of the city into the outskirts, eventually entering a dense forest. No sooner had he stepped into the woods than a blood-toothed boar caught his scent and charged at him. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Chen effortlessly dispatched the creature. Suddenly halting, he spoke with a hint of amusement. "You've followed me from the city to the edge and now into the wilderness. Whatever your intentions, it's time to act, don't you think?" As his words lingered in the air, the space behind him began to distort and a group of people unexpectedly materialized before him. There was a formidable group of around 40 to 50 people, each with a distinct appearance yet unified by an ominous aura. It was clear from the first glance that their hands were no strangers to bloodshed. Leading them was a gaunt man clad in leather armor wielding a short sword. With a sinister chuckle, he sneered, "Hey, I didn't expect you to unravel my trickery so effortlessly. Your mental prowess is indeed impressive among your peers, Lin Chen. It's a pity to snuff out such a talent, truly regrettable, haha." Lin Chen squinted, his gaze sharp and focused. "Was it Yang Shu who sent you to kill me? He certainly thinks highly of me to dispatch such a large number of people." Before him stood the assassins, numbering in the dozens, most of whom were around level 10. For Jiangnan City, this was a terrifying force. Lin Chen quickly deduced who might bear him ill will. "Haha, you're clever, Lin Chen, but you've got one thing wrong. It's not just Principal Yang. We're acting on orders from other high-ranking officials in Jiangnan City." The gaunt man chuckled, seemingly confident that Lin Chen's fate was sealed, thus revealing more than he should have. "Do you really think Yang Shu alone could command us all?" Lin Chen's heart sank. Not just Yang Shu. In his previous life, he never realized this group could be so ruthless, willing to commit such acts for a piece of extraordinary equipment. If that's the case, well, they only have themselves to blame for what's coming. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. In his mind, the top brass of Jiangnan City and Yang Shu were now marked for elimination. "Lin Chen, if you're wise, you'll hand over the equipment," the gaunt man taunted, playing with his short sword. Behind him, a group of men cast mocking and amused glances at Lin Chen, like hunters eyeing a lamb to be slaughtered. Despite being a top student, Lin Chen had only been a professional for less than 2 months, reaching a level no higher than 5 or 6. Facing these seasoned professionals, most above level 10 and outnumbering him, they believed resistance was futile. A whole corpse? Lin Chen laughed. "Unfortunately, I won't be leaving you with one." His words immediately changed the expressions of the crowd before him. Arrogant. Did this kid think being a top student made him invincible? He was courting death. The gaunt man was furious, his face twisted with killing intent. "So you wish for death? Don't blame me then," he growled, stepping forward with lightning speed towards Lin Chen. Shadow slash. The attack came swiftly, meant to slice through Lin Chen effortlessly. However, the gaunt man was shocked to find a figure exuding death itself standing in his path. As the slender sword struck the figure, it emitted a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. "What?" Feeling the intense pain from the hilt of the sword, the gaunt man looked at the figure before him in horror, his face filled with fear. Before him stood a creature resembling a praying mantis, effortlessly blocking the attack in front of Lin Chen. Its 2 crimson eyes, filled with a bloodthirsty desire, stared straight at him. "What is this, a fierce beast?" "No, that's not right. What exactly is this thing?" The gaunt man was utterly shocked. "Deathwing Mantis, kill these people, leave no one alive," Lin Chen commanded coldly. Upon receiving the order, the Deathwing Mantis gently flapped its wings, and with a flick of its hind legs, its form blurred into streaks as it charged towards the gaunt man. Fast, too fast, that was the only thought in the gaunt man's mind. He didn't even see the Deathwing Mantis move before a sweet taste rose in his throat and he fell into a pool of blood. One strike dead. He didn't even have time to call for help. As he fell, his face still bore an expression of confusion, as if questioning who had killed him. "Your summon has killed the professional." Lu Xing gained experience times 1100, sin value +1. "What? Lu Xing was killed? What is this monster? What happened?" Lu Xing was a level 12 assassin equipped with a rare set. How could he be killed in one strike? The crowd was utterly astonished, yet they had no time to come up with an answer. After the Deathwing Mantis had swiftly dealt with the gaunt man, it once again flapped its wings and flew towards the remaining people. The speed of the Deathwing Mantis was simply too fast, so fast that many of these professionals couldn't react in time and were sliced in half by its bladed limbs. Though the remaining ones reacted and quickly activated various shields and skills in an attempt to counterattack, they were no match for the ferocious Deathwing Mantis, and one by one they turned into pools of blood and flesh. Your summon has killed the professional. Zhou Qing gained experience times 1100, sin value +1. Your summon has killed the professional. Bai Hua Qin gained experience times 1100, sin value +1. Your summon has killed the professional. long you gained experience times 1100 sin value plus 1. Lin Chen stood in place watching the Deathwing Mantis wreak havoc with a mocking expression. In his ears, notifications rang continuously while before him screams filled the air. Ah, it hurts, save me. Lin Chen, don't kill me, I am. Run, run. In just a matter of minutes, the original group of 40 to 50 had been slaughtered until only a dozen remained. These few survivors wisely chose to scatter and flee, believing that Lin Chen and the Deathwing Mantis were just two and couldn't possibly kill them all, however. Head, do you really think you can escape? Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with a cold smile. With a swift wave of his hand, the command was issued. Emerge. A whooshing sound followed as the Zerg army materialized, immediately occupying the entire forest. Eliminate everyone, leave no one alive, Lin Chen ordered decisively. Upon receiving the command, a swarm of blade insects dispersed in every direction. Moments later, Lin Chen's ears were filled with the notifications of deaths. Surveying the scene, he found himself amidst a landscape drenched in blood, with dismembered limbs and viscera scattered about, resembling a hellish tableau. Even the air was tinged with a sweet metallic scent. Yang Shu, and those people from Jiangnan City, heh. Very well, since you seek my end, I shall show no mercy either, Lin Chen muttered with a cold smile, leaping onto the back of a Deathwing Mantis. With a flap of its wings, the creature soared into the sky, carrying Lin Chen swiftly towards the heart of Jiangnan City, as silent as death itself under the night sky. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, a lavish mansion played host to a grand banquet. Elegantly dressed men and women mingled, their glasses clinking amidst a haze of indulgence. Many wore insincere smiles, exchanging pleasantries and interests. This evening marked the 65th birthday celebration of Yang Shu, the principal of Jiangnan First High School. The event had drawn half of Jiangnan City's elite, making for a lively affair. Behind the vibrant scenes of the banquet hall, in a secluded room, a group had gathered for a different purpose. Gentlemen, our 50 assassins have left the city and we should soon receive good news. Today we shall divide the extraordinary equipment amongst ourselves, Yang Shu announced, his face alight with joy. His audience, comprising Jiangnan City's upper echelons, shared in his excitement. Truly, if that's the case, it's excellent news. Lin Chen, that boy, inexplicably left the city, saving us the trouble of dealing with him within its confines. Extraordinary equipment. Ah, if only it would fall into my hands, one of the listeners remarked, a gleam of greed in their eyes. All shared a similar ravenous look, none willing to relinquish this extraordinary equipment. Yang Shu noticed a flicker of displeasure cross his eyes, but quickly masked it, clearing his throat before speaking in a grave tone. Gentlemen, we can now discuss the ownership of this extraordinary equipment. I know you all desire it greatly. Perhaps for now we should store it with me, then we can hold an auction. Everyone bids and the highest bidder wins. Those remaining will split the proceeds equally. What do you think? Store it with you, the highest bidder wins? The others couldn't help but chuckle cynically at his words. Sounds nice in theory. But if that extraordinary equipment were truly to fall into Yang Shu's hands, it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, never to return. Getting the equipment to him would be easy, but retrieving it, now that's a different story. After all, this transaction was one that couldn't withstand scrutiny. Even if Yang Shu were to swallow it whole, these people would dare not make a fuss. In the midst of the tense negotiations, a voice interjected with a sly chuckle, Principal Yang, wouldn't it be better if the equipment stayed with me? The Huang family is vast and wealthy. We certainly don't lack space for storing things. The speaker was none other than Huang Wendian, the head of the Huang family. Yang Shu, the principal, frowned in displeasure and questioned, what do you mean by that, Master Huang? Huang Wendian responded coldly, you know exactly what I mean. Half of the assassins sent were guards from my family. Besides seizing Lin Chen's treasures, it was also to avenge my son Huang Xian's death. Since I contributed half of the manpower, I should be the one to safeguard the equipment. Yang Shu immediately countered, Master Huang, you want revenge and the equipment too, trying to kill two birds with one stone? That's wishful thinking. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The two argued relentlessly, neither willing to concede on the matter of the extraordinary equipment. As their heated discussion continued, a maid entered respectfully. Master, the guests have arrived. You may proceed to greet them. Yang Shu paused, rose with a serious expression and addressed everyone. Let's attend my banquet first. We can discuss this matter later. With that, the group ceased their debate, following Yang Shu outside. As Yang Shu emerged, a throng of people gathered around, bombarding him with flattery. Master Yang, you seem as vigorous as ever. It's rare to see someone with such good health at your age. Principal Yang. Principal Yang. Amidst the praises, they also presented their gifts. the Zhao family gifted a rare armor set. The Li family offered a mount to celebrate Yang's grand birthday. The Wu family contributed a property, and the Jin family presented a Peiyuan pill wishing for Yang's longevity. Yang Shu listened to the compliments and observed the gifts with a satisfied nod, his eyes gleaming with pride. However, at that moment a powerful voice echoed from the sky. Lin Chen's sending ahead as a gift. Everyone looked up to witness an astonishing sight. A young man stood atop a fierce beast, observing the scene with a cold smile. Seeing him, many widened their eyes in disbelief. Is that Lin Chen? It is Lin Chen, truly Lin Chen. What's that creature? Is it a flying mount? Aren't those extremely rare? How does Lin Chen have one? What's his intention? The guests were filled with surprise and curiosity, unsure why Lin Chen had chosen to make an appearance at the gathering. Yet among them a few, led by Yang Shu, were utterly shocked. Lin Chen, he's not dead. Wasn't he surrounded by assassins? How did he survive? This can't be. Where are my guards? I can't reach them. Fear gripped Yang Shu and his companions, a chill creeping into their hearts. It seemed that the presence of Lin Chen signaled an immense threat looming over them, one they could not easily dismiss. Yet despite the tense situation, Yang Shu, a figure of authority, managed to compose himself slightly. With a cold voice he questioned Lin Chen, are you here to celebrate my birthday, or are you here to apologize? Celebration, apology. Lin Chen seemed to have heard something utterly amusing and laughed twice, his eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity. You sent assassins to kill me and seize my treasure. Today I am here to claim your life. As these words were spoken, it was akin to a boulder being cast into a serene lake, instantly stirring up a massive wave of shock. Could Lin Chen have lost his mind? What nonsense was he spouting? Did this young man believe that achieving top marks in the college entrance exams gave him the power to challenge Principal Yang? Such youthful arrogance. Many people shook their heads with cold smiles, passing judgment on Lin Chen. To them, it seemed he was courting death. After all, Yang Shu was no frail old man, but a genuine level 30 professional. In stark contrast, Lin Chen had only recently managed to reach level 8 just days ago, a staggering 22 levels apart. Lin Chen, even if you've gone mad, I won't show you any mercy, Yang Shu sneered. You've repeatedly offended me, and now you've recklessly disrupted my birthday feast. It seems there's no need for me to tolerate this any longer, lest people think I, Yang Shu, am easily bullied. Although the Dragon Country prohibits fighting within this city, you've intruded into my home, thus taking action against you doesn't violate the law. With that, Yang Shu's aura was no longer concealed. A flash of blue light shimmered over him, revealing a set of light armor, and a staff materialized in his grasp. Surrounding him, powerful bolts of lightning began to manifest and encircle him. Yang Shu, level 30 hidden class, Thunder Mage. The aura of a level 30 professional was unmistakably exposed to all. The crowd was breathless. Was Principal Yang about to unleash his full power, truly deserving of his position as the head of a school? His presence was formidable, many exclaimed in awe, with a hint of reverence as they gazed at Yang Shu. At level 30 his strength was something the vast majority could only look up to. On Blue Star's level 10 was a significant milestone. Before reaching level 10, leveling up was relatively easy, with some individuals able to progress from level 1 to level 10 in just a month or two given enough resources and talent. However, after level 10, the required experience skyrocketed. For instance, the experience needed to reach level 11 exceeded the total required to progress from level 1 to level 10. This reality meant most professionals remained stuck in their teenage levels for life, with advancement being exceedingly difficult. Thus, a level 30 professional could rightfully be considered one of Jiangnan City's elite. Lin Chen, I'll let you make the first move so you can't claim I bullied you, Yang Shu said, crossing his arms with supreme arrogance. Just moments ago, using his probing skills, he discovered that Lin Chen's level was only 8. Even if he stood right there, Lin Chen's attacks wouldn't be able to break through his protective shield. Saying this made him seem like a master with great poise. You want me to strike first? Lin Chen chuckled. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Lin Chen smiled softly and raised his hand. Flame impact. Immediately, a thick beam of fire shot towards Yang Shu, aiming directly at him. Not good. Sensing the powerful aura, the disdain and indifference on Yang Shu's face transformed into shock and seriousness. Such a strong aura, I can't take this head on. Lightning shield. A light blue shield appeared around Yang Shu, enveloping him in its protection. The lightning shield creates a barrier that absorbs incoming damage until it dissipates, equivalent to 20% of max health plus a mental correction value. Logically speaking, as a level 30 Thunder Mage, Yang Shu's lightning shield should withstand even Lin Chen's full force attack without flinching. However, the fiery beam struck, causing a massive explosion. People within tens of meters felt a wave of heat rushing towards them. Is this Lin Chen's attack? Isn't he a warrior? Why does he have mage skills? What exactly is his profession? Such a powerful strike. Isn't Lin Chen only level 8? How can he be this strong? Everyone was utterly shocked, staring at Lin Chen in the sky. Meanwhile, at the explosion center, Yang Shu's figure emerged. Though his armor remained intact, the light blue shield had shattered completely. This meant that Lin Chen's attack shattered more than 20% of Yang Shu's max health. How is this possible? Yang Shu was deeply puzzled. On Blue Star, level suppression was significant, with each level up being an all-around enhancement. Logically, Yang Shu could stand there and let Lin Chen attack, and the latter would still struggle. Not to mention he had activated his shield. What Yang Shu didn't know was that Lin Chen, despite his low level, possessed a talent skill called rejuvenation. Every living Zerg unit provided him a proportional increase in agility, spirit, strength and other attributes. Currently Lin Chen's stats had reached an astonishing level. Name: Lin Chen. Profession: Zerg Dominator. Level 7 Strength, 23 Agility, 224 Spirit, 307 Health, 387 Mana, 122 Skills: Chain Lightning, Necromancy, Soul Beast, Summoning, Mage's Hand, Greedy Soul. Equipment: Heart of All, Chitaf Inscription, Flowing Fire Sword, Crystal Omniscience, Blood Spider, Breastplate, Cloud Shoes, Blood Face Helmet, Yellow Jade Ring, Blue Diamond Ring, Alchemist's Belt, Blood of Soph. 11 equipment slots, each providing Lin Chen with formidable attributes, bolstered further by the Zerg's rejuvenation effects. Lin Chen's abilities are impressive, matching even those of some professionals at level 20 or higher. His skill Flame Impact originates from the Flame Worm, and when Lin Chen employs it, not only does he harness the Flame Worm's inherent damage potential, but he also amplifies it with his own mental attributes. This is why his attacks are so devastating. Yang Shu, acknowledging Lin Chen's genius, felt a surge of murderous intent. Despite Lin Chen's brilliance, Yang Shu resolved to eliminate this potential threat today to prevent future complications. At only level 8, Lin Chen's attack capabilities were startling enough to injure Yang Shu. Moreover, Lin Chen was not just any high school graduate, he was the top scorer and the first to clear the National Lost Temple. Such talent indicated limitless potential for future growth. Yang Shu considered the long-term implications and decided it was better to eliminate this threat now rather than face a formidable enemy in the future. With his decision made, Yang Shu acted swiftly. With a gesture, Yang Shu summoned a lightning storm, his signature move, as dark clouds gathered swiftly overhead, releasing bolts of lightning towards Lin Chen. This is my renowned skill, and dying under it is an honor, Yang Shu declared with a cold laugh, confident that even if it didn't kill Lin Chen, it would at least gravely injure him. As a thunder mage, Yang Shu specialized in powerful attacks, and this was his most potent skill, capable of significantly damaging even a level 30 boss. However, Lin Chen was unfazed. He glanced at the thunderous clouds with a hint of mockery, noting their lackluster speed. Before Yang Shu's attack could land, Lin Chen employed Void Walk, causing the space where he stood to ripple like water as he vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away in an instant. Meanwhile, his Deathwing Mantis surged toward Yang Shu with incredible speed, while Lin Chen prepared his own counterattack. With a command, Lin Chen summoned a massive fireball 3 meters in diameter, emitting intense heat like a miniature sun. Several fiery rays materialized around him, numbering at least a dozen. Die, Lin Chen commanded, and the giant fireball, along with the fiery rays, launched towards Yang Shu. The resulting explosion was catastrophic as flames soared and the ground trembled. Observers were left in disbelief, questioning how someone at level 8 could wield such overwhelming power. They pondered Yang Shu's fate amidst the devastation, realizing it might be unwise to provoke Lin Chen in the future. It's hard to say. The crowd, wearing expressions of shock, retreated several hundred meters back to one side of the manor before starting to discuss among themselves. At this moment, the dust finally settled, revealing a charred corpse. From its shape and features, it was unmistakably Yang Shu. Though his equipment remained intact, Yang Shu himself had been reduced to charcoal. His face was frozen with disbelief and terror, as if questioning how Lin Chen could possess such formidable power. What he didn't know was that the combined resonance and skill of 50 brain bugs had unleashed a fireball spell of terrifying destruction, not to mention the combined attack of 20 flame worms. The scene was eerily silent, with countless people swallowing hard, gasping as they watched, their hearts filled with immense shock. Lin Chen, killed Principal Yang, How is this possible? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I feel like I'm dreaming. Many even rubbed their eyes, doubting the reality of what they saw. With a light snort, Lin Chen flipped in the air and quietly landed on the ground, scanning the surrounding guests. The guests shivered at Lin Chen's gaze, shrinking their necks and lowering their heads, avoiding eye contact. Only a few exceptions stood out. In one corner, Lu Yenran, dressed in a long white gown, looked at Lin Chen with her charming face filled with shock and awe. After a long while, she shook her head with a bitter smile, her face showing helplessness and bitterness. She had thought that there was a vast difference between her and Lin Chen, like clouds and mud, and that their paths would never cross. Now it seemed she was right, but she realized she was the one grounded in the earth. Previously, Lu Yenran had looked down on Lin Chen, believing he must have used a blood coagulation pill to gain such strength. Now it seemed she was the one who was the fool. Elsewhere, Mo Qingyun beamed with joy as he looked at Lin Chen's figure, laughing heartily. I was worried that girl Hong Li had chosen the wrong person, bringing a wolf into the house. Now it seems Hong Li's judgment is far better than this old man's. With a son-in-law like this, I can rest easy, ha. The crowd stared at Lin Chen, their expressions varied. Lin Chen's face remained expressionless as he finally spoke. Who were involved in dispatching the assassins? Although Lin Chen was not one to kill indiscriminately or be bloodthirsty, it didn't mean he was soft-hearted or would let others bully him. These people wanted to harm him and steal his treasure. Was he supposed to forgive them? However, after Lin Chen spoke, no one dared to respond. Who would dare be the first to speak up to someone who could kill Yang Shu with a single strike? That would be asking for death. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at a middle-aged man. What do you say, Master Huang? This man was Huang Wendian, the head of the Huang family. In his previous life, Lin Chen was well aware that Huang Wendian was not a man of generosity. After taking the life of Huang's son, Lin Chen knew that Huang Wendian would certainly take covert actions against him. However, constrained by the city's rules, direct confrontation was challenging. Lin Chen, how dare you? Huang Wendian was momentarily stunned, fear flickering in his eyes, but he forced himself to issue a threat. This is Jiangnan City, don't you know that any act of violence here will result in severe punishment? I guess the city guards will be here soon. If you surrender now, I might put in a good word for you, otherwise prepare to face the consequences. Lin Chen let out a dismissive laugh. You think you can intimidate me with authority? I loathe being threatened. You can die as well. With a swift motion of his hand, a fiery beam shot forth. Huang Wendian did not even have time to react before he fell heavily to the ground, severely injured, his body scorched and blackened. Witnessing this, everyone was taken aback and horrified. No one expected Lin Chen to be so ruthless, resorting to violence without hesitation. Lin Chen's expression remained icy as he slowly walked towards the fallen Huang Wendian, who was teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, although gravely injured. Huang's mind was still clear. Seeing Lin Chen approach, his eyes widened in terror and he began to scream, Lin Chen, you can't kill me. What do you want? Money, equipment, women? I can give you anything, just spare my life. Huang Wendian pleaded desperately, a stark contrast to his former arrogant and tyrannical demeanor. Those present couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity at the scene unfolding before them. Was this really Huang Wendian, the head of the Huang family, one of the four major families? He had always been the most arrogant and domineering, even disregarding figures as prominent as the city leaders, but now here he was groveling and begging for mercy before Lin Chen, his voice choked with sobs. Was this a dream, or had reality become too bizarre? Money, women, equipment, I will acquire them with my own hands, Lin Chen stated indifferently as he stood before Huang Wendian. As for you, all you need to do is die. With those words, Lin Chen raised his hand once more, a searing heat began to gather in his palm, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, stop! A figure rapidly approached from the distance, tall and imposing, clad in a full suit of crimson leather armor that exuded an aura of might. His eyes were ablaze with anger as he surveyed the scene. Behind him followed a group of heavily armored warriors, each wielding long spears. Upon seeing this newcomer, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. In the bustling city of Jiangnan, the atmosphere was tense as the name of the Tiger Guard's leader Han Chang echoed through the streets. The mere mention of Han Chang's presence sent shivers down the spines of many, for he was a formidable figure known for his unyielding authority. As whispers spread among the crowd, a sense of anticipation mixed with fear took hold. Han Chang, the undisputed leader of the Tiger Guards, was not someone to be trifled with. He represented the might of the official forces, a combination of military and law enforcement that commanded respect and instilled fear. The Tiger Guards were not a local militia but a powerful entity dispatched by the nation itself. their primary duty was to maintain order within their jurisdiction, stepping in during crises like beast sieges or invasions. Due to their independent status, Han Shang rarely interacted with the city's elites such as the mayor or the four great families. His strength, however, was legendary. As a rare ironclad warrior with a level of 42, Han Shang was considered the strongest individual in the city. His presence alone was enough to reassure the populace that everything would be under control. Seeing Han Shang approach the scene, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Despite Lin Chen's formidable reputation, how could he possibly stand against the might of Han Shang? It seemed laughable to even consider such a possibility. With a commanding voice, Han Shang ordered Lin Chen to halt his actions immediately, yet Lin Chen, unfazed, responded with a defiant smirk. He was not one to back down easily, and his actions reflected his disdain for authority. With a flash, Lin Chen unleashed a fiery beam, obliterating his opponent Huang Wendian without hesitation. Han Shang's anger flared at this brazen act, and he charged into the scene, fury etched across his face. "You dare defy me and kill Huang Wendian?" he demanded, his voice cold and unyielding. Lin Chen, unfazed, responded with a casual shrug, his confidence unwavering. He lived by his own principles, guided by his conscience and unbound by the restrictions of others. Han Shang, though irritated by Lin Chen's nonchalance, remained resolute. "No matter your excuses, you've been witnessed killing Yang Shu and Huang Wendian," he asserted, producing a set of chains imbued with a powerful aura. The crowd gasped in awe at the sight of the legendary chains of suppression, a rare and potent tool capable of subduing even high-level warriors. The onlookers, certain of Lin Chen's impending doom, watched eagerly as Han Shang prepared to act. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. His actions against Yang Shu and Huang Wendian were not due to a bloodthirsty nature, but because they had sent assassins to kill him and seize his treasures. "I only saw you killing Dragon Nation's officials for no reason," Han Shang said coldly, not allowing any room for debate as he immediately labeled Lin Chen as a murderer. "Surrender, Lin Chen, otherwise I have the right to kill you on the spot," Han Shang continued, a trace of indifference flashing across his face as he walked towards Lin Chen. He swung the chain in his hand, clearly intending to capture Lin Chen and determine his guilt right there and then. To be honest, if Han Shang truly intended to investigate the matter thoroughly and follow the proper procedures, Lin Chen might have been willing to cooperate, as he was confident the law was on his side. However, Han Shang was not interested in any of that and instead wanted to capture him immediately and judge him as a criminal. Even if Lin Chen didn't want to confront someone 30 levels higher than himself, he wouldn't surrender without a fight. You still want to resist?" Han Shang sneered at Lin Chen's stance. "Kid, I don't know how you killed Yang Shu and Huang Wendian, but you surely don't think I'm as incompetent as those two, do you? In that case, I'll just execute you on the spot." With a grim smile, Han Shang let out a low shout, and his heavy armor shone with a red glow. "Die!" he exclaimed, raising a hand as a sharp blade of energy flew towards Lin Chen. Voidwalk. Faced with an opponent so many levels above him, Lin Chen dared not be careless. He vanished from the spot, reappearing behind Han Shang in the next instant. "Deathwing Mantis, come forth!" The form of the Deathwing Mantis materialized and launched a fierce attack on Han Shang. Simultaneously, Lin Chen wasn't idle either, as a flame ray shot out once more. Flame impact, boom! Under the dual assault, Han Shang staggered, nearly falling to the ground, looking extremely disheveled. "Damn it!" Han Shang cursed angrily, finally truly enraged. He had initially thought that a mere Lin Chen would be an easy target, requiring only a slight effort to kill. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen managed to dodge his attack with a teleportation skill and even took the opportunity to strike back, almost knocking him over. This filled the always proud Han Shang with a sense of humiliation and anger. "Lin Chen, you brought this upon yourself." Han Shang gritted his teeth and said, "Since you want to taste the evil suppressing chain, I'll grant your wish." With a flick of his wrist, the chain leaped into his hand. Seeing the evil suppressing chain, Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. It seemed like his situation was indeed dire this time. He wasn't afraid of dying. After all, under the influence of the Zerg Dominator's first talent, the Heart of Domination. As long as he possesses a Zerg, he can resurrect indefinitely. This means he won't truly perish here. However, the issue is, the equipment on him will fall here. Each piece of this equipment possesses attributes and special effects that defy the natural order. If they were all to drop, even Lin Chen would feel a pang of regret. But then again, it's just equipment, external possessions. If I obtain them once, I can obtain them a second time. As long as the green hills remain, there's no Fear of running out of firewood. With this thought, Lin Chen felt at ease. His gaze towards Han Shang carried a hint of coldness. Since you insist on killing me, you will be counted among my enemies in the future. This grudge I'll settle another day. Lin Chen closed his eyes, ready to face death with valor. Han Shang, on the other hand, burst into a maniacal laugh. This demon-suppressing chain is a force-targeting tool. No matter what teleportation skills you possess, it won't matter unless you have a higher level of control immunity to counteract it. I want to see who can save you today. But before Han Shang could finish his words, a cold and authoritative voice resonated from the sky. What if I wish to save Lin Chen? What? Everyone was shocked, raising their heads to the sky. They're several hundred meters up, two small yet intensely radiant figures hovered in the air, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s with fierce eyes and a bear-like face, his stature exceptionally robust, resembling a humanoid beast. The woman, on the other hand, was an absolute beauty, dressed provocatively, especially with her straight and full black silk-clad legs and an overflowing voluptuousness that could make any man swoon. The voice had come from the man. Though not loud, it carried with amplification, sweeping across the entire manor, making it clear for everyone to hear. The people within the manor were left speechless and paralyzed with fear upon seeing the two figures. After a long silence, someone finally swallowed nervously and spoke, trembling. Airborne flight. Could they be level 60 professionals? They observed the two individuals flying without any mounts, concluding they must be level 60 professionals. Oh my! Level 60 professionals, and two of them at once. Are they here to capture Lin Chen? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Level 60 was a significant threshold for professionals on Blue Star. Upon reaching this level, their attributes, defense and health, would double. Because of this, it was rare for a professional below level 60 to defeat one above it, the gap being as vast as a chasm. Moreover, unlocking the ability to fly using one's power to soar into the sky was exclusive to those above level 60. Thus, flying without a mount became the most conspicuous sign of a level 60 or above professional. May I dare to ask, what is the origin of you two esteemed ones? Even the usually arrogant Han Shang became immediately meek upon seeing the two individuals, offering a respectful and cautious bow as he spoke. I am the inspector, Song Chi, the man said with a cold snort as both he and the woman leapt gracefully down, landing beside Lin Chen and Han Shang. This is Inspector Hua Wuk, he continued. Upon realizing who they were, Han Shang's face immediately showed a respectful expression and he hastily greeted them. Inspectors in the Dragon Kingdom held a very special position reserved only for those above level 60, thus, they were extremely rare with only a few hundred nationwide. Their primary role was akin to ancient imperial envoys with significant special privileges. When dispatched on a mission, even the highest local leaders must comply with their instructions. It was precisely because of this that, whenever an inspector arrived in a locality, the local leaders and dignitaries would be exceedingly courteous, not daring to offend them in the slightest. The first reason was the inspector's extraordinary capabilities, the second was the support they had from the Dragon Kingdom's official power. Even with 100-fold courage, no one would dare defy the Dragon Kingdom's authority. We apologize for not welcoming you from afar, inspectors. May I ask what brings you to our area? Han Shang asked cautiously. We're here to escort Lin Chen, finally spoke the alluring woman, Hua Wuk, her bright phoenix eyes fixated on Lin Chen with interest. Escort Lin Chen? Han Shang was taken aback. What could possibly warrant the personal attention of two inspectors for Lin Chen? Could it be that Lin Chen was not just an orphan but rather an illegitimate child of some significant figure? The thought of possibly having underestimated someone so important left Han Shang pale. The contrast to his earlier arrogant demeanor was striking. Lin Chen, I am here on behalf of the Dragon God Academy to invite you to join us, the robust man Song Chi began. Should you join our academy, we offer a scholarship of 1 million annually along with a 30 million credit line at no interest. Additionally, you'll receive 50,000 academy points and the opportunity to choose a set of rare or extraordinary equipment. These are merely the entry benefits. Should you excel within the academy, there are additional academy point rewards. With enough points, you could even exchange for legendary equipment. As Song Chi spoke, a stream of enticing offers flowed effortlessly from his lips, leaving those around to swallow hard in envy. The news that the Dragon God Academy had sent inspectors personally for recruitment was astonishing. Lin Chen's influence must be substantial. The credit bonuses were impressive enough, but the offer of a complete set of rare or extraordinary gear, the Dragon God Academy's power was indeed formidable. How wonderful it would be if I were the one being recruited. Longshan Academy, truly one of the top 3 universities in the Dragon Kingdom, boasts unparalleled strength, even offering extraordinary equipment as gifts. Everyone around is filled with envy, wishing they could trade places with Lin Chen. Lin Chen furrows his brow slightly. So this is the situation. I initially thought these two had discovered my secret and were coming to investigate, which gave me quite the scare. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the charming and mature woman Huawok spoke up, her voice sweet and soft. Lin Chen, little brother, don't rush to make a decision. I am here representing Jianghai University, specially inviting you to join us. The benefits at Jianghai University are no less impressive than those at Longshan Academy. The scholarship offers 3 million credit points annually and interest-free loan of 30 million and 50,000 university points. Furthermore, you can receive a set of rare equipment or a piece of extraordinary gear or exchange it for 100,000 university points. But beyond that, Huawok paused, licking her red lips and giving Lin Chen a playful smile. If you feel that's not enough, I wouldn't mind throwing myself into the mix. What do you think? Her words were filled with teasing, causing those nearby to feel a surge of heat just from hearing her voice, almost losing their composure. If I remember correctly, Huawok is the famous Long K instructor at Jianghai University, right? It said she is a Long K illusionist, highly skilled in illusions and naturally alluring, capturing attention with every move. Feeling the ambiguous gaze, Lin Chen's heart fluttered for a moment, but he quickly suppressed any fanciful thoughts. In his past life, Jianghai University, along with the entire Dragon Kingdom, desired her as a wife, but she had always held high standards, never approaching any man. Recalling information from his past life, Lin Chen's eyes regained their clarity. Women for his current self were just embellishments. Enhancing his own strength was far more important. How about it, Lin Chen? If you join Longshan Academy, we might even be able to increase the scholarship a bit, Song Qi interjected, seeing Lin Chen's indecision. An annual scholarship of 5 million and interest-free loan of 50 million credits and 100,000 university points, plus, if you wish, we can offer you 2 pieces of extraordinary equipment, both wearable and of considerable value. What do you say? Before he could finish, Huawok laughed charmingly. Inspector Song, aren't you a senior teacher and inspector at Longshan Academy? Why be so stingy? She continued. Jianghai University is willing to double all the conditions. That means an annual scholarship of 6 million credit points and interest-free loan of 60 million and 100,000 university points. Additionally, 2 sets of rare armor or 2 pieces of wearable extraordinary gear or exchange for 200,000 university points. Song Qi snorted displeasedly upon hearing this. Inspector Hua, I heard that since the last beast siege, Jianghai University has suffered quite a loss. How can you still offer so much? At Longshan Academy, we decided to offer an additional 1 million credit points, 50,000 points, and a piece of extraordinary equipment on top of the benefits from Jianghai University. The intense competition between Huawok and Song Qi left everyone at the scene dumbfounded. These two individuals were not only inspectors but also teachers at 2 prestigious universities, making them top figures even in the entire Dragon Nation. Yet here they were openly arguing over recruiting Lin Chen in front of everyone. It seemed utterly insane. For Li Hu and Lu Yenran, who were part of this cohort, the situation was even more disheartening. Only now did they realize that their so-called genius status was limited to the small city of Jiangnan. Lin Chen's talent, on the other hand, was so exceptional that it prompted 2 top-notch universities to extend their olive branches. Song Qi took a deep breath and said, Lin Chen, we've both stated our offers. The decision is ultimately up to you. Little brother Lin Chen, think carefully. The trial abyss you passed is the lost temple of Jianghai University, indicating your initial intention to apply there, right? Huawok's bright phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of allure. After speaking, both of them fell silent, waiting for Lin Chen's decision. I choose Jianghai University, Lin Chen calmly declared. While Jianghai University wasn't the most powerful or resource-rich among the 3 institutions, Lin Chen chose it because he knew certain things within Jianghai University could accelerate his development several times over. A smile appeared on Huawok's charming face. Congratulations, little brother Lin Chen, you've made the right choice. Song Qi, though somewhat disappointed, sighed and didn't say much, having anticipated this outcome. He muttered to himself, I told you the kid originally applied to Jianghai University. Qinzhan insisted I come here, and now it was all for nothing. Despite his complaints, Song Qi nodded towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, first, congratulations on being accepted by Jianghai University. Secondly, it's nice to meet you today. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I can't promise to solve everything, but as for these fellows, Song Chi suddenly scanned the room with a sharp gaze sweeping over the Jiangnan city's elites with a cold smile. If these guys dare trouble you, I won't be polite. What do you say, Lord Tiger Ben Army? Song Chi's final gaze was fixed on Han Shang standing in front of him. Just one glance, Han Shang suddenly felt a chill rise up his spine, making him feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss despite the scorching summer heat. Yes, sir, I absolutely dare not offend you, please rest assured. Han Shang swallowed hard, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. His demeanor was the picture of sincerity and humility. Humph, it's good that you understand. Song Chi snorted coldly, then nodded gently at Lin Chen before flying away. Watching Song Chi's silhouette disappear, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Is this guy trying to win me over? He probably sees my potential for development. Everyone knows, anyone who is simultaneously valued and recruited by the principals of both Dragon God Academy and Jianghai University is definitely no ordinary person. Even though Song Chi holds a high position, he also wishes to form good relations, a very normal behavior. Alright, little brother, here is Jianghai University's admission notice. Remember to find your sister once you enroll. Hua Wut joked warmly, suddenly retrieving a jade slip from her bosom and handing it to Lin Chen before transforming into a green light and disappearing. The jade slip still carried a trace of warmth and fragrance. After accepting it, Lin Chen didn't look at it directly but instead placed it into his backpack. Finally, with interest, Lin Chen looked at Han Shang standing before him. Chief Han, do you still want to make a move against me now? A trace of coldness flickered in Han Shang's eyes, but he quickly masked it, laughing. Lin Chen, little brother, you actually know 2 envoys, why didn't you say so earlier? In that case, the misunderstanding between us is resolved. Ha, little brother won't blame me for my rashness earlier, right? It was indeed due to my duty, so I was a bit anxious. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Chen sneered coldly. Misunderstanding? Head Chief Han, you speak so lightly. Today's grudges I will repay in the future. With it, he summoned the Deathwing Mantis and flew out of the manor, vanishing from everyone's sight. As they watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, the people sighed. This Lin Chen unexpectedly killed a headmaster and the patriarch of one of the 4 great families right in front of them within the city limits. Moreover, under the command of the Tiger Ben Army's leader, he left safely, finally making grandiose statements about seeking revenge in the future. Such feats could only be described as defying the heavens. Lin Chen, this is bad, accidentally provoking someone with such a significant background. What should I do now? Han Shang appeared particularly bitter. He had originally thought it was just a small fry, someone he could kill at will to satisfy his bloodthirsty desires. Who knew that even envoys of such stature wanted to win over Lin Chen, even showing signs of intimacy? Now he was doomed. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. It seemed he had no choice but to agree to those people's demands. Han Shang sighed, suddenly thinking of something, his eyes turning particularly malicious. Mo family, brother-in-law, you were really accepted by Jianghai University? Mo Honglu blinked her lively big eyes, asking in surprise. Beside her, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, casually popping a grape into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. My performance so far has monopolized the top 3 records in the Lost Shrine teen clearings. Being accepted, isn't it only natural? Although there's still a month left before the school term starts, it's time to start preparing. Preparing for what exactly? Mo Honglu asked curiously. The young girl clung to Lin Chen's side, hugging his arm tightly, her small chest rubbing against him, releasing a waft of refreshing fragrance that stirred something within Lin Chen. Clearing his throat, he explained, Jianghai University has accepted me, but according to their rules, I must reach level 10 before classes begin, which is in a month, otherwise I'll be turned away at the door. A month to reach level 10, Mo Honglu exclaimed, her rosy little mouth agape in disbelief. That's incredibly difficult, you know, we've only just awakened our professions 2 or 3 months ago. To rise from level 1 to level 10 in such a short time, for many such a pace is unimaginable. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Hey, that's why you think Jianghai University only enrolls so few students each year. Just this requirement alone is enough to eliminate many candidates. Jianghai University, one of the most prestigious institutions in Dragon Country, has exceedingly high entry standards. Reaching level 10 within a few months is a hurdle that leaves many sighing in resignation, not to mention the other criteria they must meet. However, for Lin Chen, reaching level 10 within a month was a breeze. In fact, he needed to deliberately suppress his level progression to mature quickly, but not so much that he attracted undue attention. At that moment, 2 people suddenly entered the room, a man and a woman. The woman was Mo Hongli, while the man appeared middle-aged, neither tall nor short, yet exuding a certain authority. Upon seeing him, Mo Honglu jumped up exclaiming, "Dad, why are you here?" This man was the head of the Mo family. Mo Qing Yun, being the head of the Mo family, Lin Chen living under their roof couldn't afford to be disrespectful. He promptly stood up and nodded in acknowledgement. "Master Mo, it's an honor to finally meet you." In his past life, Lin Chen had heard rumors about Mo Qing Yun. Although his personal strength was nothing extraordinary, he had through sheer personal capability built the Mo family into one of Jiangnan City's 4 great families within just over 30 years. Mo Qingyun warmly dismissed Lin Chen's formality. "No need to be so reserved, Lin Chen, we've met on several occasions, you just didn't notice me." He waved his hand, inviting Lin Chen to sit down. At various events, the closing ceremony of the college entrance exams and auction, and the recent sensational incident in Jiangnan where Yang Shu and Huang Wendian were slain, Mo Qingyun had seen Lin Chen multiple times. However, he never had the opportunity to introduce himself. Now, as he finally met Lin Chen up close, Mo Qingyun's eyes scrutinized him with satisfaction, unable to hide his approval. After a long pause, Mo Qingyun finally turned his head, smiling as he said, "Homely, you have a good eye. Lin Chen is indeed a man of talent and his strength and potential are extraordinary. I am relieved to entrust you to him." This statement immediately made Mo Homely's face flush with embarrassment. "Dad, what are you talking about? Homely, are you trying to say that you don't like Lin Chen?" Mo Qingyun, fully aware of his daughter's feelings, directly teased her with a laugh. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Mo Homely's face turned a deeper shade of red. Unable to refute her father's words, she stomped her little foot in frustration and ran away. Watching Mo Homely's retreating figure, Lin Chen felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It would be a lie to say he had no feelings for Mo Homely at all, but for now they were just thoughts. His priority had to be on enhancing his strength. In his previous life, Lin Chen, as a top professional in the world, didn't have a single woman by his side. This was because Lin Qingxue had declared she didn't want any sisters-in-law. Although Lin Qingxue never truly treated him as a brother, it didn't stop her from enjoying his care while making all sorts of unreasonable and even ridiculous demands of him. In this life, without Lin Qingxue as a burden, he could freely pursue love if he wished, but it wasn't necessary. His focus had to remain on strengthening himself. Strength, only strength, is everything. Lin Chen's heart was clear and unwavering. "Patriarch Mo, surely you didn't call me here just to see me?" Lin Chen asked calmly. He didn't believe that Mo Qingyun summoned him merely to play matchmaker between him and Mo Hongli. "Haha, young friend Lin Chen, you are indeed straightforward." Mo Qingyun laughed and said, "You're right, I came to deliver the skill books you requested." With that, Mo Qingyun opened his backpack and took out several skill books that emitted various glows, placing them on the table in front of them. These skills." Lin Chen glanced at the books and was immediately drawn to one, picking it up with immense joy. "Summoning low-tier elements, soulfire, and telekinesis. These are exactly what I need." Lin Chen was thrilled. Although his current strength was formidable, he lacked a variety of skills, most of which were merely transitional. It is essential for a professional to finalize all their skills before reaching level 10 and to avoid altering them afterward. This is because each skill, aside from its quality, also has a level. The higher the skill level, the greater its damage and effect. However, most skills only reach level 20, yet their difficulty to upgrade is significantly higher than leveling up. To put it simply, even a level 60 professional often has skills around level 10, yet each level of a skill adds considerable damage and effect, which is why most professionals finalize their core skills before reaching level 10, otherwise even a slight deficiency in core skill levels could impact their overall strength. Lin Chen listened intently as Mo Qingyun explained the transaction between him and Hongli. Mo Qingyun spoke with a serious tone. "These skills are all on your list, and they are the rewards for helping Hongli gain admission to Jianghai University. I hope you won't refuse them." Without hesitation, Lin Chen accepted the skill books, nodding approvingly. "Not bad, these are exactly what I need." For Lin Chen, who was currently lacking in skills, each one was crucial. Among them, the skill Soulfire was especially intriguing to him. The skill Soulfire was described as an active skill with rare quality. Starting at level 1, it consumed 1% of the maximum mana per second and had a range of 50 meters. Its effect was to unleash Soulfire, causing damage. The more summoned creatures one had, the greater the skill's damage would be. For most summoners, this skill was considered redundant, as they typically had a limited number of summoned creatures, no more than a few to a dozen. The characteristic of Soulfire was that the more summons there were, the higher the damage, which was hardly significant for most. However, Lin Chen, as the Zerg overlord with an unlimited summoning capacity and the potential for explosive reproduction, could harness this rare skill to achieve legendary effects. Master Mo, just speak your mind, Lin Chen said calmly. I don't believe you came to me just to talk and deliver skill books. If it was only about the skill books, Hong Li could have done it herself. There's no need for you to come personally. Mo Qingyun chuckled, unfazed by Lin Chen's perceptiveness. Haha, Lin, you're astute. Indeed, there's more to discuss. You and Hong Li have completed your transaction and I have a new proposal for you. Are you interested? Go on, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, not committing immediately but showing he was open to listening. Mo Qingyun continued, I want you to help Hong Li reach level 10 before entering Jianghai University. As compensation, I will disclose the location of a level 10 Tier 4 boss to you. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of a Tier 4 boss. Monsters were classified into tiers, and within the same level, the higher the tier, the more formidable the creature, akin to equipment and skill quality. A higher tier beast also meant better and more plentiful loot. Though it was a Tier 4 boss, it was only at level 10, which was trivial for Lin Chen at his current stage. Moreover, under the influence of Greed Soul, he was guaranteed to receive double the loot. In essence, it was equivalent to obtaining the rewards from 2 Tier 4 bosses. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited and nodded in agreement. This was a deal worth making. Alright, I've agreed to it. Lin Chen accepted the task. Here are the coordinates of that monster, Mo Qingyun said with a pleased expression, handing over a token. However, the boss is located deep in the wilderness, so you need to be careful. Lin Chen nodded without a trace of concern. The wilderness, known for its concentration of fierce beasts, is a perilous region outside the settlements. Typically, only groups of professionals dare to venture into the wilderness, and even then, they tread cautiously. Yet for Lin Chen, this was merely a challenge slightly greater than those of the abyss. After briefly reviewing the information on the token, Lin Chen left with a simple wait for my return, exiting the room with determination. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Mo Qingyun displayed a satisfied smile. Now you'll be spending a whole month with Hong Li. It'll be hard not to develop feelings. Let's see if you can seize this opportunity. Hong Li, riding the back of the Deathwing Mantis, Lin Chen soared through the skies, gazing down at the forest below. Is this the land of shadows? In my past life, I never had the chance to explore this place before leaving Jiangnan City. The 4-tier boss, the Molten Giant, was quite infamous back then. The 4 major families of Jiangnan City expended significant effort and resources to take it down. Unexpectedly in this life, Mo Qingyun handed over the boss's coordinates to me, a pleasant surprise indeed. The forest below was lush and green, yet tinged with an ominous black aura, the land of shadows. This was the wilderness, far from any settlement and extremely dangerous. Even while passing over, Lin Chen could see numerous fierce beasts below, staring up and growling menacingly. It seemed that without the flight capabilities of his flying wing bee and Deathwing Mantis, the journey would be fraught with difficulties. No wonder everyone desires a flying mount. The advantage in terrain is immense. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Just as he was feeling somewhat assured, a group of figures suddenly appeared before him, launching a ferocious attack without warning. Iron Beach cranes. Lin Chen quickly identified the threat. These beasts weren't particularly strong offensively, but their defense was remarkable and they were incredibly fast, often moving in flocks, which made them troublesome adversaries. Around 30 Iron Beach cranes formed a circle surrounding Lin Chen and the Deathwing Mantis, launching relentless attacks. Although most of these Iron Beach cranes were only level 5 or 6, the Deathwing Mantis could easily cut through them like grass. However, their sheer numbers, combined with Lin Chen being on its back, limited its movements, forcing it into a defensive stance, much to Lin Chen's frustration. Stop, let me handle this, Lin Chen commanded, instructing the Deathwing Mantis to halt its actions. With a simple gesture, a ball of black flame suddenly appeared in the air. The flame, like a burning darkness, exuded an incredible aura of death. Just a mere glance was enough to make one feel as if their soul was being drawn into it. This skill was precisely the soul fire that Lin Chen had recently learned. With a soft utterance, the black soul fire coalesced into a small fireball and hurled itself onto the nearest Iron Beach crane. Sizzle, he had slain 10 Iron Beach cranes, gaining 5,000 experience points. The small fireball, no larger than a palm, exploded in front of him, engulfing the entire flock of Iron Beach cranes and devouring them in an instant. Not bad, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. The soul fire, aside from having its damage linked to the number of summoned entities, also had a hidden characteristic. This hidden trait allowed the soul fire to be shaped into various forms, each causing different levels of damage. For instance, simply using soul fire to envelop and scorch an enemy only inflicted the base damage of the soul fire. However, if the flames were molded into a fireball, the damage would increase by 10%, a flame ray would enhance the damage by 15%, a flame chain by 20%. If the fire was shaped into a phantom bird or even mimicked a phoenix or a fire dragon, the damage would escalate to a terrifying level. In essence, the more complex the form, the higher the damage, however the more intricate the shape, the greater the mental power and level required to control the soul fire. Currently, Lin Chen could only form basic shapes like fireballs, firewalls, and fire chains. Nevertheless, as his mental strength and levels increased, the array of shapes he could master would only expand. He casually tossed out several fireballs, effortlessly exterminating the remaining dozen Iron Beach cranes. After reaping a wave of experience, Lin Chen converted the corpses of these creatures into energy points, nodding with satisfaction. Although the damage from the soul fire was terrifying, it consumed a substantial amount of mana. Lin Chen glanced at his mana bar and noticed that merely controlling the soul fire for less than a minute had depleted half of his mana. There was no way around it. Soul fire consumed mana by percentage, so even if he had abundant mana, it wouldn't help unless he had a sufficient mana recovery rate. If only there were equipment that provided a massive boost to mana recovery speed, otherwise he could only rely on mana potions for recovery. Pondering this, Lin Chen retrieved a blue potion from his backpack and drank it. Mana potion. After use, it restores 20% of maximum mana within 5 seconds, and the effect cannot stack. Mana potions, colloquially known as blue bottles, are counterparts to health potions known as red bottles. Almost every practitioner carries a few stacks of red and blue bottles in their backpack. This is because most professions either lack mana or have no means of health recovery, or both. However, equipment that restores mana is extremely rare, so Lin Chen was merely daydreaming, shaking his head before urging his winged mantis to advance. After flying for nearly half an hour, Lin Chen spotted a volcano spewing lava suddenly emerging on the landscape. His face lit up with joy. Finally, he had arrived. This was the renowned molten fortress of future generations. Originally, no one paid attention to this place, not because of fierce beasts, but due to the rampant earth and fire elements. These creatures, although generally around level 8, are overwhelming in number, and attacking one means a whole horde rushes in. Adding to the frustration, the equipment dropped by these monsters is scarce and unsatisfying. Among the loot, there's a material called molten core, which, although rare in quality, has no known use to anyone so far. Gradually, this area turned into a desolate place rarely visited due to its high difficulty and disappointing loot. Until today, it turns out. By activating 5 runes around the Molten Fortress in sequence, one can summon a Tier 4 boss, the Molten Troll. Lin Chen, observing the information displayed on his token, couldn't help but nod in understanding, then leaped down to the ground. Upon setting foot on the land of the Molten Fortress, a swarm of creatures encircled him instantly. Their names: Fire Elementals, level 8 health, 240 strength, 7 agility, 67 spirit, 92 skills, Fireball, Ignite, Lava Shield, and Molten Ground. These fire elementals are pure elemental beings, their bodies wrapped in molten lava and flames. They lack feet, floating effortlessly in the air. Fire elementals are innate fire mages, almost devoid of intelligence, driven purely by instinct. Upon seeing Lin Chen land, they launched a frenzied attack without hesitation. Deathwing Mantis, take care of them, Lin Chen commanded calmly. The Deathwing Mantis spread its wings, darting out like a flash of black lightning, effortlessly slicing a fire elemental in half with a single slash. Like a harbinger of doom, it moved through the fire elementals, cutting them down as if mowing grass. For other adventurers, the clustering fire elementals might pose a problem, but for Lin Chen, they were nothing more than free experience points. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, gaining 500 experience. The notifications chimed repeatedly as the Deathwing Mantis continued its rampage, leaving piles of defeated fire elementals in its wake, which translated into valuable experience for Lin Chen. What's this? Just as Lin Chen was about to head towards the first rune, he noticed a gem among a heap of white equipment. Picking it up, he examined it closely. Name: Molten Core. Type: Material. Quality: Rare. Description: the core essence of subterranean lava brimming with fiery energy. It was indeed a molten core. Lin Chen suddenly realized, in his previous life he had heard of this so-called useless material, though he had never seen it himself. This molten core truly deserved its reputation as a worthless item, as people in Jiangnan City had exhausted all recipes trying to find its use but to no avail. Thus, the molten core became the bottom drawer item for many merchants, unsellable due to its lack of utility. Lin Chen curled his lip in disdain, contemplating whether to discard it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a notification chimed in. Ding! A special template has been discovered that can be used to evolve specific Zerg. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly at the sound. This molten core turned out to be a special template? What a windfall! Without wasting any time, Lin Chen immediately entered the dominating world and placed the molten core in front of the stone tablet. Instantly. Ding! Special item detected, please choose your operation. Without hesitation, Lin Chen said fusion. He began to ponder which Zerg unit to fuse. The blade bug, he already had the Deathwing Mantis and their functions would overlap even if fused. As for the Stinger and Brain Bug, both were ranged units and his firepower was already sufficient, so he decided, the Wing Bee. Lin Chen nodded to himself, fuse the Wing Bee. Are you sure you want to fuse the two? Confirm, he declared with a low growl. At that moment, a wing bee in front of him began to radiate beams of light. Before long, an enormous and menacing fiery red Zerg emerged before him. Name, Molten Fly. Rank, Tier 2 Zerg. Agility, 92 Strength, 85 Spirit, 95 Skills. Lava Breath, Molten Bomb. Dive Bombing. Lava Shield, Molten Aura. Wind Fire Flash. The Dragon Firefly stretched about 3 meters in length with a wingspan reaching a formidable 5 meters. Its entire design seemed like a blend of a Western dragon and a certain Zerg, appearing more agile and nimble. However, this fusion did not seem bizarre. Rather, it gave the whole creature a cold and ruthless air, lacking some of the domineering and majestic aura of a dragon. Good, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Molten Fly, although its attributes were a significant step down from the equally fused Deathwing Mantis, had a major advantage. The Molten Core was merely a rare drop easily acquired from fire elementals. This implied that the Molten Fly could be mass-produced. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, realizing the massive gain from this encounter. Initially, he thought there would be only one boss reward, but there was this unexpected delight. He decided to clear out the fire elementals in the area first. With a thought, Lin Chen summoned the Zerg army, hundreds of them filling the open space around him. Go clear all the fire elementals nearby and bring back the equipment, he commanded without delay. Upon receiving the order, the Zerg army dispersed like a tide to eliminate the distant fire and earth elementals. Not long after, his ears were filled with the sound of notifications. Your summoned creature has killed a fire elemental, gaining 500 experience points. Your summoned creature has killed a fire elemental, gaining 500 experience points. Tisk TSK, gaining experience while lounging around. Probably only I can manage this, Lin Chen thought with some satisfaction as he pulled out a beach chair from his backpack, sat comfortably, and retrieved a fan, enjoying the breeze. In the world of adventurers, most steer clear of the fiery elements in this region, keeping their distance as much as possible, yet he alone sees this place as a goldmine for experience and molten cores. With a yawn, Lin Chen instructed his Deathwing Mantis to stand guard beside him and promptly fell asleep on the reclining chair. For over 2 hours he was lost in slumber until a notification jarred him awake. Ding! Level 9 achieved, granting an attribute point to allocate. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Chen blinked in mild surprise. Reaching level 9 already, he had intended to hold back his progress, realizing he might need to ease up a bit. While the threshold for entering Jianghai University is level 10, most adventurers expend considerable effort and resources to barely reach it. For Lin Chen, however, he had to be cautious about leveling too fast. For if he decided to seriously push his limits, reaching level 15 within a month was not out of the question. Yet Lin Chen chose a more discreet path, wary of drawing too much attention at Jianghai University before he was ready to secure his safety. Besides, advancing a level or two didn't significantly enhance his power. His strength relied on both quantity and quality. Attributes earned through leveling were merely a bonus. Casually allocating the point to his mental attribute, Lin Chen rose with a stretch and another yawn. A quick glance into his backpack brought a pleasant surprise. 34 molten cores already? This meant he could potentially fuse 34 molten fireflies. However, just as he was about to proceed, he realized with a jolt that his energy points were insufficient. Standing before the Dominator stone tablet, Lin Chen was puzzled by the insufficient energy message. Despite having over 10,000 energy points, it still wasn't enough. He soon discovered the reason. Each Zerg fusion required a minimum of 3,000 energy points. For instance, the Deathwing Mantis needed a substantial 5,000 energy points. Recently Lin Chen had been preoccupied with other matters, neglecting to keep an eye on his energy reserves. Now he found himself in dire need of more energy points, shaking his head with a wry smile. When he first became the Zerg Dominator, he underestimated the multifaceted importance of energy points, viewing their sole purpose as spawning Zerg. Little did he know their significance extended to various aspects of his endeavors. Faced with this realization, Lin Chen pondered how to amass energy points efficiently. In theory, any energy-rich item could be decomposed into energy points, including beast carcasses and certain materials. Equipment could also be converted, but among these methods, disassembling white-grade equipment seemed to offer the best return on investment. As he contemplated his next steps, Lin Chen knew he needed to pay closer attention to his energy point management, ensuring he could meet his needs without hindrance. Lin Chen sighed deeply, resolving to acquire a substantial amount of white equipment to break down into energy points in the future. With this plan in mind, he glanced at his remaining energy points, did a quick calculation, and proceeded to evolve the remaining 4 winged bees into molten lava bugs. Although the numbers were small, it was time to bolster his army. Pondering over the energy points left, Lin Chen thoughtfully rubbed his chin and decided to embark on a troop-building spree. He planned to nurture 100 blade bugs, 50 stinger bugs, 50 brain bugs, and 10 flame worms. A chime sounded as the system confirmed. Total energy points consumed, 3750. Confirm, he confirmed. In an instant, the area was teeming with newly spawned Zerglings. Lin Chen's army had grown once more. The current troop strength stood at blade bugs, 300-inch stinger bugs, 100 brain bugs, 100 flame worms, 30 ironclad blade bugs, 4 molten lava bugs, 5 and deathwing mantis, 1. Though it was still a long way from blotting out the sky, it was beginning to take shape. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. As the number of summoned creatures increased, so did his attributes in a significant leap. Despite being only level 9, his power had reached a terrifying 254, comparable to some level 20 professionals. The more summons he had, the stronger his stats became. This was just a modest swarm of fewer than 600 insects. He couldn't help but wonder how formidable he would become with millions or even billions of them. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a burning ambition. In his past life, though he was among the world's elite, he still had to bow to colossal entities like Longguo and Migua. But in this lifetime, if he could grow strong, he might even make the world bow to him. Yet, at that moment, a sudden alert interrupted his thoughts. Your summon, blade bug, has been killed. The notification repeated, and a dozen blade bugs were slaughtered in a short span. This unexpected turn of events made Lin Chen frown in surprise and confusion. What was happening? His blade bugs were being killed. These fire elementals, though high in level and damage, lacked intelligence. Under the assault of the war machine like blade bugs, they should have been easily harvested. Could it be a powerful monster, or perhaps other players? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, orienting himself in the direction of the disturbance. He then leapt onto the back of the Deathwing Mantis, stealthily flying towards the source. Meanwhile, on the other side of the molten fortress, a group stood before a lava lake. There were about 50 people, all dressed in traditional island nation attire. Leading them were an elderly man and a young man. Hee Fujimoto-kun, your blade slash has reached level 3 and its damage has increased significantly, haha. A short, thin old man clad in traditional attire fawned over the person in front of him. Before him stood a young man, dressed in what could only be described as the traditional garb of a samurai from an island nation, yet the attire seemed oddly mismatched on him, giving off an almost comical impression. The young man Fujimoto Haru couldn't help but let a smug grin spread across his face as he spoke. Haha, Kenta Akita-sen, this is all thanks to your assistance. Without your Amaterasu aura, my attacks wouldn't have been as powerful. I wouldn't have been able to slay all these insect-like creatures with a single blow. The frail old man Akita quickly responded with modesty, oh, it's nothing. Suddenly Akita Kenta's eyes flickered with realization as he glanced at the carcasses of the insect monsters scattered on the ground. These creatures, they don't seem to grant any experience upon defeat, and our detection spells don't work on them. Could they be some kind of special monsters? Fujimoto Haru waved his hand dismissively, none of that matters. Akita-san, don't forget why we were sent to the Dragon Kingdom by my father. It's to wreak havoc. It's the only way to avenge the wrongful death of my grandfather at the hands of those damned Dragon Kingdom people. Fujimoto Haru's anger was palpable. Years ago, my grandfather merely killed a few insignificant, non-professional commoners within the Dragon Kingdom's borders, and they dared to sentence him to death. In our island nation, when professionals kill ordinary people, they simply pay a fine. Even noble professionals who kill others in the streets for fun don't face serious consequences. Yet, in the Dragon Kingdom, for a moment of indulgence, my grandfather was sentenced to death without any chance for our government to intervene. Fujimoto Haru then uttered something that would shock any outsider. Since we've received intelligence that activating the molten fortress will cause the volcano to erupt and submerge the entire Jiangnan city, we must proceed with it. This is the price they pay for daring to kill our island nation compatriots. Kenta Akita nodded in agreement. Then turned his head to ask Han Shang, are the ruins of the molten fortress really nearby as you said? From the crowd behind them a man stepped forward. He was dressed in the uniform of the Jiangnan city's Tiger Ben army with a sinister look on his face. This was none other than Han Shang, the leader of the Tiger Ben army. It was through a series of unexpected events that this group from the island nation under the guise of tourists came to the Dragon Kingdom a few months ago. They quickly mingled with Jiangnan city's high-ranking officials. Most were cautious, but Han Shang, driven by a thirst for power in life, was willing to go to any lengths. Coincidentally, these islanders frequently gifted equipment and consumables as tokens of goodwill, fostering a close relationship. Over time, they realized that Han Shang was a man who would do anything for gain, driven by a ruthless ambition. So they directly proposed a plan to create widespread chaos in the Dragon Country as a means of revenge. However, Han Shang, despite his brutality and lack of moral boundaries, was not foolish. While it might be easy for him to kill someone, orchestrating widespread panic and chaos was another matter entirely. That would surely prompt the Dragon Country's war god to personally intervene and investigate the situation. Han Shang was not confident in his ability to escape unscathed from such scrutiny, thus he decisively refused the request from the islanders. It wasn't until that day, when Lin Chen vowed that he would seek revenge in the future, that Han Shang felt fear creeping in. Indeed, regardless of the outcome, it seemed he was facing certain death, so he thought, why not kill Lin Chen first and then follow these islanders to their country? With this in mind, Han Shang agreed to Fujimoto Gen's request without hesitation and revealed all the secrets he had kept hidden for years. Mr. Fujimoto, Mr. Akita, I assure you, I'm not mistaken. A few years ago I happened to acquire an item that revealed the method to unlock the molten fortress and its hidden boss. It was only due to my lack of strength that I never managed to activate it. Now I offer it to you. All you need to do is eliminate Lin Chen, who will be arriving shortly, Han Shang explained, a cold glint flashing in his eyes at the mention of Lin Chen's name. Fujimoto Gen, intrigued, responded, you've mentioned before that killing this guy is a condition of our cooperation. Rest assured, once the volcano erupts, chaos will engulf Jiangnan City. At that point, I will personally take action to kill Lin Chen. Assassination is, after all, what we noble island ninjas excel at, Han Shang cautioned. Mr. Fujimoto, please be aware that Lin Chen is no ordinary practitioner. You must be very careful. You should know Lin Chen is someone who could even exchange a few moves with me. If it weren't for the sacred chain in my possession, it might take considerable effort to bring him down. Fujimoto Gen replied with a hint of arrogance, I am a level 20 practitioner with several extraordinary pieces of equipment. Even among the younger members of my family, my strength is top-notch. Do you think I would fail against a mere level 8 character? Han Shang sighed and said, I never intended to question your abilities, but I cannot be present at the scene. I must leave now. Remember to compensate me later and grant me the island nation's citizenship. If Han Shang weren't so keen on avoiding leaving traces that could lead back to him, he might have acted on his own rather than seeking help from Fujimoto Gen and his people. Shaking his head, Han Shang handed over the method to activate the molten fortress and left the scene. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, behind a large rock, Lin Chen held an image crystal, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. This type of crystal was a consumable item that could capture images and sounds like a camera. Han Shang, you actually plan to collaborate with islanders to create chaos, and in the Dragon Country, your own homeland? I had originally thought you were merely bloodthirsty and brutal. I never imagined you could sink to such heartless depths, Lin Chen thought to himself, his mind racing at the implications of what he had just witnessed. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, gazing downward with a smirk. Islanders, since you ventured here, why not leave your lives behind? He mused, letting out a cold laugh. With a swift pat on the back of the Deathwing Mantis beneath him, his figure moved like a specter, quietly gliding towards a location. Approximately 2 hours later, Fujimoto Gen and his group finally managed to activate all the runes with great effort. In an instant, the massive volcano of Molten Fortress erupted with countless streams of lava blotting out the sky. At the crater's mouth, a shadowy figure over 10 meters tall emerged, none other than the boss of Molten Fortress, the Molten Giant. The Molten Giant was a colossal fire element wielding a giant axe and clad in impenetrable armor. Its lower half was anchored in the lava like a whirlpool, continuously drawing energy from the earth. This was one reason why, despite being only Level 10, it had posed such a formidable challenge for future professionals in Jiangnan City. As long as the volcano remained active, the Molten Giant could regenerate health at a breakneck pace. According to statistics from future professionals, the Molten Giant's regeneration rate was about 50% of its maximum health per second. Even when severely wounded, the boss's health regeneration would only drop to 25% per second. However, even with these constraints, as a Tier 4 boss, the Molten Giant boasted a staggering 15,000 health points, regenerating approximately 3,750 health per second. On the surface, it seemed feasible to whittle down the Molten Giant slowly as long as the damage per second exceeded 3,750, but in reality, the Molten Giant, with its back against the volcano, could harness volcanic power to unleash lava surges and summon a seemingly endless army of fire elements. Consequently, when the Molten Giant first appeared in history, many professionals perished here, and it wreaked havoc for over a month before a strategy was discovered to conquer it. At this moment, Fujimoto Gen gazed at the enormous fire element, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. According to Han Shang, once this boss was defeated and the final rune activated, they could teleport to the underground lava temple and gain control over the entire volcano. No time to waste, young master, let's do it. Akita Kenta nodded, equally eager. The thought of soon annihilating an entire city of Chinese people filled both of them with intense anticipation. Taste my draw slash, Fujimoto Gen sneered, drawing the katana from his waist. A flash of cold light shot toward the massive lava giant. The draw slash, rare move where a sheathed blade weapon is drawn to deal area damage with damage scaling based on proficiency. Proficiency is a unique talent of Fujimoto Gen's professional class, the Japanese samurai. The spirit of dedication. The more frequently the skill is used, the higher the proficiency level, ultimately reaching the realm of legendary masters. My sword drawing slash, though not yet reaching the level of slicing immortals with a single draw, was almost there. Coupled with the attributes of my 3 extraordinary pieces of equipment and my level 22 status, I should be able to defeat a level 10 boss with ease, right? Fujimoto Haru thought smugly. However, the anticipated scene of the molten troll collapsing instantly did not occur. Instead, what stood before them was a fully healthy boss, gazing at the group of diminutive islanders with a hint of mockery. Roar! The molten troll let out a thunderous roar. Behind it, a pillar of lava shot forth, instantly annihilating 3 island guards. What? Fujimoto Haru was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that not only did his strike fail to take down the molten troll, but it also didn't even scratch it. How could this be possible? He was the strongest among the younger generation of his family, yet he couldn't even scratch the health of a level 10 boss. This is impossible. As Fujimoto Haru stood there in disbelief, the molten troll roared once more, and from the crater's lava spewed like raindrops, falling upon the platform in front of the fortress. This was the dreaded lava rain, a skill that later generations of Jiangnan City professionals found most troublesome. This skill not only dealt high damage but was also incredibly difficult to evade, dense like actual raindrops. Any ordinary professional caught by a drop would suffer not only significant fire damage but also be afflicted by the Ember Cling debuff, reducing their movement speed by 30%, making it even harder to dodge the fiery rain. Only certain tank classes could barely withstand this skill, though their health would be halved. Fujimoto Haru was completely dumbfounded. Was this really a level 10 boss? Were the bosses in the Dragon Kingdom this formidable? Even in their homeland, such powerful bosses were rare even at level 20. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom produced so many talents. Their monsters were this tough. Fujimoto Haru, shouting in disbelief, frantically maneuvered to dodge the falling lava droplets. Spread out, Akita Kenta commanded in a panic. Avoid the attacks, I'll heal you, don't run around. However, the group of guards originally following Fujimoto Haru had long fallen into chaos, unable to heed his instructions, each desperately dodging the boss's attacks in panic. Many were turned to ash upon being struck by the lava. Such was the terrifying damage of the molten troll. Young master, perhaps we should retreat for now? Avenging against the Dragon Kingdom is important, but your safety is paramount. Seeing the situation, Akita Kenta swallowed hard and suggested, "Alright." Fujimoto Haru agreed without hesitation, "Just kidding, this boss with only 2 skills almost wiped them out. Who knows if it will go berserk or if there's a second phase, even if their numbers were doubled they might still be annihilated here." Turning around, Fujimoto Haru was about to leave, but his eyes caught a terrifying sight. A swarm of insect beasts in various shapes had somehow gathered behind him. Covering the mountains and plains, a young man stood atop a flying insect beast, hands behind his back, looking over with interest. It was Lin Chen. Seeing Fujimoto turn around, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for luring out the lava fire rain from the molten giant. Otherwise I wouldn't have had an easy time with this boss. But your usefulness has run its course. As the saying goes, only a dead islander is a good islander. I might as well send you on your way." Fujimoto's eyes widened in shock. "Who are you, sir? How long have you been following us?" "The dead need not know so much," Lin Chen replied coldly. With a wave of his hand he commanded, "Attack." Instantly 100 stingers and 100 brain bugs launched their assault. A storm of spikes and fireballs surged forward like a dense tempest. "Not good." Fujimoto was immediately alarmed, quickly shouting, "Shikigami shield." Suddenly a translucent, hideous creature appeared in front of Fujimoto and Akita Kenta. As the spikes and fireballs struck, ripples spread across the creature, absorbing the damage. "What? Just one attack and my Shikigami shield has lost half its charge." Fujimoto's eyes widened in terror, his face pale, his breathing became rapid and his heart pounded. This was the extraordinary equipment his father had given him. Even mages of the same level couldn't break such a shield with all their might. Why is this person so powerful? He's a summoner. But even our island's summoners aren't this formidable. Looking at the overwhelming number of insect beasts, many of which hadn't even moved, clearly holding back, Fujimoto couldn't help but swallow hard. Trembling, he said, "Sir, I am the young master of the Fujimoto family of the island. Whoever you are, please halt and I will surely repay you." On the surface, Fujimoto appeared to be begging for mercy, showing a sincere demeanor, but in his heart he was filled with rage and indignation, gritting his teeth. "How dare he destroy my equipment? When I return and tell father, he will surely torment you until you beg for death." The Fujimoto family. Lin Chen paused upon hearing the name. Currently, this family wasn't well known, merely a minor family on the island. However, in the years to come, the Fujimoto family would rise rapidly, elevating from a minor family to one of the island's top clans. Few knew the reasons behind their rise, but as someone who stood at the pinnacle of the world in a previous life, Lin Chen was privy to some of the secrets. It is said that in a past life, the Fujimoto family possessed a key to the abyss. After expending great effort and resources, they managed to clear its challenges and were rewarded with a powerful artifact, elevating the entire family to prominence. Lin Chen squinted, pondering over this tale. The true nature and effects of this artifact remained a mystery. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "If I've discovered this secret in this life, then it's only right that the equipment should belong to me." Weighing the pros and cons internally, he maintained an outward composure of calm indifference. Lin Chen then spoke with a serene yet commanding tone. "Fujimoto family, never heard of them. Perhaps it's best if you all just vanish." With those words, several molten fire insects behind him let out a unified roar and opened their menacing mouths, unleashing a terrifying blast of high-temperature flames. Lava breath. The Japanese adversaries Fujimoto Haru and Akita Kenta were caught off guard by Lin Chen's sudden attack and hurriedly pulled out their Shikigami shield to barely defend themselves. However, Lin Chen smirked coldly at the sight, unfazed by their defensive efforts. Indeed, even extraordinary equipment has its limits. Under the assault of 5 molten fire insects, Fujimoto Haru and Akita Kenta watched in despair as their Shikigami shield finally shattered. The lava breath engulfed them and their health bars rapidly depleted. "Damn you Chinese, you dare attack me, my father won't spare you." Fujimoto Haru screamed in agony, engulfed in flames, while Akita Kenta cried out for mercy, hoping Lin Chen would relent. But Lin Chen watched with cold detachment, unwavering in his resolve. "Forgive them? What a joke." In the past life, although these individuals hadn't caused the volcano to fully erupt and destroy Jiangnan City, they had activated part of its power, leading to the deaths of many professionals leveling up in the wilderness of Jiangnan. Moreover, the historical enmity between Japan and China left no room for mercy. Lin Chen understood this all too well. "Your summon creature has killed the professional." Fujimoto Haru, gaining 1100 experience and +1 sin value. "Your summon creature has killed the professional." Akita Kenta, gaining 1100 experience and +1 sin value. Came the notifications ringing in his ears. Lin Chen let out a Derisive laugh stepping forward to collect the equipment dropped by the two. This Fujimoto Haru was quite wealthy, wasn't he? Carrying 3 pieces of extraordinary equipment, Lin Shen was taken aback. It was rare for a level 20 professional to possess such equipment, typically the privilege of a small family heir. Among these items, one was the Shikigami shield used earlier, now depleted of energy, its recharging method unknown. The other 2 included a samurai sword and a stone-like object. The divine transport stone allowed for instant transportation to a recorded location. Transport stone, Lin Shen grinned. I was just wondering how I'd get to Japan in the future, and now it's like a pillow has been handed to me just as I needed a nap. But now is not the time. Let's save this for later. Lin Shen pocketed the teleportation stone and a few pieces of equipment, then turned his gaze towards the boss standing before him, the Molten Giant. At this moment the Molten Giant had already reduced the so-called island ninjas in front of him to mere remnants and now focused its attention on Lin Shen, letting out a furious roar. Humph, without your lava fire rain I'm not afraid of you. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Healing, high damage. Lin Shen wasn't concerned because he had a plan. It was simple: take it down instantly, attack. At his command, the hundreds of insect swarms behind him began their frenzied assault. The battlefield was filled with a symphony of attacks, resonance, giant fireballs, volley fire, lava breath. Even the Deathwing Mantis joined the fray, spitting out a corrosive acid that inflicted a heavy damage status on the Molten Giant. In an instant, the scene turned into a sea of projectiles. The Molten Giant's health dropped like an elevator, plummeting by half in an instant. Although it quickly regenerated 25% of its health, a significant portion of its health bar remained empty. Again, Lin Shen commanded. The second wave of attacks followed swiftly. This time, even with its incredible regeneration, the Molten Giant's health was reduced to half. Keep going. The third assault came. As the boss's health dwindled to less than 20%, the Molten Giant roared, and countless fire elements began rushing from all directions of the Molten Fortress. This was the boss's ultimate skill, sacrifice. If these fire elements reached it, the Molten Giant would restore its health to full. In a previous life, practitioners from Jiangnan City countered this by deploying numerous low-level professionals to form a human barricade. But for Lin Shen, there was no need for such complications. Go, he ordered. The spectators saw countless blade insects swing their limbs, intercepting the approaching fire elements effortlessly. This was the advantage of having a Zerg swarm. What once required hundreds of professionals working in unison, Lin Shen could now handle with ease. Lin Shen's gaze fixed on the Molten Giant, which was now hanging by the thinnest thread of life. With a cold glint in his eyes, he stepped forward through the void to its head and swung the blazing sword with ferocity. Elemental strike, soulfire, fireball spell, die for me, roar. Sensing the powerful attacks closing in, a glimmer of human-like fear and confusion crossed the Molten Giant's grotesque face. It couldn't comprehend how it had been enjoying the massacre just moments before, only to become the target of slaughter itself in a matter of seconds. However, Lin Shen had no intention of answering any of its questions. He swung the blazing sword decisively. Ssssh. A soft sound was heard as the Molten Giant's head was cleaved open. Minus 1458 critical damage. You have slain the Molten Giant, gaining 50,000 experience points. The Soul of Greed activated, granting an additional item. You have slain the Molten Troll and received the Molten Scepter. Please check it out. A notification chimed in Lin Shen's ear. A key-shaped item dropped into Lin Shen's hand. What is this? In my past life I never heard of getting such an item after defeating the Molten Troll. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shen examined it closely. Name, Molten Scepter. Quality, perfect. Description, grants control over the Molten Sanctuary upon use. Cannot be transferred, sold, or discarded. A sanctuary? Lin Shen was pleasantly surprised, especially given its perfect quality. Sanctuaries, similar to ancient Dragon Kingdom abodes, serve as residences and offer numerous other functions. In the current state of Blue Star, even skyscrapers made of reinforced concrete are easily demolished by high-level beasts. Only special places like sanctuaries can withstand attacks from beasts or other profession holders due to their defensive formations. Beyond defense, sanctuaries have other uses. They can host NPCs to unlock special functions such as forging, upgrading, and enhancing equipment, and even hosting black market merchants. Essentially, owning a sanctuary is a fundamental prerequisite for large guilds. For example, the main campus of Jianghai University is a massive sanctuary covering over 200,000 square kilometers. Reflecting on his past life, Lin Chen had a few sanctuaries, but they were mostly common, with only one being of extraordinary quality. Of course, his high skill level at the time and lack of organizational ambitions contributed to this. However, this perfect quality sanctuary is incredibly useful for him now. Lin Chen nodded in delight. The limitations he faced in his current growth were due to living under someone else's roof, always fearing exposure of his hidden cards. Now, with his own sanctuary, he finally has a place to expand his forces and manage his equipment discreetly. Determined, Lin Chen decided to use the item immediately. You have acquired the Molten Sanctuary. Teleport. With a thought, Lin Chen's figure transformed into white light, disappearing from his location. This is one of the abilities granted to the sanctuary owner. The ability to teleport into the sanctuary from within 100 meters of its perimeter. In a flash, a grand temple appeared before Lin Chen. This temple was built inside a volcano with a lake of molten lava beneath its stone slabs. Despite this, the surrounding temperature was surprisingly mild, without the searing heat one might expect. Looking up, Lin Chen could see the volcano's mouth, indicating that the temple was essentially the main part of the volcano. Although the temple appeared vast, Lin Chen, as the sanctuary owner, understood that the actual usable space within the sanctuary was not excessively large. Considering everything, the available space is roughly around 200 acres, akin to a large high school. This perspective is more applicable when thinking about developing a power base, given the need to accommodate many people. However, for Lin Chen, such a large area is unnecessary since he has no intention of expanding a power base. Living alone, it's more than sufficient. With a place to hide, unwanted equipment and skill books can be stored here temporarily rather than being disposed of immediately. By stationing 2 zergs here, should any unforeseen events occur, he can revive here and quickly regain his strength. Oh, what's this? There's a magic array here. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he gazed ahead, noticing several magic arrays in the corner emitting a faint glow. The remnants of a lava conversion array. It absorbs underground lava to provide operational energy for the entire hideout, and any surplus can be stored as energy points or experience. Currently damaged, affecting the hideout's functions. Please repair. Self-sufficiency. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Unlike other hideouts that require manual energy supplementation to maintain various functions such as protective arrays, this one could sustain itself, much like charging a phone or refueling a car. For someone like Lin Chen, who dislikes dealing with trivial matters, this is quite the boon. Not to mention, if the lava conversion array generates surplus energy, it can be stored as energy points or experience. This means he could sit at home and still gain experience and nurture zergs. Repairing this array requires many materials, which are quite rare, making it a challenging task. After a brief examination of the array's condition, Lin Chen sighed and shook his head in mild frustration. Despite the powerful effects of the array, he currently has no way to fully utilize it, so he decided to leave it for now. Next, Lin Chen turned his attention to another array in the corner of the sanctuary, emitting a gentle blue glow, and smiled. This is the key feature of the hideout, the teleportation array. Activate. The teleportation array activates. Lin Chen didn't hesitate to respond. Instantly, a hum resounded as the teleportation array before him blossomed with a brilliant blue light, directly activating. Now he could teleport to the hideout at will. Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The teleportation array allows him to return to the hideout from any other teleportation array. Thankfully, this array wasn't damaged. Otherwise, he'd have to traverse hundreds of miles from Jiangnan City to return home. In total, the hideout boasts 462 rooms. As the master of his domain, Lin Chen naturally picked a spot with the best view, arranging the mat from his backpack to create a cozy little room, establishing his new home there. However, after completing these tasks, Lin Chen didn't immediately go to sleep. Instead, he eagerly opened his backpack and laid out an array of equipment. Earlier, he was too busy setting up his hideout to check the gear obtained from the Molten Giant. Now was finally the time to take a look. After some sorting, 2 pieces emitting a yellow glow and one with a purple hue were placed in front of him, and Lin Chen examined them closely. 2 extraordinary items and 1 perfect piece. The Thorn Dagger, extraordinary, +5 strength, +9 agility, +3 spirit. Special effect. Thorn bind. Upon equipping, receive 50 true damage per second, and when dealing damage to an enemy, inflict double this damage for 5 seconds. This effect can stack on enemies up to 10 layers, making it a divine tool for assassins. Lin Shen couldn't help but nod in approval. This dagger not only directly adds 9 agility points, which is terrifyingly powerful for an agility-based assassin, the special effect is equally astonishing. Once fully stacked, it can deal 1000 true damage per second to an enemy. For bosses below level 20, it practically turns them into walking corpses unless they have recovery powers comparable to the Molten Giant. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was not an assassin, and after glancing at this equipment he decided to store it in his backpack for future sale. The second extraordinary item was a pair of boots, Butcher's Spiked Boots, plus 3 strength, plus 1 agility, plus 2 spirit. Special effect: Butcher gained 10% lifesteal, which was rather average. Lin Shen immediately lost interest and tossed it into the back without a second thought. Finally, with anticipation, he turned his gaze to the last piece of equipment. The perfect item must not disappoint. The attributes of the final piece were laid out before Lin Shen. Name: Undead Commander. Type: Weapon. Quality: Perfect. Requirements: Level 10 Strength, 1 Spirit, 18 Summoner Class Attributes, plus 2 Spirit, plus 1 Strength, plus 2 Agility. Special Effect 1, Undead Leader. Acquire Skill: Advanced Undead Summoning. Special Effect 2, Army of the Dead increases summon creatures' damage by 30% and raises the summon limit by 1. This piece is perfect for me. Lin Shen was overjoyed. This equipment seemed tailor-made for a summoner. Firstly, it granted a skill, Advanced Undead Summoning, an upgrade from his current Undead Summoning skill, allowing for a chance to summon higher-level undead. Most importantly, this skill was provided by the equipment and didn't occupy one of the 12 skill slots. The second special effect was precisely what Lin Shen needed. He nodded in satisfaction at the attributes. The +1 summon limit was a significant enhancement for other summoners who typically have only 3 or 4 summons around level 10. An additional summon meant more power. However, for Lin Shen this wasn't particularly useful since, as a Zerg overlord, his summons had no upper limit. The reason for his excitement was the affix that increased the damage of summon creatures by 30%. You see, a summoner's main attribute might be spirit, but the spell damage affixes found on some equipment do not affect the damage of summon creatures. Every point of damage increase specific to summons greatly enhances a summoner's overall strength. Unfortunately, the equipment requires a level 10 to use, and he was only at level 9. Lin Shen sighed. It seemed he couldn't suppress his level any longer and decided to level up first. Time to clear the abyss. Having made up his mind, Lin Shen left 10 blade worms at his hideout and with a mere thought appeared outside the volcano riding a Deathwing Mantis towards Jiangnan City. He chose not to use a teleportation array for 2 main reasons. The first was that teleportation arrays required a recorded location or specific coordinates to transport between 2 points. This meant Lin Shen needed to teleport to his hideout from Jiangnan City once before he could freely teleport between the 2 locations. The second reason was the cost of teleportation, and Lin Shen didn't have the currency needed. This currency wasn't credit points but a material known as Chaos Stones, a basic currency circulated among professionals over level 10. As for credit points, they were mostly used among low-level professionals and ordinary people. After flying for half a day, Lin Shen finally returned to Jiangnan City. As promised, Lin Shen took Mo Hongli with him while leveling up. Together, they swept through the major abysses in Jiangnan City, quickly reaching level 10 within just 2.5 days. This speed was several times, if not dozens of times, faster than those who considered themselves geniuses, and this was the result of Lin Shen deliberately holding back. Otherwise he could have easily achieved this in a day merely standing by and watching the show. After achieving all this, Lin Shen began preparing to collect molten cores, a material others deemed useless. He visited several trading houses and issued purchase notices at the Hunter Association. Within a month he had amassed a staggering 27 molten cores. After inquiring with Zhang Shun, he found out they had a stock of 12 more, which made Lin Shen overjoyed and he bought them all immediately. However, Zhang Shun's look at Lin Shen was rather peculiar. Why would Lin Shen be so eager to buy a material deemed worthless by others? Was he out of his mind? Yet Lin Shen didn't care at all. After a month of collecting, he now possessed 44 molten cores and his energy points reached an impressive 87,547. With the aid of these energy points, Lin Shen once again expanded his army, this time integrating 20 molten fireflies. The formidable attack power of these insectoids had already been glimpsed during the battle against the vine monster. A mere few of them attacking together could render even extraordinary equipment ineffective in no time. This speaks volumes about their terrifying power. As of now, Lin Shen's army could be described as luxurious. He had 450 blade bugs, 200 piercing bugs, 150 brain bugs, 30 flame worms, 200 ironclad blade bugs, 25 molten fireflies, and 1 deathwing mantis. With this expansion in numbers, his stats surged dramatically. Name: Lin Shen. Occupation: Insectoid Overlord. Level: 10 Strength, 27 Agility, 304 Spirit, 373 Health, 1047 Mana, 300 Skills: Chain Lightning, Advanced Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning, Mage's Hand, Greedy Soul, Soulfire. Equipment: Heart of Omnipotence, Shator Inscription, Undead Commander, Crystal Omniscience, Blood Spider Breastplate, Flowing Cloud Boots, Bloodface Helmet, Topaz Ring, Blue Diamond Ring, Apothecary's Belt. A month passed swiftly. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the new academic year at Jianghai University, in Jianghe City, second only to the capital and Xanadu, and along with the prosperity far surpassed that of smaller places like Jiangnan City. Lin Shen and Mo Hongli strolled down the street, looking around. Everywhere they looked, there were towering skyscrapers that took one's breath away. Of course, skyscrapers weren't exactly novel, as they could be found everywhere if one was willing to spend some credit points. However, what was astonishing about these buildings was that each was actually a hideout, and their quality was all above extraordinary. To put it in perspective, in Jiangnan City's urban area there were only 2 or 3 hideout buildings, and most of their quality was merely common or rare, yet even so they became the pride and envy of local dignitaries and elites. However, in Jianghe City they were not even worth mentioning. What overwhelmed Mo Hongli even more was a towering, majestic building near the city center that exceeded a kilometer in height. After using her probing technique, she discovered it was an epic-level hideout, the Sacred and Radiant Hideout. I've heard of it. It seems to be the territory of one of Longwa's top 10 forces, the Apocalypse Guild, so their headquarters is located here. Mo Hongli realized, her beautiful eyes full of wonder. Lin Shen smiled and said, "The Sacred and Radiant Hideout is not the true headquarters of the Apocalypse Guild. Their headquarters is located in the Annihilation Hideout in the capital, a legendary hideout, however, that place is only open to some of their top officials internally. In reality, most members are indeed here." Oh, Mo Hongli was a bit surprised. "You can't seem to find such things online, how did you know?" In his past life, Lin Shen, as a level 90 powerhouse, had been invited to enter the Annihilation Hideout and had thus witnessed the power of a legendary hideout and the secrets of the Apocalypse Guild. However, Lin Shen wasn't about to disclose these secrets. Guess? Lin Shen smiled slightly without giving a direct answer. "You." Mo Hongli pouted, ready to express her discontent. But just then Lin Shen spoke up again. "We're here." Mo Hongli looked ahead and saw a grand and ancient-looking gate appearing before them. Though its height was dwarfed by the surrounding skyscrapers, the gate exuded a natural and restrained aura, lending it an exceptional charm, not unlike an epic sanctuary. Above the gate 4 large characters were inscribed, "Jianghai University." This was the main entrance of Jianghai University. "Is this Jianghai University?" Mo Hongli murmured in a daze, gazing at the scene before her. "Let's go." Lin Shen nodded, casually leading Mo Hongli towards the entrance. To their surprise, as they approached, a formidable repelling force suddenly pushed them back. "This is the defensive array. We need to show the identity tokens given to us to enter," Lin Shen said, as he slapped his forehead, finally remembering this crucial detail. Jianghai University was in essence an epic sanctuary itself, so having a defensive array was perfectly normal. Without the owner's permission, one couldn't enter unless by force, and that permission came in the form of the identity tokens issued to all faculty and students by Jianghai University. The two of them retrieved their tokens and approached the entrance once more. Sure enough, this time there was no resistance from Jianghai University, allowing them to enter smoothly. As they walked along a main avenue, they were greeted by a variety of sights. There were numerous exotic beast statues and ancient trees, creating a magnificent and endless array of sights that made one feel as if they were no longer on Blue Star. Just from these decorations one could get a glimpse of the profound heritage of Jianghai University. Of course, there were also many students, each dressed differently, hurrying past with a busy demeanor. There were also numerous freshmen like them, curiously observing their surroundings, admiring the scenery, and expressing their awe. Just a few more kilometers and we'll reach the residential area where staff will welcome us, Lin Shen pointed out ahead. "A few more kilometers? Isn't there any transport here?" Mo Hongli frowned. For them, with physiques far beyond ordinary humans, a few kilometers was nothing. But having just arrived at the university, she was eager to explore the new environment and didn't want to waste time walking. If it were any other time, Lin Chen would have summoned a few winged bees to fly them to their destination, but in Shanghai University flying was prohibited. Only those who were level 60 and above had the privilege to fly freely in the sky. Don't want to walk, Lin Chen chuckled. I heard there's a teleportation array over there that can take you directly to the residential area, but I doubt you have the money for it. Mo Hongley scrunched her nose adorably. I'm not that foolish to spend money just to save some time. As they exchanged lighthearted banter, a sudden explosion echoed across the sky. A fiery figure descended rapidly from the heavens, landing right beside them. Before Lin Chen and Mo Hongley could express their surprise, a soft coquettish laugh emerged from the settling dust. Hee hee, little brother, you finally came? I've missed you so much this past month. As the dust cleared, a nearly perfect figure dressed in a vibrant red qipao appeared. Her bright and delicate face seemed to radiate a spring-like charm as she gazed at Lin Chen. This woman was none other than Hua Wuck. The surrounding onlookers were equally astounded, peeking curiously at the scene with a mix of fascination and bewilderment. Who is she? How can she just fly across the Shanghai University campus like that? She's so beautiful and what a figure! Shoo, if she hears you, you're done for. That's Professor Hua Wuck, the strictest teacher in the mage department. They say a young lord from Tiandu tried to flirt with her once and he ended up severely injured, the place left in ashes. A beauty like her is out of my league. I better keep my distance. Wait, why does she seem so familiar with that guy? A group of people watched Lin Chen and the others filled with curiosity and confusion. Many felt a surge of hostility due to Hua Wuck's apparent closeness to Lin Chen. After all, such a beautiful teacher was immensely popular among Shanghai University's students, captivating even some female students with her allure, driving them wild. If Lin Chen knew he had amassed a crowd of adversaries before even enrolling, he'd probably find it both amusing and exasperating. Professor Hua. Lin Chen nodded, clearing his throat. I was planning to visit you after registering, but I didn't expect you to come to me first. Hua Wuck's phoenix-like eyes appraised Lin Chen. Before nodding, I sensed your arrival at the school and the principal instructed me to help you get acquainted with the campus, so I hurried over. She then turned her gaze to Mo Hongley, covering her mouth with a playful laugh. Oh, is this your girlfriend? A real beauty indeed. No wonder you're always so lukewarm with me. So, you prefer women with more curves, huh? Luckily, I'm not lacking in that department either, right? Hua Wuck provocatively shook her chest, which was no less ample than Mo Hongley's, as if to challenge her. When the two women's eyes met, it was as if sparks flew in the air. Hostility. Mo Hongley's face was full of wariness and hostility, with alarm bells ringing loudly in her heart. Her intuition warned her that the woman standing before her, Hua Wujue, was no easy character, far from being a kindred spirit. Teacher Hua, thank you for taking care of Lin Chen, Mo Hongley said with a smile that masked her alertness, subtly asserting her claim. Oh, don't worry, you might have to call me sister someday, and then there'll be plenty of occasions to take care of each other, Hua Wujue replied with a carefree demeanor, her eyes twinkling mischievously. This blatant innuendo made Mo Hongley flush with anger, yet she found herself unable to retort, left only to glare at Lin Chen in frustration. What does this have to do with me? Lin Chen thought, feeling a chill run down his spine under Mo Hongley's gaze, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He pondered how just a few exchanges between these two women had already ignited such a tense atmosphere. What on earth does this have to do with me? Little did he know, the scene had stirred an intense mix of envy and jealousy among the onlookers. Who is this guy? How can he create such a dramatic scenario? That's Hua Wujue after all, and she's acting so friendly towards him. Oh my goddess, why are you doing this to me? Is he some second-generation rich kid from Tiandu or Modu? But he doesn't look particularly impressive. Seriously, what do these two beauties see in him? Maybe he has some special talent. In what way? Lin Chen coughed lightly, breaking the tension. Teacher Hua, perhaps you could take us on a tour of the school first. Hua Wujue smiled sweetly. Of course. With that, she led the two of them forward, vanishing from the view of the envious crowd. Before long, they arrived at the residential area. As they walked, Hua Wujue introduced the various rules and layout of Shanghai University. Under her guidance, Lin Chen and Mo Hongley gained a deeper understanding of the university, such as the fact that the common currency at Shanghai University was not credit points, but rather points. Nearly every university or faction internally adopted a point system. Points were earned through contributions and could be used as currency internally or exchanged for rare skill books, equipment and more within the faction. Almost all services and goods were transacted with points. For instance, the dormitories at Shanghai University required points as rent. The dormitories were divided into 4 levels. 4-person rooms, 2-person rooms, single rooms and standalone villas, Hua Wujue. Explained with a smile, 4-person rooms only guarantee basic living facilities with a monthly rent of 500 points. Mo Hongli was taken aback by the expense. She had done her homework before coming here, knowing that students at Jianghai University, aside from studying, often undertook tasks to earn points. Most could only earn between 2,000 to 3,000 points a month. To think that rent alone would consume a quarter of their income, how were they supposed to focus on their studies and leveling up? With such expenses? Huawok spoke in a calm tone. The double occupancy dorm comes with some benefits. Apart from a significant improvement in living conditions, it also provides a meditation room and an annual allowance of 50 hours in the gravity training room. However, the cost skyrockets to 2,000 per month. For a single room, the monthly fee is 5,000, which includes a series of additional perks beyond the double occupancy dorm. The most important feature is the standalone villa. Huawok's voice carried a hint of something unusual as she continued. The benefits of the standalone villa need no further introduction from me. Not only is it located closest to the academic center, but it also boasts a superior environment and includes all the aforementioned benefits. However, the most crucial aspect is, the standalone villa offers an exclusive privilege that no one else can enjoy, that is, the double experience stone. Upon hearing this, even Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The double experience stone? Are you referring to the treasured gem of Jianghai University, the double experience stone? Yes, precisely, Huawok nodded. It's the item that grants a double experience buff for an hour. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. He had originally thought that Jianghai University, being one of the top-tier institutions, was already impressive enough. He hadn't expected its resources to be so profound. The double experience stone, even in his previous life, was something Lin Chen had only heard about. This item isn't equipment but rather a hideout accessory usable only when placed in a hideout. Its effect is, once placed, it can provide a certain number of people with double experience daily for an hour. And what's most important for professionals, of course, it's the level. The double experience effect is something countless people would covet. The monthly rental for the standalone villa is 30,000. This amount is roughly equivalent to most students' annual income. Huawok smiled as she said this, then asked, what type of dorm would you like to choose? Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and replied firmly, I choose the standalone villa. Are you sure you want to choose the standalone villa? Huawok was somewhat surprised. I know you just received a scholarship and are quite well off, but there's no need to spend so lavishly, is there? It's all right, I'll go with this, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. He wasn't particularly concerned about the living environment, but he couldn't pass up the opportunity for the daily hour of double experience. Hence, securing that standalone villa was a must. Points, they were just external possessions. All right, I won't persuade you anymore. Huawok nodded with a sense of helplessness and refrained from further persuasion. After a bit more conversation, Huawok gracefully departed the scene, not forgetting to tease Lin Chen a few times as she left, which provoked Mo Hongli into a fit of anger, almost making her want to confront Huawok. Before long, Lin Chen completed the procedures for moving into the villa. After paying the fees, he was led by the staff to the front of the standalone villa. Is this the villa? Lin Chen gazed at the two-story building before him, complete with a swimming pool and a small garden. He nodded to himself, acknowledging that the points spent were well worth it. The environment and atmosphere here were undoubtedly superior to the cramped, smoke-filled 4-person dormitories. As he stepped inside, Lin Chen took a brief tour of the surroundings. Though the decor was exquisite, it held little significance for him. If it weren't for the double experience stone, he wouldn't have squandered his points on such luxuries. After familiarizing himself with the place, Lin Chen pulled out his phone to check his schedule. Tomorrow's agenda included classes on classification of abyssal creatures and history of genre development, followed by free time in the afternoon. However, these courses held no interest for him. Having been a level 90 blood sorcerer in his previous life, he'd encountered all manner of creatures and genres. If skipping classes didn't lead to failing, he wouldn't even bother attending. Just then his phone buzzed with a new message. The notification read, all freshmen are to gather at Jianghai Square by 8 p.m. without fail, Jianghai University Student Council. The message was brusque and commanding, as if issued by the university president himself. But upon seeing the signature, Student Council, Lin Chen chuckled and decided to ignore it. The so-called Student Council was merely a service organization managing students' daily affairs, holding no real power. They may put on airs, but Lin Chen wasn't impressed. Dismissing the message from his mind, he continued exploring the various organizations and functions of Jianghai University, nodding in understanding. So there were magic formations here, impressive, 10 abyssal zones for leveling up. Jianghai University was indeed wealthy and resourceful. Meanwhile, at Jianghai Square, a crowd of freshmen was gathering in awe and curiosity, their eyes fixed on a platform where several figures stood proudly. Heh! Everyone's here? After what seemed like an eternity, the figure at the forefront finally spoke in a loud voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm your senior and the president of the Jianghai University Student Council, Mangliang Yun. I am a level 29 extraordinary hidden class, elementalist. This declaration elicited gasps from the freshmen below. An extraordinary hidden class and nearly level 30? Such power was astonishing, likely on par with the city's top experts. Jianghai University truly was a place of hidden talents. No wonder he became the student council president. Feeling the reverent gazes from below, a trace of smugness flashed across Meng Liangyun's face, clearly enjoying the admiration. But after a moment he composed himself and resumed his authoritative demeanor, continuing, the purpose of this freshman assembly is to ensure your protection, to protect you from the dangers posed by fierce beasts and monsters, and in line with our mission to support newcomers, the Jianghai University Student Council has decided to offer you freshmen a special benefit. This benefit is none other than free assistance. In simple terms, you submit your points and we provide services such as helping you level up. As Mang Liangyun spoke from the podium, some people below began distributing small pamphlets. When the freshmen opened these pamphlets, they all frowned. This is so exploitative. What kind of unilateral terms are these? Something feels off. Isn't this just protection money in disguise? The pamphlet detailed the so-called benefits. Simply put, freshmen were required to hand over 1/10 of their total points income, and then, that was it. Yes, no actual services were provided. The so-called assistance was merely dependent on the whims of the upperclassmen and could even require additional fees. It was an outrageously exploitative system. What, you're not willing to comply? Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Mang Liangyun sneered, releasing the aura of a level 29 professional that swept over the freshmen, causing most of them to fall silent and close their mouths. He chuckled coldly, if you're unwilling you can leave, but I can't guarantee what might happen to you at Jianghai University in the future. Think it over carefully. The faces of the freshmen were filled with bitterness and helplessness. It was clear that this was a threat. If they dared not to pay this protection money, the student council would do everything in its power to ostracize them in the future. This might not be a big deal for older students, but these were mere freshmen, and being targeted by the student council could spell disaster for their futures. Some might wonder why they don't report it to the school, but this is a university for professionals, not an ivory tower. The conflicts between professionals are fraught with violence and bloodshed, hardly a child's play. The academy even encourages competition, with a strong martial atmosphere prevailing. How could they possibly intervene in such matters? The message was clear: if you're being extorted, it's your own fault. This was the first lesson for the freshmen. Strength reigns supreme. Without strength, you're merely prey to be slaughtered. Those who are willing sign the contract and you may leave, those who aren't, I doubt you dare, Mang Liangyun declared smugly. Indeed, under the oppressive power of the student council, the vast majority of freshmen obediently signed the contract. A few more resolute individuals chose to leave directly, but the student council took note of their names without surprise and reported them to Mang Liangyun. Just a bunch of small fry, a little pressure and they'll come crawling back, he remarked confidently. Mang Liangyun glanced at the list, a cold smirk forming on his lips, showing no concern at all. This wasn't the first time such incidents had occurred. In the past, they had all been dealt with swiftly and without exception, forced to kneel and admit their mistakes. These people wouldn't be an exception. President, there's another situation. 2 individuals haven't shown up, a bald man respectfully informed him. What? Who are these 2? Mang Liangyun's brows furrowed immediately. One is named Lin Chen and the other seems to be his girlfriend, Mo Hongli, replied the bald man quickly. I've investigated their backgrounds. They're from small places with no significant background. No background, huh? These 2 are quite bold, daring to defy my orders, Mang Liangyun sneered. Go arrange for 2 senior students to teach him a lesson. I want that guy kneeling before my door to apologize. The bald man promptly and respectfully acknowledged, yes, President. With that he left the place with a few others. Mang Liangyun meanwhile glanced at the names on the list, flicking his sleeve coldly. then almost as if talking to himself he murmured, just 1,000,000 more points and I can buy the frost cloak, by then won't that boss be at my mercy? Imagining his plan on the brink of success, Meng Liangyun felt elated and left the place with a cheerful smile, after resting for a day in the villa. Lin Chen felt refreshed. He casually ate something before heading out to the classroom. The villa area was quite close to the teaching area, so after just a few minutes' walk Lin Chen found himself in front of a towering high-rise. This was where the teaching took place, and over 10,000 students of Jianghai University received their theoretical education here. Entering his classroom, Lin Chen noticed that quite a few people were already waiting inside. Scanning the room, he found a seat towards the back and settled in. Soon, the majority of the class had arrived. As the bell rang for class, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from a distance. With a creak, the classroom door swung open. A figure in a red cheongsam appeared before them. The mature and curvaceous body, wrapped in black silk stockings, revealed shapely long legs coupled with a devilishly beautiful face and an indescribable elegance between her brows. Her mere entrance captivated all the men present and even some of the women with eyes brimming with heat and desire. This was none other than Hua Wuke. Everyone, from now on I will be your counselor for the 4th class of the mage department, and I will also be the main instructor for practical use of functional spells. My name is Hua Wuke, she said, her smile radiant as she stepped onto the podium. The classroom erupted at once, with most students visibly excited and thrilled. It's actually Teacher Hua, this is amazing. I can't believe Hua Wuke is our counselor. Am I dreaming? It's the renowned Teacher Hua. I never expected this. Hua Wuke's reputation was so great that it extended beyond Jianghai University, with many fans even on the internet. Hua Wuke rarely engages with others online and has never cared about things like so-called fans. For someone of her caliber, strength is the only thing that matters. Fans? That's something only the likes of Li Kuan would fret over. As for Hua Wuke, was this a coincidence or intentional? Lin Chen, sitting in the last row, pondered deeply. His experiences over several lifetimes had made him mature and cautious. Thus, he didn't believe that Hua Wuke's enthusiasm toward him was genuine affection. After all, there are plenty of handsome men in the world, and with her strength and status, she could have as many as she wanted. Why would she be interested in him? There must be something about me that draws her in, Lin Chen mused, remaining exceptionally calm and showing no emotion. Nonetheless, he was certain that she harbored no ill intentions. She seemed not to be seeking equipment or anything of that sort, but rather wanted to win him over. For now he'd just watch and wait. With this decision made, Lin Chen continued to observe Hua Wuke. Noticing his gaze, she suddenly flashed a charming smile, sending a playful glance his way, causing several unsuspecting students to catch their breath. Lin Chen chose to ignore it. During the first class, Hua Wuke briefly went over some rules and matters needing attention before starting the lecture. However, Lin Chen didn't absorb a single word since he already knew the material. Near the end of class, Hua Wuke suddenly mentioned that the freshman assessment would begin in 3 days, advising everyone to find suitable teammates in the meantime. With that, she nodded and dismissed the class. Freshman assessment. Lin Chen was momentarily surprised before recalling this event. The so-called freshman assessment was essentially a test to determine the ranking of new students within the school. Universities across the world typically implement ranking systems, placing students in order based on their strength. Different ranks come with different benefits. For instance, at Jianghai University, students ranked between 5001 and 10,000 receive 500 points and 1 double experience stone each month. Those between 5000 and 3001 receive 1,000 points and 3 stones, while students ranked between 3000 and 1001 earn 2,000 points and 5 stones monthly. Those ranked between 1000 and 501 earn 3,000 points and 10 stones each month. For those ranked above 500, the benefits are unique and not fixed, but the higher the ranking, the better the perks and status. In essence, rankings are the best proof of strength at any university. There are many ways to achieve a ranking. The first is, naturally, through challenges. Jianghai University has hundreds of assessment dungeons, and a student's strength is measured based on their performance in these. The second method is through combat. Conflicts between professionals are inevitable. At Jianghai University, physical altercations are strictly prohibited. This rule led to the creation of arenas, places where disputes that couldn't be resolved through words could be settled. The university has a policy. In any duel, if the losing party had a higher rank than the winner, the victorious party would inherit that rank. Many students eager to improve their standings often challenge each other to duels. Lin Chen found himself pondering over his phone, frowning at the requirement for a team to tackle the abyss, a school mandate that required a 5-person team to clear it. This requirement dashed his hopes of soloing the challenge. Given the circumstances, Lin Chen decided to embrace his identity as a summoner, which was no longer a secret. His plan was simple: lead the team to victory. He nodded to himself, having thought it through. Back in Jiangnan City, unable to fully protect himself, Lin Chen had disguised his true identity as a warrior. But now, tucked away in an epic-level hideout, he no longer saw the need for concealment, registering himself as a necromancer, an ordinary, albeit common summoner profession. This choice did not raise many eyebrows. As in other places, a summoner might attract admiration and envy, but not at Jianghai University. Here summoners were rare but not unheard of. The faculty had seen plenty before. With only one class to attend today, Lin Chen decided to visit Mo Hongli afterward. He sighed, got up and left. Strolling down the street, lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by an angry voice behind him. Are you blind? You ran into me and want to escape. Suddenly, several professionals blocked his path. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor. Though lost in thought, he was sure he hadn't bumped into anyone. As a level 10 professional, his senses were sharp enough to recognize such an encounter. He was certain these men had ulterior motives. One of them, a bald-headed man with a menacing aura, spoke up. Kid, you bumped into me. What are you going to do about it? He made no effort to hide his level and profession, making it easy for others to gauge his strength. This bald-headed man, Lu Chang, was a level 14 rare hidden profession, shield warrior. Lin Chen, smiling faintly, didn't deny the accusation. He knew denying it would play into their trap. What, you didn't bump into me? Do you have any proof? Instead, he chose to counter with a question, avoiding their ploy entirely. Lu Chang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Chen, a freshman, to remain so calm. However, once he recovered, he threatened menacingly, so you admit it, then? Compensate me 500,000 points for mental distress, or else meet me in the arena and we'll settle this with our fists. By now, a crowd had gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Seeing Lu Chang and his cohorts, whispers and pointed fingers spread through the onlookers. It's Lu Chang, that sophomore troublemaker bullying freshmen again, someone commented with a chuckle. Isn't he just the lapdog of the student council president? This freshman must have crossed paths with the student council, poor guy. This was a well-known tactic of theirs. They would first create a conflict with a freshman, then challenge them to a duel, dragging them into the arena for a thorough thrashing and ultimately walking away with a hefty sum of points. With a few rounds of this, anyone would be cowed into submission. Despicable, someone muttered. I'm glad I didn't tangle with these lunatics back when I was a freshman. Others merely shook their heads in sympathy or derision, convinced that this freshman was doomed. The crowd's gaze turned to Lin Chen, filled with either sympathy, mockery, or sheer schadenfreude. Many were just there to watch the show. After all, once a duel was proposed, anyone with a backbone wouldn't back down in front of so many people, and between a level 14 sophomore and a level 10 freshman, who would win was obvious to everyone. So it's the student council's doing, Lin Chen realized as he listened to the murmurs around him. He smirked inwardly, thinking, just because I skipped some meeting yesterday, they think they can teach me a lesson. Interesting. Despite his inner amusement, Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor. As he replied, oh, you want to go to the arena? That's fine, but I have one condition. Lu Chang was overjoyed at Lin Chen's unexpected agreement. Really? Name your condition. Lin Chen smiled. It's simple. The wager for this duel will be 10,000 points. How about it? Lu Chang was stunned, as were the onlookers, who widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this freshman crazy? 10,000 points? Is he out of his mind? They murmured. Lu Chang's eyes lit up at the prospect but then narrowed. Suspiciously, you're a freshman, do you even have that many points? Lin Chen merely smiled and said nothing, pulling out a stone and swiping his identity card across it. The stone, known as a betting stone, was a common tool used in duels, allowing both parties to temporarily store their points within. Once the outcome was decided, the points would automatically transfer to the victor. On the surface of Lin Chen's betting stone, the number 10,000 suddenly appeared, signifying that he had placed a bet of 10,000 points. Lu Chang was stunned to think that he had only managed to accumulate about 3,000 points during his entire year at Jianghai University. How could a freshman possess a whole 10,000 points? However, Lu Chang's shock quickly morphed into wild joy and greed. This kid really dared to propose such a huge wager. Fine, I'm definitely winning these 10,000 points today. His eyes lit up as he began to dance with excitement. Quickly, I need to borrow some points. These 10,000 points are just being handed to me. Can't let this opportunity slip by. With that, Lu Chang grabbed his phone and started making calls, borrowing points one by one. In the end, it was the so-called club president who reluctantly lent him 7,000 points, demanding a repayment of 8,000 points in return. Thus Lu Chang grinned maliciously. "Hey kid, thanks for the points, I'll make sure you understand the consequences of defiance," he sneered. Lin Chen, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to acknowledge this fellow. He merely glanced at the numbers on the betting stone and nodded. "All right, let's head to the arena." With different expressions on their faces, the two made their way towards the arena. Most of the onlookers, eager to witness the spectacle, followed them. They wanted to see how this audacious freshman would suffer the consequences of his actions and lose 10,000 points. Before long, the two entered an arena. The decor was simple, with only the necessary furnishings, and the rest were platforms resembling fighting rings. However, these were not ordinary platforms but structures protected by special arrays and expanded by spatial magic, appearing small on the outside but as large as 10 football fields on the inside, sturdy enough for most professionals to fight freely within. At that moment on the platform, Lin Chen and Lu Chang stared at each other from a distance. "Heck kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd surrender right away," Lu Chang sneered, twirling the shield in his hand. "Considering the points you're giving me, I won't make things too difficult for you. Surrender now and I'll let you off, otherwise I'll break your limbs and show you what a fate worse than death feels like." Faced with Lu Chang's threats, most freshmen would be extremely nervous. However, Lin Chen remained extraordinarily calm, even going so far as to clean his ears casually before responding. "I extend the same offer to you. If you admit defeat now, I might let you off." At his words, the crowd watching erupted as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. "What? Did I hear that right? This kid sure talks tough. He doesn't seriously think he can beat an opponent 4 levels above him, does he? In his hometown, he might have some fame, but he seems to have forgotten that here at Jianghai University everyone is as capable as he is." Not to mention that Lu Chang's profession is a shield warrior, which gives him a significant advantage in one-on-one combat. Sure, Lu Chang's overall strength might not be remarkable, but in a solo duel within the arena, even opponents who are 3 levels higher than him struggle to claim victory. A group of spectators looked at Lin Chen with derision in their eyes and voices, not a single one believing that Lin Chen could win this match, although Lu Chang was considered the weakest among the second-year students. He was still a level 14 professional, a whole 4 levels above Lin Chen. Furthermore, the shield warrior profession boasted high damage reduction and shields, especially with a particular skill that was infamous for being a cheat in 1v1 situations. This skill, Heavy Armor Onslaught, allowed Lu Chang to lock onto a target, reducing the damage he took by 30% and recovering 5% of his maximum health each time he was hit. As a tank character, Lu Chang already had very high damage reduction, and this skill granted him terrifying durability against single targets. Against lower-level professionals, Lu Chang could even maintain his health or astonishingly heal during the fight. This skill was what made Lu Chang, despite his lower level and weaker strength, a formidable opponent in the arena, causing even professionals 3 levels above him to hesitate and dread facing him. This was the source of Lu Chang's boldness and bravado. "Well, young Lin Chen, you've successfully angered me," Lu Chang sneered, licking his lips as he pulled out a shield from his backpack. He continued with a cruel smile, "Let's see if your bones are as hard as your words. When I break your legs, I hope you'll still be able to talk." With that, Lu Chang activated his skill, Heavy Armor Onslaught. Instantly, an icon resembling a shield appeared above Lin Chen's head. "Kid, I'll let you make the first move. Don't say I'm bullying you," Lu Chang said arrogantly. Lin Chen grinned. "Are you sure you want me to go first?" Kid, even if I stand here and let you hit me, you probably won't break my defense. So what if I let you strike first?" Lu Chang replied with overwhelming confidence. "Well then, I won't be polite," Lin Chen chuckled, taking a deep breath and shouting, "Go!" A flicker of light and shadow, and suddenly a fearsome Deathwing Mantis appeared before everyone. A summoner. The audience and Lu Chang were all wide-eyed with surprise. Lin Chen was actually a summoner. So he's a summoner, no wonder he was so confident. If he's a summoner, his arrogance makes sense, the spectators thought, coming to a realization. But even if he's a summoner without growth, he's not a threat, someone whispered. "Right, and summoners are notoriously weak in the arena," another agreed. Now it was time to teach that little guy a lesson, to show him that while summoners are powerful, they are far from invincible. The audience was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained their composure, shaking their heads. Even now, no one believed Lin Chen could win. This was because the arena imposed certain restrictions on various professions to maintain fairness. The limitation for summoners was clear: only 3 summon creatures could be brought forth. Summoners are known for their strength in numbers, and being limited to just 3 was like having an arm tied behind their backs for most of them. Liu Chang couldn't help but express his surprise, but soon resumed his mocking smirk. "You're a summoner, haha, no matter, you still can't beat me." He knew all too well about the restrictions placed on summoners in the arena, if they were in the wild or the abyss. Liu Chang wouldn't dare provoke a summoner even with 100-fold bravery, but this was the arena. Moreover, he had the backing of the student council, making Liu Chang fearless and confident. "There's a limit of 3 summon creatures in the arena. I refuse to believe that a mere 3 can defeat me," he boasted. "Oh really?" Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Beating you only requires 1 summon creature." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen pointed forward and commanded, "Go!" In an instant, the Deathwing Mantis flapped its wings, resembling a reaper cloaked in black and white, and charged forward. Whoosh, clang! Liu Chang only saw a blur before a tremendous force struck his shield, nearly knocking it from his grasp. "What?" he gasped in shock. It's important to note that Liu Chang was a shield warrior specializing in strength, boasting a strength of 24 points. With such strength, he could easily push a small car, let alone wield a shield. Yet a single attack from this summoned creature almost made him lose grip of his shield. The scene left the audience in astonishment. So fast! What kind of summoned creature is this, so powerful? Did I see that right? It pushed back Liu Chang with just 1 hit. Is this a level 10 professional summon? Countless people were in disbelief at the scene before them. Only Lin Chen, standing on the field, wore a faint smile, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of ease and tranquility. The Deathwing Mantis wasn't naturally this strong. Over the past month, Lin Chen had harnessed his infinite evolution talent, expending nearly 10,000 energy points to evolve it 3 times. After 3 evolutions, the Deathwing Mantis hadn't acquired any new traits or skills. However, its basic attributes had soared dramatically. The current Deathwing Mantis boasted a strength of 31 points. Pushing back Liu Chang with 1 strike was a piece of cake. The Deathwing Mantis let out a resounding roar before launching another attack on Liu Chang. Alarm bells rang in Liu Chang's mind, and driven by fear, he attempted to retreat. However, the Deathwing Mantis wasn't about to let him escape so easily. It leaped forward, landing in front of Liu Chang, spat a mouthful of acidic liquid, and swung one of its bladed arms. "Boom, your equipment. Crystal steel shield has been damaged." The acid from the Deathwing Mantis barely made contact with the shield before it broke apart in Liu Chang's hands. What kind of skill is this? Oh no! Liu Chang was on the verge of tears. He was known as a shield warrior, relying on his shield for both attack and defense. Now that the shield had been breached, he was as good as bare-handed. I surrender, Liu Chang hurriedly shouted his concession. The Deathwing Mantis in front of him immediately halted. It was clear that, if Liu Chang hadn't been quick to admit defeat, the Deathwing Mantis would have likely followed Lin Chen's orders and taken Liu Chang's legs off. The outcome was decided. As soon as Liu Chang's words fell, the arena transmitted both of their figures off the platform. Down below, the crowd was plunged into a stunned silence. Everyone was left gaping, struggling to believe what had just unfolded before their eyes. A summoned creature had effortlessly defeated a professional 4 levels higher than itself in just 2 moves. Had Liu Chang not conceded swiftly, he might have already been in pieces. From start to finish, Liu Chang hadn't even had the opportunity to counterattack. What kind of summoned creature was this? Its power was simply overwhelming. Admitted defeat. "Ha, what a pity I couldn't break your legs," Lin Chen clicked his tongue, somewhat disappointed, and sighed internally. It seems that even after 2 evolutions, the Deathwing Mantis is still a bit weak. If all its attributes averaged 40 points, this guy probably wouldn't even have time to react. If others knew what he was thinking, they'd surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Goodness, a level 10 summoner's creature can defeat a professional 4 levels higher in just 2 moves, and you still think it's weak? What does that make the other summoner's creatures? All weaklings. But fortunately, there's a gain of 10,000 points. Lin Chen glanced at his account, and sure enough, there was an additional 10,000 points quietly added, which made him nod in satisfaction. Points were incredibly important. The more the better. Liu Chang took a deep breath, walked over, and glared at him with resentment. "Give me back my 10,000 points, or this will become a big issue." Lin Chen sneered. "Give it back? I've never heard of such a rule where after winning a bet I have to return the winnings." "Humph, Lin Chen, these points were borrowed from our president. Do you dare to swallow even the student president's points?" Liu Chang said coldly, directly leveraging his backing. It was known that he had borrowed 7,000 points and combined them with his entire fortune to barely gather enough for the bet. Originally he had hoped for a surefire win, who knew he'd encounter Lin Chen, whose strength and level didn't match at all. Heck, if your president wants his points, let him come and take them himself, I'm always ready. Lin Chen sneered, and without caring about the others around him he strode out of the arena. Alright Lin Chen, just you wait. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Liu Chang gritted his teeth, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, President, something big has happened. Listen to me, the news about Lin Chen defeating Liu Chang has spread like wildfire, and within just one night it has circulated among the freshmen. Upon hearing this news, many freshmen's first reaction was shock. After all, they are well aware of the senior's strength, generally around level 15, which is quite formidable. Following the shock was a sense of relief, like taking a sip of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. Let's see how arrogant those seniors can be now. Indeed, Lin Chen has made us proud. Lin Chen, you are my hero. Most freshmen support Lin Chen's actions, but a few naysayers are spreading negativity. It must be cheating. Exactly, if it weren't for cheating, how could Lin Chen possibly defeat a senior? I advise everyone to stop resisting, just hand over your points. The seniors are too strong for us to handle. So what if Lin Chen can beat Liu Chang? Once the real experts from the student council step in, he'll be done for. Exactly, trying to show off like he's some big deal. Meanwhile, over at the student council, what? You lost all my 7,000 points? Mang Liangyun slammed the table and jumped up, shouting furiously into the phone. That's 7,000 points. 7,000? How could you lose to a freshman, you fool? Nearby, several of Mang Liangyun's confidants were trembling with fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. On the other end, Liu Chang was sweating profusely, hurriedly explaining, President, please calm down. It was Lin Chen who used some unknown cheating method to win against me. Before Liu Chang could finish, Mang Liangyun interrupted with a barrage of insults. Useless, you were defeated by a freshman and still have the face to explain to me. Let me tell you, Liu Chang, don't think that just because you've been with me for so long, I'll let this slide. You have 1 month to pay back my 7,000 points, or else just you wait. With that, Mang Liangyun hung up the phone, giving Liu Chang no chance to explain further. Hanging up the phone, Mang Liangyun was still seething with anger, his once handsome face now twisted with rage, looking terrifyingly fierce. After a while, as if he had thought of something, he let out a cold laugh and mumbled to himself, very well Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. But just wait, my points aren't that easy to take. Next time I'll make you cough up tenfold. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he remained unaware of all these happenings. These days, apart from attending classes, he mostly stayed in his villa, familiarizing himself with the various rules and aspects of Jianghai University. So this time the assessment is a team-based one, with teams of 5 racing through the abyss. There are 9 assessment abysses in total, with varying degrees of difficulty, generally increasing as one progresses further. The team needs to clear the more challenging abysses within 3 days to achieve their scores, which will then be ranked accordingly. Lin Chen read the rules on his phone, fully understanding the situation. This rule seemed quite disadvantageous for him. It was as if he was burdened with 4 teammates dragging them along, yet even with the weight of 4 teammates, Lin Chen remained confident that he could easily clinch first place. The top-ranked team would be rewarded with 5 double experience stones and a set of rare equipment. Well, now he simply had to take first place. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. For him, double experience stones were treasures. Unlike other professions, as a Zerg ruler, the experience Lin Chen needed to level up was 10 to even dozens of times more than other professions. This meant that despite Lin Chen's formidable strength, leveling up became increasingly slow as he progressed. Therefore, double experience stones were of vital importance to him. This was also why Lin Chen had spent such a large sum to secure the right to live in a villa, not for comfort, but for the double experience stones. It was about to begin. A notification came through his phone prompting Lin Chen to step out of his house. Today was the day when the Abyss assessment was set to commence. Arriving at the assessment site, Lin Chen quickly located his team amidst the vast crowd. It was a 4-person team, consisting of 2 men and 2 women who seemed to know each other well and were now staring at him with cold, indifferent eyes. Hello, I'm Lin Chen, a level 10 summoner, he said, unfazed by their hostile stares. What's so good about that? Being in the same team as you is truly unlucky, scoffed a tall, slightly aloof female mage, crossing her arms with a distinctly disdainful expression. Lin Chen, is it? I advise you to leave the team quickly and not cause us any trouble. We can't afford to mess with the student council, added a tall knight, shaking his head with a voice full of indifference. The remaining female priest and bald warrior said nothing, but their eyes betrayed their contempt and impatience. The rejection was blatant, so it was the student council. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, picking up on the mage's key words. These people feared reprisals from the student council and thus were very averse to him. However, this was only natural. After all, to these freshmen, the student council's power was a mountain that could crush them to dust. Lin Chen had indeed offended the student council, and their desire to protect themselves was understandable. Lin Chen, if you have any sense, you'll quit the team yourself, the icy beauty of a mage said loftily, as if granting him a favor, her pride evident. Besides, you're just a level 10 summoner. Everyone knows that summoners are notoriously weak before level 30. Joining our team would only make you a burden. Summoners were undoubtedly powerful. This was common knowledge on Blue Star. However, only a select few understood this truth, and that was limited to summoners who had surpassed level 30. Before reaching level 30, a summoner possesses some combat capabilities, but overall, they are merely considered a typical profession. This is because prior to level 30-inch summoners have limited survival skills, making them easy targets for monsters or other professionals employing decapitation tactics. It is only after reaching level 30 that a summoner becomes a true force, capable of taking on 10 foes at once. Until then, however, a summoner is just another magic-based role. In fact, Lin Chen's profession is quite ordinary, making his combat strength weaker than others who generally fall into the rare or even excellent categories. Yes, summoners are indeed powerful, but that's a matter for the future. Hearing Lin Chen's indifferent response to being potentially kicked out of the team, he added that there was a condition. The female mage's eyes twinkled with a hint of joy and she quickly asked what condition. Lin Chen smirked and replied, the condition is simple, clear the abyss once. As long as I clear it once, I will voluntarily leave the team. According to the assessment regulations, individuals can form a team on their own, but the prerequisite is having a record of clearing the abyss. This means that he needs to complete it once within the assigned 5-member team before he can establish his own team and solo. Otherwise, given Lin Chen's personality, he wouldn't even bother speaking with people like the female mage and would just walk away. He came to school not to endure grievances. Clear it once? The female mage bit her lip, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. All right, but you can only clear it once and then you must leave the group voluntarily, Lin Chen responded, indifferently, not even bothering to continue the conversation. Let's tackle it on the lowest difficulty first, since we have no idea about the strength of the assessment abyss. The female mage, evidently the leader of the team, spoke up. Her suggestion met with unanimous approval. The captain's right, let's do it that way. Without consulting Lin Chen's opinion, they all headed towards the first abyss's teleportation portal and stepped inside. Having just checked on his phone, Lin Chen now knew the names of everyone in the team. For instance, the proud female mage is Mu Shanshan, an 11th level frost mage of rare grade. However, Lin Chen didn't care about these details and followed with a cold smirk. You have entered the assessment abyss. Necromancer's Manor, LV10, difficulty, normal. A wave of dizziness engulfed them. When they opened their eyes again, they were greeted by the grim sight of a deathly aura-filled manor. The female mage noted, I read the school's forum strategy, and they say this abyss isn't very difficult, but the undead keep coming, so it tests our output ability. When we start fighting Shaoli, you should suppress the undead with holy light. Dichun, keep an eye on defense and don't let the undead slip through, the female mage instructed. Her words were met with acknowledgement from the team as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Zhao Tai, just do your best to deal damage, but keep an eye on your health bar and be ready to retreat at any moment. As for you, Lin Chen. The female mage glanced at Lin Chen and let out a cold laugh. You just stay here and wait. We don't need your damage output anyway. Do whatever you want. Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly, clearly indifferent to the outcome of this endeavor. Not having to lift a finger, he was more than happy to take it easy. Go pull the monsters, the mage instructed, nodding at the knight Dichun to lure the creatures. Upon receiving the command, Dichun stepped into the manor, and instantly a horde of undead creatures clawed their way out of the ground, zombies, skeletons, wraiths, and even ghouls. The undead army roared and charged at them. Immediately spells were unleashed: Holy Light, Shield, Bash, Blood Strike, Ice Spikes. One after another, the undead fell before them. The majority of these creatures were between levels 3 and 5, making them particularly fragile. Even the female priest was effortlessly using Holy Light to decimate the undead in front of her, handling the situation with ease. In the back, Lin Chen couldn't help but yawn and stretch, feeling a bit drowsy. After a moment's thought, he pulled a deck chair out of his backpack and reclined comfortably, looking utterly relaxed. Mushanshan, the female mage, glanced back and nearly choked on her own fury. Good heavens, here they were fighting tooth and nail against the monsters and he was just lounging about, and why on earth did he have a deck chair in his backpack? Is that something one should even carry around? Sensing Mushanshan's displeased gaze, Lin Chen chuckled, took a bottle of cola from his backpack and took a hearty swig. Then he let out a contented belch. "Ah, refreshing," he exclaimed. Mushanshan was so frustrated that she stomped her foot, nearly forgetting to cast her spells. "Lin Chen, are you trying to provoke me on purpose? We're here working ourselves to the bone and you're just enjoying yourself. What else could this be if not infuriating? You told me I didn't need to do anything, so why do you care what I'm doing?" Lin Chen replied lazily. Mushanshan was nearly spitting blood from anger. But biting her lip, she held back from saying more. After all, it was her own words and she could only grit her teeth, turning back to hurl ice spikes at the undead. Useless. Zhao Tai, the bald warrior, shot a glance at the leisurely Lin Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. His greatsword continuously shattered the bones and souls of the undead before him, displaying exceptional bravery. Especially when compared to Lin Chen, Zhao Tai seemed far stronger. He had concluded that Lin Chen was nothing more than a cowardly freeloader with little strength. Compared to a true man like himself, Lin Chen fell short by a long shot. Summoners, just a bunch hiding behind their summoned creatures, nothing compared to the visceral thrill of a warrior's blade, Zhao Tai muttered sourly. An hour passed by quickly. Phew. I'm about to clear the level. Mushanshan looked at the dwindling number of undead in front of her and finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that it wouldn't take half an hour to clear this abyss. Those senior students were right. The difficulty of this first abyss wasn't high, just a little troublesome. Mushanshan smiled brightly, causing several of the nearby male students to swallow involuntarily. Only Lin Chen, lying on a chair, had a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Mushanshan must have bought the intel from the student council, right? To get back at me, they only provided the first half of the information and hid the second half. Indeed, the undead manor isn't particularly difficult. You just need to withstand the endless undead. But they didn't reveal the most crucial point, which is, during the final stage, an undead archmage boss will appear in the abyss. Lin Chen carefully recalled the information he saw on the school website. This undead archmage isn't too formidable, possessing only one skill of summoning undead. However, its health is incredibly high at a whopping 8,000 and its defense is terrifyingly strong. The most critical aspect is, if you don't take down this undead archmage immediately, it will grow stronger over time. With its health increasing, it will even summon an unending army of undead. The more undead there are, the harder it becomes for the team to deal with the boss, and the stronger the boss, the more undead it summons. This vicious cycle can drive many teams encountering this boss for the first time to despair. Consequently, this abyss is also known as a famous DPS check at Jianghai University. If you can't take down the undead archmage quickly, the hours spent on the abyss earlier are essentially wasted. However, Lin Chen wasn't kind enough to share this information with them. He just watched coldly from the side, as expected. Who dares trespass into this king's manor? A peculiar voice echoed from the depths of the manor. Subsequently, a huge figure shrouded in black mist emerged. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, entirely wrapped in a black robe, revealing only 2 bony white hands clutching a staff burning with eerie blue flames. This was the final boss, the undead archmage. Damn humans, how dare you trespass on this king's territory? Prepare to meet your death. The undead archmage appeared exceptionally enraged. Seeing the scene, the other 4 members of the team were dumbfounded. What? There's a boss? Is there really a boss in this abyss? The intel didn't mention this. This boss looks so strong. Mushanshan was momentarily startled, but quickly composed herself and instructed her team. Don't worry, everything has been so simple up till now. I doubt this boss is very powerful. Let's just stick to our usual strategy. Knights, take the front. We'll handle the output from behind. The team members nodded in agreement and promptly followed Mushanshan's lead. As they pressed forward, the undead archmage summoned a torrent of undead creatures. Alarm bells rang when Zhao Tai cast a detection spell and his face turned pale. These undead were no longer the low-level 3 or 4 creatures they had encountered previously. Each one was at least level 7 or higher, and their types had evolved from skeletons, zombies and specters to high-level undead like headless knights, skeleton mages and banshees. The situation rapidly took a turn for the worse, plunging them into a metaphorical icy valley. The knight at the forefront was struggling mightily. Captain, these creatures inflict too much damage, I can't hold them off, he cried out urgently. Even the healing priestess had beads of sweat on her forehead. Captain, I can't keep up with healing, these undead have a heavy injury. Affix. Maybe we should retreat, she suggested. The thought of retreat knotted Mushanshan. If they withdrew now, all their efforts over the past few hours would be wasted. Moreover, failing on their first attempt in the abyss would tarnish her performance rating over the past 3 days. Let's give it a try first, Mushanshan decided, gritting her teeth. If it doesn't work, then we'll retreat. Failing on our first attempt, especially on the lowest difficulty, would be embarrassing. Her teammates sighed but understood her determination. They didn't want to give up easily either, so they charged back into the fray. Mushanshan began chanting her most powerful spell, Blizzard. Instantly, the temperature in the air dropped sharply as a mass of blue transparent ice formed above the Archmage's head, ready to crash down. The ice spikes descended with ferocity, seemingly able to pierce the fragile body of the undead Archmage with ease. Yet the Archmage merely let out a cold laugh, allowing the ice spikes to hit him, only to see insignificant damage numbers float above his head. -1, -1, -1. What? Mushanshan gasped in shock. As an 11th level frost mage, this was her most powerful skill. Even a 15th level boss would have suffered significant damage and been slowed by it, but the undead Archmage hadn't even lost a sliver of health. Was this really a level 10 boss? Something was amiss. Its attributes, health and defense, were all rapidly increasing. Mushanshan quickly cast another detection spell and realized the issue, exclaiming in disbelief. The undead Archmage's attributes were climbing at an alarming rate, escalating dramatically every half minute. In today's realms, the attributes have reached a preposterous level. Name: Undead Archmage Headache level 10, Tier 1, Life 8967, increasing by 20% every 10 seconds, Strength 34, increasing by 20% every 10 seconds, Agility 16, increasing by 20% every 10 seconds, Spirit 33, increasing by 20% every 10 seconds. Skills include Advanced Necromancy, Summon Headless Horseman, Summon Banshee, Summon Skeleton Mage, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Undead Shield, Mass Frenzy, and Ominous Entanglement. Description: one of the 4 lords of the underworld. Looking at this panel, even many level 20 bosses might not possess such attributes. Moreover, these attributes are continuously skyrocketing, making it increasingly difficult to defeat humans. Though my current power is less than a 10,000th of my peak, you are in no position to challenge me. The undead Archmage cackled wickedly, and with a sudden wave of his hand, a bone cage appeared out of nowhere, trapping several people within it. The ominous entanglement. It was over. Shan's face turned pale with dread. To her shock, she noticed several negative effects had appeared on her status panel: imprisonment and silence, which meant not only was she restricted in her movements, but she also couldn't cast any skills. At this point, forget about defeating the undead Archmage. Even retreating was impossible. To leave the abyss, they needed to activate a teleport stone, but with silence in effect, they were prohibited from using any items or skills. Could it be that they were destined to die here today? A sense of despair washed over Shan, her once delicate face now pale and filled with reluctance. Her teammates too were trembling with fear, their faces ghostly white, their hearts filled with despair. Why was this boss so powerful? Wasn't it just a level 10 boss? It was over. The undead Archmage raised his hand, declaring, "To die by my hand is your honor. Perish." A headless horseman lifted its spear and thrust it forward with great force. Shan closed her eyes in hopeless resignation. However, a second passed, then 2, and the expected pain and death did not come. Opening her eyes, she saw streams of fire shooting from behind, striking the undead Archmage relentlessly. The once invincible undead Archmage was now in a pitiable state, crying out in agony as the fire beams hit. "What are these things? It hurts, it hurts. Who set this fire? Show yourself." The undead Archmage's health bar was rapidly depleting, like an elevator descending. -647 weak point damage, -845 weak point damage, -1058 weak point damage. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of the undead Archmage's health was gone. Finally, a fireball about 3 meters in diameter coalesced in the air, delivering the final blow to the undead Archmage. "You have cleared the abyss." Necromancer's Manor, LV 10. Difficulty: normal. Time taken, 2 hours 34 minutes. This time, the Abyss evaluation score was 3,541 and you received team experience times 6,000. Your team has been teleported, the prompt echoed in their minds. In the blink of an eye, the team found themselves standing in the plaza. A group of people looked bewildered. What just happened? How did the boss suddenly die? Who made the move? Could it be a bug? These questions swirled in the minds of Mu Shanshan and her companions, leaving them both surprised and confused. They were thrilled to have escaped death with their lives intact, yet they were puzzled about those fire beams and giant fireballs. Who was responsible for them? It was after all a single-player dungeon meant for individuals or teams, with each abyss being an isolated instance that others couldn't enter. Suddenly Mu Shanshan's gaze fell on Lin Shen, who seemed utterly relaxed, even yawning as if he had just woken up. Could it have been him? But a second later Mu Shanshan shook her head, dismissing the thought. Impossible. The attack that vanquished the necromancer boss in the final stage within 10 seconds couldn't have come from a level 10 summoner. Besides, those seemed like spells, didn't they? The Lin Shen couldn't possibly have done it. It must have been some hidden mechanism, perhaps a scripted kill, because otherwise placing such a difficult boss in a level 10 assessment abyss wouldn't be appropriate. Mu Shanshan nodded, accepting her own reasoning. With a cold demeanor she said, Lin Shen, we've completed the abyss, you should leave the group on your own. As for helping you clear this abyss, we won't charge you any fee. Consider it a gift. Mu Shanshan's voice was icy, as if she were tossing a bun to a beggar with a condescending attitude. After all, in her eyes Lin Shen hadn't made a single move, and it was her team that had killed the boss. Lin Shen gaining so much experience was already a blessing from them. Oh, do I owe you a thank you then? Lin Shen chuckled. No need for thanks, just leave the group quickly. The female priest in the team spoke up, her face full of disdain. If it weren't for you, this abyss wouldn't have been so hard, useless. The warrior sneered. Lin Shen, next time you look for a team to carry you, it won't be free. Oh, and I forgot, you might not even find another team. Faced with their mockery, Lin Shen remained unfazed. However, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He wasn't someone who could remain indifferent to malice. If given a chance, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson, but not now. After all, fighting was strictly prohibited on campus. Teammate, Lin Shen has left the team. Without hesitation, Lin Shen left the group, not bothering to say a word. He quietly walked to a corner and closed his eyes to rest. The useless one finally left, and now we can all breathe easy. The female priest, seeing Lin Shen leave so readily, had a hint of joy in her eyes and spoke with a smile. Mu Shanshan nodded in agreement. Let's find a strong teammate. Now we don't have to worry about being targeted. Watching Lin Shen sit on a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly resting, she sneered, inwardly thinking, resting? There's no saving this guy. In these 3 days, which newcomer wasn't desperate to stay awake and farm dungeons to collect evaluation points, yet Lin Shen was just resting. With such a lousy personality, no wonder he was targeted by the student council. The group looked at him, shook their heads in disappointment, and left as if avoiding a plague. Little did they know. In reality, Lin Shen wasn't resting at all. He had submerged his consciousness into the Dominator's world. Inside the Dominator's world, Lin Shen sat under a stone tablet holding a piece of rope with a peculiar expression. After defeating a boss, he was surprised to find it dropped a rain. What on earth? It was Lin Shen who had taken down the undead archmage. He had anticipated this and had strategically placed flame worms and brain worms where his teammates couldn't see them. At the end, he managed to kill the undead archmage in one strike. Unexpectedly, the boss dropped a rain for him. The item was called Reigns of the Undead Archmage Headache of epic quality. The description read, used to obtain a mount, Undead Archmage Headache. On Blue Star, mounts came in all shapes and sizes, but most were horses, griffins, or donkeys. Occasionally, there were bats or birds, but a humanoid mount, that was unheard of. Lin Shen decided to use it anyway. As soon as he used the reins, a notification appeared. You have used the reins of the Undead Archmage Headache and gained a mount. Instantly a black light flickered. A gigantic skeletal dragon with a wingspan over 20 meters and a body length of about 10 meters appeared before Lin Shen. The bone dragon was severely damaged, but faint azure hues could be seen swirling around its wings. 2 ghostly blue soul fires burned fiercely in its eye sockets. Even without flesh, its robust, luminescent white bones made it clear how terrifying its power was. Roar! Who dares disturb the master of the underworld and the lord of all spells, Lord Headache, the bone dragon roared as it appeared. The surrounding swarm of blade worms, flame worms, and brain worms quickly gathered around. Just kidding, I've been dead for who knows how many years. I'm no lord of all spells anymore. Headache caught a whiff of danger from the swarm and shivered all over, quickly letting out a dry laugh. As soon as the gaze shifted to Lin Shen, the enormous head of the creature moved in closer, scrutinizing him carefully. Oh, aren't you the little fellow from that team in the abyss earlier? Was it you who brought me out of that dreadful place? Well, I suppose it's for the best. I was getting quite suffocated in there. Imagine the dignified master of the underworld reduced to acting in a play and getting killed over and over again. How absurd. Alright, who are you again? Lin Chen looked at the gigantic skeletal dragon, a wave of exasperation washing over him. So, the true form of that so-called archmage was actually a bone dragon. No wonder it could become his mount. But to think that a creature of the mighty Western dragon race, once considered a high-ranking species, would turn out to be so chatty. I am your future master. My name is Lin Chen, he replied coolly. Master, Hedrick. The bone dragon seemed prepared for this, but still he curled his lips. Alright, I never planned on resisting when I got captured anyway, but the term master doesn't sound great. How about I call you boss instead? What do you think, boss? Hedrick looked at Lin Chen with a hint of excitement, as if thrilled by the idea. Boss, can you get me a couple of female dragons? I've been holding it in for hundreds of years. If not female dragons, anything else works as long as there's a. Lin Chen quickly stopped Hedrick's outrageous words, his face darkening. Stop. What female dragon? You're just a skeleton, still thinking about such things. Do you even have the ability? Suddenly Hedrick realized, oh right, I'm a skeleton now. That means my 18-meter weapon is gone. He looked down, confirming his fears. Below him only a stark white skeletal frame remained, with a conspicuous void where his pride once was. I forgot I'm a eunuch now, he lamented, letting out a sorrowful roar skyward. Enough nonsense, come over here and let me see your attributes, Lin Chen ordered harshly. Name, Undead Archmage Hedrick. Type, Mount, Quality, Epic, Level, 10, Strength, 21, Agility, 225, Spirit, 273, Talent 1, Sky Overlord. Flight speed increases by 360% when activated as a mount. Talent 2. Dragon Clan. Physical damage received is reduced by an additional 20%, magical damage by 30%. Talent 3, Lord of the Undead. All undead skill levels +2. Talent 4, Heart of the Blue Dragon. Mana regeneration speed increased by 300%. Skills, Starfire spell, Mana Burst Fountain. Advanced Undead Summoning. Summon Headless Horseman, Summon Banshee, Summon Skeleton Mage, Summon Skeleton Warrior. Undead Shield Group. Frenzy. Ominous Entanglement. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Chen nodded in approval. As expected of an epic mount, these attributes are almost overwhelming, nearly rivaling my own, and this is only at level 10. I wonder how strong the attributes will become in the future. With such a mount, traveling would become significantly more convenient. Although flying was prohibited within the campus, the Abyss was a different story. Moreover, it's important to remember, mounts are a type of summon too. Lin Chen grinned widely, envisioning the possibilities. In the future he had yet another elite summon creature under his command. His power surged once more. Boss, you're a summoner, right? Are all these bugs your summons? That's incredible. Hedrick glanced around, surrounded by a dense swarm of insects, feeling a shiver down his spine, and was utterly stunned. Aren't you also capable of summoning so many creatures? I remember seeing the number of undead you summoned in the Abyss, which was no less than mine. Lin Chen didn't respond directly, but instead spoke calmly. That was just the system helping me break through the summon limit. Otherwise, even when I was alive, I wasn't this strong. Hedrick shook his head, recalling his time in the Abyss with a mix of fear and disdain. System? Lin Chen frowned. Right, you mentioned earlier that you were captured and locked in the Abyss as a boss. What happened? Hedrick fell silent, taking a long moment before speaking again. I don't really know the specifics. One day, I was just dragged into the Abyss and a system sent me a message instructing me to be a boss or something. Then this system transferred the language of your blue planet to me, allowing me to speak. And then you, boss, appeared. Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply. In his past life as someone at the pinnacle of the world, he could sense some truths about the blue planet, yet even with his past life's strength and status, he knew very little and hadn't had the chance to investigate before Lin Qingxue betrayed him. Never mind, this isn't what I should worry about now. Lin Chen shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. What mattered most now was regaining his strength and returning to the peak. Everything else could wait. Your name is Hedrick? Lin Chen asked, looking at the bone dragon before him. What do you think of this name? In our Yuzak language it means master of all laws. Hedrick puffed out his chest proudly, even his tail lifting with pride. The name is too long and a bit of a tongue twister. From now on you'll be called Little Black. Lin Chen waved dismissively. What, Little Black? No, absolutely not. I'm the esteemed master of all laws. How could I have a dog's name? Hedrick shook his head vigorously, refusing the name outright. Having been infused with human language and culture by the system, he knew that Little Black was commonly a dog's name. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Immediately, the insect army behind him gathered closer, glaring menacingly. Thank you for bestowing a name, boss. Headache, able to adapt to circumstances, chuckled awkwardly and accepted the name. I knew it, the boss's naming skills are extraordinary. Little Black is both mighty and imposing, perfect for a high-caliber talent like me. No dragon. But boss, could we discuss something? Headache cautiously approached, using his massive bony head to nuzzle Lin Chen, adopting a flattering and sycophantic demeanor. What? Lin Chen spoke softly. Could you stop calling me Xiao Hei in front of others, especially in front of those female dragons? Headache rubbed his bony claws together, chuckling awkwardly. Well, we'll see about that, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Boss, this can't just be a we'll see situation. I rely on that name to pick up girls, Headache pleaded, but Lin Chen remained silent, leaving Headache to call out again, boss, boss. In the square, Lin Chen opened his eyes and then stood up expressionlessly. This movement caught the attention of many people around. Several onlookers turned their mocking and jeering gazes towards him. Look, isn't that Lin Chen? One of them said. Yes, it is. This guy just slept for half an hour and now he's finally awake, another remarked with disdain. Waking up just now, what's he trying to pull off? They sneered. Even though he's a summoner, he offended the student council. Isn't he going to get kicked out of the team? Which team would even dare to take him? They continued, shaking their heads. Summoners might be strong, but he's only level 10. There's no way he could solo the abyss, right? As Lin Chen walked towards the abyss, people were surprised. After all, he was alone. Did he really intend to solo it? Everyone knew that these assessment abysses, despite being labeled as solo, were actually designed for a 5-person team. Even the juniors and seniors found it nearly impossible to solo these challenges, so when they saw Lin Chen's actions, they were utterly incredulous. Is this guy crazy? Someone exclaimed. I bet he's just pretending. Another scoffed. Right, he's just putting on a show. If he can solo the abyss, I'll eat my hat standing on my head. People wore expressions of disdain, but the next second Lin Chen's actions nearly made their jaws drop. Lin Chen walked up to the last abyss portal and without hesitation touched the teleportation stone. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from where he stood. This scene left everyone present utterly shocked. What? Is he really going to solo the most difficult abyss, Dark Ruins? Someone shouted in disbelief. This dungeon, very few new teams have ever cleared it, and he wants to solo it. The crowd murmured, this kid is too arrogant. Even if he wants to show off, there should be limits, right? Everyone present sneered at Lin Chen's disappearing figure, convinced that he couldn't possibly clear the abyss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Shanshan and others witnessed the same scene. Look, Sister Shan, isn't Lin Chen crazy for taking on the Dark Ruins after we kicked him out? The female priest couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The bald warrior sneered. This Lin Chen probably wants to prove something to us, but he's overestimating himself, just a pure clown. Mu Shanshan's face was cold, yet her opinion of Lin Chen dropped another notch in her heart. Trying to prove himself to us? How foolish. Without any real strength, daring to go to the Dark Ruins is simply courting death. He's so grown up yet still so reckless. It seems my decision was indeed the right one. Even without pressure from the student council, I would have kicked him out of the team. With this thought lingering in her mind, Mu Shanshan nodded slightly as if acknowledging her own choice. She then led her team back into the necromancer's manor. They had entered the abyss, gloomy ruins. As Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, he quickly summoned the Deathwing Mantis and Headache, then leaped onto the back of the Bone Dragon. In the next moment, the Bone Dragon spread its wings and took off with great force. Whoosh! Headache's powerful wing beat created a strong air current, sweeping away the lower-level beasts that had been lurking around menacingly. In the blink of an eye, Headache was soaring several hundred meters above the ground. Not bad, much faster than the Deathwing Mantis. Lin Chen stood on Headache's back, gazing down at the dark ruins below, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. Truly deserving of the title dragon. Even as a bone dragon, it remained the ruler of the sky. Once airborne, Lin Chen could see a cave nestled deep within the gloomy ruins. According to the intel he had purchased, this was likely the lair of the ruins' boss, the venomous Cat King. The boss in this area wasn't particularly challenging in itself. The real difficulty of this abyss lay in the path leading to the boss, which was riddled with traps, poison traps, spike pits, magical traps, and even ambushes by monsters. These obstacles barred the way for most adventurers. However, for Lin Chen they were mere trifles. Confidently Lin Chen smirked. He had the ability to bypass all these traps entirely. Why? The answer was simple. Lin Chen possessed a flying mount, allowing him to soar directly to the boss's location, bypassing the traps below. This abyss clearly hadn't been designed with aerial defenses in mind, enabling Lin Chen to ride Headache straight to the boss with ease. It's worth noting that before reaching level 60, aerial mobility was a rare asset. Typically available only through certain flying mounts or pets, such mounts were exceedingly difficult to acquire. In fact, among many level 60 to 70 adventurers, less than 1 in 1,000 might possess a flying mount, let alone those around level 10. Go little black, Lin Chen shouted, giving the bone dragon beneath him a firm pat. Alright, Headache flapped his wings eagerly, propelling them toward the boss's location. Lin Chen clung tightly to the two bony protrusions on Headache's back, his body buffeted by the wind as if he might be blown away. The speed was exhilarating, Lin Chen's face was alight with excitement. This velocity was incomparable to that of the Deathwing Mantis or the lower-tier Zerg like the Flying Wing Bee. Within moments, across an abyss spanning about 10 kilometers, Headache had brought Lin Chen to the boss. The venomous Cat King lay leisurely before the cave, dozing peacefully. Beside him, a group of Dark Knight Cat demons patrolled vigilantly. At the slightest hint of movement, they would loudly sound the alarm, summoning the surrounding fierce beasts to protect their leader. According to Lin Chen's intelligence, even when reaching the end and all the traps had been uncovered, these congregating Dark Knight Cat demons remained a significant headache. Their numbers were overwhelming. Even though their average level hovered around 5, their sheer quantity posed a considerable threat. Some teams had tried to bypass these cat demons using a group invisibility item called the Mist of Deceit to directly attack the boss. However, these Dark Knight Cat demons, despite their lackluster individual strength, possessed an anti-invisibility talent, seeing right through the invisibility. From then on, people abandoned any thoughts of skipping the challenge, resigned to slowly treading through the traps and grinding through the hundreds, even thousands of Dark Knight Cat demon swarms. Compared to other test abysses, the Dark Ruins were the most challenging and time-consuming. Its pass rate was less than 1%. Indicative of its difficulty, even for those who did succeed, it took over 20 hours to clear. In one particular year, a team nearly spent 40 hours to finally conquer this abyss. Nonetheless, the evaluation score it offered was considerably high. Successfully clearing the Dark Ruins yielded an average score of over 300,000 points. Although the score had to be split among 5 teammates, each still earned at least 60,000 points. To put this into perspective, most freshmen barely accumulated 6,000 to 7,000 points within 3 days. This score alone surpassed the vast majority of newcomers. Outside a cave, the Poison Cat King dozed off, stretching lazily, showing no sign of vigilance. After all, its minions were on guard outside. It had no reason to worry, yet at that very moment, whoosh, a piercing whistle erupted in the air. The Poison Cat King instantly became alert, eyes snapping open as it warily scanned its surroundings. However, there was no sign of any enemy. What was happening? The Poison Cat King was utterly baffled. Could it have misheard? But as it pondered, a second whistle echoed from the sky. A massive bone dragon as colossal as a mountain descended from hundreds of meters above, its body engulfed in black flames. It targeted the Poison Cat King, diving down with ferocity, even tauntingly exclaiming, "Little flying stick incoming." The Poison Cat King was struck with terror. It attempted to flee, but the bone dragon moved with such speed that before it could take a single step, its chest was pierced by the dragon's sharp claws. The Poison Cat King lay dead. Ding, your summon creature has slain the boss. Poison Cat King earning 10,000 experience points. Ding, the greedy soul is activated, acquiring additional items. You have cleared the abyss. Dark Ruins, LV10, difficulty, normal in 2 minutes and 34 seconds. This abyss runs evaluation score, 103214. A series of system prompts resonated in the air. Lin Chen glanced at the clearance time and frowned. Why is the rating so low? Is it because I went solo? Typically at this moment, Headache would be busy clearing the surrounding area of the enraged Night Cat demons turned feral after the Poison Cat King was slain. With a cheeky grin, he'd turn and say, boss, how's my speed? Not bad, Lin Chen nodded. 2.5 minutes was a decent achievement, but I think it can be optimized a bit more. Hearing this, Headache wasn't pleased. His skeletal dragon face showed dissatisfaction as he muttered to himself, 2.5 minutes isn't good enough? Then the other teams, taking 20 to 30 hours, should just give up? The boss is too harsh. How can he treat his subordinates like this? I'm a dragon with feelings too. Even as he grumbled, Headache effortlessly flicked away the charging Night Cat demons with his bone claws, like flicking away pesky chicks. these creatures couldn't even scratch his scales, merely tickling him like a gentle breeze. Headache didn't even need to use his skills to kill them, a flick like shooting a marble would turn them into corpses. Alright, let's go, Lin Chen said after checking the loot from the Poison Cat King. Finding no extraordinary equipment, he cursed under his breath about the stingy ghost before patting Headache. Instantly, the man and dragon vanished into the abyss. Meanwhile, in the necromancer's manor, Ice Spike, with a face full of determination, Mu Shanshan chanted spells, striving to defeat the undead army before her. Beside her, a cloaked assassin unleashed a torrent of attacks, felling low-level undead creatures one after another. Seeing the scene, Mu Shanshan couldn't help but nod in secret, a satisfied smile creeping onto her face. I made the right choice. Kicking out Lin Chen has made my team stronger. I'm sure clearing this abyss will be a breeze. Her teammates shared her sentiments, displaying looks of satisfaction. Hee, without that deadweight we're indeed much lighter, the female priest laughed. The bold warrior nodded in agreement. Yes, now we know we just need to focus on the necromancer in the final stage, and the difficulty has dropped significantly. We can finally clear it. The knight sneered. If it wasn't for Lin Chen dragging us down, we wouldn't have almost wiped last time. It's all his fault. They continued to hurl accusations at Lin Chen, blaming him for past failures. Imagining Lin Chen struggling in the dark ruins brought them a sense of comfort. I wonder how he's faring now, being thrashed around the dark ruins. A place like that is way beyond Lin Chen's reach. What a joke. Let's head out in a bit and see if that guy Lin Chen has already slipped away in shame. I'm sure of it. Just wait and watch the show unfold. However, as they were joking around, a notification suddenly chimed in their ears. Ding. System notification. The player Lin Chen has cleared the Abyss Dark Ruins with a time of 2 minutes and 34 seconds. The group of friends was taken aback by the announcement. Their laughter abruptly halted. They exchanged glances, attempting to process what they had just heard. Could it be possible that Lin Chen, whom they underestimated, achieved such an impressive feat? Doubt began to creep into their minds, overshadowing their earlier confidence. The disbelief was palpable, yet curiosity got the better of them. Their initial mockery was replaced by a sense of intrigue and a bit of unease. How did Lin Chen manage to accomplish this seemingly impossible task? The ruins were known for their complexity and danger, challenging even the most skilled adventurers. As they pondered over this unexpected turn of events, a mix of admiration and envy stirred within them. Perhaps Lin Chen wasn't the pushover they had perceived him to be. His swift completion time suggested a level of skill and determination they hadn't attributed to him. This revelation compelled them to reassess their view of Lin Chen. Maybe it was time to acknowledge his capabilities and learn more about how he achieved such a remarkable outcome. Their attitudes began to shift from eager anticipation of his failure to a newfound respect for his accomplishments.